Chapter 1. Setting sail right from the start. The slanting noon sun shone over the vast East China Sea, enveloping the clear blue sky, stretching endlessly and brilliantly bright. The gentle wind caressed the waves, occasionally causing fish to leap out of the water. In this boundless, desolate sea, a solitary cruise ship was sailing at a speed of 25 knots. A large banner hung on the ship, emblazoned with the words, "Global Escape." The 5 large characters sent a chill down one's spine, as if the blood had frozen. The sound of crashing waves seemed to sing, welcoming this ship to their world. Was the sea laughing, mocking the ship for being so foolish, appearing in the vast ocean, with neither heaven nor earth responding to its calls? On the cruise ship, in 6 locked rooms, there was 1 person in each, 5 of whom were pacing anxiously. Meanwhile, in the previously silent room, Song Yang suddenly sat up straight from the sofa with a swift motion. The slight swaying sensation made him realize the strangeness of his surroundings. What is this? He raised his hand to look at his skin, which bore no signs of being scorched by flames or wrapped in bandages. It was a very healthy, fair complexion, warm and smooth. However, in the next moment, as he absorbed the memories of his 2 lives, he understood. He had died in a fire while trying to save others. He had crossed over to a parallel world known as Azure Star Huaxia. Now he was participating in a reality livestream program with several stars and ordinary people Global Escape. The Global Escape program was entirely different from past reality shows. While previous variety shows primarily focused on entertainment, Global Escape centered on the relationship between crime, freedom, and safety, exploring various thought-provoking issues in society. To this end, the production team had even involved the national apparatus, underscoring its significance. The show was divided into 2 camps, the escape team and the pursuit team. Members of both teams would be filmed almost continuously, except for sleeping and using the restroom, by 360-degree holographic cameras, live-streamed on several of the most popular platforms in Huaxia for the next 30 days. As for Song Yang, he had been meticulously selected by the production team over the past year, achieving top scores in various assessments, and was drawn as one of the first batch of ordinary escape participants. He, along with another ordinary participant and 4 celebrity escapees, formed the escape team. Currently, they were being held in a room on a transport cruise ship, preparing to embark on a month-long escape journey to an island in the East China Sea. What awaited them would be the ruthless pursuit of the chase team. Few after understanding everything, Song Yang couldn't help but let out a long breath. He was merely a bystander caught in a desperate situation, unable to escape. Even if he inherited memories from a previous life, he lacked the powerful mindset of that person. He certainly did not seem like someone who could play a significant role in this escape game. Just as he pondered how to get through the month safely, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The God-level lottery system is activated. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been issued. System? Song Yang was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and began to investigate. Host, the God-level lottery system includes 3 basic abilities. First, lottery. The host can accumulate popularity points through the Global Escape program's live broadcast to draw lots for rewards, which includes skills and items with a settlement every 24 hours. Second, tasks. Completing the main tasks assigned by the system will yield rewards based on the difficulty of the tasks. Third, locked. Please increase your bounty to 30 million to unlock. Current progress, 100,030,000,000. The host attribute list has been generated. Host, Song Yang, age, 25 IQ, 114 average adult, 90,120. Attributes, strength 65, agility 72, constitution 65 peak for adults, 100. Senses, vision 85, hearing 65, smell 72, taste 60, touch 66, mind sense 75 peak for adults, 100 skills, none wealth, 1,000 bounty, 100,000. Looking at the data listed on the system attribute panel, Song Yang suddenly realized his condition. Among IQ, attributes, and senses, the IQ of 114 and the mind sense were inherited from his past life, reflecting Song Yang's previous values. The attributes and other senses belong to the physical strength of this life, with the originally high IQ of 140 being replaced, leaving only vision still high. If he had the physical qualities trained in his past life, he would at least gain an additional 20 points in total for attributes and senses. However, Song Yang felt reassured. The fact that he was alive was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Being greedy could lead to downfall. As for the third ability requiring a bounty of 30 million to unlock, he didn't pay it much mind. 30 million was the total reward amount given by the program for successfully escaping. Unless an unexpected event occurred, the program would never raise an individual's bounty to such an extent. Having thought this through, Song Yang shifted his gaze back to the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have mastered anti-tracking skills. Congratulations, host! You have gained 50 free attribute points. A buzz. Song Yang felt an overwhelming sense of mystery, something both tangible and ethereal, as images flashed through his mind like fragmented scenes. God-level con artist, montage, psychological crime, global survival, 10 sins, extreme rescue, special agent bureau. Various stylish infiltration and tracking techniques for movies played repeatedly in his mind. This is the various methods of escape, right? Song Yang's face remained calm as he murmured to himself. He then focused his gaze on the 50 free attribute points. The free attribute points provided by the system were better than fixed attribute points, as they could be freely allocated to any human attribute. Intelligence, physique, and senses all counted as human attributes. Song Yang merely glanced at the major attribute categories and immediately made a decision. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have increased your intelligence attribute by 50 points. Your intelligence attribute has risen to 164. Song Yang examined himself. His palm was still as warm as jade. There were no visible changes in his appearance, but just a moment ago, he could almost effortlessly deploy various counterinfiltration and tracking techniques. This was the obvious effect of his intelligence increase. An IQ over 120 is considered genius. Previously, Song Yang stood out with an IQ of 140 from a year's assessment test conducted by the program team. Now, with his intelligence attribute raised to 164, he was extremely rare in the world. Naturally, he would learn anything quickly. However, Song Yang also understood that this kind of sudden boost had its drawbacks. He cannot be compared to those gifted individuals who had shown talent since childhood, immersed in their specialized fields. Therefore, he still needed to accumulate popularity points through live broadcasts of the program and quickly fill in his shortcomings through lucky draws. Song Yang did not become arrogant or careless. Instead, he began to ponder carefully in his mind. Just then, the system's first task was announced. Ding! Task initiated. Lead the escape team members to safely survive for 24 hours. Task difficulty, beginner. Reward, 1 beginner-level lucky draw. Song Yang's gaze slightly sharpened as he glanced at the tightly locked door. Author's note, global capture has been suspended due to uncontrollable factors. The original author of the Celebrity Escape has restarted writing, with all plot lines being innovative. I kindly ask all readers to support this. Chapter 2. Add some excitement to the show. Song Yang focused his gaze on the task card, which contained information that the production team could actively disclose to each fugitive and pursuer. He opened it and read it carefully. After a long while, Song Yang's expression became serious, and he pondered. The 6 of us fugitives are currently on the East Sea, to be sent to an island specially developed by the production team to face pursuit from the chasing team. The island has a diameter of only 3 kilometers. Even if the island is filled with mountains and trees as obstacles, and equipped with various modern information devices, escaping from such an environment is clearly impossible. The production team might want to convey to the public that good will ultimately triumph over evil. Song Yang even had reason to suspect that in the end, there would be a scene where, despite their exhaustion, the pursuers would capture all the fugitives. This cannot be said to be a bad outcome, as it aligns with the production team's intention in creating this program. While alerting the audience, it can also establish a belief in the triumph of good over evil. However, Song Yang did not think this could lead to a deeper analysis. In his previous life as a firefighter, while he was deeply imbued with righteousness, he was not merely a puppet who followed orders blindly. Since he had participated in this program, it was necessary to give it his all, analyzing all aspects and layers. Only by exposing the weaknesses of the pursuing team in various stages could they be prompted to address those weaknesses. This is how a harmonious and peaceful society could be effectively built. Although this somewhat contradicts the original intention of the production team, it still falls within the rules of the show. From the moment we boarded the cruise ship, the game had already begun, so there was naturally no reason to just sit and wait for fate. The outcome projected by the production team is like a stone thrown into a lake. Although it creates ripples, it ultimately cannot escape calmness. We need to add some excitement to the show and stir up a big storm, Song Yang murmured to himself, then looked at the tightly locked door of the room, falling into deep thought. In his mind, countless fragments flashed by, one plan after another being dismissed. This 1-1T work, I don't have the necessary skills to execute it. This 1-1T work, either the environment is different, and it can't be utilized. This one still doesn't work. Only this method can be tried. Song Yang's eyes lit up, and in his dark eyes, which were like ink, there was a depth akin to a starry night, with a few bright stars shining. After flashing through over 3,000 fragments in his mind, he finally discovered a way to dismantle the situation. Meanwhile, in another room, the door creaked open with a click. The door swung slightly ajar, revealing a stunning girl with her hair tied in double ponytails. Her luscious lips were slightly upturned, and she had an orange plastic stick held between her teeth as she smiled, looking out at the sea beyond the door. The sound of the crashing waves brings a sense of tranquility and awe. With a light breath, she gazes, smiling, at a miniature mechanical watch on her wrist. At first glance, it looks like a regular watch, but upon closer inspection, one can notice some tiny, nearly invisible buttons arranged like a keyboard. She then glances at the 5 closed doors around her, steps forward, and casually tries the password at the main door. With a series of clicks, several doors open in succession. When she reaches the door to Song Yang's room, before she can even touch it, the door silently opens by itself. As Song Yang opens the door, he glances at it and furrows his brow slightly. Only then does he notice a graceful woman standing at his door. Xiao, seeing that Song Yang managed to open the door without her help, is filled with surprise and curiosity. However, recalling that the task card mentioned Song Yang was selected with full marks during the program's assessment, she feels relieved. Being chosen with full marks naturally indicates exceptional abilities, just like her own skills in the field of computers, which are comparable to world-class hackers. At that moment, as the two exchange glances, a playful voice comes from the adjacent room. Oh my gosh, the sea. It's all water. Song Yang and Xiao look over to see a hefty man munching on his fingers, his eyes wide open but no bigger than soybeans, staring in shock at the boundless sea. Soon after, the others from the 3 rooms start to emerge. From the second room, a very gentle-looking man steps out, wearing a denim jacket and casual pants, appearing quite approachable. The third room reveals the hefty man again. The fourth room has a short, dark-skinned man who looks quite tough. Finally, from the 5th room, a fresh and vibrant young girl steps out. After a quick glance, Song Yang recognizes the identities of the 5 individuals. The task card indicates that the escape team consists of 6 members, 4 celebrity escapees and 2 ordinary escapees. The 4 who just emerged are the celebrity escapees. One is the charming and talented Li Xiaoyao, known for having more male fans than female ones. Another is Huang Baoqian, who started with Shaolin Kung Fu before entering the entertainment industry. Then there's the popular comedian, the hefty man Xiao Yeye. Lastly, there's Zhang Zifeng, who has showcased remarkable acting skills from a young age and is affectionately called sister by friends and fans due to her sweet and gentle personality. Being invited to participate in this program indicates that these celebrities are not just pretty faces. Each has their own exceptional qualities. The woman standing before Song Yang, named Xiao, is an ordinary escapee who was selected as one of the first escapees with full marks on her assessment. According to the information displayed on the task card, she possesses a natural talent for computers, which can truly be considered world-class. Once he single-handedly fought against a 100-member hacker team from across the ocean without losing ground, demonstrating his terrifying strength. Perhaps it was because there was only one woman among the fugitive stars, making the escape process quite inconvenient. Which is why the production team chose Shi Yao to accompany them. Wow, brother Xiaoyao, sister, Baoqian, you guys have been released too? I thought you would be stuck in there indefinitely. Xiaoye turned around, lightly patting her chubby hand on her chest, her eyes squinting with a smile as she teased. Being trapped on this cruise ship, leaving the room feels no different from staying in it. Li Xiaoyao nodded and then shrugged helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. But still, thank you, beautiful Shi Yao, for rescuing us. Despite the bitterness, He didn't forget to express gratitude to Shi Yao for saving them, which shows just how high his emotional intelligence is. Chapter 3. Surrounded on all sides. No way to escape? Just a trivial matter. Shi Yao waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she wasn't too concerned, then turned her gaze to Song Yang. The star fugitive was indeed released by her, but Song Yang had escaped on his own, which made her curious about his abilities. However, the focus of others wasn't on that, but rather on what Brother Xiaoyao had just said. Being trapped on a cruise ship and being stuck in a room were no different. Li Xiaoyao, known for his intelligence, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Just one sentence poured cold water over the excitement of those who had just escaped from the room. Indeed, in this vast sea, everyone was on the cruise ship. What difference did it make whether they were in a room or not? Huang Baoqiang couldn't help but show a look of frustration and bitterness, his face wrinkling up like a freshly made dumpling, his mood undeniably low. So, we were saved for nothing then. He shrugged and leaned against the door, saying, "Not entirely. At least we can discuss in advance how to deal with the pursuing team once we land on the island," Li Xiaoyao said, a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye, stepping forward to gather everyone and start analyzing the next steps. "Brother Xiaoyao, I remember you said you don't participate in these variety shows. Why did you agree this time?" Zifeng asked with squinted eyes, smiling. She had acted with Li Xiaoyao in a film before, although he had a special appearance and they didn't interact much. Both were considered refreshing personalities in the industry and got along well. During the filming, they teased each other as Uncle Xiaoyao and Little One. But since they were live streaming now, Zifeng naturally couldn't call Li Xiaoyao uncle. Li Xiaoyao smiled slightly and responded, "I originally didn't plan to come. But later I heard that this program is different. It can do something for the country and society while raising awareness about crime and the concept of freedom and safety. So I came." "I see." Everyone realized, understanding why Li Xiaoyao, who had previously never participated in variety shows, decided to join this time. "So, we need to fight side by side from now on. Since the beautiful Shi Yao saved us, we can't waste her efforts. Let's discuss and prepare the escape route in advance," Li Xiaoyao stated. "It is currently 11:30 a.m. According to the program's official timeline, we will be sent to the deserted island in half an hour, and the pursuing team will set off from the mainland at noon to chase us. The journey from the mainland to the island takes an hour, so we have an hour and a half left to strategize." Zifeng, puzzled, interrupted Li Xiaoyao, asking, "But now that we are out of the room, why not sneak away on a small boat? The cruise ship must be equipped with small boats. And there are enough life jackets and rings. It's definitely better than going to an unfamiliar deserted island." Li Xiaoyao's hair was lifted by the sea breeze, and his gaze was momentarily blank for a few seconds. He then explained, "Sister Zifeng, you have to understand that in the vast ocean, we don't know the way back. We don't have anyone who can operate a small boat, and we will face a comprehensive pursuit from the chasing team in half an hour. If we take a small boat, we might just reach the city as shore and be ambushed by them. If we were true fugitives, perhaps the police would be less focused due to limited manpower, allowing us to escape by luck. But we are live on a show, and the chasing teams from the production crew are closely monitoring us. Where do you think we can run to? It's better to go to the unfamiliar island together. We can set up a plan in advance." His reasoning was exceptionally strong, and each point was thoroughly analyzed, leaving no room for rebuttal. In the live broadcast of Global Escape, the scene shifted to the escape team after Shi Yao unlocked the door. Li Xiaoyao's analysis was heard by millions of fans, who flooded the comments with 6666. "Xiaoyao Gij is amazing," and other praises. "Is that you, the master? Truly a talent. My Xiaoyao Gij is the representative of both intelligence and emotional intelligence. A 15-year-old fan here. Today I tell you, Xiaoyao Gij is for us male fans. If you disagree, come at me." The two ordinary participants weren't bad either. They managed to unlock the room, looking like they were no pushovers. Envy. What an opportunity to share the stage with a big star. On the cruise, Zifeng listened to Li Xiaoyao's analysis and felt it made sense, but then she awkwardly lowered her head. She realized her thinking had indeed been too one-sided and decided it was better to listen and observe more. Xiaoyao was right. We should go to the deserted island. When I was at the Shaolin Temple, I often trained in the mountains and learned some survival skills, so I'm not completely in the dark. At this moment, Huang Baoqiang suddenly spoke up, confidently patting his chest. "Baoqiang Ji, you have to take care of me from now on." Xiaoya's face lit up, and she rushed over to give Huang Baoqiang a bear hug, saying softly, "Haha, don't worry, as long as I have food, I won't let you go hungry." Huang Baoqiang laughed heartily, patting Xiaoya's shoulder with a hint of pride. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately broke free from his grasp, pointing at him with her chubby hand, her expression a mix of disbelief and playful laughter. Oh my, people from the Shaolin Temple actually eat meat? What a sin. Everyone knew he was joking and could only roll their eyes in annoyance. We don't have much time left. Li Xiaoyao gathered everyone's playful spirits and stated clearly. Let's first decide on this. After reaching the deserted island, we should find a place without any communication signals, so they won't have the chance to monitor us. Anyway, we have 3 days' worth of compressed biscuits in our backpacks, so we don't need to worry about food for a short while. Then, the group began discussing a series of escape plans after landing on the island. A few minutes later, Li Xiaoyao did not overlook the feelings of the 2 ordinary escapees. He stepped forward and asked, "You two, I see from the task card that you are carefully selected escapees. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share them with everyone. We are not celebrities here. We are all part of a team, so there is nothing to hold back." It must be said that his reputation in the industry was not built on hype. It was the result of accumulating details. At that moment, how many other proud young stars would pay attention to the feelings of ordinary escapees? When Xiao heard Li Xiaoyao's understanding and empathy, a gentle smile appeared on her charming face as she nodded and said, "I don't have any suggestions. What you just said was quite spot on. I will do my best to cooperate." Then, Li Xiaoyao turned his attention to the somewhat doubtful Song Yang beside her. Upon being addressed, Song Yang withdrew his gaze, contemplating the first task given to him by the system. He slowly parted his lips and said, "A deserted island surrounded by enemies or a vast continent where I can roam freely? Which place do you all think is more suitable for escaping?" Everyone turned their attention toward him, with several puzzled expressions appearing simultaneously. They asked, "What do you mean?" Of course, it's to add some thrilling excitement to the show. Song Yang's voice was cold, more chilling than the crashing waves. Chapter 4, starting with a big gamble. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the city center of Jiangzhou, Jiangnan Province, the headquarters of the program Global Escape is bustling. The live broadcast studio of Global Escape is located on the 10th floor. At this moment, the walls of the live hall are adorned with dozens of live feeds from the holographic cameras worn by the escape teams and the pursuers. These feeds are not visible to the audience in the studio. Only the staff who have signed confidentiality agreements can control them. The main screen is mounted high above the hall. Standing on the platform is a confident female host, Lin Danming, the winner of the previous Golden Microphone Award in the country, known for her popularity and exceptional hosting skills. On the main screen behind her, the feed was just switched from the escape team. "Please, make it fair. I was just getting interested in how that ordinary contestant plans his next move. And you cut away. What is he trying to do? Why doesn't the production team show us?" A group of fans in the studio, left in suspense, began to complain about the unethical behavior of the production team. After seeing the barrage of comments flying across the screen, Lin Danming couldn't help but smile professionally. She explained, "Hello to all the fans of Global Escape. I am Lin Danming, invited to comment on the show." What the contestant Song Yang just said can be interpreted as him not wanting to sit back and wait, just as he indicated. If the escape team reaches a deserted island, the likelihood of escaping from the pursuers is very low. The production team knows that over time, the escape team will inevitably be caught, which is why they arrange for them to only need to avoid capture for 30 days to be considered successful in their escape. However, it is clear that Song Yang does not want to go to the deserted island. But as Li Xiaoyao said, with the vast ocean surrounding them, where can they escape to? Lin Danming posed a very sharp question right from the start, which is also a dilemma troubling the escape team. Looking at the dense barrage of comments on the screen, filled with thoughts on how to escape, she smiled charmingly and mysteriously said, "Even if they are lucky enough to escape, our pursuers are not to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, a group of fans suddenly realized what they had overlooked. Having introduced the members of the escape team earlier, it was now time to introduce the members of the pursuer team. As this is a show, which star was invited? This is what they are most concerned about. Next, let me introduce the members of the pursuer team. As Lin Danming's voice fell, a room resembling a conference hall appeared on the big screen behind her. It was empty at first. However, just a moment later, a middle-aged man with a square face and graying hair walked in, guided by the production staff. At the same time, Lin Danming introduced to the studio audience. He has danced with death and has lingered between life and death multiple times. He has brushed past the messengers of hell. Dressed in that outfit, after 30 years and thousands of cases, Every single one was perfectly solved without exception. He once stayed awake for 3 days and nights, cracking the nationwide sensation known as the 417 dismemberment case. He was injured while fighting against criminals and later retired. He is the former team leader of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Special Task Force, Lin Xinghua. When Lin Danming called out Lin Xinghua's identity with her last sentence, the live stream's comments section exploded. Oh my, the head of a provincial criminal investigation team? Starting with a big bomb? It's over, Bo Gu and the others are doomed. However, after introducing the first person, Lin Danming did not linger. She looked at the live stream and smiled as one by one individuals walked into the Pursuit Center's conference room. Then she said, the second legendary pursuer, known as the crownless king of brainstorming, Maze Walker Bao Yun. He once faced a super hexagonal honeycomb maze with 127 blocks in an international brainstorming competition and solved thousands of possible routes in just 4 hours. His performance crushed the foreign competitors at that time. The third legendary pursuer, Wu Qing, who hacked into the famous Company S system in 3 minutes and subsequently built an information protection network for them, was dubbed the Hacker Boy. The fourth legendary pursuer, known as a once-in-a-century talent from a neighboring country, a real-life Conan. At just 18 years old, he topped the detective rankings in his country, Shinichi Chiha. After introducing these 4 legendary pursuers, everyone was dumbfounded. Rows of question marks flooded the entire live stream comment section. Maze Walker? Hacker Boy? Real-life Conan? Plus a 100K solving criminal investigation team leader? The fans who had just come to their senses suddenly felt a chill down their spines, their hearts racing wildly. I represent the Fugitive team to announce in advance. The show is over. Fugitive team, we are waiting for the big reveal. Fugitive team, the production team is doing nothing day by day. Fugitive team, this is 2 kings with 4 twos, plus a hand of airplane cards. Reporting the production team for giving the pursuit team an unfair advantage. At this moment, in the lobby of the Global Escape building, in the Pursuit Center's conference room, Lin Xinghua looked at the members introducing themselves and nodded in satisfaction. He received an official invitation to participate in this program. The aim is to raise public awareness, helping them to have a deep understanding of crime, freedom, and safety, thus reducing crime rates. At his age, he could still contribute, so he naturally agreed. Now, as the official representative, he leads this team to capture the Fugitive team members. Only a few minutes remain until they officially set off. The 4 of them sat at the long table, yet to officially begin analyzing, when they heard a knocking sound at the conference room door. Bao Yun, sitting at the far end, stood up to open the door. He found 3 people standing there. They looked somewhat familiar, but not well acquainted. However, in the live stream, the fans collectively held their breath the moment the door opened. In the next second, it exploded. Star Pursuer, Yu Zue reported. Star Pursuer, Xia Shui reported. Star Pursuer, Xiao Di reported. Chapter 5, Forced Exit from the Chat Group. The sudden addition of 3 currently popular stars, who are rarely involved in scandals, ignited the barrage of comments in the live broadcast of Global Escape. My name is Xia Shui. My name is Xia Yu. My name is Xia Bingbao. Haha. The young master of the capital, the scoundrel Yu, is also here. Fat D, the big foodie Fat D. However, the reactions from the elite pursuit team at the Pursuit Center were starkly different from the explosive comments in the live stream. Upon hearing the self-introductions of the 3, they merely nodded with a slight smile and responded politely. They were not part of the entertainment circle, and each possessed formidable skills, so they naturally held no admiration for the stars. After a brief introduction, everyone sat down to discuss the matter at hand. The time was 11:55 a.m. The escape team had set off an hour earlier to the isolated island, giving them an hour of preparation time. Calculating the time, our departure coincided with their arrival on the island. Li Xinghua, the leader of the pursuit group, was tasked with the mission assigned from above and approached everything with meticulous seriousness, never treating the chase as a simple variety show game. Even before the program officially began, he did not want to waste a single second. The isolated island had been transformed by the production team, and the information we could control was limited. Maximizing the use of this limited information was something we needed to consider before heading to the island. His gaze was determined, and his expression resolute, with a strong jawline framing his thick lips as he spoke a few words. Sitting upright in his chair, he exuded an air of authority and command. Next, Li Xinghua activated the LCD screen in the Pursuit Center's conference room, revealing a picturesque bird's-eye view. Lush greenery surrounded by endless beaches and the azure sea came into view. The island was roughly circular, with towering mountains, and the closest point to the mainland was in the Jiangnan region, where we were located. The production team provided a regular escort boat, traveling at a speed of 25 knots, with their landing point on the western beach of the island. Additionally, over the past year, the production team had installed surveillance cameras in prominent locations across the island and constructed several villages, amusement parks, and underground mazes among the mountains and valleys. Although we were aware of these locations, we did not know what they looked like. We would need to explore the island to find out. The time limit for this encirclement was 1 month, with the island's radius being only 3 kilometers. We could deploy 15 police officers, all composed of detectives from various districts in Jiangnan province, who were on standby at any moment. The information provided above was what was given on the mission card. As for the rest, we were in the dark and needed to explore on our own. Li Xinggua's words were sharp and concise, conveying the clues in the pursuit group's possession in just a few sentences. Although the information seemed somewhat rudimentary, it was certainly better than the escape team, which was completely in the dark and needed to investigate everything themselves. Everything on the isolated island will be resolved smoothly. With time to explore here, I think it's better to be prepared and investigate the island early. The young man from the eastern nation, Chiba Shinichi, had a casual demeanor, with a somewhat delicate face that displayed a nonchalant attitude. He was invited to participate in the program primarily because he had reached the pinnacle of the detective rankings in his country and to advance further onto the international stage. He needed to achieve something in other nations. Although this program was a live reality show, for some reason, the initiator of the international detective rankings acknowledged the outcome of this case. For Chiba Shinichi, the program from another region was merely entertainment. It was all the same in essence. Even if this program was unique, the presence of celebrities ensured it retained that familiar flavor. So he felt no need to pay extra attention. Moreover, as a detective, he preferred to investigate clues on-site rather than engage in theoretical discussions in a comfortable setting, which was the ability that had brought him to the top of the detective rankings in his nation. Seeing Chiba Shinichi's nonchalant attitude, Li Xinggua furrowed his brows slightly. As a former head of the criminal investigation team in a southern province, he was not fond of this attitude from the young man. But due to the decorum of a major nation, he refrained from voicing his criticism. With a calm expression, he said, "Mr. Chiba, there is an old saying in our culture. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. We have 2 minutes left before departure. Why not listen to others' thoughts?" "Huh. Please go ahead." Chiba Shinichi, being young and spirited, naturally felt a sense of pride in having earned the title of the top detective in his country at such a young age. He chuckled lightly, resting his hand casually on the armrest of the chair, speaking in a relaxed tone. Seeing this, Li Xinggua chose not to engage further with him and turned his attention to a slightly plump young man named Bao Yun. "Bao Yun, I have seen your performance in brainstorming sessions. You are quite skilled in spatial structuring. What do you think about the information discussed earlier?" Upon being addressed, the previously silent Bao Yun quickly lifted his head. After pondering for a moment with his eyes closed, he spoke slowly and clearly. "Team leaderly, based on my conception. This island resembles a chessboard. The layout represents rules, the strategies are a balance of opposing forces, and the paths are defined by coordinates. The arrangement of various buildings holds significance. Viewing the entire island as a chessboard, every move has its origin. The island's warm, temperate, monsoon climate, with cold currents clashing against warm currents, suggests that the designated village cluster is likely on the eastern side of the island. The escape team landed on the western beach, where cold currents are present, and the only places the production team can provide on the western side for concealment are underground mazes or mountainous areas. Li Xinggua nodded frequently as he listened, while the once proud Chiba Shinichi also slightly raised his eyelids to look at Bao Yun. The remaining 3 celebrity hunters appeared confused, listening blankly to his analysis, all simultaneously thinking, have we been forced out of the conversation? Why is it that we can't quite understand what they are discussing? After a round of commentary, Bao Yun concluded his analysis. In just a few short minutes, the environment he could create was limited to this. There was no more time. Because, without realizing it, the clock had already struck 12. 12 o'clock. It seemed like it was time to set off. Shinichi Chiba raised his wrist, glanced at the time, stretched his waist, stood up, and with a confident smile said, "Chapter 6. The terrifying power. Is there anything else to say?" Shinya Shinichi's expression was, and as he looked at Li Xinggua, there was a hint of disdain in his gaze. For him, sitting in the room while the case was at hand felt like an insult. Similarly, He looked down on those who only knew how to sit in the room and speak empty words without doing anything practical. Clearly, Shinya Shinichi regarded Li Xinghua and the others as the type of people he despised. Feeling the disdain in Shinya Shinichi's tone, Li Xinghua merely smiled. Placing his hand on Wu Qing's shoulder, he spoke earnestly, advising, "Mr. Shinya, I know you have a great reputation in your country, but the power of a team surpasses the potential of any one individual. It's like numbers. A single number has only one possible combination, but 7 numbers have thousands of possible combinations. When people collaborate, the potential for transformation is 1,000-fold greater." As the former head of the criminal investigation team, Li Xinghua had always relied on teamwork to solve cases. The collaborative analysis of key members such as forensic experts, scene investigators, criminal police, and technical departments was the foundation for cracking cases. Therefore, he would not overlook this important process. It was a habit and a means to quickly break through challenges. Li Xinghua's words resonated greatly in the live broadcast room, with many fans expressing their support. The transformation that can arise from collaboration is 1,000-fold greater than that of an individual. This statement makes a lot of sense. Team leader Li is right. While some countries prefer individual heroism, I believe our strength in unity and cooperation is stronger than individual heroics. In the face of crime, it's best not to speak of individual heroism. Finding help is always the best course for greater safety. Upon hearing this, Shinya Shinichi squinted and sat back down, no longer speaking. The 3 celebrity hunters witnessing this scene fell silent, feeling it best not to intervene in such a silent battle between titans, lest they appear lacking in intelligence. "All right, Wu Qing, I know you possess top-tier hacking abilities, capable of infiltrating even the systems of major corporations. Now that the program is officially underway, our constraints have disappeared." "Understood." Without waiting for Li Xinghua's instructions, Wu Qing stood up and sat in front of a computer, beginning to manipulate various data. On the computer screen, various data documents and images appeared. The interconnected data resembled a chip database being rewritten and modified. However, after a minute, when Wu Qing pulled up the signal collection from the western side of the island, he was taken aback. "Wait a minute. I calculated the speed of the yacht to be 25 knots over a distance of 50 nautical miles. It should have arrived by now." He looked at the beach on the western side of the island, where there were no signs of signals emitted by the cruise ship, his expression revealing confusion. "Check if there are any signals from other directions." Li Xinghua, standing behind him, furrowed his brow and then instructed. If it didn't come from the western beach, it could have approached from other directions. He wouldn't let any details slip by. How could they not be found? "It's impossible for me to make a technical error in a place like this." "Could it be?" "No, that can't be right. The production team shouldn't resort to such deceitful tactics, right?" Wu Qing switched between several locations in quick succession, but still found no trace. He removed his hands from the keyboard and rubbed his chin in doubt. This was the only reason he could think of for the situation. As he was very confident in his own abilities, it couldn't possibly be a technical error. Shinya Shinichi, who had fallen silent due to a remark from Li Xinghua, slowly raised his head and casually said, "Not being able to find someone doesn't necessarily mean it's a technical issue. To be able to lock onto the cruise ship's signal using only some signals from the outer ring of an island that can even block satellite signals. Your skills are extraordinary, unlike anything I've ever seen." "Then what do you think is going on?" Li Xinghua asked. "Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Shinya Shinichi straightened up, clasping his hands on the conference table. His eagle-like eyes radiated a sharp light, illuminating all illusions and deceptions. "You mean?" Li Xinghua's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a certain possibility, but he instinctively found it hard to believe. "Team leader Li? What do you mean?" Xia Shui was confused, her beautiful face clouded with uncertainty, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yuzue opened his palm and then bent it slightly, beckoning Xia Shui to come closer, whispering an explanation. "What it probably means is that they likely never set foot on the island." "Never set foot on the island? How is that possible?" "The production team personally dispatched the cruise ship to escort them to the island. If they didn't get on the island, how could we catch them?" Xiao Di, hearing the conversation, quickly covered her mouth with her delicate white hand, her big eyes glimmering with disbelief. Just as Qianya said, eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is still the truth. Li Xinghua instantly realized. He then turned to Wu Qing and continued, "Wu Qing, check the route of the production team's escort cruise ship to the island." "Wait, Wu Qing coldly uttered 2 words before immersing himself in the keyboard, the sound of typing ringing out. Moments later, he looked at a transmitted image and fell into deep thought, mumbling, How? How is this possible? How could they make such a choice? What's wrong? The others gathered around to see. They discovered that the screen displayed a satellite-transmitted image of a cruise ship stopped in the boundless ocean, positioned 30 nautical miles away from the island. Shinya Shinichi revealed a playful smile for the first time, continuously murmuring, Interesting. Taking an unconventional route. Sacrificing the leader to save the soldiers. In the vast sea, it's hard to escape even with wings. Could it be that you intend to survive underwater? However, Li Xinghua paid no attention to his words. Instead, he focused on the timestamp of the satellite images being transmitted. There is a time lag in satellite imaging, and the fleeing team did not appear in the images. Perhaps they had already escaped on a small boat, with a 10-minute time difference. If we set off now and gather from all directions, the small escape boats on the cruise ship won't be enough to break through the encirclement. Moreover, the selected isolated island has no other islands within hundreds of nautical miles for refuge. So, let's go? With Li Xinghua's command, the sound of chairs moving echoed. While everyone remained calm during the analysis, when it was time for action, not a second was wasted. They moved swiftly. Chapter 7. Is this considered a broadcast accident? In the East Sea, the midday sun shines directly on the surface of the water. The shimmering light dances across the sky. Above the sea, fish occasionally leap out of the water, performing a brief dance before returning to the embrace of the ocean. The clear, bright blue sea is vast and boundless, deep and mysterious, much like the reflected horizon above. Splash! The waves crash as a white line of foam is left behind by a small boat. On the boat sit several people, some young and some vibrant. Brother, do you think we can catch them? A petite woman with air-dried bangs nudged the young man beside her, who was dozing off. With a sigh, Yuzue removed the hat covering his face, his once athletic body now feeling a bit limp. Aware that the effectiveness of such programs was almost negligible, he answered with self-awareness, Whether we can catch them isn't something we should worry about. With a top-notch pursuer on board, we should just quietly follow along and play the role of a sidekick. Hey, Xia Shui shot him a reproachful glance, baring her teeth as she said, Can you please pay a bit more attention? This show is different from other variety shows. Even the authorities are involved. Look at those handsome detectives, poised and alert, while you're sleeping so soundly. Hearing Xia Shui's almost elder-like tone of admonition, Yuzue quickly sat up straight, pressed his palms together in a gesture of surrender, and said, all right, you're right. But with this vast ocean, if we had a boat, we could scan the area easily. Having one more person or one less doesn't really make a difference. I'm just conserving my energy in case there's a chase later. A chase? On the ocean? Everyone is in boats, and you think you can just leap across the water to catch someone? Xia Shui mercilessly pointed out. After that, she shot Yuzue a glare, causing Xiao Di, sitting nearby, to chuckle softly. I was wrong. Yuzue knew that reasoning with Xia Shui was futile, so he slapped himself lightly, not caring whether he was wrong or not. He decided to admit fault first. Haha, you two are just too harmonious. Haha. Xiao Di couldn't help but laugh out loud, struggling to find a suitable word, ultimately settling on harmonious. Sister Xiao Di, let's ignore him and let him sleep like a lazy bug. Later, we can just leave him on the boat while we go after the fugitives. Xia Shui said, turning slightly and making a face at Yuzue while tightly holding onto Xiao Di's arm, the two of them huddling together. Suddenly, the small boat made a sharp turn, causing Xia Shui and Xiao Di's hearts to leap into their throats, their bright eyes widening like obsidian. They instinctively grasped the handrails on the boat. If it weren't for the life jackets providing some comfort, they might have been scared out of their wits. Yuzue also flipped over, half-squatting on the boat. With both hands tightly gripping the railing, he furrowed his brow and said to the other two, hold on tight. Then he shouted towards the captain who was steering the boat. Captain, what is happening? The two detectives accompanying the star chasers turned their gazes toward a specific point, their expressions serious and grave. Yuzue instinctively glanced over and saw what appeared to be a small island on the distant horizon, about 20 meters in diameter. How could this be? The information stated that there were no other islands within 100 miles of the isolated island. Go over there. As the star chasers' boat slowly approached the island, they finally discovered what it really was. The production team's information was not mistaken. What they saw was not an island, but a cruise ship that had partially sunk. In the live broadcast room, countless fans reacted with confusion. What? That ship. Isn't it the cruise ship transporting the fugitives? Why is it sinking? What happened? Where's Brother Xiaoyao? Where's Sister Zifeng? They can't still be on the ship, right? But the perspective from the pursuit team didn't show anyone escaping. Is there an issue with the broadcast? I hope everyone is safe. We strongly request the release of the fugitives' perspective. This is a matter of life and death. This is live. Over 5 million people are watching, and you can't hide this. The fans watching the live stream felt increasingly anxious after witnessing the sinking ship. Some even insisted that the production team release the fugitives' perspective to uncover the truth behind the sinking. After all, there were a dozen lives at stake, including those from the production team on the cruise. What? What is that ship? Xiaodi's red lips parted in shock, her eyes blinking rapidly as she pointed at the sunken ship, unable to articulate her thoughts. Even if she had a guess, she didn't dare to voice it. Oh no, it's the production team's cruise ship. It's sunk. We need to check for survivors. First, save lives. The two detectives immediately thought of rescue and urged the captain to move forward. Just then, several small boats sped over from 3 different directions, led by Li Xinghua, Qianya Shinichi, Bao Yun, and the detective team leader, Zhang Zhong. Captain Li. Captain Zhang. The cruise ship transporting the fugitives has sunk. The 2 detectives on the Star Chaser's boat, who first noticed the situation, immediately reported to their team leader. Although the sound of the waves was loud, they were close enough to be heard. Forget everything else. Just save lives. Li Xinghua's expression turned to one of horror, his heart racing. The show hadn't even started, and a ship had already sunk. This was a life-or-death situation. He wouldn't care that they were live on air. They had to rescue people first. What? You want to board the ship? Hearing Li Xinghua's serious words, Bao Yun's heart skipped a beat and then began to race violently. What a joke. This can't be happening. That ship is really sinking. It's not just a show effect saying it's sinking. If the small boat gets too close, the pressure from the cruise ship could easily capsize it. On another small boat, Qianya Sini watched the shocking scene before him, a chill running down his spine. He then spoke sternly, Team Leader Li. This could very likely be a trap set by the escape team. If the sinking is real, there's no reason the crew on the cruise ship wouldn't notify us. Moreover, we have no idea what the escape team is doing on that cruise ship. Any misstep could lead us right into their trap. I've come to realize that among these people, there are extraordinary individuals. For example, the one noted in the files, the escapee with an IQ of 140. Songyang. Regardless of whether it's true or not, after witnessing this, we cannot afford to sit back and do nothing. If this is a trap by the escape team, the cruise ship is the only place that could leave us with clues. We must not let this opportunity slip away. In just a few seconds, Li Xinghua analyzed the situation and then commanded, "Get closer. Stop 10 meters away." Chapter 8. Is there a bug in the program team? The waves crashed and splashed. A huge cruise ship was slowly sinking. Several small boats were quickly approaching, stopping about 10 meters away. As the distance closed, the small boats seemed minuscule compared to the massive cruise ship, truly worlds apart in size. Based on the sinking speed of a vessel of this tonnage, the cruise ship should be taking on water slowly, with the deck still above water. It seemed that someone had tampered with the ship's interior, possibly causing a large hole. If the water reached the deck, the cruise ship would sink rapidly, leaving us with very little time. At most 5 minutes. We had to board the small boats within 5 minutes. Bao Yun approached the cruise ship, her wide eyes locked onto a conclusion. It was as if she was unlocking one answer after another, fragments flashing by. Team Leader Li. Just as Bao Yun had said, a sinking ship that was taking on water from the inside would have time before it completely submerged, which likely ruled out an accident. Otherwise, the program team wouldn't be silent and still haven't given us a task card prompt. Qianya nodded in agreement with Bao Yun's assessment. Only someone with such capabilities deserved to be his teammate and earn his respect. He had sensed something was off when he first gazed at the sinking ship, and now he was almost certain that only the work of the escape team could cause the program team to remain silent, without a hint of activity. Li Xinghua stood on the small boat, swaying side to side with the waves. The speculations of the two about the truth echoed in his ears. In fact, he had his own doubts, but this was not the time for skepticism. You all stay on the small boat and give me a rope. I'm going to check the cruise ship. Li Xinghua decisively declared his next move. True to his nature, he always preferred to take the lead, being at the forefront of capturing criminals. This time, he was not being reckless. He simply wanted to investigate the clues on the cruise ship. He was wearing a life jacket, and there were several small boats nearby ready to rescue him, ensuring his safety. Team Li, let me go? Zhang Zhong. seeing that Li Xinghua was injured, felt a pang of sympathy and requested to take his place. Li Xinghua pondered for a moment before nodding. He then advised, "Young people need to gain experience. Stay safe and board the ship." Zhang Zhong's face lit up with joy, quickly signaling his team members on the boat to throw him a rope. With a splash, he jumped into the sea, sending waves flying as he swam towards the cruise ship. In the Global Escape live broadcast room, more and more viewers were joining out of boredom during their midday break. On one of the most popular streaming platforms, the number of viewers had exceeded 6 million, and the growth rate was still fierce. After witnessing the movements of the pursuit team, viewers held their breath in anticipation. Wow, are they really going to board the ship? That ship is about to sink. Didn't that detective from the other side and Bao Yun just deduce that the sinking was the work of the escape team? How could they dare to go up? If I didn't miss anything, the pursuit team just exploited a flaw in the production crew's system. They actually used the absence of task notifications from the crew to determine that this wasn't an accident, but rather the work of the escape team? Production crew, are you guys exploiting my system here? Where's the escape team? Are they still on the boat, or have they managed to escape? But we didn't see any trace of them along the way. Bang! With a few sounds, Li Xinghua and Zhang Zhong boarded the ship. Accompanying them was Chiba Shinichi, who stated that his abilities could only be maximized with on-site clues. Even though all three of them were soaked and their pockets bulging with water, it didn't affect their division of labor at all. Zhang Zhong, go see if there's anyone else on the ship. I'll investigate the cause of the sinking and check their methods. As for Mr. Chiba, Li Xinghua's gaze fixed on the young man Chiba Shinichi. Chiba stood firmly on the deck, scanning the several rooms on the cruise ship, then proudly said, "Team Leader Li, you don't need to worry about me. I prefer to search for clues alone." All right, Li Xinghua didn't impose any forceful orders and nodded in agreement. The three split up, one heading towards the 6 rooms on the cruise ship, another into the cabin that hadn't completely submerged yet, and the last towards the main control room. In the direction of the control room, after Zhang Zhong searched around, he looked at the water level that was almost up to his waist, standing on the stairs and glancing back. It seemed something was broken on the control panel, floating on the slowly flowing water. In the relatively quiet environment, there might still be some fresh water, but these Zhang Zhong murmured softly. Looking at the water level that had already reached the stairs, he had no time to investigate further and hurriedly went back to the deck. Hiss! With the control room submerged to waist level, this ship is likely completely ruined. The production crew is facing a significant loss. The livestream comments were filled with gasps. But why is there no one? How could there be no one? The escape team consists of only a few people. It's impossible for them to take everyone away without a trace. Outside the 6 rooms, Chiba Shinichi meticulously searched each room one by one. Eventually, he stopped at the entrance of one room. This kind of password-locked Chiba Shinichi held his chin in one hand, his gaze shining like a lone wolf. Fixated on one object, he felt something was off, but after recalling the profiles of the escape team members, he didn't find anything wrong. But where did they go? Did they dive into the sea? Or ascend to the heavens? Chiba Shinichi speculated 2 answers, but then quickly dismissed them himself. Diving or ascending both required tools, and the escape team wouldn't have access to such tools, especially with members of the production crew among them. This ship's sinking is inexplicably strange. The disappearance of the escape team is equally bizarre. As he was lost in thought on the deck, Zhang Zhong turned to Li Xinghua, who was coming up, and said, "Team leader, there's no one else. The water level has already flooded the control room. This ship is doomed to sink. The water is almost up to the deck. We must leave quickly. No one else." They had anticipated this, but only when it was confirmed could they be sure it was a trap. Yet knowing it was a trap, they couldn't leave at this moment because the cruise ship was the only place where they could quickly find clues about the escape team. If they missed this opportunity, other leads could take several days or even a week, which went against their original intention of participating in the program. Letting the escape team go free for several days? Wouldn't that make them, the pursuers, utterly useless? How could they uphold justice? How could they alert the public? How could they set an example? Hurry! The ship is sinking fast. Captain Li, Captain Zhang, the ship is sinking. Come down quickly. The crowd surrounding the cruise ship saw that the deck was almost level with the sea surface and immediately exclaimed in alarm. Something's wrong. What is this? Li Xinghua felt a chill under his feet. The seawater had begun to spread onto the deck. But just as his eyes scanned the area, he saw 2 stripes. 2 stripes? There was no time. Chiba, team leader Li, quickly retreat. Zhang Zhong, at this moment, cared little for finding clues. Ensuring everyone's safety was the most important thing. He grabbed Li Xinghua and leaped into the sea. In no time, the cruise ship completely capsized. Splash. Chapter 9. The man even the production team couldn't ignore. Boom. In Jiangnan Province, Suzhou and Hangzhou City, two helicopters whirred their blades and slowly ascended into the sky. Their silhouettes gradually faded away in front of the fleeing team. The live stream switched to the perspective of the escape team. Oh my goodness! The chubby Xiaoye stared in disbelief as the helicopters left, his body slightly hunched. With a round head perched atop his thick neck, his eyes widened in shock as he took a couple of steps forward to bid farewell to the helicopters. In the live stream, everyone watching this scene felt utterly bewildered. Oh my goodness! How did the escape team manage to break free from the layers of encirclement by the pursuit group? Did I see that right? Was that really a helicopter just now? Where did they get a helicopter? Could it have been arranged by the production team? But why weren't there any crew members from the production team on the cruise ship? Didn't the pursuit group just finish checking the cruise ship and find no one? Why were there only members of the escape team? A question ignited like a flame in everyone's hearts. In the live stream, Xiaoye turned around and walked up to Song Yang, pointing his chubby finger toward the direction of the helicopter, his face full of astonishment, saying, "Oh my goodness, how could they escape like this? What are you? A human or not? The sea rescue team sending a helicopter is something they could think of? Aren't you afraid they'll send us straight to the pursuit center?" Strong. Huang Baoqiang bent over, one hand on his knee, his dark, rough face turned at an angle. Then he extended a hand, giving a thumbs up, gasping for air. His face was flushed, and his breathing was uneven, mainly due to the exhaustion from secretly attacking the production team's staff on the cruise ship, preventing them from sending out signals. However, being a trained individual, he would recover with some rest. I really didn't expect we could get out. I thought we'd have to spend a month on that deserted island. You really are something. Li Xiaoyao gazed deeply at the receding silhouette of the helicopter, then turned to Song Yang to commend him. The current situation was completely contrary to all his previous plans and preparations. Who would have thought they could actually escape from the vast encirclement and step back onto the mainland? When Brother Song Yang said to sink the ship, I thought he was just joking, but I never expected he would dare to do it. That cruise ship, although officially a discarded item, was considered a bargain at 2 million compared to others. But I really didn't think Brother Song Yang would sink the ship that the production team prepared to transport us. After this incident, Zhang Zifeng also began to refer to Song Yang as brother. Not that there were any complex emotions involved, but it was a form of acknowledgement nonetheless. Then, Zifeng suddenly realized something and warned, I'm afraid the production team will give us a hard time after seeing the sunken ship, right? The tall girl with dual ponytails, Xiao, shook her head, her braids swaying in unison. She analyzed, it shouldn't be the case. If the production team really did that, it would be like shooting themselves in the foot. Let us not forget, they are the ones who balance the show, ensuring fairness on both sides. Besides, if they can offer a reward of 30 million, would they really lack 200,000? After all, there's a massive national apparatus behind them. If they were to put us in a tight spot, it would be too petty, and there would be no point in participating in this show. Her words were sharp and definitive. However, when everyone turned to look at Song Yang again, they were filled with joy but also confusion. Little brother, how could you think of the maritime rescue team as an escape route? I still don't understand how you dared to sink the boat before the plane even appeared. And why didn't they take us to the pursuit center? Aren't we the fugitives? Li Xiaoyao's thin lips parted slightly, his face full of doubt, his eyes reflecting a look of utter perplexity. Although he had played high IQ characters before, those were the product of the writer's imagination. Now, faced with this real puzzle, he found himself at a loss. The National Maritime Rescue Team will respond to any distress signal within the national territorial waters as quickly as possible. That is the strength of the National Maritime Rescue Team. They can bring you back from any corner of the territorial sea. Song Yang began to speak slowly, feeling a resonance when mentioning the rescue team. He had once been a part of a rescue team, specifically a fire and rescue team, where the awareness of saving lives was almost prioritized above his own. Is that so? This is our country? Even if you are far away and facing life-threatening situations, they will do their utmost to help you as quickly as possible. In the live broadcast room, many were deeply moved by Song Yang's explanation. Some who had never heard such things before felt a surge of emotion. What that ordinary guy said is true. I remember once when I was abroad, a country experienced large-scale protests and even threatened citizens from our homeland. Without hesitation, our country sent an aircraft to bring us home. That feeling is unforgettable. Let us give a thumbs up to the greatest and most lovable people who silently protect us. Song Yang was unaware that his words could touch the hearts of some in the live broadcast room. He continued to respond. As for why the rescue team didn't take us to the pursuit center, that's a bug in the show's plot. Although we don't know who is in the pursuit team, we caught them off guard and didn't land on the island. Moreover, we haven't committed any offenses. So the personnel from the rescue team wouldn't be involved in the show and naturally wouldn't capture us. As soon as Song Yang finished speaking, Li Xiaoyao, feeling uneasy, asked, but what if all the official forces are part of the pursuit team? The thought that Song Yang wasn't completely sure sent a chill down his spine. What if? Huang Baoqiang also chimed in. Everyone turned to Song Yang, hoping to get an answer from him. However, Song Yang just smiled faintly, shrugged, and said, if that were to happen, it would mean the production team is giving us no way out at all. In a situation like The Great Escape, do you really think you can survive even half a day under these cameras? Are you even considering the production team's intentions? Xiao asked, her expression puzzled and doubtful. Sort of. After receiving a clear answer, the 5 escapees exchanged glances and shouted in unison, strong. Chapter 10. Isn't breaking the rules what they're for? But, won't we be sent back to the deserted island by the production team? After all, the cost of developing that island is quite high. They can't just waste it, right? Zhang Zifeng slightly parted her cherry lips, her prominent upper lip tempting one to steal a kiss. Her innocent yet bewildered eyes, filled with a clear thirst for knowledge, made one reluctant to disturb the haze surrounding her. No, if the production team had that intention, we should be holding a task card right now that says we must return to the deserted island immediately. Instead, we're here having time to chat. I think this is the unique aspect of this show. Everything is as close to reality as possible, as long as it is reasonable and can be clearly explained. There is no violation of the rules. Therefore, they tacitly acknowledge the fact that we escaped. Xiao, being a top hacker, certainly has a high IQ. At the very least, she is genius level. Analyzing the situation, her insights are quite impressive. But if the pursuit team discovers we've escaped, we be caught in the city? The pursuers are closely monitoring us and be distracted by other matters. In this situation, if they have experts, it wouldn't be impossible for them to find some clues, right? Li Xiaoyao found himself in a deadlock. He couldn't guess what abilities the pursuit team had to find them in the vast city. Yet, he had a feeling that the production team wouldn't allow them to roam freely. Could it be that after escaping, we still have to run back to the deserted island for the production team? Xiaoya looked shocked, her expression one of disbelief. Oh my gosh, that would be utterly shameless. Cough, cough. That's just too much. However, the production team is the big boss. They wouldn't just watch us disrupt the rules of society in the urban environment, right? Otherwise, why would they go through the trouble of transforming a deserted island for us to escape to? Li Xiaoyao continued to analyze. After hearing this, the remaining 3 stars in pursuit frowned and nodded in agreement, feeling that what Li Xiaoyao said made a lot of sense. The production team transformed a deserted island precisely to prevent them from truly causing chaos in society, didn't it? This seems somewhat contrary to their original intention. Rules are set for law-abiding citizens, but we are fugitives. Have you ever seen a fugitive follow the rules? Song Yang said with a warm smile, his expression radiating sunshine. However, his obsidian eyes, vast like the stars, seemed to pierce through one's very soul after he spoke, leaving people frozen in place. Do fugitives really not have to follow the rules? Hearing this, the others looked at Song Yang with altered expressions. Such words were something they never dared to think about before. As public figures, who among them wasn't law-abiding? Who would have thought about violating the rules? I think this young brother is right. We are just captured fugitives now. Why should we care about rules? Huang Baoqiang came to his senses, his voice hoarse and sharp. Then let's listen to Song Yang. Since he says so, it must be right. Anyway, we don't have a better plan now. Once the direction was set, everyone unanimously agreed to let Song Yang lead them through the constraints of urban society. The path ahead would be a choice filled with both crises and opportunities. On the vast continent, excitement is naturally more abundant than on a lonely island. Great. I thought we would have to spend a month isolated on a deserted island. But it turns out we can live in a big city. What an unexpected outcome. Xiao Yeye cheered, her slightly plump body swaying with joy, her round face crinkling with smiles. However, Huang Baoqiang bluntly remarked, Xiao Yeye, do you think we could survive a month on a deserted island? We'd be done for in less than a week. Oh no. Xiao Yeye's expression changed instantly, her features scrunching together. and she weakly slapped Huang Baoqiang's arm with her hand. Li Xiaoyao and Zhang Zifeng, one tall and one short, watched the two of them banter and shook their heads in embarrassment. Then they turned to Song Yang and asked, "Brother Song, since you've already chosen to return to the city, you must have thought about an escape plan, right? There's always a way out." Song Yang replied casually. However, he had a lingering doubt that he hadn't shared with them. When he opened the door on the cruise ship, the time it took was completely different from what the password method required. Although the result was the same, Shi Yao could unlock it. He had to take this detail seriously. He had a suspicion. Someone was helping them escape from the cruise room, perhaps as Li Xiaoyao had said, allowing them to prepare for what came after they landed on the island. But why was someone helping them? Song Yang didn't know. Perhaps it was a task assigned by the show's production team to someone outside the pursuit team and the escape squad. Or maybe there was an undercover agent within the pursuit team. In any case, the fact that someone was helping them was undeniable. As for the true identity of that person, Song Yang had no idea. If someone is helping us, is there anyone among us helping the pursuit team? Song Yang suddenly felt tense for a moment, murmuring to himself. He couldn't help but feel that this thought was somewhat far-fetched, with a hint of conspiracy theory. Song Yang glanced over the 5 people, each displaying such natural behavior, without any obvious flaws. Was it a third-party influence or an insider within both sides? This was something to be cautious about. One needed to remain vigilant at all times. His gaze grew deeper, resembling a starry night universe, captivating and profound. Taking a deep breath, Song Yang slowly exhaled. He tightened the black backpack on his shoulders and called out to everyone, "It's time to go." If we calculate the time carefully, no matter who is in the pursuit team, some information should have been revealed by now. All right, the 5 nodded and, under the leadership of the newly appointed captain of the escape team, set off towards a certain city. Meanwhile, in the central area of the sea, several small boats floated like tiny rafts, drifting chaotically on the water's surface. Li Xinghua's gaze sparkled with distant stars, and his hand holding the phone to his ear suddenly showed a barely noticeable tremor. In the next moment, he slowly lowered his hand. Sighing, he addressed the puzzled members of the pursuit team. "It's the search and rescue team's helicopter. They have already arrived at that city, but their whereabouts are unknown." Chapter 11. Traces and Clues. Unraveling the mystery. Is it really the maritime rescue team? Zhang Zhong's expression was tense and confused, with doubt clearly visible in his eyes. However, upon careful consideration, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. The moment I saw the seawater flooding the deck, I noticed 2 horizontal bars. The marks they left on the deck and the dark friction lines caused by the weight on the deck, all of which indicated one thing. The maritime rescue team from a certain country is known for its rapid and effective rescue operations, ranking among the top 3 internationally. More importantly, in that role, they value the lives of those in distress even more than their own. Only their helicopters can respond quickly enough for us not to have time to react. This demonstrates the operational capability of a national apparatus. While Li Xinghua expressed pride in this operational capability, his face showed no sign of relief. Instead, he appeared somewhat gloomy and hesitant. "Team Leader Li, what are you worried about?" Zhang Zhong asked, noticing Li Xinghua's demeanor. "I'm concerned that the escape team has resorted to this method to flee, which means they definitely won't take the conventional route." Li Xinghua replied, "What's crucial is how the escape team members have the audacity to actually sink a cruise ship, sacrificing such a significant cost to compel the maritime rescue team to come to their aid. Although this cruise ship was purchased as a discarded item through national resources, it still amounts to at least 2 million. For them to sink it so easily shows that the people in the escape team are not your average participants in a game. They seem to lack any psychological burden. This is a very frightening matter." Li Xinghua's voice turned hoarse when he spoke about the escape team. His brows were tightly furrowed. How frightening can it be? Don't they have celebrity escapees? Surely they wouldn't do something like this before a live broadcast, right? Yu Zue asked, squatting in a small boat. Looking across just a few meters to Li Xinghua on another small boat. "You hit the nail on the head. Let's put it this way. If you were the fugitive instead of the pursuer, would you want to sink a $2 million cruise ship just like that? Or would you rather obediently head to a deserted island, wasting our time, knowing you can't escape capture?" Yu Zue instinctively blurted out, but then fell silent, struggling to articulate his choice. Because there was no choice, he would also go to the deserted island. After all, who would think of sinking the escorting cruise ship? That was worth 2 million, not 20,000. You wouldn't even think in that direction, would you? Therefore, the celebrity escapees, in their first instinct, wouldn't choose this method. Xiao, a computer hacker expert, is exceptionally talented. But previously, she defended against an overseas team of hundreds as a hacker from a certain country. Such a person, unless a significant event changes her mindset, would not come up with a plan to destroy the cruise ship to escape. So, only the data shows that the program team is assessing the genius Song Yang with an IQ of 140. Bao Yun sat in the small boat, lowering her head and slowly uttering a sentence. In the live broadcast room of the Global Escape program, Lin Danming was just introducing the diligent efforts of the maritime rescue team based on the live footage. Upon seeing members of the pursuit team, including Li Xinghua, quickly analyzing the mastermind behind the sinking incident, her charming face was filled with surprise. Many netizens gasped in astonishment. Wow, this pursuit team is impressive. They managed to identify the mastermind behind the sinking just by analyzing habits. In fact, the escape team's successful evasion cannot solely be blamed on the pursuit team's lack of capability. It was mainly due to the first encounter between the two sides. Song Yang from the escape team simply did not follow the program's rules. At sea, Shinya Shinichi, who had been contemplating for a long time, suddenly spoke up at this moment. There's something I need to tell you all. What is it? Li Xinghua asked seriously. I previously checked all 6 holding rooms and found that one room had a password lock display with a string of symbols completely different from the other 5, which all had identical red exclamation marks. Password? Symbols? Exclamation marks? Everyone was puzzled upon hearing this. The door was a password lock, which isn't particularly surprising. However, this small detail, the difference in symbols and exclamation marks, could be crucial. If analyzed carefully, it might lead to unexpected discoveries. Team leader, staying here is not a solution. We should head back. Since the rescue team has already indicated that they have brought the people back to the mainland, we don't need to go to the isolated island anymore. We should return, think of ways to locate the escape team, and wait to see how the program team officially announces the sinking incident. Bao Yun looked at the deep, bottomless sea, feeling apprehensive. All right, let us head back. Li Xinghua agreed, realizing that staying here was futile. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the small boats left the sinking site, and the coordinates of this location were transmitted to the authorities, who would surely send people to conduct salvage operations. With such a cruise ship sunk in the East China Sea, not only would there be pollution, but with millions of viewers watching, failing to provide a final explanation would leave everyone restless. Several white waves swept across, and massive waves rose up. The sea remained turbulent with rolling waves. Fish continued to leap joyfully, their scales shimmering. The isolated island still showed no signs of life, with charming scenery. However, the Global Escape program completely changed its tone after the sinking incident. What was supposed to be a straightforward escape game now truly embodied the meaning of escape. The real Great Escape had slowly begun. Yet, the commotion caused by the escape team left the program team in distress. Chapter 12. The production team speaks out. Attention across the internet in the building of the Global Escape program. On the 10th floor, there is a large office area where a giant clock on one wall shows the time as 1:05 p.m. Dozens of employee desks are lined up in rows, and everyone at their stations is frantically typing on keyboards, while occasionally, someone can be heard sweating profusely as they answer phone calls. The voices are all faint. In the office area, various levels of the production team are busy running up and down. They shout as they move. Xinglin, give me the losses from the cruise ship sinking in 5 minutes. Send me the coordinates as well. Shaoli, go to the live studio and tell the director to calm the audience's emotions. Inform them of the program's progress in 10 minutes. All team leaders and above are called into a meeting room for a brief meeting. The hustle and bustle rise in waves, more intense than the roaring waves at sea. 10 minutes later, in the Global Escape live studio, after a brief meeting and discussion, the Global Escape official announces, first, there will be no restrictions on the escape team. As long as it is within the territory, any location can serve as an escape point. Second, due to the sinking of the escape team's ship and the harm done to the personnel on board, a nationwide manhunt is now initiated, and the reward for the mastermind and accomplices has been increased. Third, netizens can report sightings of the escape team through the dedicated channels of Global Escape. Please include the source of the information, evidence, and confirm that you did not obtain the material through the live studio. The production team will have dedicated personnel to handle the information. If verified, it will be submitted to the pursuit team. Fourth, as the official announcement is made, The comments section in the live studio explodes. Wow, the escape team has really brought the production team to their knees. They actually compromised. With such a vast territory, surely they can hide for a month? A nationwide clue collection? This might just push the escape team to a dead end. The bounty for the two ordinary escapees has already reached the same level as that of celebrity escapees. That's a full 500,000. Moments later, various news about the global escape official announcement begins to flood the internet. The escape process that led to this near miss, causing the production team to suffer a setback, has become a hot topic across the web. Media editors are not short on topics. A refresh reveals that 5 out of 10 recommended articles are analyses of this shocking turnaround in global escape. Shocking. Unknown individuals and several big stars trapped on a deserted island. How could this happen? The internet is outraged. The correct way to engage in the global escape. Li Xiaoyao did it this way. Huang Baoqiang did it that way. But he took an unconventional route, shocking Sister Zifeng. The global escape event officially live-streamed for 1 hour, with the total number of online fans surpassing 10 million. This broke the record for the fastest program to reach 10 million viewers on its first day. Shipwreck. Is it intentional crime or the helplessness for freedom? This war without gunpowder makes one ponder deeply. When criminals seek freedom, how fragile is the life of those who are killed? The global escape event invites you to explore the truth among the 3 parties involved. Likes, comments, and shares. These have almost become the essential 3 steps for every article related to the global escape event. However, how can editors from various media truly analyze the key points while also considering speed? It's merely a case of rehashing the same script, repeating the same copy dozens of times. The focus of this escape team's mission is clearly introduced by the professional host Lin Danming in the live stream of the global escape event. By merging the perspectives of the escape team and the pursuit team, 3 intriguing points can be drawn regarding the shipwreck. Firstly, when the ordinary person Shi Yao solved the code, everyone knew she was a hacker, so it wasn't too surprising. However, there was no mention of any computer skills in the profile of the ordinary person Song Yang. He was selected based on his exceptional IQ and top scores in the program's tests. So how did he manage to open the door? Could he be hiding some abilities? Secondly, the mysterious symbols and different exclamation marks in the code have yet to be unlocked. Thirdly, it has been half an hour since the escape team reached land. Where have they gone? It must be said that anyone who can win the Golden Microphone Award for hosts in the region is certainly not ordinary. Lin Danming, at just 24 years old, is remarkably talented. In just a few words, she has captured the most important questions at the moment. Although there are no solutions found yet, it's enough to leave the audience in astonishment. Don't be fooled by my charming sister's cute appearance. She is genuinely a talented woman who notices even the smallest details. I previously noticed that when the ordinary person Shi Yao saw Song Yang open the door on his own, she was clearly taken aback. I thought Song Yang might have similar skills, but upon reflection, the pursuit team's information didn't mention that he had such abilities. Regardless, I'm a fan of Song Yang now. The idea of using a shipwreck to escape from a predicament. Who would have thought of that? Did you see how both the production team and the pursuit team seemed confused after witnessing the shipwreck? Haha, I just want to know, is this really okay? After all, it's a $2 million cruise ship, and it sank without a second thought? Some have raised doubts, questioning whether Song Yang's actions were too reckless. However, beneath those doubts, one after another, netizens with their trusty keyboards are responding furiously. If a real criminal were to hijack a ship and you found yourselves at a loss, you would realize that 2 million is just a fleeting thought compared to the safety of lives. I think it's acceptable to spend 2 million to remind the world that criminals can be ruthless, while also letting everyone know that there are rescue teams at sea acting as guardians. Being prepared in advance is certainly better than facing a situation unprepared when it actually occurs, right? Otherwise, why do we conduct various drills every year? This topic has sparked endless debates online. However, the effect that the program team wanted has been achieved. The 2 million stones have finally created a ripple in the calm waters of the public. This wave is not a loss. Chapter 13. Reflections triggered by mysterious symbols in the Pursuit Center's conference room. Several pursuers dragged their bodies back to their positions. Group leader, what happened? Why are your clothes all wet? And Chiba, you too. Wu Qing looked at Li Xinghua and Chiba Shinichi with confusion. As a software worker, he only needed a computer, and the conference room was where he could make the most significant contributions. Therefore, he hadn't gone with the pursuit team on the small boat and was completely unaware of what had happened to them. How was your swim in the sea? Wu Qing, did you notice anything unusual? Li Xingguo waved his hand and then asked. Wu Qing replied, I continued to investigate the area around the deserted island and didn't see any boats. I was wondering why you all came back suddenly when you should have arrived. Group leader, have a cup of hot tea first. You just swam in the sea. Didn't you say it was cold there? You shouldn't get chilled. Xia Shui poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to Li Xingguo with a smile. Li Xingguo looked at the cup in front of him, momentarily taken aback. He then took the cup with both hands and nodded in thanks, saying, Thank you. You're welcome. Xia Shui smiled, and then handed the other cup to the nearby Chiba Shinichi. At this moment, Xiao Di also brought over 2 cups of water for the other 2 top pursuers and quietly returned to her position. In front of these big shots, even though they were popular stars, they felt somewhat unqualified to interject and could only do minor tasks to appear less like mere decorations. Thank you. No need to be so polite. We could have gotten it ourselves. Everyone expressed their gratitude, and then they got straight to the point. Li Xingguo placed the cup on the long table in front of him, then stood up and walked behind Wu Qing. He looked at the large screen and calmly said, Wu Qing, pull up the footage of the port in Suang City from 12:15 to 12:30. According to the Maritime Search and Rescue Team, after they delivered the people to the port, they returned. The escape team and the members of the killed production crew were safely delivered, albeit to 2 different locations. Okay. Wu Qing didn't ask why and simply followed the instructions. In less than a minute, a set of clear images appeared before everyone. The group of fugitives, led by Song Yang, disembarked from the helicopter without missing a single person. Seeing this, Li Xingguo clenched his fists in frustration. This time, he had overlooked the desperate actions of the escape team. Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Group leader, this port has extensive transportation links, and the escape routes are intricate. If we want to investigate each route one by one, it might take a lot of time and effort. Wu Qing looked at the compressed file he had just downloaded, and the data made him frown, prompting him to remind everyone. Extensive transport links? Intricate routes? Hearing this, Bao Yun immediately became energized. Isn't this situation his strongest suit? Team leader Li, may I take a look at the routes around the port? Of course. Li Xingguo is more than happy. These are all good leads for solving the case, and he appreciates them. However, as soon as Bao Yun finished speaking, Chinya Shinichi, sitting nearby, smiled and said, Why go through the trouble of checking each route one by one, if we still need to exert ourselves after boarding? Wouldn't it be pointless to have boarded the ship in the first place? Bao Yun frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction rising in his eyes. After all, he is a talented individual, admired by many for his abilities, with a unique understanding advantage in spatial structures. Now is his opportunity to demonstrate his skills. Yet a single comment from Chinya Shinichi has him feeling stifled and unable to move forward. It's embarrassing whether he searches or not. He is quite anxious. Li Xingguo noticed Bao Yun's unusual mood, patted his shoulder, and then asked Chinya Shinichi, Chinya, I remember you mentioned when you got off the small boat that one of the room's password codes is different from the other 5 doors. Did you discover any other secrets? Chinya Shinichi, now young and just 18, possesses a calmness and determination not typical of his peers, perhaps due to that string of symbols. He pondered and replied, Generally, the passwords for locked doors are numerical. Even if the cruise ship is relatively high-end, it would still have a numeric password. However, those strange letters, intricately arranged, show no discernible pattern or special significance. This is quite intriguing. Just as the group started to feel a bit suspicious, Yu Zue, who had been slumped in a corner, suddenly straightened up. He frowned and said, Something doesn't add up. If the sinking was really the work of that ordinary fugitive, with his cautious and unpredictable mindset, he wouldn't overlook something as crucial as the password in the room, right? Xia Shui and Xiao Di, seeing Yu Zue engage in such a topic, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. However, the few elite pursuers, after glancing at him, suddenly speculated an answer they hadn't considered before. What's wrong? Xiao Di and Xia Shui noticed the tense expressions on the floor, filled with questions. Li Xingguo came to his senses and replied, There are 2 reasons. First, when the cruise ship reached that location, the time was actually nearing 11:45. And from the fact that the crew on board did not send any messages, we can conclude that they were quickly subdued and didn't have time to react. Therefore, everything happened in the blink of an eye, and to make it before we set off, boarding the helicopter, the timing was too tight, and they overlooked this point. At the same time, this point is the closest to an explanation. After all, when we arrived, the cruise ship had not yet sunk below the deck. which clearly indicates that they did not have time to see the traces being erased before they had to board the helicopter. And what about the second one? Yuzue was taken aback and then asked. As for the second, Chapter 14, Unraveling the Scheme. As for the second, the possibility should be slim. If that were the case, it would indeed be very dangerous. Li Xinghua lowered his eyelids, hands on his waist, his gaze fixed on the long table, seemingly entranced by someone's presence there. It does seem somewhat unlikely. They haven't even seen our faces and don't know who is in the pursuit team. So there's no possibility of a hidden agenda. Shinya Sini also crossed his arms, lightly rubbing his chin with his right hand, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Is there really no such possibility? Just like in the field of computing, even a 1 in 10,000 chance can be fatal. Wu Qing shook his head slightly, his body on the chair trembling a bit. Yuzue had witnessed the capabilities of a top-notch pursuer before, able to effortlessly control an isolated situation with only a few pieces of information in just 10 minutes, not someone to be underestimated. Yet now, he was deeply entangled in this second reason, his heart racing, feeling quite confused. Meanwhile, millions of fans in the live stream were bombarding the screen with question marks. So what is the second reason? You haven't said anything yet. It's driving me crazy. What is the second reason? Why is it dangerous? Is it really that terrifying? Why don't I feel anything? Isn't it just a password to open a door? Could there be something scary inside that has them so frightened? Is this still the pursuit team? They looked impressive at first, but now this? Confused and puzzled. The millions of fans, if not for the fact that most couldn't keep up, would have spilled the beans long ago. Sharing the same doubts as countless netizens, Xiao Di and Xia Shui exchanged glances and, feeling dazed, asked, what possibility is slim? What is the reason? I don't understand. Team Leaderly, what happened to the escape team? Can we know a bit? This way, we can be more prepared next time we catch him. Xiao Di leaned forward, taking a couple of steps, with a bewildered expression, her voice resembling that of a lost bird searching for its way home, pleading for answers. The second reason is, Li Xinghua didn't keep it hidden. He agreed with Xiao Di's words and revealed the strength of the escape team, which could better alert the pursuit team and warn the world that such individuals can be extremely terrifying once they commit a crime. Everyone waited with bated breath, faces almost pressed against the screen in the live stream. The mysterious symbols on that door were deliberately left unremoved. Deliberately left unremoved? Yuzue was instantly alerted. His hands clenched tightly, the rotation of his thumbs coming to an abrupt halt. His gaze shot up to Li Xinghua, and a chill ran down his spine. Yes, deliberately left unremoved. So, we wouldn't think from this angle if he really did it on purpose. Unless the fugitive team is very confident in themselves. There must be deeper implications, and they want us to know these implications. So why is this possibility considered dangerous? It doesn't seem that terrifying, right? Xia Shui's face was slightly round, and her cherry lips voiced a doubt. The fans in the live broadcast room agreed with what Xia Shui said. I think the pursuit team has been somewhat confused by the tactics of the fugitive team, acting a bit timidly, overly worried. Li Xinghua's expression was serious as he cast a stern glance at Xia Shui. Looking at this beautiful girl who was about the same age as his daughter, he sighed and reminded her, this kind of thinking is not acceptable. In the face of criminal cases, there is never such a thing as safety. We do not know whether this situation is dangerous, nor do we know how dangerous it is. The only time we can know the degree of danger is at the very moment the case is completely settled. Got it. Team Leaderly. Xia Shui responded softly, obediently nodding her head to indicate she understood. At that moment, Bao Yuan, who had been silent and sitting aside, suddenly stood up. He slapped the table with his palm, making a loud sound that attracted everyone's attention. I think I understand a bit. His eyes shone brightly, like a comet streaking through the night sky, dazzling. Huh. Everyone turned their heads and asked, what did you think of? The difference between the 5th room and the 6th room is that the person held in the 6th room is a real criminal that Team Leaderly had previously excluded all possibilities to create. Bao Yun's mind, which was tangled with countless threads, suddenly became clear at this moment. The lines became straight and smooth. Are you talking about that ordinary fugitive, Song Yang? Li Xinghua inquired. That's right, it's him. If this room held someone else, I might not have such a feeling, but the fact that Song Yang thought of escaping by sinking the ship makes me think a little deeper. The information shows that he obtained the position of an ordinary fugitive with the fastest speed and perfect score. A person like this, if not powerful, must be meticulous to an extraordinary degree. Such a person is like a strong player in a chess game, where the apparent flaws left in the next move are actually important steps to lure the opponent into the game. The two reasons mentioned by the team leader earlier seem to be quite normal. We could ignore those mysterious symbols and rely solely on the news from the search and rescue team, starting the search from the port, looking for the 6 fugitives among the vast sea of people, with only a month's time feeling inadequate. Can you endure being toyed with by the fugitive team for a whole month? The crowd fell silent, their pupils constricting. Clearly, they were proud in their hearts, believing that spending a full month to catch the fugitive team in such a live broadcast program would be a failure. They are elite hunters in their respective fields, and it will take them a month to capture 2 ordinary individuals and 4 celebrity fugitives. Isn't this absurd? But just as you said, he intentionally left behind a symbol. What if it was meant to lure you into making other moves? Such occurrences are common in hacker battles, and that ordinary female guest, Shi Yao, is quite skilled in this regard. Perhaps this is her handiwork. It's not impossible to gauge the strength of the pursuit team through such means. Wu Qing stroked his chin, and a scene flashed in his mind. It was a visual of Shi Yao battling against hundreds in a hacker showdown. Someone with such abilities cannot be overlooked. Regardless of whether the intentionally left symbol is true or false, there are only 2 possibilities. One is true, and the other is false. Either way, both answers lead in opposite directions. Qian Yi Xin touched the slight protrusion of his throat above his bow tie and tore it apart. Taking a deep breath, he responded, "In the eyes of some, even if it's false, it still has the same effect as the truth. Regardless of its authenticity, there is always a mark left by the person creating the illusion. I believe that with careful discernment, we can still find clues about the fugitive's escape. Let me draw the symbol for you." Qian Yi Xin walked over to Wu Qing, took the mouse, opened the drawing board, and began sketching out a few letter symbols. Meanwhile, many viewers in the live stream were struck by what he had just said, as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Is that detective from a certain island really that terrifying? Can he even deduce the truth from lies? If a criminal were to be interrogated by him, wouldn't it be a guaranteed death sentence? The fugitive team is still young. They are so arrogant as to leave behind such symbols, perhaps thinking they posed a challenge to the pursuit team. But the pursuit team never viewed this as a problem. In the pursuit center's conference room, what to do? A few of them stared at the symbol on the screen, lost in thought. Song Yang's move could be considered a challenge for them. If they attempt to decipher the content of the symbol, it could very well expose the identity and capabilities of the pursuit team, giving the fugitives insight into their limits and strategies. Once the fugitives grasp their strength, they will undoubtedly escape more strategically, making it significantly harder to capture them in the future. Conversely, if they do not decipher the symbol, given the information they currently have, capturing the fugitive team seems quite difficult. Deciphering could expose them. Not deciphering means they cannot progress quickly to find the fugitives. It seems like a dilemma, but in reality, there is only one choice. Decipher. Even if it exposes our strength, so what? Are we really weaker than the fugitives? Li Xinghua was full of vigor, and the confidence reflected in his eyes was reminiscent of the days when he cracked the murder case, leaving a deep impression on others. Chapter 15. The onlookers expressed their tuition concerns. Li Xinghua's words undoubtedly provided them with the greatest motivation, amplifying their pride and confidence several times over. Indeed, even if we expose our strength, so what? Are we really weaker than the escape team? This shipwreck incident allowed them to escape. They exploited a loophole in the program. And it's the first time we've encountered such unpredictable characters. But there can't be a second time. Bao Yin took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring, and exhaled a long sentence. His expression was calm, exuding the confidence of someone who once dominated international challengers. His eyes, resembling obsidian, transformed into 2 sharp swords, piercing towards a string of symbols on the display. Sharp as a knife, the edge fully revealed. Given this, we must first determine what this string of symbols represents. What was the escape team trying to convey by leaving behind such a string? Since it appeared on the password gate, let us start with the password lock. Li Xinghua, with decades of criminal investigation experience, handled matters with a shrewdness that no novice could match. When he gave an order, Wu Qing would not utter a word of dissent. This is respect and a matter of duty. Based on Chiba Shinichi's description, Wu Qing created simulation images of several room doors. 5 doors displayed exclamation marks, while 1 door bore the previous complex symbols. In fact, the doors with exclamation marks didn't require attention. The only one causing such a result was the ordinary woman from the escape team. This was data corruption, and the only way to restore it would lead back to the initial state of the password lock, which was not what we sought. As Wu Qing typed away, his eyes glued to the computer screen, he continued to explain. He then reorganized that string of letter symbols and listed them separately. Sitting up straight, he called everyone over, saying, "Come and take a look." Li Xinghua and the others leaned in, discovering that the combination of letters and numbers was indeed jumbled and could not be pieced together coherently. In the live stream, millions of viewers pulled out paper and pens, quietly calculating. A few seconds later, they tossed the paper and pens aside, staring at the few strands of hair they had plucked, looking up to the sky in despair. They thought, "This problem is too difficult. I can't solve it." No. Faintly, the live stream echoed with the exclusive BGM of the title Sea Spirit. However, for the pursuit team, no matter how difficult the problem, they would not sit idly by and give up. The most common lock on a password gate is the 9-grid lock. Why not try the 9-grid method? Bao Yun pondered for a moment before suggesting this. Wu Qing tried it and found that within the layout of the 9 grids, the letters and symbols still appeared chaotic. He shook his head, still useless. Chiba Shinichi remained calm, his youthful face displaying a composure not typical for his age. He frowned tightly, clicked his tongue, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, saying, "Something's not right. It seems we might be trapped in a cognitive bias. Who can be sure that the information he wants to give us is just one piece? What if there are 2 or even more?" He recounted an experience from his youth about a somewhat deranged criminal who liked to leave messages on his criminal masterpieces to showcase his pride and confidence. At that time, the clues he provided were also thought to be singular, but later, when the case was solved, he mocked us, saying, "I actually gave 3 clues, and you couldn't figure them out. Now, unless I turn myself in, who can catch me?" He told a story that resonated with the current situation. The difference was that the criminal was mentally disturbed, and ultimately, it was his confession that ended the case. Chiba Shinichi did not claim to have solved this case. He only shared his experience. However, no one thought he lacked ability. Who could, at a young age, deal with such a criminal and still win? That would truly be a prodigy among prodigies. So, what you mean is, these seemingly chaotic symbols and letters actually represent 2 segments, or even more. Li Xinghua suddenly realized, his gaze intensely fixed on those symbols and letters. Yes. Chiba Shinichi nodded, then turned to Wu Qing and said, "The letters I, J, N, O, L, these seemingly unrelated pieces that can't be pieced together, are vividly presented here." Everyone followed Chiba Shinichi's finger and found he was pointing at the keyboard, his expression resolute and cold. The keyboard? What clues could it provide? Yuzue was puzzled. "It's the golden triangle of 9. All those letters are related to it." Bao Yun merely glanced at it and saw through the trick. On the keyboard, several letters correspond to the diagonal columns on the left and right of the number 9 key. This arrangement method is also known as the numerical golden triangle. It's a stable structure where keyboard letters are arranged not in alphabetical order, but according to typing habits. 9. What is he trying to express? Li Xinghua remained confused. In the live broadcast room, the screen was filled with question marks. The golden triangle of 9, why can't I understand it? Who can figure this out? Just moments ago, they were still immersed in how to decode that pile of mysterious letters and symbols, and now they were being told to separate them? Ears, learned it. Eyes, learned it. Brain, you two are talking nonsense. The teasing voices came one after another, but more people looked utterly bewildered. Chiba Shinichi's sudden operation was truly unexpected. Tuition fees have been paid, so that is how it is. This wave of actions was beyond the understanding of Confucius, Mencius, and even Laozi. Did anyone upstairs understand? The onlookers expressed, "This question has cost me my tuition fees. My tuition seems to have been wasted." However, now there was another question before them. What does it matter even if we know the number 9? After all this time, is this the result? Still a mystery? The number 9, the first of 2 rows. A double 9. Bao Yun looked at the number 9, murmuring softly. Has it returned to the starting point? The double 9 of the password lock must refer to the 9 key on the keypad. With a click, I1, 5 Wong. Shouty leaned in to take a look, reading the words aloud with her red lips. However, there were no signs indicating any news was revealed. But everyone's attention was not on the first 9. As always, only the final result determines the outcome of this game. All eyes were on the 50-inch display screen, and when Wu Qing pressed the second key, the image of the second character was quickly deciphered. Thank you. When Wu Qing's fingers, which had been furiously striking the keyboard, suddenly stopped, those 2 big characters appeared as if drenched in blood, instilling fear. Thank you. Thank who? Why thank? After all the effort, was it just for these 2 words? The members of the pursuit team felt their breath catch upon seeing these 2 characters, each heartbeat echoing in their ears. Thump, thump. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Is this a provocation from the escape team to the pursuit team? After going such a long way, was it just to embarrass the pursuit team in front of the entire online audience? The elaborate trap they dismantled was merely for the escape team's amusement? Thank you? Could it be that the puzzle we worked so hard to solve was just to receive these seemingly mocking words? Are they provoking us? Yuzue pointed at the 2 characters on the screen and shouted to himself. Provocation? But why can't it be genuine? Chiba Shinichi let out a light snort, his gaze clear as he scanned the crowd present. At the moment those words thank you appeared, he almost understood. He comprehended. The deadlock in his mind seemed to vanish entirely at that moment. A heartfelt thank you? Then the clues he found on the cruise ship were utterly useless, weren't they? Chiba Shinichi's perspective instantly brought the atmosphere in the center of the conference room to a freezing point. Really? Is the escape team genuinely thanking them? Is it them? Or just him? This is a thought-provoking question that leaves one at a loss for words. Chapter 16. Big Brother, you know me. Thank you. Should I thank one person? Or should I thank a group of people? These are 2 completely different concepts. It's as vast as the gap between heaven and hell. The difference in concepts is too great. If it's a group of people, it can be understood that the escape team is provoking them, thinking that the pursuit team made a mistake, allowing the escape team to slip away so easily. This is what Yuzue understood earlier, which is why he shouted that the escape team was provoking them. He can't be blamed for that because, literally speaking, it is indeed the case. If it weren't for Chinya Xinyi's words, they might have viewed those 2 brief words with that layer of meaning. But Chinya Xinyi's words acted like a 40-meter-long knife, cutting through the ironclad lines among everyone. A crack. It has appeared. The fans in the live broadcast room were thoroughly confused. The 2 words at the end actually had such profound meaning? Can someone tell me what just happened? I just went to the bathroom for a moment. Why can't I understand it? The upstairs math class felt so real. I just picked up a pen and then I was lost. For those who don't understand, there will be a cute girl later who will replay and explain it. Enough said. Don't mention that those of you who missed a minute in the middle can't understand. Even I, who watched the whole thing without missing a drop, am also bewildered. Thank one person? Why thank one person? Millions of viewers are mostly in a haze, but the people at the Pursuit Center are not fools. They just need to connect this sudden escape event to realize something. Why didn't those locked in the room quietly go to the isolated island, but instead thought about escaping halfway? As Wu Qing said, the password gate under the exclamation mark is data destruction, which can only be restored and changed. Judging by the timing, several doors were almost opened simultaneously. If Song Yang's door was opened by Xiao, why wasn't it data destruction? This reveals a possibility. Either Song Yang opened it himself, or someone helped to open it, and that person could definitely not be Xiao. Therefore, this thank you carries deep meaning. He means to say, is there an undercover among us? Yuzue raised his eyebrows slightly, a wrinkle forming on his forehead. He had once filmed a web drama where he played an undercover agent, and at this moment, he naturally thought of the term undercover when recalling what several top pursuers had said. In an instant, the air in the pursuit meeting center gradually solidified, and everyone looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with caution and wariness. Finally, Yuzue said in a deep voice, "Team leaderly, you know that someone like me can only play an undercover role in acting. If you really want me to be an undercover agent, I don't have the capability to let the escape team go." Li Xinghua nodded, having no major doubts about him. The intelligence of those 2. Yuzue then pointed to Xia Shui and Xiao Di beside him, just as he was about to say something. He was silenced by Xia Shui's glare. "Stinky brother, are you implying that we're both stupid? Come here." Xia Shui beckoned with her finger, raising her eyebrows slightly. Yuzue felt a chill run down his spine, hesitating to move forward. Ahem, he coughed lightly, offering a silly smile and a plea for mercy. If there really is an undercover agent among us, then the ones capable of relaying messages would undoubtedly be us few. Bayan pondered for a moment. Team leaderly, you should know that I am the discoverer. This series of routes has all been revealed by me. If I were an undercover agent, it would be impossible for me to bring this secret, originally buried at the bottom of the sea, back to light. Chinya Xin crossed his arms, a serious expression on his youthful face. As soon as he spoke, Li Xinghua understood the other party's intention. This was to root out the undercover agent at the Pursuit Center. Otherwise, capturing the fleeing team would undoubtedly require tenfold effort. Wu Qing followed up with Qinya Xin, saying, "Team leader, it seems my suspicion is the greatest. In terms of computer skills, only I could quickly help Song Yang leave the room. However, I want to clarify one point. If I were an undercover agent rescuing the fleeing team, I would never have quickly locked down the area around the isolated island beforehand, giving them more time to escape. As you all saw, the sinking of the opposing ship was very urgent, and the risks were too high." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. What Wu Qing said was indeed watertight, leaving no room for suspicion. "I have nothing to explain. From all indications, my suspicion is indeed the greatest." Bao Yun sighed. He stated, "Whether it's my detailed knowledge of the isolated island's layout or my attempts to make Team Leaderly leave the cruise ship quickly, all signs indicate that I am setting up a false trail and do not want you to find evidence." After saying this, Bao Yun fell silent. He did not argue, did not explain anything, nor did he utter a single word to clear himself of suspicion. However, Qinya Xin suddenly spoke up, saying, "It might not necessarily be you. One sign could be a coincidence, but that person among the fleeing team is not an ordinary individual. Are all these signs mere coincidences? This doesn't seem like a plan devised by someone cautious. The likelihood of Team Leaderly being involved is also the lowest." After Qinya Xin finished speaking, Bao Yun gave him a complex look, seeming to show some improvement in opinion and a hint of gratitude. Although this detective from the eastern country appeared proud and confident, his ability to analyze clues meticulously was truly remarkable. In the live broadcast of the Global Great Escape, the fans had not yet recovered from the previous puzzle when Qinya Xin presented another perplexing point, nearly causing them to suffocate. Can everyone clear their suspicion? What about the undercover agent? Why can't it be Team Leaderly? Why can't I understand this? Could someone explain it to me? Why can't Team Leaderly be the undercover agent? Let me explain it this way. If you send an undercover agent deep into the local organization for 3 years, and they eventually become the leader, do you think there is still a need to remain undercover? The game would be completely over. Upstairs, a good person has had 127 children in their lifetime. 108 heroes have gathered on the mountain. For people seek knowledge. 3 have sworn brotherhood. The remaining 12 are golden hairpins. Goodness, that's impressive. Each one is a big shot. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Pursuit Center, silence remains. Everyone is lost in their own thoughts. Some are contemplating how to resolve the situation. Others are pondering how to completely dispel the doubts. And some are figuring out how to capture the fleeing team. Wait, this matter has been suspicious from the very beginning. Li Xinghua finally broke the silence. The gray and white strands of hair on his forehead blown by the air conditioning. His pupils gradually cracked into a web-like pattern, resembling snowflakes that had instantly frozen. Why should we believe the message given by the fleeing team? Why must we assume that their words are 100% true? What if they are trying to undermine our team's trust? Just based on 2 words, we are to suspect each other like this? Isn't that the scene they want to see? He threw out several questions in succession, his heart filled with unease. Even if someone is helping them, does that thank you necessarily refer to us? Could it not be someone else? Someone that even the fleeing team doesn't know about? Are we just unjustly taking the blame? Li Xinghua spoke passionately, the corners of his eyes wrinkling, appearing somewhat agitated. As the leader of the pursuit team, he certainly did not want to see any discord arising from such a minor issue, as that would undoubtedly provide an opportunity for the fleeing team. And as for the pursuit team taking the blame for others, to be honest, Li Xinghua was just grasping at straws in a moment of urgency. Regardless of whether such a person exists, as long as it can resolve the current predicament within the pursuit team, everything would be worthwhile. Sure enough, as soon as Li Xinghua spoke, it immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Their suspicious gazes locked onto him. If there are others that even the fleeing team doesn't know about, does that also mean that our pursuit team doesn't know? Does this person conjured out of thin air actually exist? This point raised by Team Leader Li, if utilized well, could be a fatal blow to the fleeing team. Qinya Xin stroked his chin, with starlight shining in his bright eyes. Moreover, we still have other clues that haven't been unraveled. Yes, the remaining clues. Let's see what the remaining clues are. The others awakened, their spirits lifted, almost forgetting that there were additional clues. No need to look further. After separating the letters and symbols, we can now clearly understand the content. Qinya Xin pointed at the characters above and said, "What content?" Yuzue asked, puzzled. "The game. The place where it all began. We one team miss each other." Qinya Xin said calmly, "The place where the game begins? Where is that?" "The place where the game begins. is in Suzhou and Hangzhou, collectively known as the place for entertainment. As for the phrase, let's not meet again, Bao Yun spoke and suddenly fell into deep thought, as if a cloud of doubt was hovering above her head. Chapter 17. Please Be a Human. The place where the game begins, if it can be referred to as such, has many locations within the city of Suang. Leisurely KTVs, lively bars, crowded amusement parks, quiet and dark cinemas, internet cafes, experience centers, and so on, more than a dozen types. So, which place could he possibly be referring to? Or perhaps he just wants to lead us there to buy himself time to escape. Due to the earlier incident, Bao Yun is now working even harder, desperate to prove his innocence. Searching through so many places one by one is clearly impossible. Instead, we might as well check the surveillance footage to narrow down their direction. Li Xinghua has been in Suang for decades and knows every corner of the city like the back of his hand, instantly eliminating the method of searching blindly. The few of them were deep in thought, contemplating how to continue unraveling the situation. However, a faint voice reached the ears of the group. 11 words, not seen, not scattered, spelled out in 11 letters, departing from the mainland at 11 o'clock. 11? Could there be some meaning behind this? Li Xinghua looked at Qianya Shinichi and realized that this person's reasoning ability was astonishingly sharp, truly worthy of being at the top of the detective rankings in their country. He could find clues in any seemingly unrelated information. Not seen, not scattered. There must be a hidden location in this phrase, which is not just an invitation to a confrontation, but also the answer to the previous statement. Let's try checking the position of each letter in the pinyin. Searching for tourist spots in Suang on the map. Click, click. 2, 21, 10. 1, 14. Wu Qingzhao, who naturally has a sensitivity to numbers, compared the tourist spot numbers on the map and immediately caught on. The numbers 2, 21, 1, and 14 each appeared twice, and on the tourist map. These numbers pointed to the postal code of a district. Dongxing District. Dongxing District. We're getting closer to the truth. In the live stream, everyone was eagerly anticipating to see the final location. Is this the sense of immersion? I feel like I'm getting the hang of it again. The fleeing team is feeling confident, but the pursuing group is also gathering their strengths. I have a question. Even if we decipher the location, why should we trust the fleeing team? Meanwhile, the comments were guessing which place the pursuing group would choose, when suddenly the live stream switched to the fleeing team. In Dongxing District of Suang, in the most bustling area, there are also inconspicuous old residential complexes. As the area closest to the port, the foot traffic is overwhelming. A constant state for Dongxing District. And among this explosive crowd, in a corner of an alley, the fleeing team, a group of 6, was all present, not one missing, not one extra. Brother Song, we just rode here so boldly, and our journey was captured by surveillance all the way. If the pursuit team sees this through their connections, won't we be exposed? Huang Baoqiang felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his mood unstable. His eyes scanned the surroundings and spotted no fewer than 500 cameras that had recorded the vehicle they had taken. They must be busy right now. Song Yang glanced at a miniature indicator light in her hand, frowning as she replied. Standing beside her, Xiao also wore a worried expression, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes reflecting complex emotions mixed with a hint of concern. So soon? She stepped forward and asked in a low voice. It was somewhat unexpected, yet it made sense. This maneuver was merely to confirm her suspicions. It seemed that, just as she had guessed, the production team had not left them a chance to escape unscathed. They certainly wouldn't hold back. They were a tough bunch to deal with. What should we do? Xiao focused, her ponytails swaying in the breeze, releasing a fragrant scent. What should we do? What are you two talking about? Li Xiaoyao, having withdrawn his observing gaze, was utterly confused by Song Yang and Xiao's murmurs. Earlier on the cruise, Song Yang had asked him to use the global satellite signal to create a small signal receiving indicator light. If someone entered a specific sequence of numbers within the signal, the light would illuminate. Xiao explained in a low voice. Specific sequence of numbers? Are you saying the pursuit team entered them? Why would they enter numbers for no reason? Huang Baoqiang was bewildered. He had previously followed orders to deal with the cruise captains, missing some crucial information. Could it be that the things you entered in the password lock were a set? A way to unlock the sequence? Zhang Zifeng suddenly realized something as memories came rushing back. Song Yang had fiddled with the password lock for quite a while. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, but now it all connected. But why would they be so determined to unlock it? Wouldn't they have doubts? Li Xiaoyao asked. Song Yang relaxed her brow, her expression calm. Yet deep in her clear eyes, a chessboard of thoughts was forming. They will naturally have doubts, after all. Making them suspicious of each other is a way to set the stage for the subsequent numerical traps. Doubt each other? Why? Zhang Zifeng leaned forward, his bright, eager eyes filled with curiosity, making them self-doubt that there's a traitor in the pursuit center, whether they believe it or not. They can't be as solid as an iron barrel. And to capture us quickly, they can only act on the clues we left behind. Because they are proud of their own abilities, which I must admit. Song Yang's tone was calm, and while this should have been a stirring statement, it came out too placidly. But what if they can't unlock it? If they can't unlock it, then their capabilities are not to be feared. Song Yang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then in this game, we can swap roles with the pursuit team. Even if they figure it out, we can still switch roles. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zifeng, Li Xiaoyao, and Shi Yao, among the fleeing team members, shivered unexpectedly. His words were too terrifying, mixed with a chilling thrill that made their hearts race inexplicably. They hadn't even seen the pursuit team, and the program had only just started for a couple of hours. How could Song Yang have figured out their strength? Moreover, he had planted a bomb within the enemy's team that could explode at any moment. This was beyond terrifying. It was simply monstrous. Oh my goodness. Xiao Yeye shrugged her shoulders, her chubby hands nearly stuffing her fingers into her mouth, her small, turtle-like eyes wide open to the size of a fingernail. Her plump round head and chubby cheeks trembled 3 times. Song Yang, you, be a person. If the pursuit team knows how provocative you are, they might come at us with a 40-meter knife and chop us to pieces. She nervously hid behind Huang Baoqiang, peeking out to look at Song Yang, fearing he might silence them. Hey. Huang Baoqiang twisted his body and exclaimed, why are you hiding behind me? That guy wants to sell you out. And you're counting his money like it's no big deal. I can't stop this. Humph. Annoying. Xiao Yeye stomped her foot, her eyes squinting into a narrow slit as she patted Huang Baoqiang. The two started playfully bickering. Brother Song, based on what you said, are we going to? Sister Zifeng turned her head, looking up at Song Yang's calm and gentle face, a hint of cunning in her eyes as she asked, take the initiative? No. Song Yang shook his head, then offered a bright smile, replying, how about I take you all to relax? Relax? Where to? To a place where women scream and men are silent. It's still only afternoon? That can't be right. Brother Song, I just turned 18. Sister Zifeng leaned in, her face still fresh with youth, showing confusion. Just the right age. Xiao looked at Song Yang with suspicion, protecting Sister Zifeng, her wariness suddenly skyrocketing. It was like a roller coaster, soaring up to the clouds, and then dropping back down to the ground. The 6 of them, under Song Yang's lead, headed straight for their destination, leaving the live broadcast room filled with question marks and shocked expressions. Scandalous. The school bus is already starting up, and the doors are welded shut. No one can leave. Autumn is coming, and my flower of the nation is about to wilt. What should I do if the child keeps grinning at the screen? It's probably wilting. Just give them a good beating. What are you all thinking? Didn't you see the locations deduced by the pursuit team just now? Why must you think of places like that? KTV, bars, amusement parks. Which of these places cannot meet the above conditions? Streaming in the live room every day. Chapter 18. Fish Eyes Mixed with Pearls. Please enter the pod. At the end of Xinhua Street in Dongxing District, a series of piercing screams echoed from above. The sound was incredibly loud, almost shattering. However, the emotion was neither pain nor grievance, but excitement, exhilaration, and relief. It was the sensation of rising to the heavens, the heights of a roller coaster that ordinary people could hardly reach. A group of young men and women were enjoying the thrill of rising into the sky from the ground, only to plummet back down to what felt like hell. Each scream resonating with the tremors of their souls and bodies. Paradise Lost Amusement Park, one of the largest amusement parks in Suang City, covering approximately 160 hectares, nearly 500 acres. A typical high school is only about 100 acres, but this amusement park is the size of dozens of key high schools, making it quite magnificent. It boasts complete facilities like roller coasters, haunted houses, water parks, carousels, Ferris wheels, and circus performance stages. As for why it's called Paradise Lost, it's said that the park's owner thought the name sounded good, without any special meaning behind it. On a hot summer afternoon, the weather was scorching, yet nothing could dampen the fiery hearts of the youth. A group of people held umbrellas, running and wandering among the various attractions. A few scattered individuals sat on benches, waiting for their girlfriends due to their fear of heights, passing the time by playing games or watching live streams. However, the live stream of Global Escape captivated him deeply after just a glance. He had been watching since the chase team started decoding, not blinking once. And now he was finally witnessing the final outcome. What the heck? The chase team actually locked the location at Paradise Lost Amusement Park? ISNT that where I am right now? Huh. Bro, what are you watching? What do you mean it's locked at Paradise Lost? What is wrong with our amusement park? A nearby guy, curious about the murmurs, asked. The man in the white t-shirt turned around and saw another young man like himself, idly waiting for his girlfriend. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, he moved a little closer and showed his phone's live stream. This is the Global Escape live show, featuring celebrity escapees and celebrity chasers, along with a group of incredibly intelligent contestants simulating a real escape game. I've been watching for half an hour. The puzzle solving by the group inside is really intense. I highly recommend you check it out. Just now, the chase team decoded the location given by the escape team, and it's right here, Paradise Lost Amusement Park. I believe they'll be coming here soon. Global Escape? ISNT that the show that had been promoted for a long time? I remember wanting to watch it, but I lost track of time waiting and didn't know it was airing today. Which platform is it streaming on? I want to check it out. The questioner continued to ask. The man in the white t-shirt replied, you can watch it on all major live streaming platforms. As the two became engrossed, his girlfriend, who had waited half an hour for just 5 minutes of fun, happily walked over. Let's go? Next place. What are you looking at? All right. See you, brother. The man in the white t-shirt waved his hand and ultimately chose to get up. The man left on the bench stared at the live stream, slightly lost in thought. The fleeting seconds of the escape team on the screen looked so familiar. Wasn't he at the control room of the amusement park? However, in the next moment, just as he watched the pursuing team arriving by car, the live stream suddenly went black. Huh, what is going on? Some tourists walking on the road paused. A few holding their phones. They shook their phones, frowning, sensing something was off. Huh, why did my phone suddenly lose signal? I was just about to look for the map. What is happening? I had internet just now. Why does it show network error now? Huh, why did the call suddenly drop? I didn't even hang up. Confusion, mystery, and strangeness. Many things loomed like a knife, hanging over the crowd's necks. The sudden turn of events sent chills down their spines. Brother Song, do you think what we're doing is a bit too much? What if it causes a bad reaction in society and puts pressure on the production team? We want to be able to handle it. Inside the control room of the amusement park, Sister Zifeng rested her fair, jade-like arm on Song Yang's back as he bent over to check the route. Her hair cascading down like a waterfall, gently swaying. Behind them were 5 people. Xiaoya, Li Xiaoyao, and Huang Baoqiang were pinning a middle-aged man on the table. One hand covering his mouth, making muffled sounds. Xiaoya squinted her eyes and smiled at the middle-aged man. She shot a glance of complaint at Huang Baoqiang, saying, be gentle. What if you hurt this big brother? Then why don't you come? Huang Baoqiang shrugged, not using much force, his dark face showing a look of helplessness. I can't take him. He was just holding an electric baton. Do you want to roast a pig? But don't worry. Xiaoya grinned mischievously and stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at the middle-aged man, saying, big brother, we're also forced into this. We have no choice. How about I perform a comedy skit for you? The 3 were joking, while Li Xiaoyao remained anxious, his heart never at ease. Song Yang's move was indeed too dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead them into a trap, risking total annihilation. Even if the situation were slightly better, their escape journey would be exponentially more difficult. He couldn't figure out what Song Yang was trying to do, why he would take such a risky step. Even Xiao, who had also joined the escape team with a perfect score, was equally puzzled. However, for Song Yang, this move was necessary. Whether there were undercover agents within the pursuit team or among the escape squad, or if a third-party undercover agent was arranged by the production team, Song Yang felt that if these individuals were not exposed, the final outcome would remain uncertain. This was a variable, a potential change at any moment. The reason he shared this information with the pursuit team was that, since he had escaped, he currently did not need help from that hidden line. Fortunately, he managed to extract all the value from the other side, creating some vigilance within the pursuit team to pave the way for what was to come. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to lure the enemy in deeper and see if he could uncover the undercover agent who was moving between the escape squad and the pursuit team. He had 2 initial thoughts. The undercover agent could either be someone from each team or a third party arranged by the production team. In the escape squad, there were 4 celebrity pursuers and 2 ordinary individuals, including himself. Song Yang had not received any undercover mission, nor was it stated on the mission card. He also could not look at the mission cards of other team members, as the production team's cameras would immediately terminate the game if they saw it. It could be Shi Yao or any of the 4 celebrity pursuers. Yet, none of them showed any signs. There were only 2 possibilities. They were not. Or perhaps the mission cards given to them included an independent task in addition to being an escapee. If it were the second possibility, it would be somewhat tricky, because, if they did not act, there would be no difference from the escapees, making it impossible to distinguish. The only effective value Song Yang could gain was his own caution. After clarifying the future route, Song Yang did not feel relaxed, as a significant matter lay before him, a matter capable of tearing a hole in the tightly knit web. He took a deep breath, then frowned, catching a whiff of jasmine fragrance. Turning his head, he realized it was the scent of Zifeng's hair. Time was running out. The whole amusement park's signal was being jammed, and soon someone would come to investigate, so they had to leave. What about him? Huang Baoqiang pointed at the middle-aged man in his hand. Kill him. Song Yang's voice was cold, as if covered with a layer of frost, sending chills to the bone. What? Not taking him as a hostage. At least there would be a chance to save his life. Huang Baoqiang was confused, thinking he had misheard. Not for now. Taking him along would be a burden. Then, how to do it? Hiss. Song Yang tore off a piece of paper. Writing, suffocated to death. Then he pulled out an official document issued by the Jiangnan province, meant to ensure convenience during the program's process. This, uncle. We are left with no choice. This is an official document, and we hope you can cooperate. A dead person cannot speak. The middle-aged uncle blinked, indicating he understood, as he dared not go against the orders of the state machinery. After all, he was just a gatekeeper. Let go. Hearing this, Huang Baoqiang released his hands. Following that, don't fall behind. After saying this, Song Yang swiftly left the control room. The little girl with a chubby belly smiled at the middle-aged man and comforted him, saying, Big brother, I'm sorry, but later when you go to listen to the comedic performance, mention my name, and you'll get in for free. After saying that, she quickly ran off. Chapter 19. Testing the Edge of Death. Brother Song, I feel so heavy. Next to a large Kumamon doll, Song Yang wore a monkey face mask and approached it, where a faint voice emerged. The voice was easily recognizable. It was Zifeng's voice. Hold on for 10 minutes. Just do as I told you. If we can miraculously escape this time, I believe your reward will increase. Song Yang whispered next to the Kumamon doll. Can we really escape? Didn't you say that the pursuers are very capable? Zhang Zifeng was about to face her opponent for the first time, feeling quite anxious. The analysis of the pursuer's strength that Song Yang provided left her feeling uneasy. No matter how strong someone is, they will have weaknesses. Factors like human nature, doubts, and emotions are all crucial vulnerabilities. They are not invincible. Just keep a calm mindset. Song Yang reassured her. This 18-year-old girl, who had just graduated from high school, appeared somewhat restrained and fearful at this moment, despite having appeared frequently on the big screen. Brother Song, do you have weaknesses too? From the moment she first saw him until now, she had noticed that he seemed flawless, as if every step was calculated and completely under his control. Zhang Zifeng asked, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Song Yang's expression remained calm, but his eyebrows slightly furrowed for a moment before regaining their sharpness. He handed a pile of flyers to Zifeng and said, everyone has weaknesses. Not discovering them just means they haven't been fully exposed yet. Remember, do not approach them intentionally. You just walk and leave the rest to me. After saying this, Song Yang glanced around and turned to leave. Zhang Zifeng looked at the stack of flyers in her hand, and after seeing his figure disappear around the corner, she felt very wronged and scared hidden within the Kumamon doll. She feared being exposed to the pursuers, which stemmed from her natural fear as a fugitive. Outside the circus grounds, a man wearing a large monkey mask approached a tall, slender woman with a perfectly toned figure. Her face was obscured by a ghostly mask, and many others around were wearing similar masks. There were stalls selling circus-themed masks, and many tourists wore peculiar items like devil horns, antlers, and skull masks. So not many people paid attention. Have the other tasks been arranged? The ghostly masked man asked the attractive woman. Everything's set. Considering the time, they should arrive at the amusement park in about 7 minutes. The large monkey masked man replied honestly. And what about my task? Do you prefer the carousel or the Ferris wheel? The large monkey masked man countered. The ghostly masked woman was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Then, tilting her head, she asked, is there a difference? Can I choose freely? No. I'm just inquiring about your preferences. Came the calm response from behind the monkey mask, where a pair of thin lips slightly curled up. The seemingly blunt words conveyed no hint of emotion, too flat to the point that one might think they misheard. Then I will choose. The masked woman pondered for a moment before making her decision. Just as she was about to speak, the scene in the live stream suddenly switched. In the new scene, two cars with flashing lights made viewers pause in surprise. Little question mark, do you have many friends? I advise the production team to be kind. Every time it gets to the critical moment, you change the perspective. If you have the guts, reveal the address. TSK, isn't the monkey guy Song Yang? The masked lady must be Shi Yao, with those long legs. What a sight. But why did Song Yang scatter the escape team around the amusement park? Wouldn't that make them easy targets? More and more questions filled the minds of the audience. Why was Zifeng made to wear a Kumamoto bear costume to distribute flyers, seemingly wanting to confront the pursuit team? And why was Li Xiaoyao disguised in staff clothing? Also, why did both Song Yang and Shi Yao seem completely unfazed? They even chose amusement rides to enjoy. Were they here for fun or for their lives? It was as if they were testing the edge of death. The pursuit team was not to be underestimated. If they could decipher such complex, mysterious symbols in no time, how could they overlook such small details? The escape team's actions seemed far from normal, showing such prowess earlier, only to end up like this. Just as the comments in the live stream were buzzing with speculation, the members of the pursuit team gradually entered the amusement park. Signal jamming? Upon stepping into the park, Wu Qing, who was carrying a laptop, paused at the sight of the network issues. What's wrong? Li Xinghua asked. Captain, the signal for the entire amusement park is jammed. We can't send messages or make calls. Such a large amusement park wouldn't just activate security measures for no reason. The exclamation marks indicate the signal receivers, and now they are all blocked, requiring a re-establishment of the signal source. If this is happening, there is only one possibility. With her left hand holding the laptop, Wu Qing quickly typed a series of letters with her right hand. In an instant, a complete geographical map formed under her fingers. Several red exclamation marks appeared on it. The escape team is indeed quite bold, thinking they can trap us like mice. They really plan to stay here? Bao Yun remarked. How long will it take to re-establish the signal source? Destruction is easy, but construction is difficult. It will take at least half an hour at the fastest. Wu Qing answered truthfully. We can't wait that long. We must take action. They are fugitives who dare to sink million-dollar cruise ships, and I can't rule out the possibility that they could take hostages. Otherwise, why would they have the confidence to draw us into this? Li Xinghua analyzed the situation thoroughly, but unfortunately, he lacked the so-called omniscient perspective and was unaware that not long ago, Song Yang had just killed someone who could have been taken hostage. Chapter 20. Let the dead speak to break the deadlock. We must first understand what their purpose is in luring us here. If they are ordinary criminals, the reasons for enticing law enforcement to a specific location boil down to two possibilities, either for money or for revenge. Li Xinghua, carrying a backpack, appeared somewhat hunched compared to the other upright and dashing pursuers. However, he exuded a more composed demeanor. He analyzed, the fugitive team has created such a complex decryption strategy, so the likelihood of it being about money is minimal. As for revenge, there are no grudges between us. We only have the pursuit strategy. So that isn't the reason either. The only possible explanation for luring us here might be that they have the confidence to do something against us. The only possibility is that they are using some people in this amusement park as leverage to force us to comply. The others nodded in agreement with his analysis, as this was the only explanation that made sense. Is there another possibility? Could the fugitive team be leading us here and then escape from Suang City through other routes while we are focused on the amusement park? Yu Zue warned. He had personally experienced such a fleeing tactic while filming, and this idea suddenly popped into his mind. Our young master from the capital is indeed impressive. He can actually strategize against top-notch pursuers. In the live stream, a group of people marveled at Yu Zue's quick thinking. However, if they hadn't come from the perspective of the fugitive team, they wouldn't have been able to suppress their laughter at this moment. Unfortunately, with our God's eye view, we will never tell you that they were actually playing role-playing games in the amusement park just 5 minutes ago. Li Xinghua quickly made a judgment on what Yu Zue said. Given the current situation, they would not choose to escape. Otherwise, why not just leave directly after getting off the helicopter? Why leave any traces for us? They might be laying a trap. Yu Zue asked again. So, in this vast amusement park, have you ever seen a signal that even Wu Qing cannot restore in a short time? Is that just a coincidence? Who else could achieve such a feat besides someone of equal caliber? Li Xinghua felt a deep sense of unease. The task card from the production team had already shown that Shi Yao's abilities were not inferior to their hacker boy, and in terms of strength at the same age, she was even slightly more powerful. So, don't be fooled by Shi Yao's youthful appearance. She possesses strength that rivals Wu Qing, who has been immersed in this field for over 10 years. Yu Zue found himself at a loss for words, his face showing embarrassment. He thought he had made a significant point, only to realize that his analytical understanding was still worlds apart from that of a top-notch pursuer. Don't be discouraged. The fact that you can think of this aspect already shows you have an extraordinary mindset. You just lack experience and insight into the cunning of your enemies. That's already quite impressive. Li Xinghua noticed that Yu Zue seemed a bit downcast, and he stepped forward to pat his shoulder in reassurance. Although he did not like the atmosphere within the circle, the current situation seemed manageable. Shinya Shinichi, who was standing nearby, glanced at the two with some impatience, his expression fluctuating. Leaderly, we've already delayed some time. If you're not done chatting, I need to head out and look for clues. In his view, talking too much with someone who didn't understand the field was a complete waste of time. However, Li Xinghua enjoyed mentoring younger colleagues, watching them grow step by step. This reflects a cultural difference between two regions. Neither was wrong, just differing perspectives and life philosophies. Yet, Li Xinghua did not refute Shinya Shinichi's words. He retracted his hand and pondered for a moment. The entrance and exit of the amusement park are guarded by Zhang Zhong and 10 officers. If anything happens, they will immediately apprehend the fleeing team. Perhaps we should check the main control room. To solve the problem, we need to address it at its source. I need to analyze the data in the control room to restore the signals. Once the surveillance in various areas is back online, we can track the fleeing team's next position. Wu Qing snapped his laptop shut with a frown. With his black-rimmed glasses, checkered shirt, and jeans in the summer, he looked like a typical tech enthusiast. Who would have thought that this person was previously a technical specialist at Alibaba, dressed in a white shirt and tie? Let us go together, Shinya Shinichi suggested. His eyes reflected a natural thirst for clues and a desire to explore every inch and corner. He naturally wanted to see the main control room that had caused the complete signal blackout. Then let's go together. The group stepped forward, heading straight for the main control room. The door was open. It seemed there were still people inside. The pursuit team reached the door of the control room and heard some people chattering incessantly. A few leaned in to listen. Old Yang, what's going on? Speak up. This could turn into a big deal. Why did the signal suddenly disappear? Many people are panicking now. Fortunately, the amusement park facilities had individual power supplies that could block external satellite signals, but internal transmission signals were not affected. Otherwise, it could lead to serious consequences. The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Yang, shrugged, pointed to the note in front of him, then wiped his mouth and sealed it shut, indicating helplessness. He knew the signal was blocked externally. There were dedicated internal transmission signals within the amusement park that wouldn't malfunction due to a temporary signal blackout. Otherwise, how could the fleeing team act recklessly? The program team had double security measures in place and did not stop the program abruptly. They implicitly allowed this, believing it wouldn't cause any danger to life. Even a live broadcast from a national operation couldn't truly lead to casualties, right? The only impact was on the payment system. Without the network, how could one pay for drinks and items in the amusement park? But none of this mattered. After all, if the sky fell, there would still be someone above to hold it up. Suffocated to death, already sacrificed. The newcomer, Yu Zue, stared at the note in front of Lao Yang and murmured slowly, who are you? The two heads of the amusement park looked at the members of the pursuit team with questions. Li Xinghua took out a document from his chest pocket, opened it, and handed it to them. Upon seeing it, the heads immediately became respectful. They also understood what was going on. It turned out this was the location for a program operated by the national machinery, and they had come to our amusement park. Group leaderly, rest assured, we will definitely cooperate fully. In fact, they had no choice but to cooperate. Such documents represented not only Jiangnan province, but also the intentions from higher up. Not to mention the two heads. Even the owner of the amusement park would not dare to say a word against it. Li Xinghua took back the document and put it back in his pocket. He then squatted in front of Lao Yang, looking at the writing on the note. He murmured, dead. Group leaderly, the dead cannot speak, so you shouldn't waste time on me. It's the rule I must follow, Lao Yang said, feeling a sense of immersion as he had watched many spy films. Hearing this, Li Xinghua smiled slightly at Lao Yang's humor. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, The dead indeed cannot speak, but that doesn't mean they can't communicate. Li Xing was squatted next to the middle-aged guard, looking at the note on him. His voice filled with a deep resonance. What does this mean? Lao Yang was somewhat confused, and the two heads as well as the three-star pursuers were also puzzled. What does this mean? It is well known that the dead are dead. They cannot speak. Even if this is a live broadcast program claiming to be the closest to 100 authenticity, they can't change the rules on such serious matters, right? If they were forced to speak, wouldn't that mean they were not following the rules and undermining fairness? In that case, wouldn't they completely lose trust in front of millions of viewers, tarnishing the reputation of the pursuit team? This matter could be trivial or serious. Trivial enough to be a joke, or serious enough to raise doubts about the forces of justice in society. Li. Group Leader Li. How can the dead speak? Isn't this somewhat against the program rules? This is a live broadcast. Xia Shui looked bewildered, with 3 big question marks over her head. If he says they can, then they can. Chapter 21. What on earth? The dead are speaking. Can the dead really talk? Old Yang was completely shocked. He almost fell off his chair from the sudden jolt. Li Xinghua's words were so calm, like the still waters of a lake in autumn, disturbed only by a falling leaf, which made one's mind wander too much. Li. Team Leader Li. You can't just act recklessly. We have to follow the rules of the program. It's unfair to the escape team, Old Yang urged, his few strands of hair sticking together. Dampened by cold sweat, he had fully immersed himself in the role, while being a dead person was accurate. He couldn't just ignore fairness and justice for the sake of the pursuit team, could he? Even the fans in the live stream couldn't bear to watch anymore. They all commented, "No way, are they really going to disregard fairness? If so, that would be shooting themselves in the foot." The pursuit team had seemed strong at first, able to react quickly and unravel secrets efficiently. But now it seemed they had reached a dead end, even resorting to using their identity for convenience to overlook the rules. Truly, what a display of power. If they really disregarded fairness, then this program would be no different from other variety shows, merely a gimmick involving state machinery to intimidate. Letting the dead speak, how is that possible? Do they think they are the king of hell, able to command spirits? As the saying goes, money can make ghosts grind. The comments exploded, everyone speculating, their minds active, diligently performing their role as overseers of the program. As the omniscient fair overseers, the fans in the live stream certainly wouldn't allow anything to disrupt the fairness of the pursuit, even though there were already unfair aspects to this chase game. Team Leader Li, if he really is dead, perhaps we could use forensic methods to investigate and gather information. That might yield some results. Bao Yin couldn't help but speak up. He furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat tense. His slightly plump face twitched at the corners of his eyes, and for a moment, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, cutting straight to Li Xinghua. What Bao Yin said was correct. If he really were dead, with the details like body temperature and traces of death, they could still determine when the escape team left the control room, thus establishing their range of activity. But Old Yang was still breathing. Even if he maintained the appearance of death, he couldn't change the flow of blood within him or his autonomous breathing. Wu Qing explained in response, directed at the celebrity pursuers and also for the vast audience of fans. He never forgot that this live broadcast was meant to provide the public with a concept, not just to balance crime, freedom, and safety, but also to disseminate various criminal techniques. Learning a bit more was never a bad thing. Better to be prepared for any eventuality. If they could apply it in the future, it might save some trouble for the state apparatus. At that moment, Chiba Shinichi, who had been observing Old Yang and Li Xinghua, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. He suddenly said, "Could it be? You mean to? This is the only way to test it, otherwise, the information we should have access to might be lost due to the program's restrictions, which would be a significant loss." Li Xinghua supported himself on his knee, which was half squatting, and continued, "There is a lot of information left on a corpse. If you can understand that information, you can uncover the truth. Just like in the dramas we see, forensic experts can find clues at the crime scene to identify suspects. They can decipher the human body's codes to let the deceased speak and reveal the truth to the world." Everyone understood Li Xinghua's explanation. Wu Qing had just mentioned a point related to this. However, there was only one difficult problem at hand. How to verify the truth given by the human body's code from a living dead without violating the program's rules. This was a challenging question, seemingly something no one had ever done or encountered before. It was only because of this novel program that multiple factors aligned to create this phenomenon. "Leader Li, I will start restoring the signal data now," Wu Qing said, lowering his gaze. The bright eyes behind his black-framed glasses hid different emotions. He then turned to the two amusement park managers and asked, "Can I take control of the control room? We will bear all consequences." "Of course," the two replied, somewhat nervously. "The hacker boy from back in the day is now a guardian of the network. We trust you. Besides, there are orders from above, so it's only natural." They were merely managers, essentially working for others, and had no choice but to comply with such orders. After receiving their response, Wu Qing sat at the control panel in the control room, opened his computer, and connected to the data. Meanwhile, Li Xinghua also stood up, his back slightly hunched. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, curious about how Li Xinghua would address the earlier question. Quickly, he turned to Lao Yang and spoke. "Lao Yang, I ask you this. You just need to follow your conscience and agree, or if my question violates the rules, you can remain silent." "Okay." Lao Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, Li Xinghua understood the situation and did not put him in a difficult position. Otherwise, it could have ended badly. However, Li Xinghua shifted his focus and asked the other two. "Before that, I have a question for both of you managers." "We?" The two managers were taken aback, their faces showing anxiety as they felt unsure of what to do. Why were they being questioned when they hadn't participated in this matter? After Lao Yang's lunch break, what time does he start working? He's here all day. He generally lives here, and he cooks his lunch next to the control room. The afternoon shift at the amusement park is from 2 to 7, and he usually finishes eating before 2. The person answered truthfully. "I'll go take a look." Qian Yasini realized something and whispered to Li Xinghua. Li Xinghua nodded in agreement and instructed Wu Qing. "Wu Qing, you pause for a minute, and then continue." "Huh." Wu Qing was puzzled but still stopped his actions. Li Xinghua then directed his question to Lao Yang. "I will only ask you one question. During the time from 2 o'clock until you were killed, did you leave the control room?" Among the methods of the pursuit team, obtaining the answer to this question would only take a minute. However, if one were to extract results from a deceased person, it would inevitably involve harm to the dead, and we clearly cannot take action against a living person like you. So, you can answer this question within the rules. Yes or no? Lao Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "No." As soon as Lao Yang finished speaking, Qinya Xiani returned, walked to Li Xinghua's side, and whispered a few words. "Very good." Li Xinghua smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed, as if he was fully aware of this outcome and had everything under control. He appeared incredibly calm and unruffled. What was previously speculation could now be confirmed. They were still at the amusement park. Moreover, an important clue was that they disregarded human life, and every action must be taken with utmost caution, accompanied by a series of whispers from Li Xinghua. The celebrity pursuers and thousands of fans who were just speculating were all taken aback. Is that it? Is that enough to make a judgment? Chapter 22. The production team expresses difficulty regarding Li Xinghua's confident attitude. Many fans in the live broadcast room were quite puzzled. Just 2 questions, along with a few whispered words from Chiba Shinichi, could lead to such certainty? Here, I will boldly speculate on the thoughts of the pursuit team, said the host Lin Danming. Before speculating, there are actually 2 small details that we have overlooked. First, since the pursuit team could deduce that the escape team was at the amusement park, why go through so much trouble to find evidence? Additionally, team leader Li asked Wu Qing to stop for a minute just for one question's answer. If they hadn't stopped, couldn't they have saved a minute? In such an urgent moment, even a second could be a matter of life and death, let alone a minute. Yet he still made that request. This point represents the fairness and justice the pursuit team stands for. Hearing this, many fans who had guessed early on nodded quietly, giving a thumbs up to the pursuit team's spirit of integrity and fairness. Those who had just realized this were also amazed at how the pursuit team could handle details so subtly, feeling ashamed for previously suggesting that the pursuit team might abuse their authority. With this, the pursuit team's standing in the public's mind increased further, and that spirit began to take root. Lin Danming then started to analyze the main content. Previously, team leader Li had asked the 2 amusement park managers a question, receiving information from Lao Yang about his lunch break, which ended before 2 o'clock, at which point he resumed work. The question asked of Lao Yang was whether he had left the main control room during the time from 2 o'clock until the murder occurred. From the answers to those 2 questions, one could ascertain a definite piece of information, whether Lao Yang encountered the escape team before or after 2 o'clock, and in which time frame he was murdered. Don't underestimate this timing. The difference between before 2 o'clock and after is a completely different concept. As Lin Danming spoke, she suddenly had a realization and speculated. Do you remember the time when the pursuit team first arrived at the amusement park? Do you recall what they said? 1405. This means the pursuit team controlled the amusement park's entrances at 1405. The 6 members of the escape team could not have run out of the amusement park from the main control room between 2 o'clock and the murder. Upon hearing her analysis, everyone finally understood why those 2 questions were asked and how they could be certain that the escape team was in the amusement park. However, Lin Donming's voice did not completely fade away. After a brief pause, she posed another question. Now, the only thing I find puzzling is why Team Leader Lee can be so certain. This point may need to be analyzed in relation to what Chiba Shinichi whispered to Team Leader Lee, but unfortunately, the voice was too low to be heard. Everyone suddenly focused their attention back on the live broadcast screen. The main control room of the Lost Paradise amusement park. Xia Shui, puzzled, asked, Team Leader Lee, didn't we just confirm that the escape team is at the amusement park? Why take extra steps now? There's no need to worry. First, it's about fairness. Doubt is still doubt. Without solid information, we shouldn't act against an escape team that isn't completely familiar to us. This is for the safety of the members being pursued. You don't know what kind of personalities or abilities they possess. For example, who could have predicted the escape team's performance during the shipwreck? So what you just said about the other side being an extremely dangerous group means that? Xia Shui asked, half understanding, half questioning. Pretty much. The second reason is that we can deduce from the time of Lao Yang's death which direction they might have fled. The large amusement park isn't a circular path. The entrance splits into 2 sides, both paved by main roads. We came from the entrance and didn't see the escape team along the way. Even if they were hiding in one of the attractions, they couldn't have crossed to the other side without being seen by the few pursuers at the entrance. So, Li Xinghua smiled slightly, casually brushing off the dust from his hands. Xia Shui suddenly understood, her eyes wide like black grapes, glistening with droplets of water. Her red lips parted in shock. So, we can search half the amusement park less? We can concentrate all our efforts on one side. Yes. Li Xinghua nodded in agreement. But how can we be sure which direction they went? Xia Shui asked again. Li Xinghua let his hands fall naturally, stooping slightly as he replied. Earlier, Qinya mentioned that there were kitchen utensils in the kitchen, and a bowl of vegetable leftovers was still warm. Although it's summer, if eaten, it can cool down within 15 minutes. This indicates that Lao Yang finished his meal very close to 2 o'clock, making it almost impossible for him to encounter the escape team before that. The most likely scenario is that the escape team ambushed him in the control room before 2 o'clock and killed him when he returned. Although this speculation doesn't significantly impact our overall judgment. And during the time from 2 o'clock until his death, Lao Yang did not leave the control room. These 2 pieces of evidence point to one place. The escape team had just killed someone when we arrived at the entrance. Therefore, we can conclude they are still to the right of the amusement park entrance. The millions of fans in the audience looked enlightened after hearing this. The question posed earlier by Lin Danming was instantly resolved. So that is how it is. Everyone exclaimed. Team Leader Lee, forever the god. Some even fervently praised. However, when Li Xinghua glanced at Lao Yang, his face gradually returned to calm, like a lake settling after ripples. He should have looked pleased about uncovering the escape team's location, but no joy was evident. He sighed. Actually, this time we've caught a bug in the program. The sudden lament left everyone in the control room bewildered. The issue had been half solved. Why such a sigh? Why do you say that? Just now, during the interrogation of the deceased, I think Team Leader Lee, you were simply amazing, solving such a problem with just 2 sentences. Yu Zue expressed admiration, praising him greatly. Because old Yang is alive. Before Li Xinghua could respond, the young detective Qinya Shinichi answered himself. He enjoyed the feeling of uncovering the truth and then articulating it, which he considered a source of pride. It could earn everyone's respect. Li Xinghua glanced at Qinya Shinichi, fully aware of the young detective's arrogance and confidence. Alive? Isn't that correct? Xiaodi's delicate features showed a look of confusion, her long hair swaying as she tilted her head. She scratched her head, looking bewildered. Because he is alive, we can be certain that the person who killed him is from the fleeing team, not someone else. Li Xinghua's gaze fixed on the crowd outside the control room, which seemed a bit restless. Huh. Xiaodi rubbed her hair, frowning and saying, I don't quite understand. I think I roughly understand Team Leader Lee's point. Under normal circumstances, if old Yang were truly dead, we couldn't definitively say it was the fleeing team without thorough investigation, which would naturally take longer. However, old Yang's condition almost explicitly indicated that he was killed by the fleeing team, allowing us to quickly identify the murderer without much thought. Yuzue analyzed this, matching the prowess of Lin Danming in the live broadcast, summarizing everything in just a few words. That's right, but this situation is unavoidable. It's a live show. No matter how close to 100 reality it is, there are aspects that are disadvantageous to the fleeing team. Of course, there are also disadvantages to us, such as the forensic examination of Old Yang, which could determine the time of death effortlessly based on experience alone. Li Xingwen nodded with a smile. I see. Xiao Di suddenly realized, her exquisite features showing more surprise. While giving Yuzue a thumbs up, she also felt admiration for team leader Li's meticulous thoughts. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, fans expressed their amazement at the seemingly overlooked details, marveling at the abilities of the pursuit team. The details they had subconsciously ignored were clearly discerned by Li Xingwa. However, such meticulousness only heightened the worries of millions of viewers. The production team stated, "It's really tough for us, constantly being caught in bugs between the pursuit team and the fleeing team. With such a powerful pursuit team, how can the fleeing team escape when they are locked in half of the amusement park? Escape with their lives? Actually, sacrificing one or two people as bait still offers a chance to flee. I think that ordinary guy should have a way to escape alone." It seems we can congratulate Xiao Yeye on wrapping up. Let's welcome Xiao Yeye to her final scene. I can't bear for the other 5 members of the fleeing team to be caught. However, this is not a choice they can make. Everything depends on the movements of the pursuit team. Wu Qing and the 2 accompanying officers stayed in the main control room to complete the data recovery, while the others began searching for clues. Although the amusement park is quite large, a thorough search can rule everything out in just 3 hours. Let's go? Chapter 23. Is Zifeng going to get boxed lunch? It's starting. Finally, the moment of confrontation is here. As members of the pursuit team left the control room one by one, thousands of fans in the live broadcast room became incredibly excited. After waiting so long, the moment of the face-off between the 2 sides has finally arrived. Previously, whether it was the sinking or the pursuit, it wasn't a real confrontation. That was a kind of remote contest. Now, it's finally face-to-face. In this small amusement park, team leader Li went to the extreme lane. Could he really think the escape team could steal a car to escape? Chiba Shinichi went to the store, and I remember that the Kumaman doll played by Zifeng was probably in that store, right? Baoyan seemed to be heading towards the water park, which was the place that Xiaoya and Baoqiang had glimpsed earlier. Even though it's only half of the amusement park, there are still more than 10 attractions. Not to mention the long streets and the steps in the lake. If we follow team leader Li's words, it would take at least 3 hours to search everything. Huh. Are the siblings and Xiaodi really that bold? They even ran into the haunted house. Various split-screen shots appeared in the live broadcast, and this was the first time everyone had seen such a live broadcast format. In the past, it was mainly from a single person's perspective. Now, it was the perspectives of several sub-teams together. But the one thing that remained unchanged was that the escape team's perspective still chose not to appear in the live broadcast at the same time as the pursuit teams. Otherwise, the audience would truly have a complete God's eye view, and all suspense would be lost. How could the show attract fans then? Ultimately, several split-screen shots were replaced by one enlarged shot in the amusement park's right-side shopping street, along the 200-meter-long commercial street. One traditional shop after another stood beside it. Inside, a dazzling array of souvenirs and trinkets attracted tourists coming and going, with many more simply enjoying the air conditioning inside the shops. Following the assigned search area, Chiba Shinichi arrived at the shopping street. This was just the beginning. Next, he would have to search at least 3 amusement devices along this street. Of course, if Wu Qing could resolve the signal data issue early on, they could eliminate more options. Hey, handsome and beautiful people, come take a look. New souvenirs from Lost Paradise are here. All items starting from just 10 yuan each. Hurry and come check it out. Shouts echoed one after another, and standing in front of each shop were the unique cooperative Kumaman dolls from Lost Paradise. Each one was round and dark, with a plump body, loudly calling out under the scorching sun. When Chiba Shinichi reached the first shop, a Kumaman doll immediately came forward to hand him a flyer. Sir, come in and take a look. With this flyer, you can enjoy a discount of 20 yuan for every 100 spent. Have a great time at Lost Paradise and take back some souvenirs. It will be worth the trip. The young lady inside the Kumamoto bear costume had a very sweet voice and was quite articulate in her presentation. However, Chiba Shinichi casually glanced at the pamphlet he received before walking straight into the first shop. After surveying the place and asking the shopkeeper a few questions, he exited with a calm expression. It was clear that the outcome was not as straightforward as he had hoped. He then shifted his attention to the second shop. As usual, he received another pamphlet from a different young lady in a Kumamoto bear costume. Despite the charming delivery, he reluctantly accepted the pamphlet. Finding nothing unusual, he entered the shop again, leaving his companions outside to monitor the area they had already checked, ready to question any suspicious individuals. The second shop still did not yield the information Chiba Shinichi was looking for. The third, no news. The fourth, the fifth. After several shops, he still hadn't obtained any information. Exiting the seventh shop, he rested one hand on his chest and rubbed his chin, lost in thought. 7 shops. And he hadn't seen anyone from the escape team? Logically, if there were no unfamiliar escapees, there should have been some reactions to the celebrity escapees. Yet there were no signs of any stars having visited the shops, he murmured softly. In contrast to Chiba Shinichi's calm demeanor, the viewers in the live broadcast were experiencing a roller coaster of emotions. Oh my goodness. This detective from the Eastern Land is even checking on the Kumamoto bear ladies who don't show their faces, conducting such a thorough investigation. What about my sister Zifeng? She might be in trouble. There are still 8 Kumamoto bear ladies left. How can I possibly tell which one is Zifeng? It's all that male escapee's fault for leaving my sister Zifeng to dress up as a Kumamoto bear in a place like this. Now he is off enjoying himself, while my sister Zifeng is facing a dire situation. Facing a dire situation? Stuck in that costume under this blazing sun. She is bound to be drenched. Chiba Shinichi checked his watch. Time to keep searching. It was 14:28. Only 10 minutes had passed. The information from Wu Qing would take about 20 more minutes to detect the escape team's location, and it would still require some time. The 8th shop, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 14 shops. The last one. Chiba Shinichi shared the same thought with his many fans, though their mindsets were different. One knew Zifeng was dressed as a Kumamoto bear, while the other did not. The last Kumamoto bear naturally became the focal point. However, handing out and receiving pamphlets had become a slight habit for Chiba Shinichi after going through this process 14 times. Without even taking a pamphlet, he simply looked around the building a little more. He stepped forward, ready to enter. Wait, you. Chinya Shinichi was about to lift his foot, but the next second, he turned to the previously silent Kumamoto bear and asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" His words carried not only confusion, but also more skepticism. At this moment, it wasn't just him who sensed something unusual. The many fans in the live stream had all held their breath. They had seen that Zifeng was wearing the Kumamoto bear costume. The previous 14 were not, and now Chinya Shinichi had discovered this one was different from the others. There was no need to guess the outcome, right? Zifeng was in serious trouble. Once this thought took root, it was unstoppable. Chapter 24. 3 seconds of shock. Chinya Xinyi's expression was stern, with a hint of aloof confidence. His gaze locked onto the black bear costume. With steady, powerful strides, he approached the bear. Soon, he was standing right in front of it. The bear, taken by surprise by the sudden movement, stumbled back a step. This small detail made Chinya Xin furrow his brows. "Are you scared?" he said coldly. The bear regained its balance and looked at the young man standing so close. Gathering its anger, it shouted loudly, Are you crazy?" The roar not only stunned Chinya Xin, but also left a group of fans in the livestream confused. As a longtime fan of Zifeng, the voice of the character was easily recognizable. Any fan could tell if the person inside the bear costume was her or not. The angry shout just now was clearly not Zifeng's, yet they had just seen her wearing the bear's headpiece. How could she just disappear without a trace? What was going on here? However, after hesitating for 2 seconds, Chinya Xin suddenly spoke with conviction. "As an actor, I am not familiar with you. Actors have many skills. Altering one's voice to feign anger is something I have never heard from you. Perhaps, in a moment of carelessness, you could confuse the two." This analysis drew ridicule from some viewers in the livestream. Ha ha ha, this detective really is a bit funny. It's obvious that it's not Zifeng's voice. What's he talking about changing voices for? Some viewers, who felt they had a superior perspective, thought they could outsmart him. Although I might not like people from that region, this detective's attention to detail is indeed impressive. If I were in his shoes, hearing that shout, I might have immediately started apologizing, just in case it really was Zifeng's altered voice, allowing the fugitive to escape. On the internet, there are both trolls and rational thinkers. Especially among the viewers of this show, rational individuals far outnumbered those who acted without thinking. Soon, the mocking voices were drowned out. Now it was time to witness the truth. Shinya Xin had reached out to remove the bear's headpiece, wanting to see the true face behind it. Everyone held their breath, finally about to see a real fugitive. You. The woman inside the bear costume was momentarily taken aback, stumbling over her words. She never expected Shinya Xin to be so shameless. Offended. A plain-looking woman with a few loose strands of hair appeared before everyone, her face displaying anger. It was anger directed at Shinya Xin for his actions. If her bear costume hadn't been so bulky and restrictive, would she have let him act so recklessly? Shinya Xin looked at the woman in front of him, her face suddenly contorted, and her mouth twitched a few times. This time, it was a big deal. Meanwhile, at a corner of the shopping street, a tall woman wearing a ghost mask, a white t-shirt, and hot pants was pulling another girl, drenched in sweat and in gray clothes, who looked completely exhausted. She handed the girl an ugly ghost mask, signaling her to put it on. What an ugly ghost mask. The girl in gray muttered as she put it on her face. It was personally chosen by the captain. The woman in white responded with a slight smile. The captain's taste in picking things is really hard to commend. I think so too. In an unknown location, Song Yang sneezed twice lightly, rubbed his nose, and wondered, did I catch a cold? Fortunately, my sister came to remind me. Otherwise, I would have been the one questioned by that man just now. It was only a few shops away. Luckily, the original person, Kumamoto Bear, came back from the restroom. I don't even know if her stomachache is better. The girl in gray patted her heaving chest, feeling a lingering fear. Maybe the captain had a change of heart. He told me to come get you. Where's the captain? Are we going over now? Come with me. The woman in white took her wrist and rushed towards a marked location where another woman in a dress was. Hey. What are you doing in the women's restroom? The girl in the wet gray clothes felt a force pulling her wrist and, seeing the direction, she looked confused and tried to stop it. Could it be that you're a boy in disguise? Going to the men's restroom? You look so cute. But it might be a bit revealing. The woman in the white t-shirt glanced back, teasingly raising her cherry-red lips slightly. The girl in gray was at a loss for words, gasping for breath, and whimpered, Sis, this ghost mask of ours. Going in there is not going to scare those sisters to death, is it? It's fine. The captain said that someone will take responsibility for everything. The woman in white casually replied, not taking the consequences to heart. The two rushed into the women's restroom, and immediately a sharp scream echoed. Ah, a ghost. This scream was louder than a heavy bell and clearer than a swona. There was no other sound that could overshadow it. It turned out that a woman's scream is the most terrifying and piercing sound in the world. This point is as vivid as the image of the landlady from back in the day. Only 4 words can describe it. Terrifying indeed. The scream caught Shinya Xin's attention, and he lifted his foot to chase after it to see what was happening. However, the girl in front of him seemed unwilling to let him go that easily. Hey, I'm telling you, how can you be like this? You disturb my work for no reason and just think you can run away? Do you understand the courtesy of apologizing? Seeing that you're young, I won't hold it against you, but you should at least apologize. I'm sorry, Chiba Shinichi casually said, but his gaze never left the direction of the woman in front of him. He had a hunch that the source of the screaming must hold the clues he was looking for, because he noticed that the Kumaman girl in front of him, under the scorching sun, was somehow not sweating at all. Clearly, she had just changed not long ago. Are men always this dismissive? I shouldn't have taken this part-time job today. Suddenly getting a stomach ache and bumping into a kind-hearted handsome guy who helped me, only to find out that the Kumaman doll was given to me by another beautiful woman who accused me of trying to seduce her boyfriend. I was already furious. And now I run into you, a shameless person. I'm just trying to earn some extra money, not chasing stars or binge-watching dramas, and looking ordinary. Do I have to suffer this kind of treatment? As the woman spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Chiba Shinichi felt overwhelmed. He could handle solving cases, but comforting a crying girl was truly a challenge. He didn't know how to offer comfort with his outstretched hand. However, when he glanced to the other side, he noticed several girls with tense expressions hurriedly running out. His heart tightened. Then he bowed deeply to the woman in front of him. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. If possible, please contact the Global Escape program team to find me, and I will do my best to compensate for your loss. But I really have urgent matters to attend to. Please understand. After saying that, he didn't care whether the woman absorbed what he said, and quickly slipped away. The woman left behind stood there in a daze, still sobbing, feeling exhausted. Chiba Shinichi's words echoed in her mind. The Global Escape Program team? What kind of variety show is that? Forget it. Today is just my bad luck. After finishing this part-time job, I'll check out this show. It should be worth seeing. right? What happened? Why are you so angry? Chiba Shinichi asked a woman with an angry expression. I don't know where this person came from, but they wore a ghost mask to the restroom and almost scared me to death. Are they crazy? The woman cursed. A ghost mask? How many people? Chiba Shinichi pressed on. 2. I see. Chiba Shinichi instantly realized and turned to run toward the women's restroom. However, more screams erupted as he appeared at the restroom door, becoming even louder. What is this? Why is a man at the entrance of the women's restroom? Shameless. Even though Chiba Shinichi wanted to solve the case and catch the culprit, he couldn't just barge in for the sake of appearances. He could only ask a question to a woman who had just come out. They were only in there for 3 seconds, deliberately trying to scare everyone. And then they ran away. Ran away? Just a bit more time. That woman delayed me just a little bit. Chiba Shinichi punched the wall, his expression darkening. Chapter 25. The unspeakable horror outside the restroom. Chiba Shinichi glanced back at the woman he had seen earlier, only to find that she had put her hood back on and was continuing to hand out flyers. His mind was solely focused on chasing the fugitive, and he did not approach her again to apologize. Retracting his gaze, he led the 2 accompanying officers to continue the pursuit. However, after this missed opportunity, even though they asked around, they could never get the answers they were looking for. They inquired with passers-by if anyone had seen 2 women wearing ghost masks. But the responses revealed that there were many women in ghost masks wandering the streets, often in small groups. This was because not far away, there was a cosplay event themed around a night of 100 ghosts, and it was the perfect time for many enthusiasts to enjoy the festivities. It had been moved to the afternoon to avoid the terrifying atmosphere of the evening. At that moment in the live stream, undoubtedly, a plethora of questions swirled in the minds of the audience regarding everything that had just occurred. Lin Danming skimmed through the comments and summarized, based on the footage of Chiba Shinichi from the live stream. We can infer that he missed the best opportunity to capture the fugitive because of that woman. A mere half-minute difference felt like 2 worlds apart. Yet, why was the Kumaman doll, which appeared in the previous live stream, not among the 15? Why did that little girl dressed as Kumaman become so angry? Even at the moment she removed her hood, why was she not drenched in sweat from being under it in the scorching sun? Did her previous complaints to Chiba reveal any important information? Otherwise, why did Chiba suddenly feel enlightened after hearing the passerby mention that 2 ghost-faced women had gone into the restroom? All these doubts, in my view, stemmed from the Kumaman girl inadvertently getting involved in this chase, which allowed the Purple Maple sister to escape. So, who among the fugitive team meticulously planned this operation to the second? Lin Danming's words were sharp, cutting to the heart of the matter without any unnecessary embellishments. Her expression was serious, more so in shock and surprise. If even an uncontrollable passerby could be utilized in such a way, what kind of audacity would that require? I originally thought I finally understood this time, but after Muming's analysis, I felt like I had learned nothing. Can't people just interact simply? The scheming is nothing but a malignant tumor. I suddenly felt a bit sorry for that detective who was thwarted in his pursuit by a passerby. In the Paradise Amusement Park, the search and capture operation had been ongoing for half an hour. However, after checking the third attraction, Chiba Shinichi still had not made any progress. He stood by the artificial lake, where the wind whipped against his face, as if fiercely slapping him. At that moment, he saw Bao Yun's team hurrying down the steps from the lakeside path. A few people were drenched all over, their hair matted together, looking as if they had just been soaked. Across the street, he saw Yuzei running towards him with a panicked expression, his brows furrowed. The pursuit team has gathered. Bao Yun spotted Chiba Shinichi and Yuzue and walked up the stairs to meet them. Before either of them could speak, he swallowed hard and said, "We've found traces of the 2 fugitive stars. A temporary issue with an amusement ride caused a group of thrill-seeking tourists to be stranded midway. It feels too coincidental. Seeing them in distress, we thought we had to rescue them. But now that their whereabouts have been exposed, they cannot escape under our encirclement. Yet, they managed to get away." Managed to get away? Chiba Shinichi murmured. Managed? Bao Yun noted the word with surprise. Yes. Chiba Shinichi nodded and informed them of the general situation on his side. As for why he didn't elaborate, it was simply because he hadn't fully let go of his suspicions about anyone. That thorn seemed rooted in his heart, never to be removed. Speaking of which, something strange happened during our rescue, Bao Yun said, a few strands of hair sticking to his forehead, droplets of water trickling down his cheeks, eventually falling onto the dry, hot pavement, instantly vanishing. While we were assisting, we noticed that the Yua Longman ride was suspended at the highest point, with 18 people seated, but instead of diving quickly like normal, it was descending slowly, as if during an ascent. Quite bizarre. At first, we thought it was a signal issue at the amusement park causing the slow speed, but now it seems otherwise. Bao Yun's expression turned contemplative, as fragments of memories flashed through his mind, piecing together like a chess game that suddenly became clear after a single move. What you described isn't even the strangest part. What I encountered was truly a mix of horror and the uncanny. Yu Zue, who was leaning on his knees and gasping for breath, finally caught his breath. He raised his head and shouted, his face pale. He had encountered an indescribable, terrifying reality that occurred right beside him. By the way, weren't the three of you pursuing stars supposed to stick together? Why are you the only one here? Where are the other two? Bao Yun asked, dripping wet. Just as I was about to explain about them, I entered the haunted house with them. We were almost inseparable, one right after the other. Yet, they inexplicably vanished. I searched inside repeatedly, but found no trace of them, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Upon hearing this, Chiba Shinichi couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Speaking with an air of confidence, there is no such thing as vanishing into thin air. If that happens, there are only two possibilities. One is that their means surpass our understanding. The other is that they voluntarily disappeared or were made to disappear. Huh, what do you mean? Yuzue was surprised, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. It was a bit complicated to explain, but having unraveled thousands of mysteries, both in real life and online, he had indeed encountered such tactics before. Chiba Shinichi pressed his lips together, not stating it outright. As always, he wouldn't fully trust anyone but himself. Some matters were best left unspoken. However, after pondering the issues from the three parties, his gaze cleared as if he had an epiphany. And he shifted the conversation. Perhaps the events we are encountering are not merely obstacles to our pursuit of the fugitive. Bao Yun shook his damp arms and wiped his water-stained face, nodding seriously as he said, I also suspect that the strange occurrences in all three parties, using almost identical methods, are unlikely to be the work of three individuals. It seems more like the idea of one person. Is it still that Song Yang? He murmured, feeling fairly certain in his heart, yet still puzzled. Why go through such great lengths to simply increase the difficulty of their pursuit, setting up so many traps? In the end, doesn't it still shrink their space for survival? It's just a desperate struggle. The more tactics they employ, the more intense their struggle becomes. He felt he was nearing a state of being out of options. He then thought of another aspect and scoffed lightly. He believed that Song Yang's tactics were a desperate struggle before death. The more fiercely one struggles, the closer they are to death. Seeing Bao Yun's resolute expression of speculation, for the first time, Chiba Shinichi didn't dare to assert anything. His pride was undeniable, but it didn't mean he would lose himself amidst various clues and evidence. On the contrary, clues and evidence were the stepping stones that proved he had every right to be proud. He analyzed quietly. The woman in the ghost mask, the screaming restroom, the slowly descending fish leaping over the dragon gate, the terrified tourists, the vanishing pursuers, the eerie haunted house. Screams, fear, strangeness, the locations of the three parties. Sharing the same thought, not random, not coincidental, leaving only intentional motives. All the evidence seemed to point to one place. Chapter 26. Welcome to Hell, where is it? Previously, from Chinya Xian's perspective, it didn't seem surprising at all, as many fans in the live broadcast room knew that the chaos was created by the fugitives, taking advantage of the confusion to escape. But now, with the three parties meeting, everyone encountered bizarre events, resulting in an indescribable outcome. It was also a process difficult to fathom. Upon careful examination, the truth revealed was quite terrifying. According to Bao Yun, the same methods, the same stories, and the same oddities. This couldn't merely be a coincidence. The probability was not much lower than that of the sun colliding with the earth. Therefore, a premeditated plan by an individual is the only possibility. What the heck? Am I following a variety show or a horror film? It's terrifying to think about, isn't it? Just a moment ago, I thought the events involving the detective and that woman were quite normal, and their emotions were undeniably real. Aside from Zifeng's inexplicable disappearance, there were no suspicious points. Now, looking closely at the stories of the other two parties, there are many doubts in those seemingly normal aspects. I apologize for insulting 9 years of compulsory education. Apart from the events involving the three parties being deliberately orchestrated, I can't think of anything else that seems off. The 10 years of hard study have certainly suffered a great humiliation. I'd rather go back and receive prenatal education. I hope when my mother conceives me again, she can watch this show more often so that maybe my IQ could be a bit higher when I'm born. In the live broadcast room, the adorable viewers, in their amazement and confusion, don't forget to tease themselves. So, where exactly is the place the detective referred to? Ultimately, this question replaced all doubts. The haunted house. Shinya Xian's gaze slightly sharpened as he extended a hand and slowly pointed towards the direction Yuzue had just come from, his voice cold and frosty. The haunted house. Yuzue turned to look in the direction indicated, feeling a bit apprehensive. That place left an indelible impression on him. Just like the two living people who had been following him closely, the woman's scream was enough to scare a ghost to death. Yet she silently vanished behind him without him noticing. Who wouldn't find such an experience terrifying and bizarre? Who wouldn't feel a tremendous upheaval in their heart? All signs pointed to a horrifying and strange factor. Shinya Xian lowered his arm, took a step forward, his footsteps firm. The two star hunters suddenly disappeared in the haunted house. Upon further reflection, why did the fugitive team go to such great lengths to set up a maze from the beginning, leading us to unlock the code to come to this amusement park? And why set up three forces just to place the final clue in something terrifying and bizarre? They want to lead us there. Bao Yun answered coldly. He wants to lead us there, so we'll just go? Does he really think we will do as he wishes? Yuzue was instantly furious. The fugitives were utterly arrogant, treating them like unresisting fish, calling them around at will. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the strange looks from Shinya Xian and Bao Yun. He shivered, his pupils dilating in an instant, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. In the sweltering heat, he felt a chill creeping up from his feet to the top of his head. Yuzue stammered, So. The mysterious disappearance of Xiaoxue and Xiaodi is the path he chose for us? Yes. This time, we have no choice but to go. There's no way we can't go, Bao Yun said, spreading his damp palms helplessly. Isn't that just being led by the nose? Xiaoxue and Xiaodi have already vanished without a trace. What if something goes wrong after we go over? What will happen to Team Leader Li? The escape team is so cunning. If only Team Leader Li and Captain Zhang are left, they might really escape, Yuzue murmured, not worried about his two companions facing any other mishaps, as the production team is monitoring everyone's perspective in real time. If something really goes wrong, the production team would naturally intervene. If the production team doesn't intervene, it means everything is still within the normal behavior of the chase game. After hearing Yuzue's words, Shinya Xian smiled slightly and said, if they are leading us over, why can't it be that they've been pushed to a dead end and want to seek survival against the odds? Such adversity could be their hope for survival. And isn't it also a chance for us to deal a fatal blow to each other? Where's the opportunity? I can't see it. Yuzue was puzzled. Only what the prepared do can be called opportunity. What the unprepared do is just luck. Let's set off. He smiled without saying more. It's best to keep some strategies to oneself in order to maintain the initiative in a constantly changing situation. Shinya Xian, Bao Yun, and Yuzue, the three pursuers, along with 4 investigators selected from Jiangnan province, made a total of 7 people. After confirming the location, they all rushed toward the haunted house. A puddle remained at the original spot, with a pair of damp footprints leading in one direction. Soon, they arrived at a moderately sized, broad semi-enclosed area. In the center of the area stood a mini ancient city gate. At the very top of the gate, a huge skull was embedded. Its open mouth displayed 24 large, white teeth. The 2 eye sockets seemed to be watching every visitor passing by. Just a little below the skull, directly above the main entrance, there was a piece of naturally carved stone inscribed with 2 large characters, Fengdu. In Chinese legend, Fengdu is known as the City of Ghosts, making it a fitting name for a haunted house. However, it is said that hell is empty and the devils are on earth. Human hearts are like ghosts, and petty people are everywhere. Whether it is the haunted house that scares people or people that scare the ghosts is uncertain. 2-star hunters disappeared in the haunted house. If the pursuit is successful, it would be acceptable, but if they fail to catch them, the loss would not only be in personnel, but also in the credibility of justice in society. They must find them no matter what. Bao Yun patted the somewhat dry cuffs of his clothes and suddenly said. The others nodded in agreement, indicating their support. They could not forget the original intention of participating in this program. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. With the experience of the previous escape by 2 fugitives, Chiba Shinichi had to take extra precautions this time. He decided to leave 2 team members on guard outside while the others went in together. The entrance and exit of the haunted house are the same. Although the space inside is vast, as long as they secure the entrance. There would still be room for remedy in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 27. People move upwards, water flows downwards? It seems the signal has returned. As Li Xingwo left the bumper car area, he heard a surprised voice nearby. Squinting, he raised his hand and glanced at his wristwatch. Noting that it was still not yet 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he thought to himself, this Wu Qing really sticks to his word. Half an hour is indeed half an hour. But it has already been half an hour. He had spent almost the entire half hour searching around the competition track, and just as he came out of the bumper car area, there was still no trace of the fleeing team. Where could they have gone? With one hand on his hip and the other shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, he felt a sense of comfort from the blue sky visible between his fingers. Before long, Li Xingwo's communicator vibrated. In the past, during missions, he would always turn off his phone. This time, although he didn't turn it off, he had set it to vibrate. It had almost become a habit. He feared that sudden sounds would disrupt the pursuit and cause unnecessary trouble. Quickly, Li Xingwo took out the communicator to answer. Team Leader Li. Most areas have restored signal data. It was Wu Qing on the line. However, Li Xingwo was puzzled by what he meant by most areas. Wu Qing, are you implying that there are still areas that haven't fully restored? Li Xingwo asked with a hint of impatience. There are 2 locations. One is the haunted house, where I can't access the nearby surveillance. The other is the Ferris wheel, where I also can't access the surrounding monitoring. I'm currently working to restore the signal, but it seems these 2 locations will take more time. Wu Qing's fingers were furiously typing, and the sound of the keyboard was quite loud through the communicator. Li Xingwo understood that Wu Qing was racing against time and didn't want to question him further. However, he was very curious about the 2 locations Wu Qing mentioned. Why were those places different? Other areas were functioning normally, yet only the haunted house and the Ferris wheel remained problematic. The haunted house, known for its ghostly attractions, was underground, while the Ferris wheel offered a view from the highest point, almost overlooking the entire amusement park, giving a feeling of standing on the clouds. One ascends to the sky, the other descends into the earth. Why were these 2 locations singled out? Do you have any updates from the other teams? Li Xingwo continued to inquire. Wu Qing replied, since your pursuit route was specified in advance, I followed the route and found no information on anyone. All the previous image signals were missing. They are very likely at one of these 2 places. People move upwards, water flows downwards. There are patterns hidden within the impossible. These 2 places have anomalies, and since we haven't seen any sign of them elsewhere, if the communicator can't connect to the other 3 teams, then they must be at these 2 locations. No matter where they are, I'll just head to one of those places. It would be best to meet them. If we can't meet, at least we can find out if there are any fugitives in another location. Be careful. I won't be able to provide remote support in these 2 places for a short while. Wu Qing, having heard Li Xingwo's firm decision, said no more. After giving a brief reminder, he actively hung up the communicator. After Li Xingwo retrieved the communicator, he gazed far into the distance. He saw a landmark amusement park attraction, the Ferris wheel, located several hundred meters away. I don't know where the haunted house is. Searching will take time, so the giant sign of the Ferris wheel is easier to find. I'll head there first. He murmured a few words and then quickly walked towards the Ferris wheel. Meanwhile, a group of tourists who regained signal data felt as if they had encountered a refreshing rain after a drought. Some opened their phones and clicked on a live streaming app with strong intent, entering a program live room called Global Escape. Some even posted comments sharing their experiences. It's confirmed. I'm so lucky to have passively participated in the escape game. I just went through half an hour of information chaos in this lost paradise. But where is my handsome stranger? I want to get his contact number. Do you think he will give it to me? To the girl at the scene. Remember to send me a copy. To the girl at the scene, I want my carefree brother. A bunch of trivial folks. Could you please send me a set of signatures from the pursuit team? I'll cover the postage plus an extra 1,000 in red envelopes. The atmosphere in the live room gradually shifted from requests for contact information to the escape itself amidst the flurry of comments. Dare the production team release all the footage you have? Wasn't the previous 6-camera setup great? I'm even prepared to steal the third eye of Erlang Shun to capture every detail. However, the distant production team ignored the threats in the comments. He couldn't help but mutter, always asking for updates, but when they're not provided, there are only a few comments. How can they show you more? Believe it or not, I could flip the table and perform for you all. As Li Xingwo walked quickly, he unknowingly arrived beside the Ferris wheel. It was a towering structure, firmly supporting the massive wheel that reached into the clouds. Looking up, he saw the Ferris wheel slowly turning, but strangely, there seemed to be no one guarding it, and no one was getting off the Ferris wheel. Could it be that the previous signal interference caused the Ferris wheel to stop, and the staff went to find someone? That shouldn't be. That was half an hour ago. They should have come by now, he murmured softly. But suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of a tall figure with its back to him inside one of the cabins. The cabin was slowly descending from about 7 or 8 meters above the platform. Is there someone? Li Xinghua's pupils slightly constricted, realizing that things were not as simple as they seemed. With a swift step, he brought 2 members of his team onto the platform. He noticed that the cabin containing a figure had descended to 5 meters. Finally, he could see the person's face clearly. Li Xiaoyao. Wasn't it Song Yang? In such a vast space, was it only Li Xiaoyao? Li Xiaoyao slowly turned around, looking down at Li Xinghua, who was 2 meters below him. And with a mischievous smile at the corner of his eye said, "What's wrong? You seem quite unhappy to see me. I thought chasing me would surprise you." Group leader Li. The last title was emphasized heavily. Hearing this, Li Xinghua couldn't help but frown. How could Li Xiaoyao know his surname? At the beginning of the show, the names of the pursuit team members had not been disclosed to the escape team. "Are you surprised that I know your name?" Li Xiaoyao smiled, his gaze calm, making it hard to tell whether he was acting or genuinely composed. It was a pity that Brother Xiaoyao's acting skills were so outstanding that it blurred the lines between illusion and reality. Li Xinghua scrutinized Li Xiaoyao for a moment, his body frozen in place. He speculated, could there be an undercover escapee among the pursuit team? And perhaps there was an undercover pursuer within the escape team as well? Could the Li Xiaoyao before him be the one? Otherwise, how would he know my name? We have never interacted, and the production team only introduced us right before the show started, with no prior information mentioned. Seeing the confusion in Li Xinghua's eyes, Li Xiaoyao smiled slightly, and, when he was just 2 meters away from the platform, pushed open the cabin door. "Since Group Leader Li has doubts, I can't escape right under your nose," he invited. "I was just looking down at the entire amusement park from this Ferris wheel, and the view from the top seems quite thrilling. However, I would still like to invite you to come up and chat. Hee. Time is short. It passes quickly. Group Leader, should we pull him down?" The 2 accompanying pursuit members, sensing the provocative tone in Li Xiaoyao's words, stepped forward to ask. Li Xinghua raised his hand to stop their actions, pondering for 3 seconds. Seeing that the cabin was now less than a meter from the platform, he quickly assessed the situation and said, "No need, you stay here. I'll go up and take a look with him." With that, he stepped forward. Li Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out, wanting to pull Li Xinghua. However, he was brushed off, and as he stepped up, the 2 pursuit members moved forward to close the cabin door, securing it from the outside. The 30-minute round of the Ferris wheel was about to set sail once again. Chapter 28. Acting? We're all above the standard. 10 minutes earlier, in the haunted house of Fengdu, Shi Yao entered the haunted house with Zifeng. Strangely, there was no one to stop them, nor was there anyone guarding the entrance. This left Zhang Zifeng feeling puzzled. The scene was filled with eerie vibes. Every corner seemed less like an amusement park and more like a real haunted city of death. She tightly gripped Shi Yao's slender arm, the skin feeling very smooth to the touch. Zifeng was afraid that if she wasn't too careful, she would lose her grip. So she held on a bit too tightly, causing some discomfort to Shi Yao. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" In the dark corridor, there were sounds of sobbing all around. Shi Yao suddenly spoke, and in that instant, she felt her arm being gripped tightly again. "Ah!" Zhang Zifeng halted, pulling Shi Yao back, her expression confused. However, inside the haunted house, it was as dark as ink, and even those with good vision could only see a hint of the corridor's outline. In the pitch-black passage, there were plastic skeletons embedded along the walls. "Shi Yao, aren't we looking for the captain? Where are we going?" Zifeng tried to suppress her fear and asked while bending slightly. "Look, do you see that wooden coffin up ahead? Let us go." Shi Yao pointed to a faint light at the end of the corridor, illuminating a wooden coffin. The light seemed to act as a seal, enclosing the coffin. "What? Shi Yao, you're not joking, are you? Even though this is a haunted house, it shouldn't be this disrespectful, right? You're actually going to disturb something like a coffin?" Zifeng was stunned, hesitating to move forward. "It's fine, there's a person inside." Shi Yao waved her hand, showing a surprising amount of courage, and pulled Zifeng straight towards it. Upon a closer look, the coffin didn't have a lid. Shi Yao casually patted the inside of the coffin, showing her undeniable bravery. Meanwhile, Zifeng was already cowering, her respect for the coffin far beyond the horizon. She knew it was just someone dressed up, but if it were real, it wouldn't just be scary, it would be deadly. Muttering to herself, "Sorry for the disturbance." Suddenly, A figure sat up abruptly. Zhang Zifeng grabbed Xiao's arm, almost poking a hole through it. Hiss! Xiao gasped in surprise and quickly shouted at the person who sat up. Captain, if you don't say something soon, I might not fall into the hands of the pursuit team, but I'm afraid Zifeng will send me to meet the king of hell early. This coffin is probably meant for me. Thank you for your hard work. Song Yang's face appeared pale under the faint light, and the first thing he said was to express his gratitude. Brother Song. Zhang Zifeng, hearing the familiar voice, immediately relaxed her grip, astonished. What on earth is going on? Why did Brother Song make me pretend to be a character and then suddenly pull me back? And why are you lying in a place like this? How unlucky. She was deeply entangled and more confused than ever. Countless threads were tangled in her mind. Impossible to cut, and yet chaotic. Since your task was complete, there was no need to take any more risks. The remaining parts belonged to that girl. And it was only natural for you to come back. Song Yang gave a fairly vague and ambiguous answer, still not revealing the true reason behind it. Or rather, Zhang Zifeng could not discern the reasoning from his words. Her part? When did you get to know that girl, Brother Song? Confusion filled Zhang Zifeng's somewhat baby-faced expression. 20 minutes ago. Only a stranger could express various emotions completely, and it was only through such impeccable, genuine emotional expression that one could be convinced. Song Yang rambled on with a series of nonsensical phrases, making Zhang Zifeng even more puzzled. What stranger's emotions? What genuine expression beyond standards? Could it be that an ordinary girl could outperform her, who had been immersed in the circle for a long time and honed her acting skills for years? To utilize an ordinary girl in such a way was not the wish of an extraordinary person. However, with her current identity, there was no other way to proceed. If she were to watch the show, I would like to apologize to her here for any offense caused. Song Yang's last statement was very sincere, his tone deep and steady. After all, he had indeed taken advantage of an ordinary yet strong girl. Zhang Zifeng secretly gave a thumbs up for Song Yang's small gesture. Then she asked, so what are we doing in the haunted house? And who are we trying to convince? To convince the pursuit team that there will be something to gain from the haunted house, they have to come. Xiao casually said, lightly curling a few strands of hair in front of her. But how can we be sure that person will come? Naturally, it's because of the girl who made the handover with you. Xiao leaned against the wooden coffin, not shying away from the details. Her sudden statement left Zhang Zifeng even more perplexed. The girl who made the handover should have given the items to Song Yang, and then he would pass them to you. Song Yang asked me to set up a trap at the restroom entrance just before the pursuit team was about to find you. What trap? Zhang Zifeng questioned. Xiao continued. I played a role, pretending to be Song Yang's girlfriend, and scolded that girl, saying she was shameless and other words that would make her break down emotionally. This. Zhang Zifeng looked at the two with suspicion, her expression tightening slightly. Unfortunately, the lighting wasn't very bright, so she couldn't see their expressions clearly. She imagined the two sharing a knowing smile. A girl, having endured grievances and feeling unwell, distributing flyers under the scorching sun, would naturally be in a bad mood. It was normal for her not to say the basic welcoming words to the pursuit team. But the member of the pursuit team, having been accustomed to the warm and polite words from the previous 14, became suspicious of that girl due to his inherently suspicious nature. Once the mask is removed, it will surely bring resentment. I caused a commotion in the women's restroom, leaving behind a terrifying element. The member of the pursuit team was delayed by that woman, giving us the chance to escape. Hearing that girl's heartbreaking call naturally led to the assumption that this was a trap we set. In their anger, they would naturally want to catch us to avenge their previous humiliation. If at this moment, we provide them with another clue, all evidence would point to the haunted house. As Xiao spoke, her voice suddenly stopped. The outcome was obvious. After piecing together the information, the pursuit team would inevitably come to the haunted house. Chapter 29. Old Lee, how about we switch identities? Brother Song, are you just going to sit in there? The sounds echoing around made Zhang Zifeng tighten her delicate body and lean closer to Xiao in search of comfort. She then looked at Song Yang, who sat upright in the wooden coffin under the dim light, resembling a ghost. Song Yang turned his head slightly, his profile illuminated by a greenish light, with a pale complexion that hinted at something sinister. If one didn't know he was a living person, they might indeed be frightened. He slowly asked, Zifeng, how about a chance for some practice? Have you ever acted as a ghost? Huh. Zhang Zifeng slightly parted her lips, her face full of confusion and disbelief. More practice? The last time she practiced, she almost got caught by the pursuers. Now, in this haunted house, was she being asked to wander around alone? Oh no, just the eerie sounds surrounding her were enough to send chills down her spine, let alone acting alone in a haunted house. With acute perception, Song Yang noticed the terrified expression on Zhang Zifeng's face. He rolled out of the coffin, dusted off his hands, and said, "Don't worry. It's already good that Xiao won't torment any other ghosts. This time she will be with you. Just follow her lead." The captain's words seemed to imply that he thought she was violent. Xiao asked with a clear voice, clearly amused. "I just meant to say you have a lot of courage." Song Yang replied casually, his expression remaining as icy as ever, not engaging in excessive teasing. In truth, Xiao's earlier words did not fully grasp his thoughts. He had placed the members of the escape team in various locations and personally led Xiao to choose spots, not solely for the purpose of the pursuers. There was also a testing aspect involved. Was there an undercover agent among the escape team from the pursuers? Or a third party arranged by the program team? To avoid falling into the program's traps and to reach the end for the chance at the 30 million bounty. Activating the final ability of the system and showcasing every aspect of the chase during the program, he had to hold on until the end. This matter. Without confirming the true identities of the escape team, he could not reveal to anyone. Most importantly, he had some doubts that needed verification. "What about you, Brother Song?" Seeing that Song Yang was not part of the task, Zhang Zifeng pressed on. "Me, just wandering around nearby." Song Yang snapped back to reality, responding carelessly. After saying that, he disappeared into the darkness without looking back. His figure seemed to merge with the shadows, completely vanishing from sight. Zhang Zifeng observed this, playing with her scattered hair, half tilting her head, her delicate face full of curiosity. "Sister Xiao, why do I feel like Brother Song has something to say?" "What do you mean?" Xiao casually asked while gently touching the wooden coffin. "Could it be that Sister Xiao really has a hidden violent side that can tackle ghosts? You seem completely unfazed by the haunted house." Zhang Zifeng leaned in and took a deep breath. Xiao leaned back and replied, "As the saying goes, as long as you have the courage, even the ghost can take a break. What is there to be afraid of in a haunted house? Besides, everything inside has been tampered with by Song Yang, so there's no need to worry." No wonder they were so fearless, especially since there were no staff guarding the entrance when they came in, which was quite unreasonable. But what I don't understand is, if they send someone to block the exit of the haunted house, wouldn't we be trapped? They have teammates. And we are not fighting alone, right? Zhang Zifeng's gaze focused on Xiao's fair face, which bore a carefree smile and an air of ease. Teammates? Are they reliable? The mastermind of the escape team is stuck in the haunted house. How can the others stand a chance against that group of pursuers? Shoo, they are coming. Xiao heard the sound echoing from the corridor and immediately gestured for Zhang Zifeng to be quiet. Zhang Zifeng nodded blankly and then quietly followed Xiao, disappearing into the darkness. The Ferris wheel of paradise lost. Inside the cabin, Li Xingwa stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Xiaoyao. The Ferris wheel turned slowly, and after half a minute, Li Xingwa saw a pursuer about 5 meters below him, and his racing heart finally settled. The small cabin wasn't too crowded with just the two of them, but adding 2 more would make it feel extremely cramped. Li Xiaoyao and Li Xingwa stood facing each other. Li Xiaoyao smiled first. "Team leader Li, can I help you sit down?" Li Xingwa waved his hand, politely thanked him, and then stood straight, refusing to back down. "Thank you, but I'm not old enough to the point where I can't stand for a while." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyao admired his spirit and pride, but his strong acting skills gradually brought a teasing expression to his face. Seeing Li Xingwa standing, even though he could sit down, Li Xiaoyao chose not to, maintaining his respect for the elder. He glanced around at the scenery. At a height of 6 meters, he could faintly see part of the panoramic view. The amusement park looked quite nice from this height, while it wasn't as stunning as a natural paradise. It still held a charm infused with the essence of the mundane world. Where there are people, there is laughter and joy. Li Xingwa listened to Li Xiaoyao talk about the surroundings, his calm expression revealing no sign of disturbance. He said flatly, "This last bit of time is not for sightseeing." "Naturally, I didn't intend to waste this precious time either. Perhaps I should just arrest you directly and take you back for interrogation, which would be better than listening to you describe the scenery." Li Xingwa got straight to the point, his words carrying a clear sense of intimidation. Although he suspected the other party was an undercover agent, he couldn't state it outright. If Li Xiaoyao wasn't an undercover agent and this information was leaked, it would undoubtedly alert the escape team. After all, Li Xiaoyao had invited him onto the Ferris wheel with such certainty, suggesting he had a backup plan for escape. And this backup plan, of course, wouldn't involve him directly, but rather other fugitives. To be on the safe side, a subtle approach would be best. Team Leader Li could certainly take me back, but before that, wouldn't it be better to hear my suggestion? What suggestion? Li Xinghua raised an eyebrow. The Ferris wheel beneath him already reaching a height of 9 meters. How about I change your current identity? Li Xiaoyao's expression turned serious, his gaze shimmering like starlight. And a faint whisper escaped his lips. Chapter 30. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Change identity? These 3 ordinary words sounded like a thunderclap in Li Xinghua's ears, buzzing in his mind. Could it be? Was his guess correct? Was Li Xiaoyao really an undercover agent? No. The more it came to this, the less he could let his guard down. Since Song Yang could use dual decoding to inform the pursuit team, it indicated that he had his suspicions, and one could not rule out that all of this was his doing. He needed to test the waters. He scrutinized the man before him, whose appearance, despite a slight flaw, still exuded handsomeness. He said in a deep voice, "Change identity? Is this really your last resort? Why do you think I would change identities with you?" No. Li Xiaoyao repeated no 3 times. I believe Team Leader Li has misunderstood. What I mean by changing identities is not to discuss with Team Leader Li, but rather, the corner of his mouth subtly lifted into a graceful arc, and his slightly flawed eyelid raised ever so slightly, yet it could not conceal the depth and mischief in his eyes. Notification. The last 2 words from Li Xiaoyao, as if they had been stored in an icy cellar for 1,000 years, were suddenly shouted out, cold and piercing. He was radiant, full of confidence. Notification? I think you still haven't grasped the current situation, have you? Li Xinghua changed his steady demeanor and casually sat in his seat, exuding a sense of dominating presence. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyao also took a seat opposite him. He casually draped his arms over the armrests, appearing nonchalant, revealing no signs of anxiety. No, it should be that Team Leader Li hasn't grasped the current situation. When I met Team Leader Li, I was not the slightest bit surprised. And I could even call out Team Leader Li's name directly. This is an undeniable fact, isn't it? You say that if there were a drastic change in Team Leader Li's position within the pursuit team, what would the outcome be? Huh. Li Xinghua chuckled lightly, but did not respond. I know Team Leader Li won't believe what I say, but I must inform you that our identities have already been exchanged from the moment you came up. Li Xiaoyao laughed out loud. The coldness and indifference in his eyes were far from the good public image of someone raised in a modern city. Even the villains in dramas weren't as cold and manipulative as he was. However, for Li Xinghua, let alone the fleeing character portrayed by Li Xiaoyao in the show, he had seen even fiercer fugitives than Li Xiaoyao. How could he lose his momentum in front of Li Xiaoyao? Moreover, the earlier probing only deepened his suspicions. Li Xinghua had merely tested the waters and was able to conclude that there was a lie embedded in what Li Xiaoyao had just said. A lie. This is not a genuine thought. No one could lie in front of Li Xinghua without being exposed. Although there might be exaggeration, he could find traces of over 99% of lies in the shortest time possible. The remaining 1% of lies is woven together with one lie after another, creating a colossal deception. Without thorough investigation, even the sharpest detective wouldn't be able to unravel it in a short time. Li Xinghua sensed that Li Xiaoyao might be lying about his identity in his words. Li Xiaoyao's emphasis was on exchange rather than identity. The person before him likely has ulterior motives. Exchange. To exchange, one must have bargaining chips. An exchange without chips is merely a one-sided robbery. Li Xinghua believed that his guess this time was correct. Although Li Xiaoyao's performance was impressive, it could not escape his keen eye. In his earlier words, identity was merely a disguise. The exchange was of utmost importance. And the bargaining chips for the exchange. That was Li Xiaoyao's ultimate goal in inviting him to the Ferris wheel. Knowing Li Xiaoyao's hand, Li Xinghua paid no heed to his threatening words. His expression returned to the cold and tranquil state of a frozen lake in winter. No matter how much one struggles, it is futile. The exchange of identity always requires a bargaining chip. But you are right in front of me, within reach, and your chip likely won't save you. Is that so? That's quite unfortunate. Such a beautiful view is about to fall into silence, which is rather melancholic. Li Xiaoyao stood up again, opened his arms, and moved toward the cabin door. He had reached the mid-height of the Ferris wheel, allowing him to overlook most of the scenery, even clearly seeing the attractions on the other side of the amusement park. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air from midair, and sighed. This expression seemed quite off to Li Xinghua. He gazed sharply, murmuring to himself, Li Xiaoyao appears overly calm. Can his acting skills be so good as to reveal his opponent's trump card and still remain so composed? This must indicate immense confidence and assurance. But where lies the problem? Is it possible that his bargaining chips are beyond my control? Or could it be that he is the only one from the escape team here, while the others are in a different, unmonitored haunted house? And those in the haunted house could become his bargaining chips? The more Li Xinghua thought about these 2 points, the more uneasy he felt. He had some knowledge of Li Xiaoyao's background, a solid actor capable of blurring the line between reality and fiction, elevating the sense of immersion to its peak. However, a person's ingrained habits cannot be easily changed. Although Li Xiaoyao has played the role of a fugitive, he seemed overly calm when faced with reality. Not at all like the Li Xiaoyao depicted in the data. Since team leader Li still wants to capture me, Li Xiaoyao said, his face smooth and lean, showing no signs of nervousness about being caught. Then I can only call for backup. After saying that, Li Xiaoyao pulled out a special communication device prepared by the production team. It was a trophy obtained earlier on the cruise. I believe you know that there is a computer expert in the escape team, right? Changing this communication device to a dual-channel intercom within 2 hours shouldn't be too difficult, right? He let out a sigh and smiled, his spirit still vibrant. Team leader Li, welcome to the Lost Paradise. You must have heard this saying, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. This phrase echoed from the communicator, resonating in Li Xinghua's mind and igniting a similar reaction in the minds of countless fans. Chapter 31. Prisoners when you gaze into the abyss. The abyss gazes back at you. Song Yang's voice was highly recognizable. Even though everyone had only known him for a few hours through a few screens in the live broadcast, they could still identify him from the voice coming through the communicator. This statement directly dispelled most of their doubts. After entering the amusement park, the brief appearance of the escape team allowed everyone to see the metaphorical rabbits trapped in the park, waiting to be slaughtered. They also witnessed the pursuit team, which had been relentlessly closing in on the escape team, from cracking codes to almost completely controlling their route. Many believed it was nearly impossible for the escape team to get away. As Bao Yun had previously stated, the tighter the final measures were, the more it indicated that the escape team was nearing a dead end. That was the last struggle, which was typically frantic. The live broadcast featuring Chiba Shinichi and Li Xinghua seemed to show them being led by the nose, yet it also validated Bao Yun's words, as it represented the escape team's final desperate measures. Now, Song Yang's statement clearly overturned the previous assumptions. Even though they had not seen the escape team's perspective, they could deduce some details from Chiba Shinichi's earlier broadcast based on this statement. There was a sudden change of personnel with the Kumaman character, and the screaming from the women's restroom allowed the fugitives to narrowly escape. 2-star pursuers had suddenly vanished from the haunted house. The 3 pursuit teams converged, their sights set directly on the haunted house. Li Xiaoyao was caught red-handed by Li Xinghua, but remained calm and collected. This was both a lure into the game and the inevitable result of the pursuit team compressing the escape team's space for survival. But there was one thing. Song Yang from the escape team had not yet shown himself. During the earlier meeting of the 3 pursuit teams, it had been mentioned that everything they encountered came from one person's handiwork. Even the viewers with the God's Eye view in the live broadcast had not seen any movement from Song Yang. Now he had emerged. Moreover, he had provided confirmation for everything that had happened before. Both sides of the chase had their own thoughts, viewing each other as sheep to be slaughtered. This was certainly true for the pursuit team, as catching the fugitives was a given. However, as a fugitive and the leader of the escape team, was Song Yang's behavior not suspicious of putting the escape team in jeopardy? This was an unexplainable aspect. Perhaps only the voice from the communicator could clarify their doubts. Leader Li, it seems we can sit down and have a good talk, Li Xiaoyao said, holding the communicator, his expression calm as he returned to his seat. He looked at Li Xinghua, who appeared pensive and hesitant, smiled, and finally felt relaxed. The abyss? Do you really think your confidence can draw us in? Do you believe you can toy with the pursuit team? Li Xinghua snapped back to reality, his momentum undiminished. A few strands of hair blown upwards by the howling wind above, and he spoke boldly. What do you consider your leverage to escape here? Do you think as the abyss, you have the cards to draw us into this? The entrances and exits of the entire amusement park were surrounded by them. Did he really think he could escape? Hostages? He shouted continuously towards the opposite side, unsure whether he was yelling at Li Xiaoyao or at the communicator. A few words made Li Xiaoyao feel uneasy. The methods that Song Yang had arranged for him in the Ferris wheel were surprisingly revealed so easily by Li Xinghua. It must be said that team leader Li's analysis of the situation was indeed very seasoned. Looking at the entire amusement park, it was indeed very difficult for us to escape. Song Yang's voice crackled with a slight electrical buzz, and despite the noise from the equipment, it was impossible to detect any chaos in his tone. I wonder if Team Leader Li has heard a story. A story? Li Xinghua questioned, then chuckled lightly. If you want someone to listen to a story, you at least have to show your cards. I wonder if the lives of 2-star pursuers in the haunted house, plus thousands of others, are enough for Team Leader Li to listen to my story till the end? Song Yang's voice was cold, like a god of death emerging from hell, wrapped in a chilling aura. Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghua's heart raced. Thousands of people? He had originally thought that Song Yang would at most use members of the pursuit team as hostages, perhaps a few star pursuers. But thousands of people. He hadn't even dared to think at that level before. Even in the case of a shipwreck, it would only target the program team members involved. Now, however, it was threatening the lives of thousands of innocent people. Why should I believe you have that capability? There are only a few people in the escape team. What can you do? Fortunately, he did not lose his composure. His analysis of the situation was extremely sharp, like an owl in the dark night. The wind howled fiercely. The cabin door they were in was nearing the top of the Ferris wheel. Just then, Li Xiaoyao, who had been silent, suddenly smiled and calmly said, I mentioned to Team Leader Li before that the view from up high can be quite frightening. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? What do you mean? Li Xinghua suddenly turned to look at Li Xiaoyao, following the direction of his gaze. His body went almost rigid. As he looked out, he saw that on the fish-leaping dragon gate, 18 people were almost completely still. The facilities that had malfunctioned before had already sent the second batch of people up after the first group had experienced it, and they were now at the highest point. Only 18 people? Shouldn't Team Leader Li look further back? Li Xiaoyao pointed in a direction. Li Xinghua followed his gaze, and his pupils instantly widened. You dare to tamper with the amusement park's water reservoir. Team Leader Li, calm yourself. Otherwise, how can you listen to my story? Song Yang chuckled lightly. Ignoring whether Li Xinghua would listen or not, he elaborated. My story goes like this. Once there were 2 suspects who were caught after committing a crime. They were locked in separate rooms for interrogation. Both had committed crimes, but there was not enough evidence to prove it. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. The interrogator told them that if both denied, they would each be sentenced to 1 year. If both confessed, they would each be sentenced to 8 years. If one of the 2 confesses while the other denies, the one who confesses is released, and the one who denies is sentenced to 10 years. Thus, both criminals face 2 choices, confess or deny. However, regardless of what their accomplice chooses, the optimal choice for each criminal is to confess. If both suspects choose to confess, they each receive an 8-year sentence. If both deny, they each get 1 year, which is clearly a better outcome. Yet, once a person becomes a criminal, they won't trust anyone. As Song Yang's words fell, he fell silent. The wind howled through the Ferris wheel. Li Xinghua's expression became serious. And after a moment of distraction, a few words suddenly popped into his mind. His furrowed brow formed the character for dilemma. He spoke in a hoarse, cold voice, his emotions reaching a peak at that moment, articulating each word slowly. Prisoner. Dilemma. Chapter 32. Those who play tactics have dark hearts indeed. Just as Li Xinghua expressed in shock, that story is none other than the infamous prisoner's dilemma. What should have been a psychological battle between pursuers and criminals has now swapped roles and identities. I understand now. With a thud, Li Xinghua slumped down in his seat, his face clouded with worry, drained of color, pale as a sheet. Li Xiaoyao instinctively wanted to support this nearly collapsing social hero. But he recalled that his current identity might not be appropriate. Yet, the respect he felt for Li Xinghua, who despite knowing that thousands would not actually die, still held a reverence for life, left him in awe. He suddenly felt that it was people like this who were protecting the world, allowing them to confidently present their works to the public on screen. However, I seem to understand it a bit less. Li Xinghua's entire demeanor appeared extremely desolate, his emotions very low. Even his words were sluggish, completely different from the spirited and unyielding old hero he had been before. He was lost in confusion, troubled by the puzzle brought by Song Yang. He looked towards the hatch, and although he could only hear the howling wind, he could also see the joyful figures in the amusement park from the scene. It seemed Li Xinghua could hear the tourists on the roller coaster screaming with excitement. Ah! So exhilarating. Oh my! This is thrilling. Ah! Help! Make it even more exciting. He could also imagine that those members of the pursuit team trapped in the haunted house were likely in grave danger, perhaps still waiting for him to rescue them. Captain. Looking at Team Leader Li, it seems he's prepared himself psychologically, Li Xiaoyao naturally took on the role of Song Yang's eyes in this situation. The communicator couldn't show Li Xinghua's expression, but Li Xiaoyao could indicate that this would help Song Yang manage Li Xinghua's mindset. However, even if Li Xiaoyao did not speak, it wouldn't matter, because the so-called dilemma would inevitably trap a person in a place of no resistance, whether one understood or not. That was something that couldn't be clearly articulated. In the communicator, Song Yang's voice calmly called out, showing no intention of enlightening Li Xinghua. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghua suddenly felt relieved, and then calmly said, "I'm very curious how you knew my name as soon as you saw me, Li Xiaoyao. I assume you all informed each other through this communicator, but how did you know my name? This is our first contact, right?" He pondered for 3 seconds, his somewhat dry lips shedding a bit of white dead skin, his mouth opening and closing as he murmured, "Perhaps, just as you guessed. The suspicion that the pursuit team has a fugitive undercover agent provided you with the answer. Are you really so at ease with these people around you? Why couldn't they be hiding their identities as undercover agents for the pursuit team?" Li Xinghua's words were spoken softly, yet they held an inexplicable power that compelled one to absorb them and keep them in mind. Li Xiaoyao was the one who listened most intently. In an instant, his heart raced to his throat. The calm demeanor he had maintained until now completely vanished in that moment. He sat there, stunned, his body suddenly trembling. His straight posture caught the attention of Li Xinghua, who couldn't help but smirk slightly, a barely noticeable smile forming on his lips. The intentions behind his earlier words were clear. One was to seek a way out of this deadlock, and the other was to plant a bomb among the fleeing team, using their own tactics against them. With just 2 words, "Thank you," Song Yang sowed seeds of suspicion among the members of the pursuit team. Although it seemed he had united them on the surface, who wouldn't have doubts in their hearts? Even as the leader of the pursuit team, he harbored seeds of suspicion, let alone the others. Meanwhile, the mastermind, Song Yang, was still at large. Now, having seized the opportunity to potentially dismantle the relationships within the fleeing team, how could this not be a source of delight? Looking at the communicator again, after he spoke those words, Song Yang had not said anything for 3 seconds, further deepening Li Xinghua's conviction that his words were causing discord within the fleeing team. However, as 5 seconds quietly passed, Li Xiaoyao, sitting beside him with a stiff posture, remained immersed and shocked by the reminder message, his gaze flickering uncertainly towards the communicator. He bit his lip, wanting to speak, but the static from the communicator interrupted first. It seems that Leader Li still hasn't adapted to the role of an exchange participant. The calm, even tone brought a sense of reassurance, but also felt hollow, like a robot devoid of emotion. Li Xiaoyao gasped, his throat choking on his words. He turned back to Li Xinghua, suddenly alert. Yes, he almost fell into Li Xinghua's trap. This was their home turf, and he had nearly been turned into the guest. Moreover, he had fleetingly felt a sense of agreement in his heart. This was a very unsettling emotion. Li Xinghua chuckled softly. "It seems you had this suspicion all along. But judging by your expression, it seems you hadn't intended to share it with anyone else. So, Leader Li has likely never truly experienced the identity of a fugitive, right?" "What do you mean?" A wary look spread across Li Xinghua's calm face. Song Yang chuckled lightly. "As a fugitive, there is no concept of teamwork. Everyone is out for themselves. They only come together for mutual benefit, and if interests diverge, everyone will go their own way. What does it matter if there's an undercover agent? You really are calculating everything meticulously." Li Xinghua's expression turned cold. Feeling as though he had launched a clever attack only to hit a wall of cotton, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. He had the strength but no means to act, unable to inflict any substantial harm on Song Yang. "It seems that I underestimated him. The shipwreck, the decryption, and the trap set for the pursuer are probably just minor paths. This Song Yang is related to the understanding of those on the run. And that is the most terrifying aspect of this chase game." Li Xinghua murmured to himself, placing Song Yang among the most difficult individuals he had encountered in his decades of service. The level of fear he instilled was comparable to that of the notorious serial killer from years ago that shocked the entire nation. This is a very high evaluation. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao felt a sense of confusion, as if he were listening to a fantastical tale. "Li Xiaoyao, those who play tactics have dirty hearts." Oh, thank you for the compliment, Team Leader Li," Song Yang responded nonchalantly. "So, if the so-called predicament only involves Team Leader Li alone, then it wouldn't be interesting." Chapter 33, Beasts or Worse Than Beasts. In a sealed space with walls of bone, skulls were partially embedded within. The eerie and pitch-black environment was occasionally interrupted by chilling sounds. The soft weeping of a girl echoed. That was the sound of a child crying. The crackling noises of bones breaking accompanied the heavy footsteps of someone struggling to move. The clear sound of wind chimes rang out in the terrifying room, carried by the air from the fan, creating an eerie chime that pierced the soul. Every person who entered the haunted house, amidst the mix of sounds, seemed to see ghostly figures with long knives, their faces transformed into nothing but sinister white bones. In one corner of the sealed space, two pale-faced women, bound and only able to whimper, curled up together, huddling in a corner. In such a vast space, they had ironically squeezed themselves into a corner of less than 1 square meter. No one was more fearful than they were. They had followed their guide in, initially not too scared, but in the blink of an eye, in the pitch darkness, they realized that the person leading them was not a pursuer but a fugitive. Though both were part of the first batch of celebrity pursuers, they did not know each other very well. Therefore, when they felt the delicate hand change, they had no idea. It was mainly because of the dark environment where they could see nothing and had to rely solely on their instincts. If they were to blame someone, it could only be the haunted house that had amplified the terrifying atmosphere to the extreme. Then, there was no turning back. They were decisively led astray, and soon, they found themselves trapped in this eerie and terrifying room, calling for help, but to no avail. In the opposite corner, there hung a hanged figure, and below it stood a grotesque humanoid figure draped in tattered white cloth with a gaping mouth. The door was made of stone. Escaping was not impossible, but they were tightly bound and unable to move. Whose hand could it be? So soft? A female amateur? Or someone else? Xia Shui tried to divert her attention, avoiding looking at the opposite corner. She was afraid of leaving a psychological scar if she stared too long. Meanwhile, Xiao Di curled up into a ball, leaning against Xia Shui. Some people adapt well to terrifying environments, while others are naturally afraid of ghosts and horror. Both Zifeng and Xiao Di were like that. It was a psychological effect that most people find hard to change. Xiao Di, don't worry. My annoying little brother will find the pursuit team to look for us. The haunted house may be large, but you saw how amazing the decoding abilities of the pursuit team are. They will surely figure out our location quickly. Xia Shui comforted Xiao Di, who was half a year older than her. Xiao Di's pitiful and confused expression almost made the thousands of fans in the live stream collectively feel heartbroken. They condemned. You guys in the fugitive team really have the heart to do this. How can you bear to bind such a beautiful woman? You're simply beasts. Such beautiful women. If they don't learn from the Dragon Knights, wouldn't that be worse than beasts? The person upstairs. I sense a hidden meaning in your words. Which side are you on? Ahem, just getting used to it. Let's team up and wipe out the fleeing group. I'll message the production team right away to send the pursuit team to rescue Xiao Di and Xiao Shui. Unfortunately, that gentleman returned in less than half a minute. The production team rejected my message, claiming that since I didn't watch the live broadcast, I couldn't provide information as an uninformed person to deduce Xiao Di's location. Of course, everyone knew this would be the outcome. Every message that could be passed to the pursuit team undergoes strict scrutiny by the production team, and there's no way they would let the fleeing group suffer due to the live broadcast perspective. With everyone enjoying the God's Eye view, so many big shots hidden among the crowd could easily analyze the fleeing group's location through a few shots and then relay the information to the pursuit team. What is the point of continuing the show? Then the live stream camera shifted. The holographic camera, utilizing night vision, presented the almost invisible view within the haunted house in black and white. I have to say, the production team really invested heavily in this show to acquire such equipment. No way, no way. You really think this is something the production team could casually get? Have you forgotten who ultimately runs this show? That's the state apparatus. This type of holographic camera is specifically for special use. What do you think? Hiss. It seems that this global escape is quite valued by the state. If it weren't, would they have let the former head of the criminal investigation team from Jiangnan province personally lead the pursuit team? In the footage, Chiba Shinichi and others arrived beside a wooden coffin. A faint bluish light shone on the coffin, and there was fog from dry ice covering the ground. Every step they took stirred the swirling mist. In the center, the wooden coffin had a passageway on each side. An empty wooden coffin? Still warm? Chiba Shinichi reached out to touch inside the coffin. The other men around him, being tough, didn't find this bold action alarming. If it still holds such warmth, at least someone has been lying inside for 10 minutes, he murmured. And, aside from the handprints and footprints in this area, which could be traces of a person climbing in and out, there was also a clean line here. Any questions? Yuzue asked. The various props in the haunted house are better the older they are, as they can create a more tense and thrilling atmosphere. Judging by the dust accumulation on this wooden coffin, it hadn't been disturbed for at least a month, but this line was clearly intentionally cleaned. Intentionally cleaned? Baoyan stepped forward to take a look and found it to be true. This inevitably made everyone think more. What are you doing? Then Yuzue saw Chiba Shinichi on the other side, also wiping along the edge of the coffin. He asked with a strange look. It's the direction. As Baoyan observed the spot where the last finger fell and compared it with the traces left by someone, he said in a deep voice, "The direction? Yes. Deep inside the haunted house. The path on the left." Chapter 34. Please begin your choice. Welcome to hell. In front of the sealed room, Xiao crossed her long, elegant legs, leaning her delicate figure against a stone wall. Her voice was clear and piercing, and her beautiful face showed no hint of surprise or fear. Slowly raising her head, she looked at the few cautious figures approaching, the corners of her mouth curling into an enigmatic smile, as if she found it amusing. However, Zhang Zifeng, standing beside her, was trembling. Her spine chilled as she gazed at Xiao leaning against the wall covered with plastic bones, her heart racing in terror. Her eyes, like black pearls, were filled with shock. After the pursuit team passed through the dark corridor, they suddenly heard a bright female voice, causing them to shudder. In the next moment, they huddled together in a circle. Turning toward the sound, they discovered two shadowy figures in front of a stone wall. From the voice, one was a woman, while the other was too shrouded in darkness to be discerned. Was it the mark you left that led us here? Qinya Sini, having experienced countless bizarre cases, was the first to calm down and ask, "Mark? What mark?" Zhang Zifeng blinked her innocent big eyes and muttered softly, "Nothing," Xiao casually replied. Then looked at the few people in front of her, sarcastically stating, "You came quite quickly, and your skills are not bad to have found such subtle clues. It seems we cannot underestimate you." "Heh." Baoyan chuckled lightly and said, "There's no need for further sarcasm. Since you are fugitives, you should have the awareness of a fugitive. In a place like this, it's surprising you even had a choice. You seem overly proud. Are you still adapting to the identity of a fugitive? Not even taking the best chance to escape, just for this moment? I suspect the 2-star pursuers you captured should be inside the stone city behind you." How? How do you know?" Zhang Zifeng's eyes widened in astonishment at Baoyan's confident words, feeling somewhat horrified. "Zifeng, you might not know this, but our great master here is known as the Maze Walker, a natural space architect. He can understand the spatial arrangement in a haunted house with just a glance. His words have never been wrong. Just surrender obediently." Yuzue grinned widely, laughing. Since the fugitives have been found, and their companions can be rescued, Yuzue naturally relaxed his guard. However, Qinya Sini glanced at Yuzue and, after careful consideration, did not intervene. He felt that so far, the matter was completely clear, yet he sensed there was still something he did not understand. What exactly was it? He was perplexed. The Maze Walker is indeed impressive. You're right. The 2-star pursuers are inside. Xiao's expression was indifferent, her words flowing like a cold stream, chilling to the bone. But are you not planning to exchange something for the people we worked so hard to capture? What if I decide to make it a fight to the death? Sister Xiao, we can't compete with them, Zhang Zifeng said, dismantling the situation. Xiao's carefully cultivated emotions instantly crumbled. Do you think you still have the leverage to negotiate? As pursuers, we have long put our lives on the line. If sacrificing you could lead to your capture, I believe they would be more than willing to see that happen. If this is your trump card, then I can only say I'm disappointed. I thought there would be some challenge, but within less than half a day, the game is about to end. You've missed the best escape route, Shinya Shinichi said coldly with a sneer. As a detective from a certain country, he inherently possessed a spirit of sacrifice. If sacrificing one person could complete the mission, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate the opponent. Therefore, he believed that as long as he was ruthless enough, the opponent's hostage would lose their value. Just when he was feeling confident and proud of his tactics, he heard a sarcastic laugh from Xiao. Perhaps, I really will disappoint you. I never said there were only 2 hostages. More than 2. You captured Team Leader Li as well, Baoyan exclaimed in surprise, raising his voice. If it were just 2 celebrity pursuers, that might be manageable. But what kind of person is Li Xinghua? He is the soul of the entire pursuit team, the backbone. If he gets captured, even if they win this chase game, it would be hard to erase the impact of their painful victory. How would the countless viewers perceive them? The implications are too profound to contemplate, too complex to articulate. He wanted to call Li Xinghua, but there was no way to do so. Suddenly, Shi Yao's voice drew everyone's attention. Oh, it seems your team leader is about to face his first choice. I don't mind letting you listen to this first choice. She lightly parted her lips. Her charm ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. Her state of mind seemed to transcend the ordinary, unbound by rules. Shi Yao slowly pressed down on the modified communicator. The buzzing sound carried by the electricity had some noise, but the meaning was clear. How are you over there? Is everyone safe? Li Xingguo's voice came through. The first thing he asked was about everyone's safety, showing his deep concern for life, which was ingrained in him. The pursuers accompanying him called out upon hearing Li Xingguo's voice. Team Leader Li, how are you? Are you okay? The first words from both sides didn't inquire too much, but shared the same sentiment. Although both sides had their speculations, they couldn't help but instinctively check on each other. I'm fine, but the fleeing team has taken control of several large water rides at the amusement park. Thousands of people are in danger at any moment. Li Xingguo said wearily, his voice growing fainter, further indicating his inner torment and sense of helplessness. Water, the reservoir, thousands of people? Xinya Shinichi, Bao Yuan, Yu Zue, and the other pursuers all froze, their gazes simultaneously turning toward Shi Yao. The lives of thousands are in your hands. So I hope you will answer my question seriously. The first question is, do you intend to disregard the lives of those thousands and capture us? Or will you let us go in order to temporarily save those thousands? I forgot to tell you that if your answers differ, it could lead to fatalities. With a playful yet ruthless expression, Shi Yao lightly bit her cherry-red lips, as if a knife had cut through the distance between the pursuing group. Standing boldly in the middle, please make your choice. Chapter 35. Who brought the BGM of Tidal Sea Spirit here? Please choose. At the highest point of the Ferris wheel, the wind howled fiercely. A chilling breeze swept in through the gaps of the cabin door, blowing into Li Xingguo's shirt, causing the fabric to bulge slightly, much like his heart, which felt ready to burst. The choice presented by Shi Yao and the haunted house was not only a test for Chiba Shinichi and the others, but also for him. This is what the prisoner's dilemma is all about. You have no choice but to speak or remain silent. However, once you choose to speak, it means you must face the consequences of that choice. It could be silent and unnoticed, or it could be earth-shattering. Li Xiaoyao sat casually in his seat, crossing his legs, and said nonchalantly, Team Leader Li, it's fine, you have 30 seconds to consider. We're not in a hurry. It just seems they can't be rescued within 10 minutes. His gaze shifted subtly towards the source of the several water facilities. The Lost Paradise originally relied on a high mountain, and at the top of the mountain was a massive reservoir, akin to the source of a scenic area-s rafting. If the dam were to break, not only would the thousands of tourists on the water facilities be affected, but even those on the nearby shore would be at risk. Li Xingguo had no doubt about the other party's ability to breach the dam. The amusement park had built fully mechanical discharge equipment to control the water volume effectively, meaning that it could be done without explosives, solely by manipulating control rods. It was similar to the Three Gorges Dam, and the energy released in an instant could turn the lower reaches of the river into a water world. The reservoir of Lost Paradise was a mini version of the Three Gorges Dam, but under such density and time pressure. Threatening the lives of thousands was quite easy to achieve. Li Xiaoyao glanced at his watch. A smirk appeared on his face as he indifferently said, 25. Li Xingguo suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with anger as he glared at Li Xiaoyao. He had previously warned the pursuit team that the escape squad was indifferent to life, and that they needed to be cautious. But he never expected that the escape squad could be this cold-hearted. Did they really think they were in a show and had buried all their conscience? Don't look at me like that. Look, 5 seconds have already passed. You have 20 seconds left. Li Xiaoyao's demeanor was extremely casual. His face held a hint of chill, a touch of mockery, and a sense of indifference. It was a stark contrast to the righteous image he portrayed on screen. Songyang, this kind of multiple-choice question doesn't seem like something a highly intelligent person would resort to. I thought you could come up with a more clever strategy. Li Xingguo scoffed, his gaze deep as he stared at the communicator placed on the seat. You have 15 seconds left. Or should I guess why you haven't made a choice? The sound of electricity crackled from the communicator. It was as Song Yang had said, still so merciless. Cold, and devoid of any compassion, only an endless abyss of mystery. It seems that even someone as strong as Team Leader Li is still haunted by the 2 words thank you from before. He has yet to completely rid himself of the suspicion that there might be an undercover agent within the pursuit team. Li Xingguo fell silent, turning his head away to look outside the observational cabin. It felt like being trapped in a small space, exposed for all to see, which was quite uncomfortable. Song Yang continued, "Are you worried? What are you worried about? Are you concerned that the undercover agent might take this opportunity to give you a different answer? Because he is an undercover and can disregard human life without facing psychological condemnation? Or are you worried that your thoughts differ from those of the other members? That is understandable. After all, it's your first collaboration, and there has been a mole in the mix. If it were up to me, I'd find it hard to choose as well." Li Xingwa tightly pressed his dry lips together, his complexion dark and devoid of color. His voice came out hoarse as he shouted, "Stop your attempts at sowing discord. Even if you escape from the cruise ship, the final outcome is already determined." 10. Li Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up, counting down. Half a minute was quickly approaching. Yet, Li Xingwa didn't even have a moment to think. Such petty tricks destined you not to last long. Li Xingwa's gaze was icy. Having been interrupted earlier, he now felt an even greater sense of urgency. The effectiveness of a method is what matters, not its sophistication. How can one expect to endure while being restrained by arrogance? Don't you agree, pursuit team? Song Yang's voice was ghostly, striking at the heart. His tone had slowed down several notches, mixed with a hint of mockery. However, to Li Xingwa, this was nothing but mockery. The key was that he felt choked and speechless, unable to argue back. The pursuit team indeed found themselves in this predicament because of their excessive arrogance. Initially, they thought the escape team had confidently escaped the cruise ship and entered the amusement park to toy with them. They were led to believe they had cornered the escape team, thinking there was no way for them to turn the tables. But from the current situation, they found themselves outsmarted instead. Time ticked away second by second, and Li Xingwa was no longer disturbed by Song Yang. In the Global Escape live broadcast room, a group of people could almost feel the despair of the pursuit team. Through the screen, I could sense their hopelessness. This question is too difficult. I can't solve it. Snowflakes fluttered, the north wind howled. The world, vast and desolate. In the live room, the production team inadvertently played the special background music that typically accompanies choice questions. It truly amused many fans and viewers. Who is it? Who brought the exclusive BGM of the title Sea Spirit here? And it fits the mood so well. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard that my recently tied fallopian tubes are back in action. Pursuit team, I advise you to be kind. Production team. The production team is stirring things up. Sympathy for the pursuit team from all the great fans in the live room. In stark contrast to the laughter and joy in the live room, Li Xingwa, who was in the highest cabin of the observation wheel, felt his heart twist tightly. Team leaderly, time's up. Li Xiaoyao lowered his wrist and looked at Li Xingwa. Upon hearing this, Li Xingwa's somewhat haggard face showed no color, and he eventually let out a resigned sigh. "Let them go. I'll let you leave." When he said this, his voice was almost silent and weak. The pursuit team could engage in a deadly confrontation with the fleeing team, but they could only be sure to capture Li Xiaoyao and Shi Yao, who was facing Chiba Shinichi, along with Zifeng. The price paid would be the lives of 2-star pursuers and thousands of others. Weighing the importance, Li Xingwa barely needed to think. Years of experience as a criminal investigation team leader made it impossible for him not to compromise. Truly, team leaderly. Unfortunately, a somewhat regretful voice from Song Yang jolted Li Xingwa's soul. Unfortunately, could it be? Over there. Chapter 36. The lunchbox is ready. No way. Absolutely not. Li Xingwa felt as if he was carrying the weight of a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Just moments ago, his vacant eyes were filled with despair, but in an instant, they sparkled with brilliance. Unbelievable, impossible to believe, absolutely convinced. That was a resolute gaze. No one could sway such determination. Sweat beads, as tiny as mung beans, had begun to form on his forehead, and even the cool breeze from above could not calm the turmoil within him. Outside the cabin, loud shouts echoed in the air, the lingering sounds carried in by the wind to Li Xingwa's ears. So exhilarating, a bit more thrilling. The almost ecstatic screams, immersed in the ups and downs of emotional self-indulgence, sounded so harsh. It felt like a stark contrast between heaven and hell. It made one unable to grasp everything they desired. One could only go with the flow, being tossed about. Suddenly, Li Xingwa slapped his thigh and shouted loudly at the communicator, "You're deceiving me." The members of the pursuit team are all from the Criminal Investigation Department. Even if there are undercover agents among them, and even if Chiba Shinichi's sacrifice concept becomes an obstacle, I believe the pursuit members will not allow a second option to arise. He regained his strength, like a phoenix reborn, regaining his confidence and sharpness. He almost fell for Song Yang's trick. He could doubt the undercover agents in the pursuit team and could question Chiba Shinichi's differing ideology. But he could never doubt the members of the pursuit team composed of criminal investigators. Only he knew that every criminal investigator places the lives of the public above all, even above their own. Deceiving you? Li Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. Is it funny? You are not in this profession, and you will never understand the sense of noble mission that comes with a star hanging from a cap. Li Xinghua couldn't help but interject, unable to tolerate anyone tarnishing this sacred profession. No. I think Team Leader Li may have misunderstood. I truly admire those who can work within the machinery of the state. Li Xiaoyao suddenly became serious, his expression turning solemn and respectful. Then, he shifted his tone back to his mischievous smile. However, what my captain referred to as unfortunate should not imply that the answer on the other side is different. It's your answer. That was 2 seconds late. 2. Li Xinghua's expression froze, his mind going blank in an instant, devoid of any color. 2 seconds? Just 2 seconds late? What is so unfortunate about that? Didn't Team Leader Li answer? This ordinary fugitive is making too much of it. The live broadcast room was never short of those who enjoyed the spectacle while throwing in a comment or two. Some saw through it all, while others were deeply caught up in it. 2 seconds. What do you want? Li Xinghua did not argue over why even 2 seconds had to be scrutinized this way. It seems that Team Leader Li is still quite compliant with the rules of the game. 2 seconds in life may seem trivial, just the time it takes to take a breath, Li Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. But for a fugitive, every second is a matter of life and death, especially when facing an enemy. A 1-second error can be magnified 100 or 1,000 times. Li Xinghua ignored Li Xiaoyao and focused all his attention on the communicator. Song Yang was silent for 3 seconds before slowly speaking. Team Leader Li, if I tell you this is a joke and I don't intend to harm anyone, would you feel somewhat relieved? Little question mark. Do you have many friends? This sudden twist caught me off guard. Is this still the cold, ruthless, and decisive Song Yang I know? When Brother Song no longer picks up the butcher's knife, my youth will also come to an end. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghua raised an eyebrow, and a few wrinkles appeared on his otherwise dark and heavy face. He replied, this doesn't seem like the behavior of a fugitive. Many fans in the live broadcast room nodded in agreement. Fans, Brother Song, Team Leader Li is right. We should thank Team Leader Li for the outcome he chose for them. Song Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, the communicator was filled with his chilling voice. Just kill them. Clap. Li Xinghua suddenly realized, slapped his thigh, and stood up with a bang. His somewhat murky eyes suddenly sparkled with sharpness, turning into blades aimed at the communicator, as if he wanted to kill the mastermind behind it through it. The live broadcast screen switched again, deep within the haunted house of Fengdu. In the chilling and dark haunted house, the sound of dripping water echoed, resembling the ding-dong of a countdown to life. 1 meter away, no faces were seen. 5 meters away, no figures were visible. Only the strange sounds could penetrate everyone's hearts. Xinya Xian Yi, Bao Yun, and Yu Zue lost their previous confidence, becoming introspective and deep, filled with emotions of resentment. Xiao Shui, Sister Xiao Di, Yu Zue yelled in despair. All right, stop shouting. Shi Yao covered her jade-like ears with her slender fingers, giving a displeased glare at Yu Zue, who was yelling so loudly he almost scared the actors in the haunted house. It's just a sign. It's not worth being this resentful, right? Zhang Zifeng stepped out from the stone door, waving her delicate fists, and hid behind Shi Yao, bravely shouting. Soon after, the stone door opened. The 2 stars, Xia Shui and Xiao Di, who had the sign saying sacrificed due to a bet, were done for. That's it. Less than 4 hours into the game, and they're already done for? Congratulations to Xiao Shui and Xiao Di for finishing their roles. I've already warmed up the meals. Please enjoy. Who just said that my Brother Song was not ruthless enough? Step forward and accept the criticism. Xia Shui trembled as she walked out of the stone door. The moment she saw Yu Zue, she complained, stinky little brother. I'm not really dead, so stop shouting so dramatically. Shoo. Shi Yao raised a long finger to her lips, signaling for silence. The dead can't speak. Can't the dead speak? We'd have to ask someone else. Unfortunately, that person is now in a precarious situation. Chapter 37. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent on the Ferris wheel. A hidden rage ignited within Li Xinghua's chest. His voice was cold and sharp, filled with a desire for vengeance. Even decades of caution and steadiness in handling major cases vanished in that fleeting moment. Just now, he had effectively ended the lives of the members of the pursuit team. All the talk of sparing innocent lives, of feeling comforted, of being forced into a compromise. These were all mere facades. It was all meant to compel him to utter that one sentence. What should have been an action initiated by the fugitive team had instead placed the weight of that sentence squarely on his shoulders. Prisoner, is this the predicament you wanted to create? Not one of environmental challenges, nor of psychological torment. You extended the dilemma beyond the escape game into the realm of society. What a clever strategy you have. Even such minor details have been calculated to extend beyond the escape. Li Xing's face darkened, turning pale as all color drained from it. Wasn't this the choice made for us by Team Leader Li? However, you did remind us of one thing. As fugitives, we indeed should not harbor mercy. There was a hint of regret mixed with pity in Song Yang's voice, which made Li Xing feel extremely uncomfortable. What was this? A fugitive expressing pity for the pursuit team? How ironic. With about 13 minutes until the Ferris wheel reached its lowest point, Team Leader Li must have become wary of the ensuing questions, so I won't ask anything else. I'll simply present a choice. If you win, we release those thousands of people. If you lose, those thousands will die because of you. 13 minutes, one choice? This time, the duration seemed ample, enough for them to carefully consider every outcome. But was it really? Li Xing's gaze was filled with doubt as he looked at the communicator. His heart was uneasy. This was the first verbal confrontation with Song Yang, and he realized how terrifying the person on the other end truly was. His thoughts were meticulously calculated to an alarming degree. Moreover, he still couldn't understand one question. Why would someone as cautious and meticulous as Song Yang go to such lengths to draw them into this situation? Risking capture and creating such a significant commotion? Was he not afraid that the production team would increase the pursuit team's strength afterward? This was not in line with Song Yang's usual style. There must be layers to this that he did not comprehend. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Song Yang presented the second and final choice within this predicament. Team Leader Li, can you guess who the undercover agent hidden within the pursuit team is? Lighthearted, calm, tranquil, indifferent, ruthless. These voices, representing a multitude of emotions, merged into one, yet felt entirely normal. Because the person uttering these words was Song Yang, the one who had been orchestrating every detail from the very beginning, whose true intentions remained a mystery to everyone. Any astonishing revelation from his mouth no longer seemed surprising. In less than 4 hours, people seemed to have become accustomed to this. In the live broadcast room, Song Yang's questions sparked widespread discussion. From the moment he noticed the door on the cruise ship, Brother Song started paying attention to the undercover situation within the pursuit team. The term leak further confirmed that he was indeed aware of the matter. The emotions of the pursuit team after decoding the information also validated certain insights. Although this suspicion was suppressed by Team Leader Li, a seed of doubt had been planted in everyone's hearts. Brother Song's actions undoubtedly aimed to completely fracture the pursuit team. The analysis upstairs was brilliant. How could one even deduce this? Too kind, too kind. I often play a certain strategic game where 9 out of 10 times I assume the role of a traitor. Sowing discord is second nature to me. I'm a longtime fan of undercover games, here to toast the masters of this strategic game. 10 years of experience in another popular game. Paying homage to the ancestors of this strategic game. In the live broadcast of Global Escape, the bullet comments were as lively as ever, discussing various ideas but often veering off track. Even Lin Danming, the host of the broadcast, might have felt embarrassed to expose the truth. They simply could not anticipate the next move from either side. After being proven wrong multiple times, it seemed wiser not to waste any mental energy and to observe quietly instead. This time, the question was something that neither the pursuit team nor the escape team could clearly deduce. So how many viewers in the broadcast room could guess correctly? Among the pursuit team, who was the undercover agent? This was no longer a question that could be answered, because within the pursuit team, everyone had such an opportunity, and no one could escape their involvement. So, who was the undercover agent? Li Xing had originally prepared to face Song Yang's first choice with a stable demeanor. But the uniqueness of this question instantly shattered that composure. Team Leader, looking at Team Leader Li's expression, it seemed our question was too tricky. Li Xiaoyao had a somewhat gloating look, but it was all part of the performance to adapt to the identity of the fugitive. When it came to acting, he was certainly above average. However, it made sense. His partially obscured bangs hid his brows and eyes, and as his eyelids blinked lightly, there was a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Making the pursuit team guess the existence of an undercover agent within their ranks was indeed a tough challenge. If both sides guessed the same and were wrong, the rift in the pursuit team would be irreparable, allowing the real undercover agent to escape unscathed. If they guessed differently, well, it involved the lives of thousands. But in such a situation, could they truly trust every member of the pursuit team? Li Xiaoyao muttered to himself, gradually stripping away Li Xinghua's hopes. This question, nearly unsolvable. Suddenly, a loud applause erupted as Li Xinghua clapped his hands together. His expression was serious. Very good, very good, very good. Song Yang, that involves the lives of thousands. If you provoke them, there will be no turning back. Even if we fail this time, the production team will definitely mobilize even greater forces, and at that time, you will have no chance of escaping the subsequent pursuit. Justice will ultimately be served. He has lost all hope. This is a dead end. This enhanced version of the prisoner's dilemma has left them with no chance to turn the tables. The only solution is to let Song Yang find a way out of the predicament himself. Instilling some caution in him is the only way. Is that so? I haven't seen any sanctions in action. Song Yang chuckled. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Li Xinghua spoke with righteous fervor. But is delayed justice still justice? Can justice that comes after death save a life? Song Yang raised a thought-provoking topic for society, profound and far-reaching. Chapter 38. Listen, they are shouting praises for delayed justice. Can it still be considered justice? This statement struck everyone like a thunderclap, resounding in their minds. In the thoughts of the public, when a person does something wrong or commits a crime, they will inevitably face the consequences of justice. Justice can never be overcome by evil. The saying, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, has been widely circulated, and everyone carries a seed of this belief in their hearts. When wrongdoings occur, punishment is certain. This is the essence of justice. This statement is not wrong. Those who do wrong will eventually face retribution. However, it brings heartache. The wounds inflicted are irreversible. Lives lost cannot be resurrected. The lofty beliefs that have been trampled upon are difficult to rebuild. In the live broadcast, Lin Danming listened to what Song Yang said, her brows furrowing slightly. The originally pure and flawless face gradually lost its smile, like a blooming flower slowly wilting and withering. Was this statement wrong? Not at all. Yet, she hesitated for a moment and murmured softly, is there any error in what the ordinary fugitive Song Yang said? It seems there is no mistake. So where does the problem lie? However, a talented person is called so for their exceptional understanding. With the direction given by Song Yang, she quickly came to a realization. She recalled the purpose of the Global Escape Program and explained, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. But can delayed justice still be considered justice? When the victim's suffering has reached an irreversible extent and the justice they long for has yet to arrive. Even if it is justice that alleviates their pain, it remains unattainable. For them, even if someone eventually punishes those who harmed them, it no longer represents the justice they yearn for. Yet for many observers, they have not experienced the victim's suffering. They believe that delayed justice advocates for the victims. Sometimes, a like conclusion is all it takes to satisfy their pursuit of justice. The two perspectives stem from the same root, but diverge in origin, just like humans and monkeys. Can delayed justice still be considered justice? The conclusions drawn naturally differ depending on one's perspective. What do you all think? Same root, different origin? The demands for justice from victims and observers? This was the answer Lin Danming provided to the confused audience in the live broadcast. The explanation was clear and very reasonable. There was no belittling or glorifying, just an objective view of the words exchanged by both sides in pursuit. In the live studio, as Lin Danming's profound words resonated, they instantly ignited the emotions of 20 million viewers. Each one couldn't help but question themselves. No matter what, there is still justice in this world. I firmly believe. I have not suffered any harm, and I have no right to speak on behalf of those who have. I choose to remain silent. Harm cannot be changed. Who knows if being late counts as justice or revenge? I see a group of people discussing this in the comments, and the production team thinks it's great. Of course, there are also voices that seem to be discussing but actually contain hidden sarcasm. For example, what does it mean if delayed justice is absent? In our school, being late 3 times counts as one absence. Oh. As soon as this was said, the comments were flooded. It seems that a shift in the atmosphere of the live stream is common. A slight misstep can lead to a derailment. 6,666. Looks like there's a story upstairs. I find that the young men and women here are all talented, good-looking, and have pleasant voices. I really like it here. I caught a show off. The good atmosphere was instantly broken. The talents in the live stream are no less than those in the program. Although there are cheerful and harmonious voices, they cannot overshadow the heat of that one topic. Looking at the scene in the live stream, on the Ferris wheel, in a cabin at the 10 o'clock angle, Li Xingguo was actually stunned into silence by a single sentence, his thoughts in disarray and emotions complex. He admonished, "No one is perfect. Even the law has its flaws. Justice should not be absent. That is the best feedback for the victims. Punishing evil and promoting good is the spirit of society." Song Yang replied with a smile, "Feedback? When did the arrival of justice become a merit, a capital for promotion? Shouldn't not being absent be a basic duty of justice? Otherwise, how can this world be called a just order?" How ironic these words are. They are no different from those who abandon their children and then claim, "We may have abandoned you when you needed love the most, but we still love you." In every occasion, those who preach justice say such things, and over time, even absence becomes a matter of course. This example, like a great bell, resonates with the souls of every viewer watching the live stream. Shouldn't we be asking why justice is late? Is it because the order is in chaos? Or is the law not strict? Or are the criminals rampant? Who should be responsible for the delay of justice? Song Yang's voice was gentle, no longer cold, with a natural charm in his words that captivated people and lingered in their minds. That sentence seemed to question Li Xingguo, and also seemed to question society as a whole, but more like questioning the entire order. In the amusement park of Paradise Lost, some people whose mobile phones had regained signal were already watching the live stream of Global Escape on their phones. They knew that on the highest Ferris wheel of the amusement park, Song Yang was confronting Li Xingguo. That last sentence touched many people's hearts, touching bottom, then rebounding. "Song Yang, I support you. The delayed justice has lost that kind of faith that makes one believe. Justice, disaster always beats me by a step. Song Yang, Song Yang, Song Yang." Outside the Ferris wheel, waves of roaring cheers surged like a tidal wave, mixed with the shimmering water, producing a high-pitched tone. The sound waves rose one after another. They are chanting the name of Song Yang. They are praising him. In the gradually descending observation wheel cabin, Song Yang spoke calmly, saying, "Listen, this is the person you want to protect." They are praising a fugitive, a criminal, someone you wish you could capture immediately. Though his words were calm, they inadvertently dripped with sarcasm, mockery, and scorn. Chapter 39. The answer. The thunderous praise fell heavily on Li Xingguo's heart, like a hammer striking again and again. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening impact resonated in his mind, intertwining with his heartbeat, shaking his very soul. What an ironic sound. What a heart-wrenching praise. Hearing such commendation for the first time, it was so jarring. A cool breeze swept through, awakening the dazed Li Xingguo. He slowly stood up. His slightly hunched back somehow straightened with determination. Beads of sweat, born from pain, gathered on his forehead and trickled down through the lines of his wrinkles. His dry, cracked lips revealed a set of slightly yellowed teeth, tightly clenched, quivering with tension. A faint clucking sound escaped his mouth. "Song Yang, I have to admire you. Every step you take seems substantial, yet each one is a calculation for the next move." Li Xingguo stood tall, like a towering mountain, unyielding. "You have almost mastered the details that could turn even my words to your advantage. Such tactics I cannot match. But this is not my strong suit. I concede that you are better. After all that has been said, you aim to disturb my mind, but I want to fall twice in the same place." And then, Li Xingguo shifted his tone and suddenly walked toward the opposite seat, picking up the communicator. Li Xiaoyao frowned at this, sensing that things might take a turn for the worse. "I haven't forgotten that the focus this time is on the lives of thousands. The justice for those thousands of lives will not be absent, and it will not be late. The answer to this matter is simple. If there is no justice even in absence, the world will forever plunge into darkness." As the last word fell, Li Xiaoyao could almost see Li Xingguo's lips nearing the communicator for an intimate contact. Less than 2 seconds later, Song Yang's calm yet slightly lazy voice rang out. "Think what you will. This may be our last conversation. The last conversation. It seems you know that after this, one of us will inevitably be shattered," Li Xingguo replied. "There are still 10 minutes. Perhaps you should focus on the internal fires you have," Song Yang teased lightly. Li Xingguo remained silent, putting down the communicator and standing at the door. Through the transparent window, he gazed down at a vast scene. The enormous water park showed no signs of fear. In fact, some were still calling out Song Yang's name. They were almost frantic, having lost their sense of judgment. But who would genuinely care about a performance in such an amusement park? Would they be in danger? It's fake. Since it's fake, why worry? Li Xingguo understood this. yet felt helpless. Everything may be false. But what if the Song Yang standing before him was a genuine fugitive? Thousands of lives. He finally began to understand why the state apparatus would select him to participate in such a program, even at great cost. This society truly lacks a bit of stimulation. Li Xinghua sighed lightly, and the sound reached Li Xiaoyao's ears, carrying a strong emotional weight that made him inexplicably feel a pang of sadness. Is it really right to treat a hero who has dedicated decades to service in this way? Wait. Li Xinghua suddenly became alert and turned sharply to look at the communicator. He stared incredulously at the small device, his pupils almost bursting with shock. What seemed to be understood was almost shattered by a thin layer of separation. In the haunted house, those like Chiba Shinichi, who had not received special training from Song Yang, were now lost in thought. Who could be the undercover agent among the pursuit team? The seemingly united team members were actually harboring their own thoughts. This problem was nearly unsolvable. The only solution was for the escape team to disband on their own. Chiba Shinichi found himself hesitating. He had previously mentioned in the pursuit team's meeting room that anyone present could be an undercover agent, or not. From his perspective, to completely end this game, sacrificing 1,000 people would suffice. After all, this was not real, it was just a game. His goal was merely to end this game, and then enter the international detective ranking. Therefore, the number of people sacrificed to resolve this matter was just a figure to him, not a real moral dilemma. As for Bao Yun, his emotions were quite complex. Would they choose me? There had been mentions before that various clues pointing to him as the undercover agent seemed like coincidences, but ultimately, he had not been cleared of suspicion. If it were merely a concern about being chosen as the undercover agent, he wouldn't be so troubled. At this moment, Bao Yun knew well the kind of predicament the pursuit team was facing, one that was nearly irreversible towards a deadly outcome. Therefore, he somewhat hoped that Li Xinghua and their side would choose him. This was the only and most likely option. Time in the darkness felt almost non-existent, and no one noticed how much time had passed. Perhaps the eerie cries coming from the depths of terror were more like a countdown, sounding every 5 seconds. Sister Xiao, do you think Brother Song's trick is a bit too harsh? Forcing the pursuit team to guess who the undercover agent is, isn't that driving them crazy? Zhang Zifeng blinked her innocent big eyes, hesitantly asking Xiao in front of her. Don't worry, they are not easy to deal with. Driving them crazy is unlikely. At most they'll just question their lives. Xiao replied sharply, hitting the nail on the head, almost teasingly. TSK, TSK. Zhang Zifeng kept clicking her tongue, her expression one of pity. Her round face had 2 dimples as she laughed. Zifeng, when the time comes, hold my hand and don't let go. We need to meet up with the captain. Once their predicament ends, our danger will begin. Xiao suddenly focused, her cherry lips close to Zhang Zifeng's glistening earlobe, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, like a mosquito's buzz. Dangerous situation? Is there really no way for Brother Song to leave? Zhang Zifeng exclaimed in surprise. I don't know what he's planning. He hasn't told me. I can't figure out his thoughts. Time quietly approached 4 o'clock in the accumulation of eerie sounds. Only 1 minute was left, team leaderly. Li Xiaoyao slowly moved his arms crossed in front of him in a slight arc. He glanced at his watch and then reminded Li Xinghua, who was sitting across from him with his face covered. Li Xinghua raised his head, took a deep breath, and said, no need to wait until the end. I've already made up my mind. Chapter 40, Defeat. Polar reversal in the control room of the amusement park. The sound of typing on the keyboard ceased completely after the last enter key was pressed. Done. Wu Qing looked happily at the last 2 spots. A light circle appeared on the screen in front of him, which belonged to the data signal. The 2 remaining red circles that had been present also disappeared at this moment. He glanced at the time in the lower right corner, 3:49 p.m., and it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He thought it was time to inform the other members of the pursuit team. Beep, beep, beep. 10 seconds later, Wu Qing watched the screen still in the call interface, with no one hanging up or answering. Frowning, he murmured, no one is answering? Where is everyone? He dialed the communicators of the other members, but encountered the same situation. No, something is wrong. Wu Qing suddenly became alert. He realized that something was off. Li Xinghua had decades of criminal investigation experience. Perhaps communicators could be turned off during operations, but clearly, that wasn't the case. The line could connect. But why was no one answering on either end? Either they were in a dead end, and the communicators were not with them, or they were in a standoff. Follow me. Wu Qing packed his belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and called to the 2 members beside him to catch up. He headed towards the nearest haunted house. What is your answer? On the Ferris wheel, looking at the cabin just 5 meters above the base, Li Xingwa slapped his thigh and stood up. He said, "In the pursuit team, there will be no traitors or undercover agents. A third-party force is hidden within the chase game. Just as you said, while you gaze into the abyss, another abyss gazes back at you." Li Xiaoyao shivered at his words. A third-party force? What is the production team trying to pull? One pursuit team isn't enough. They've even created a hidden third-party force? What is their goal? TSK. Li Xiaoyao slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. Being a fugitive is really tough, having to guard against this and that. However, upon reflection, it made sense. How could there be only one team chasing after a criminal on the run? Sometimes, even the power of international law enforcement is brought into play. Understanding it this way, what Li Xingwa said wasn't tea without reason. However, in response to Li Xingwa's words, Song Yang seemed to take it in stride, calmly replying, "Not bad. Adapting to the situation and using available resources, what is left for you will ultimately be utilized by you." Song Yang appeared to be self-mocking, speaking freely without any discernible emotion in his words. Rules for Fugitives, Article 18. Never reveal any emotions that could provide clues in front of the enemy. Yet, this statement sounded somewhat different to Li Xingwa's ears. He speculated that what Song Yang referred to should be the decryption clue left for the pursuit team earlier, intended to create divisions within the team, which made them vigilant. Previously, in the pursuit team's meeting room, Li Xingwa had mentioned that he believed there wouldn't be any undercover agents in the team and that there was evidence to support that. Additionally, they had speculated whether it might be someone else. "Song Yang, I don't know if you've heard this saying, as long as you leave traces, there will always be a day when they will be used." Li Xingwa stared at the communicator, let out a sigh of relief, and slowly said, "You are not a god. You cannot oversee the unclear future of the entire situation like a deity." After speaking, he noticed that the cabin was just one person's height away from the platform. He turned to Song Yang again and said, "You lost. Lost. Just like that?" The 25 million online viewers in the live broadcast all typed question marks. Lost. This undefeated situation just lost like this? After nearly 4 hours of intense thinking, it was finally coming to an end. What a pity. I thought it would last for a month of continuous brain teasing, but the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Arrogance. The escape team was too self-assured. Why not just leave the cruise ship and go? Why go through all this trouble? Experience counts. Although the pursuit team led by Captain Li was toyed with by Song Yang's tactics, the ending was finally satisfying. It was so entertaining. Too bad it's about to end. I'm sure there will be another group of escapees. I hope another cautious version of Song Yang appears. Many people were lamenting, feeling that this competition was lost by Song Yang due to his arrogance and pride, an arrogance even greater than that of Chinya Shinichi. However, the intricate 4-hour ordeal, with layers upon layers, brought everyone a feast for the senses. Though it was mentally taxing, it was enjoyable. But just then, in the live broadcast, Li Xingwa exited the cabin, and Li Xiaoyao was also taken away by 2 members of the pursuit team. Suddenly, lost. Has Captain Li forgotten what my first question was? Song Yang stretched lazily, exhaled heavily, and said slowly. The moment Li Xingwa stepped out of the cabin, he paused, looking down at the communicator in his hand. His heart trembled. He realized something very dangerous. In the face of adversity, we won. Li Xingwa gritted his teeth and said, "You won, but have you ever seen a criminal being trustworthy with their pursuers?" Song Yang replied, "Aren't you afraid of a total collapse?" Li Xingwa's face darkened, nearly dripping with tension. "Even if the net is broken, thousands of fish will still perish." Song Yang replied with a smile. "If you dare to act, you won't escape the amusement park." Li Xingwa said sternly, "Let them leave safely. I'll give you 10 minutes to get those people out of the water park. 5 minutes later, the water will flow downstream. You should understand that I don't need to care about the lives of other fugitives. I have no burden. The lives of thousands are in your hands." Song Yang has not left a way out, forcing the pursuit team into a dead and also pushes the fleeing team to the brink. Justice, as long as there is still a glimmer of hope, will not choose to perish together with darkness. Li Xingwa is well aware that the other side will not truly resort to a desperate fight. The fugitives want to escape, while the pursuit team wants to capture them, a trade of thousands for a mere 6. While this seems like an unequal transaction, it is actually quite fair. How can I know if you will have any reserved means to take action against them after you leave? I can let them leave the Ferris wheel and the haunted house, but I will never allow you to leave the amusement park. I have 10 minutes to assess the danger. Li Xingwa spoke gravely, considering various consequences. This time, they had made the mistake first. allowing the fleeing team to grasp their weakness. In the entire amusement park, the only danger that could threaten the lives of thousands in an instant is this reservoir. He is wary of the impact that the lives of thousands could bring. This exceeds the bottom line of humane life. At the same time, he must raise everyone's vigilance within 10 minutes to avoid the possibility of the fleeing team taking hostages again. At that point, how could a despised group of fugitives escape within the amusement park? It is possible. Song Yang agreed. Let him go. Li Xingwu took a deep breath and raised his hand, ordering 2 pursuit members to release Li Xiaoyao. He then watched helplessly as the other party's figure disappeared, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Chapter 41. The equivalent exchange of life is life team leader Li. Li Xingwu, rushing from the Ferris wheel, bumped into other members of the pursuit team. Is everyone all right? The first thing he asked was about their safety. Yu Zue replied, aside from the 2-star pursuers, Xia Shui and Xiao Di, who were taken away by the production team, everyone else is fine. The 2 female fugitives have left. Li Xingwu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that no one else was hurt, then turned his gaze to Wu Qing, expressing his gratitude. Wu Qing, your communication was very timely. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to get out of this predicament. Get out? Didn't we lose? Bao Yun was astonished, his mind a complete mess. Lost? Didn't we win? Li Xingwu and the other members of the pursuit team were equally confused. What was going on? Did we lose or win? Lost. Did Wu Qing not contact you? He questioned. Isn't your response related to the third-party force we mentioned in the pursuit center's meeting room? I was on one side, while Wu Qing was part of the third team outside. Li Xingwu was puzzled, glancing at the slightly awkward expressions on their faces. He realized something. A wave of bitterness washed over him as he thought, I underestimated him. This situation isn't his fault, but rather a loss due to the mutual suspicion among the pursuit team members. Trust has always been the biggest issue within the team. It's both the foundation of success and the cause of failure. But if we lost, why did Song Yang say we won? Li Xingwu suddenly fell into confusion. The previously clear path ahead was now filled with countless crossroads, where one wrong step could lead to another mistake. We lost, yet he says we won. The only key to unlock the prisoner's dilemma is the maker's release. Li Xingwu's pupils dilated, as if icy shards were forming inside them, cracking and bringing a chilling sensation. He trembled. His shoulders shook slightly, causing his entire body to shiver involuntarily. Team leader Li, what's wrong? Bao Yun observed closely and asked. It's nothing, but we don't have much time. Song Yang said the reservoir will start to open in 5 minutes. We won't make it in time to stop him now. He gave us 10 minutes, so we should focus on rescuing people first. Rescuing people is the most important thing. Let's go. The group started running, sprinting forward. The gradually setting sun elongated their shadows, as if they were chasing the sun, pursuing the light of hope and life. The Water Paradise theme park of the Lost Paradise. Splashes of water soaked the air. The spraying mist resembled a veil of white gauze, refracting the sunlight into a dazzling display. The winding paths meandered, with swift currents. Numerous high venues featured slides embedded in the shimmering water below. Above the Dragon Gate, a piece of equipment has been stationary for over 20 minutes, and staff from the amusement park are making their way through challenging conditions to provide assistance. Meanwhile, inspections of various facilities at the water park are ongoing. On the rapid ride equipment, inflatable rafts are crowded in a temporarily stranded whirlpool. Some people, unable to bear the silence, take out their phones, safely wrapped in waterproof bags, and start a live stream. Don't worry. We've been selected to participate in a live broadcast program called Global Escape. It's all good. What kind of live program? What is Global Escape? One person places their phone in the center of the raft, and a group gathers to watch. Meanwhile, enthusiastic cheers erupt from various corners of the water park. My brother Song Yang is amazing. He actually made leader Li from the pursuit team compromise. I thought we would definitely lose. I almost forgot that the escape team members are not regular people, but criminals. It seems I still don't understand the true meaning of this program. I think what Song Yang said is right. In reality, which criminal would talk about trust and reason with pursuers? I see leader Li is also experiencing a variety show for the first time, thinking that a program is just a program. Someone as intelligent as Song Yang should keep his promises. Is the pursuit team capable? If they can't catch the escape team, they should hurry back and get some experts. My brother Song Yang is truly my hero, so cunning. I love it. 3. The members of the pursuit team, who just regrouped at the center of the water park, have serious expressions and are breathing heavily. They are flushed. And even the splashing cold water hitting them cannot suppress their inner urgency and anxiety. They shouldn't be so eager to rescue them. Just look at what they are doing. Are they celebrating a fugitive, a criminal? Don't they know that Song Yang wants their lives? Bao Yun is somewhat agitated, gritting his teeth, feeling frustrated and disappointed. They are still a group that hasn't fully awakened to their true situation. Isn't this the purpose of our participation in the program? To help them understand how to find the right balance between crime, freedom, and safety? Li Xinghua pats his shoulder, offering some comfort. Let us get to work. There are only 2 minutes left before the reservoir opens. The water will rush down in a few minutes, and we barely have enough time. Any delay could lead to casualties. This is no longer a show. It feels more like a real-life crisis. Is he really going to do this? The production team wouldn't allow him to take such actions. Yu Zue trembles as he speaks. The production team can calculate the time of the turbulent water flow and the volume of water, determining how much will reach the main area of the water park, how many people are still there, and how many might be sacrificed, all decided by the production team. Wu Qing pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on his nose, the reflection of the lenses cutting through the darkness like a ray of dawn, illuminating everything. Beneath the countless waves rising in the sky, amidst the powerful voices of praise and celebration, a different sound emerged. Leaderly, don't save me. Seeing you come to rescue us while letting the escape team go, I feel it's not worth it. Hurry and surround the escape team. We can't let them find a chance to escape. This is just a game. We won't really be in danger. Courage, wit, righteousness, justice? Perhaps to many viewers in the live broadcast room, anyone who could say such words must be just and brave, willing to sacrifice. But to the elite pursuers, there was actually a crucial element missing. Fairness. If they didn't take this time, it would mean disregarding the rules of pursuit. The escape team could ignore social norms and the hearts of the people, but their pursuit team could not. Save them. Li Xinghua gritted his yellowed teeth, almost using all his strength. This was a life exchanged for another life. No one could trample on it, not even themselves. Chapter 42. Life is as fragile as weeds. Ha ha ha. The sound of raucous laughter pierced through the skies of the entire water park. Don't come over. We still want to keep playing. Don't blame us for not catching the escape team later. Can't you tell the difference between priorities? As pursuers, why waste time on us instead of chasing the escapees? The words were like a whip, striking at the psychological state of the pursuit team while also tormenting their bodies. Each word cut deep, leaving them bloodied. In several corners, similar voices echoed. Although they did not represent a collective sentiment, they were hurtful enough. Words were like swords, piercing the heart. However, Li Xinghua almost ignored those voices. He spent only a minute organizing the lifeguards of the water park and gathering some rescue supplies, life jackets, inflatable boats, rescue rings, and so on. His expression was calm and composed, yet his eyes were filled with disappointment and sighs. With 5 projects in the water park, he divided them into 5 groups, each taking rescue supplies. Time was short. They had to set off. Li Xinghua watched as the sunlight was gradually obscured by dark clouds, and the light slowly dimmed. His heart was uneasy. The urgent and concise words he spoke indicated his desire to race against time. Yes, everyone took their orders, grabbed the rescue supplies, and began to run into the water. Why waste time saving them? A group of people who didn't know their own limits, who took their lives lightly, treating it like a game, completely relaxed and offering no cooperation. Shinya Zeniki stood on a narrow path paved with marble, with waves crashing on either side, soaking his shoes. A look of disdain and contempt appeared on his youthful face. He was proud, and he respected life. But that respect was reserved for those who valued life, not for those who were so indifferent to it. He listened to the continuous sounds of mockery and laughter around him, even though he knew many were joking. He couldn't help but feel contempt. Is this really who we are spending time to save? He questioned Li Xinghua, who was in front of him. They can mock and ridicule. I believe they are just a minority. The vast majority would still be willing to cooperate, Li Xinghua replied, pursing his lips. What if the others don't cooperate? Are we still going to risk our lives to save them? Shinya Zeniki watched as Li Xinghua lifted his foot and prepared to leave, showing no sign of hesitation. He called out to his back. Seeing Li Xinghua pause slightly, he didn't move. Shinya Zeniki asked again, they are ultimately outsiders to the program. Leaderly, don't forget our goal is the escape team. Have you considered the consequences if we fail to pursue because of these uncooperative people? Li Xinghua's lips twitched, and then his gaze gradually became resolute. He continued running, saying, yes, they are outsiders to the program, but they are still our people. They may despise our indecisiveness and lack of ruthlessness. Since I put on that police uniform, I will never stand by and watch any innocent person suffer under my watch, unless I die. Bang! Chiba Shinichi opened his mouth, staring at Li Xinghua, who had already jumped into the water, hesitating to speak. What a stubborn old man, he muttered softly, picking up a few life rings nearby and following closely behind. In the live broadcast of the global escape, everyone heard the conversation between Li Xinghua and Chiba Shinichi. Once he donned that police uniform, Leader Li dedicated the first half of his life to the nation, and in the second half, became a guardian of life. The beautiful host Lin Danmeng succinctly summarized Li Xinghua's life with a single sentence. Her voice was almost choked with emotion, and there was a hint of tears in her tone. Her originally clear, bright eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mist, seemed to be filled with a haze. She turned away from the camera in the live broadcast, genuinely wiping away her tears, her delicate hand glowing under the light. An ordinary statement from a retired criminal investigation team leader, a show that seemed to pose no life-threatening danger, yet involved life-and-death decisions at every step, intertwined to create a deeply moving scene. At that moment, many fans felt that the program had transcended its usual format and was more like a real-life event unfolding before their eyes. Through the screen, they seemed to be watching a genuine news record rather than a live show. Come on. Someone typed those 3 words in the chat, eye-catching and bold. Quick. Change all the quick comments in the chat to come on. The production team scrambled to make the changes. Come on. Everyone followed suit, sending out the same comment. And a glance at the screen revealed no mixed messages at all. It was a deliberate move by the production team, but it also reflected the heartfelt sentiment of the majority at that moment. The more people like Leader Li in the nation, the more protection and safety there is. Support. Even if this escape team isn't caught, I wouldn't consider it a failure of the pursuit team. They've made the best possible effort at this stage. Unfortunately, this world is never short of thoughtless individuals. There are always some who never think things through. Some lamented the state of the internet and society. At this moment, it was vividly playing out in the water park. Go back, you guys, we won't be in any danger. Just stay here for a few more minutes, and it will be fine. They had pushed the escape team to this extent, yet they were willing to give up such a good opportunity for us. It's really hard to know what to say to you. We won't actually die. It's just a scare, and you take it so seriously. Perhaps seeing the pursuit team members recklessly come to rescue them softened everyone's hearts. The words were no longer as sarcastic as before, and not as sharp either. The meaning conveyed through the words is just as before. I am Li Xinghua, the leader of the pursuit team for the Global Escape program. I believe you all already understand the situation you are in. For your safety, please cooperate with our work temporarily. Li Xinghua swam to the central area of the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, standing upright where the water level reached his waist, allowing him to walk freely. Although the height of the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate posed no worry of being submerged by water from the reservoir. Who knows if the equipment could have been tampered with by the escape team, causing it to be swept away once the water level rises. The tactics of the escape team have always been a mystery. The production team keeps a close watch on the escape team, as long as their reasoning holds. Even if the equipment remains stationary, it can still be valid. Assessing such probabilities is a gamble. Li Xinghua dare not gamble, nor does he have the capital to do so. The equivalent exchange of life is life itself. He cannot risk his life as a wager. It's best to listen to Team Leader Li, but how can these things be untangled? It's impossible to untangle. Among the equipment, some people are accustomed to listening to the officer's commands, almost instinctively trusting them. Moreover, Li Xinghua's identity as the former captain of the criminal investigation team in Jiangnan province adds to his credibility. This is troublesome. Li Xinghua said to the 3 lifeguards working at the water park, "Please don't worry, I will rescue them. You assist from below." Understood. The rescue continued. Every minute and second was almost a race against death. The fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, the turbulent currents, the water dragon boats. These risky areas are the hardest to rescue from. 3 minutes passed, and they barely managed to free the bindings on the person. Li Xinghua looked at the group of people sliding down with trembling calves, each one tethered by ropes held tightly by the 3 lifeguards. Looking towards the reservoir. The original opening had turned into 2 openings 2 minutes ago. As Song Yang mentioned, once 5 minutes passed, disaster would begin. The difference between 2 openings and 1 is not significant. Typically, during summer, there would be 2 openings most of the time. Only 3 minutes left. Calculating the water flow. If all 9 openings were opened, the entire water park could be completely submerged within 5 minutes. The force of the current could easily overturn even a sturdy raft, and the raging waters pose a significant threat to the lives of the visitors. The live broadcast switched back and forth between several groups. Just moments ago, Wu Qing was calculating the foreseeable dangers. However, before the danger truly arrives, it remains in the realm of the unknown. Many people are unaware, confused, and unafraid. There's no need to waste time rescuing us. We are in a two-person raft. Even if there's danger, we can manage to protect ourselves, one visitor confidently stated. No. If the water flow is too turbulent, even a heavily weighted raft could flip, let alone the majority of people. Quickly follow the rescue team, Bao Yin said in a low voice. That can't be true. Someone expressed doubt. But then, boom, boom. Suddenly, the blaring sound of sirens shattered the stillness of the crowd. What is happening? Everyone turned to look in unison. At the highest point of the water park, nestled between two mountains, there was a natural reservoir. Suddenly, with a loud crash, 5 gates swung open. The noise didn't stop. The sirens grew more urgent. All 9 gates swung wide open. A disaster had arrived. No way. Some stared in shock at the torrent of water rushing down like a bursting dam, resembling a ferocious tiger unleashed, carrying with it a sense of impending doom. Their legs trembled slightly without them even realizing it. The earlier teasing and schadenfreude were instantly replaced by fear in that moment. He really dares to do this. What does he take life for? How could the production team allow such a thing to happen? Li Xinghua glared fiercely, his eyes sharp, and shouted loudly. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the bodies in the water. The ripples around him were replaced by the shockwaves. His damp short hair stood on end, just like the hairs on his body. Upon witnessing the scene of all 9 gates wide open, splash. Chapter 43. Only by approaching death can one understand the true meaning of life. Hurry. Save him. Don't just stand there. Li Xinghua couldn't afford to think about what was happening. He didn't care whether this was part of the program or not. Upon seeing the ferocious waves rushing towards him like a wild beast, he had already treated this rescue as a real-life mission. Help! A cry for help mixed with the gurgling sounds of someone drowning. The towering waves were upon them, crashing down. The white foam splashed over 2 meters high, merging into the water park. Over there, their inflatable raft has been overturned. Hurry! Li Xinghua shouted loudly to 2 lifeguards. He had to nearly tear his throat to get his commands heard by others. Help me! Team Leader Li. The water level on the other side has already risen by 30 centimeters. Danger was swallowing lives one after another, and this was still a relatively less crowded area. The most terrifying sight was the central artificial lake of the entire water park. At the center of the lake stood a circular platform with a diameter of 10 meters. The topmost layer of the platform was aligned just with the surface of the lake. Standing on it felt like walking on water. The only way to reach the platform was by using inflatable rafts, and at that moment, nearly 200 people were crowded on the platform. The artificial lake next to the platform was only 3 meters deep, just about waist-high for an adult. Moreover, within 50 meters around the platform, a rescue raft was always on standby, so there were no protective barriers. The rescue team was continuously shuttling back and forth, due to limited rescue supplies. Each trip could only transport 10 people at a time. So, when the water level of the artificial lake slowly rose past their knees, everyone panicked completely. Why is the water rising? Someone screamed. They pushed and shoved through the crowd on the platform, trying to find the safest spot in the center. The edges were too dangerous. Help! I want to go back. Look, what is that? Someone pointed tremblingly towards the direction of the reservoir. A gaping mouth. The water flowed down like a dam bursting, shocking the crowd. A scream erupted as someone lost their footing and fell off the platform. Gurgle. Bubbles erupted. Save me. The chaotic cries for help mixed with the sound of rushing water echoed loudly. Hurry. Go find more rescue supplies. Those standing on the platform. Don't panic, stay calm. How can we stay calm? How can you expect us to stay calm? The water has already reached our knees. Are we supposed to wait until it rises to our waists, and we fall off the platform and drown to be truly calm? Someone cursed angrily. Only now? At the moment of life and death, did true panic and fear emerge. One after another, they desperately crowded towards the center of the platform, which only increased the danger. The more dangerous it became, the more they were in a state of panic. Wait, the water seems to have stopped rising. A rescue worker, watching the water level remain unchanged for half a minute, hesitated and said. A woman sitting in a rubber boat curled up into a ball. Her hair was wet, and she was wearing a life jacket, showing that she was well protected. However, this could not hide the fact that she had just been knocked down by the rushing water. Fortunately, the water wasn't deep. She gasped for air, her face turning red, and slowly raised her head in a daze. As she looked up, she saw the direction from which the water was flowing. It seemed that the immense flood was just a fierce beast that came quickly and left just as fast. The 9 gates were still wide open, but no more water was flowing down. The reservoir, truly, not a drop left. The woman brushed aside her wet hair clinging to her cheek, looking astonished. She shouted loudly, "Look, it seems the water has stopped flowing." Her exclamation caught everyone's attention, pulling a group of people back from their fearful anxiety. Upon hearing this, they turned to see, and indeed, as the woman said, the lifeguards in the massive pool felt the solid tiles beneath their feet and noticed that the water level in front of their chests seemed to have stopped rising. They fell into confusion. Has it stopped? One thought, watching the once ferocious water gradually calm down, feeling puzzled. The towering waves in front slowly settled. The splashing sounds of water drowned out their fears. It really hasn't moved. Some tense bodies, seeing the danger lifted, nearly collapsed onto the boat, limbs weak, gazing up at the overcast sky, feeling disoriented. Did we survive? Some still couldn't believe their eyes, mainly because the scene just a few minutes ago was too horrifying. The torrential water poured down like a breached river, and the sheer force and energy were enough to pin them down. If the rescue team hadn't forcibly pulled them away, whether they could safely reach the shore was still in question. How wonderful! How wonderful! Someone cupped a handful of water and splashed it joyfully into the air. Like raindrops falling, it created ripples on the water's surface. It resembled a scene from the Dai water splashing festival, with water splattering down from the sky. That was their excitement and exhilaration for surviving the ordeal. It's okay now, it's really okay. A few drenched tourists, with their wet hair down, had color returning to their pale faces. Their expressions were filled with surprise and joy at having survived. Team leader Li this. The rescue team members stared blankly at Li Xinghua. Get everyone ashore. Li Xinghua withdrew his gaze from the source, tightly holding onto a rubber boat with 6 people still seated on it. He also realized the sudden shift in situation, but there was clearly no time to think further. The danger had not been completely averted. He shouted, and all the rescue team members promptly responded. From above, the entire water park looked like a swarm of ants dragging food several times their weight forward, burdened and moving on. Time passed, with only the sound of the waves remaining. A few minutes later, at the edge of the water park, 10 minutes had just passed since they arrived. The ground was covered with a crowd of people in wet clothes, most of them showing expressions of fear, their faces pale and slumped on the marble-paved road. Heavy breaths escaped from their water-dripping nostrils. One by one, their gazes were vacant, feeling their hands were unreal, as if their bodies did not belong to them, with their thoughts and souls completely separated from their physical forms. Beside them, the rolling waves continuously crashed against the shore, the water surging and roaring, making a sound like rushing water. Just moments ago, most of them had experienced life and death. They had nearly stepped into the gates of the afterlife. At this moment, a shared thought emerged in everyone's minds. Only by coming infinitely close to death can one comprehend the true meaning of life. Chapter 44. The Shocking Death Toll Huff. Yuzue lay on the damp steps like an octopus, exhaling deeply and running his hand through his dark hair, slicking it back. His gaze was cold, with tiny droplets of water clinging to his long eyelashes. Everyone was saved, but he felt no joy at all. Stupid brother. Don't lie on the ground like an octopus. How dirty. Get up. Yuzue closed his eyes, as if he could see a phantom figure appearing before him, the tone of admonishment still vivid in his mind. But the more he thought about it, the more despondent he became. His sister and Xiao Di had already sacrificed themselves in the haunted house, and he too was likely to be declared dead in this flood. Sadly, he had promised to help Xiao Shui and Xiao Di take revenge on the fleeing team. Now he was about to die in this flood as well. Damn it. Yuzue clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the steps. His palm turned red, yet he showed no sign of pain. The fans in the live stream had just recovered from the life-threatening situation in the flood. Seeing Yuzue's actions, their hearts tightened. One by one, they cheered him on, sending virtual rockets and encouragement flying in. All the profits from the live stream would go to the passive participants who suffered psychological trauma during the show, as compensation, though it wasn't much. What was he thinking? Suddenly, a slightly weary and powerless voice reached his ears. Yuzue opened his eyes to see a somewhat hunched figure sitting beside him. It was Li Xinghua. Others had also sat down beside him. They were all exhausted. Although the rescue had only taken 10 minutes, it felt as if they had drained all their energy. They needed a place to sit and rest. Team Leader Lee, how many of us do you think will die in this flood? Yuzue asked, his gaze vacant and voice weak. I'm not very sure. Li Xinghua shook his head, resting his elbows on his knees, hands clasped together. But I have a question. He looked ahead at the water park, where the water level was rising significantly. At this point, it didn't seem like a ferocious beast, but rather a mildly concerning disaster. What question? So until now, the 9 large gates remain wide open. Do you think the reservoir's water flow can drain completely in just 1 minute? Water droplets dripped from Li Xinghua's moist lips, falling as he spoke. His gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing the source of the water park's 9 large gates. With each blink, the moisture on his eyelashes slowly dripped onto the damp steps. Drip, drip. This natural reservoir has a radius of at least 100 meters, Bao Yun analyzed. Raising his eyes, with a 100-meter radius reservoir, plus the fact that at most only 2 gates were opened for water supply to the water park. If it were to turn into its current state, at least 9 gates would need to be opened for over 5 minutes. Wu Qing picked up where Bao Yun left off, calculating and analyzing. Then, Chiba Shinichi, with a cold expression, whispered, I understand what Team Leader Lee means. But you all overlooked a key point. This is right under the eyes of the production team. They would never truly place innocent people in dire situations. Even if the reservoir is wide open, they would not allow all the water to pour down. Just because the escape team has no way out doesn't mean the production team has no options. Indeed, Li Xinghua sighed. The production team would not allow innocent lives to reach a dead end. The only possibility is that the thoughts of the escapees are realized through the production team, which is why the wide-open reservoir appears so realistic. Everything is for this great flood, the flood that overturns the water park. In this game, the escape team has the upper hand. If we die in the flood, their difficulty in escaping the amusement park will significantly decrease. With that person's wild imagination, it's possible they could really take flight, just like leaving a cruise ship. Li Xinghua seemed resigned, just sitting there waiting for the final verdict. At that moment, while the pursuing team awaited the outcome, a figure walked towards them, catching their attention. It was a mission card. Chiba Shinichi turned to look at the newcomer, dressed in the production team's uniform, wearing the badge of the Great Escape, and holding a letter. There was no doubt, and no need for suspicion. The production team members could not be impersonated, so if there was a mistake, it would certainly not escape their notice. Team Leader Lee, here is the list of casualties. The production team considers this list crucial for deciding whether the show continues or halts, so it does not count as unfair. Please. Additionally, these tourists will be accommodated by the amusement park. The person approached Li Xinghua, handed over the mission card, and spoke. Li Xinghua extended his hand to take it, noticed the water stains on his hand, and was about to wipe it on himself, realizing he was completely soaked. He decided not to be pretentious and took it directly. He then watched as the production team member left, shifting his gaze back to the mission card. Whether it was true or not, he would know with just one glance. Bao Yun leaned sideways, gasping for breath, and said, Li Xinghua nodded heavily. The damp letter was opened, revealing an A4 sheet inside. As it unfolded, the members of the pursuing team gathered closely. After reading it, they all felt a chill creeping up their backs. A sense of horror surged within them. Their faces, which had remained unchanged during the haunted house experience, now completely drained of color. They all shivered involuntarily. The water stains on their bodies seemed to freeze. It was a bone-chilling cold. That A4 sheet, which should have been like a death list, determining the fate of thousands of tourists and some members of the pursuing team, was supposed to be filled with names. But at this moment, it was completely empty. There is not a trace of ink. One could say it's all just water stains, devoid of any writing. The list, it's empty. No casualties. A death toll of 0. This is bad. To the reservoir. Li Xinghua's heart raced, nearly jumping out of his chest. His pupils contracted and then sparkled with brilliance. He was the first to react. Decades of experience in criminal investigation had given him an almost instinctive responsibility, which would be terrifying if applied to chasing down criminals. After saying this, he clenched the blank piece of paper tightly and hurriedly ran toward the direction of the reservoir with a crackling sound underfoot. The members of the pursuit team, witnessing this scene, though not entirely understanding, exchanged glances and nodded before quickly following suit. Chapter 45. The Truth. There is only one. Several damp figures were slowly advancing, exhausted from the rescue efforts. At this moment, They were almost forcing themselves to move forward. Leader Li, is there something wrong with the reservoir? Why the urgency? Yu Zue gasped for breath, the veins on his neck bulging like worms, quite alarming. Whether there was something wrong with the reservoir was still uncertain, but the number of names on the death list was definitely suspicious. Li Xinghua ran a few steps, his face pale, and the moisture that had slightly dried on his forehead was quickly gathering again. The beads of sweat that emerged were a result of immense pain, as if he had endured torture. He had retired a few years ago due to injuries sustained during a mission. Although he had rested for several years, his legs were still somewhat inconvenient. After a bout of fatigue, running such a long distance was naturally exhausting. No casualties? Isn't that great? It means everything we've done has had an effect. Yu Zue questioned, stepping forward to support Li Xinghua. He could tell that the other party was already exhausted, yet still forcing himself to push on. Thank you. Li Xinghua nodded to him, not pushing him away. He indeed needed support to continue running. They pressed on while Li Xinghua explained, no casualties is certainly good, but the 9 open floodgates lasted only a minute. We barely managed to rescue less than 100 people. If the entire pursuit team, over 900 people, continued the rescue, and the torrent lasted 5 minutes, how many could survive? I've calculated it. Nearly half would die. If the ones who are good at swimming make up the majority, the death toll might decrease a bit. Wu Qing ran up to Li Xinghua's side and adjusted his glasses, saying, but if we don't abandon any of those who are doomed, only about 3 out of 10 in the entire rescue team would survive, and the same goes for the pursuit team members. That many deaths? Yu Zue was astonished. Bao Yan glanced over, breathless and responding in a disordered tone. Is that surprising? Do you know how terrifying the energy from a natural reservoir with 9 floodgates open can be? Just imagine the 3 Gorges Dam. Once 9 gates open, the entire Jiangnan region would be submerged. Though the water park reservoir is nowhere near the scale of the 3 Gorges project, it certainly can't divert floodwaters like Jiangnan can. The impact is even greater. Bao Yan was right. Li Xinghua nodded in agreement and continued, 0 casualties can only mean one thing. The escape team didn't take the lives of those thousands of people at all. Therefore, we are still alive. We can still seek the truth. The truth? What truth? Yu Zue asked. There is only one truth about the situation. Qinya Xine, who had been silent for a long time, was physically fit and still lively after a brief rest. Of course, if one looked at the rescue operation, he had contributed the least and thus had the most stamina left. The 0 casualty list, the escape team opened 9 floodgates, and the water flowed for a minute. Where did the remaining water source go? That is the truth we need to find. Why look for other water sources? Since we are still alive, shouldn't we continue to pursue the fleeing team? The team, as Yu Zue babbled on, his voice gradually faded away. Suddenly, he realized, just as the water source could suddenly disappear, so could the fleeing team. This was the last sentence he heard from Li Xinghua. Then he was stunned. His mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, falling into a buzzing state. Even his running footsteps felt heavy, as if they were filled with lead. How the remaining water source disappeared. The fleeing team could also disappear. Could it really be a way to escape? The group climbed the steps of the mountains. The live stream picture slowly pulled back from a drone, gradually rising. From a distance, the natural reservoir, surrounded by mountains, looked like a natural barrier. It cut off the connection between the amusement park and the outside world. A long, blue corridor connected the reservoir to various water-based facilities, flowing swiftly. At the top of the high steps, a row of members of the pursuit team, as small as ants, walked and paused, stopping to rest after climbing for a while. In the live stream, after 4 hours of accumulation, the viewership of Global Escape had already surpassed 43 million. All major data ranked first for the same period. Among them, most were fans of several popular stars who came to see what was happening, gradually becoming captivated by the program itself. The method of the water source disappearing is the same as the method of the fleeing team disappearing? Does that mean I, Song Yang, can escape from the amusement park? My goodness, I was still immersed in the survival of thousands. Can you let my brain rest for a moment? Over here, it's not over yet, and over there. Something else is about to happen. Are you only watching the fleeing team? Have you forgotten everything the fleeing team has done? Have you forgotten those heroes who save lives? Team leader Li and his group still face death bravely in the face of foreseeable danger. Don't forget that Li is still fighting despite being injured, gritting his teeth to hold on. How can you not cherish such people and instead worry about the fleeing team? A single word can awaken one person, and a single word can awaken a society. Although a single word may seem insignificant, at least someone sees it clearly. There is still a glimmer of light in this world. The more people think this way, the more light remains. Many people fell silent. Yes, while watching the Global Escape program, they have unconsciously overlooked and diminished the sacrifices of the pursuit team. That spirit seemed trivial in the dazzling star halo and the supposed evil antics, lacking any highlights. Gradually, some people began to shift their mindset, refocusing their perspective and support on the pursuit team. At this moment, the pursuit team had reached the peak of the mountains, next to the reservoir. The nearly dried-up reservoir left the pursuit team in disbelief. It was dry. Yuzue widened his eyes, running forward in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. It wasn't that it was done, but rather that it was transferred. Bao Yun held his hands in front of his chest, his gaze sharp, and declared with utmost certainty. Chapter 46, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Transfer? 2 words point out the essence. 2 words clarify everything. Have you heard a saying? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? This phrase from Bao Yun is like a devil on earth, shrouding hearts in darkness and filling everyone's confusion. I know, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young for being poor. How magnificent is our Yin Emperor. In the live broadcast room, many were amused by Bao Yun's words, flooding the screen with comments. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young for being poor. This might be what Brother Song Yang wants to say to the pursuit team. I'm guessing he is planning to come back for revenge. Cut shallow. How could Bao Yun, a top-notch pursuer, say something so lacking in depth? I bet there is some geographical knowledge involved. Just like before when he calculated the influence of ocean currents on the isolated island. Didn't the currents change with the seasons? By the way, let me explain. This saying comes from Wu Jingzi's The Scholars, Chapter 46, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Just like 30 years ago. How advantageous the situation was for you too. I saw it with my own eyes. A top student has appeared upstairs. Forgive me for not having learned geography well. My 9 years of compulsory education feels like tuition fees. Given this meaning, does Brother Song Yang really want revenge? Everyone felt the truth in these words. Driven to this point, almost leading to the capture of several members of the fleeing team, Bao Yun must have a very accurate understanding of their mindset, right? Even Yuzue and some members of the pursuit team thought the same. They wondered, of course we know this saying, but what does it have to do with the dried-up reservoir? Literally, don't overthink it. Bao Yun coughed lightly and replied, don't overthink it? Yuzue and the group in the live broadcast room showed puzzled expressions. What does that mean? You said something so profound, and at such a tense moment. You tell us not to overthink it, and just take it literally? After the previous calculation on the isolated island turned out to be a failure, are you now going to take revenge on them? Fans in the live broadcast. Oh no, Bao Yun, the one who always gets slapped in the face. Whether it's Bao Yun being slapped in the face or the fans in the live broadcast room being slapped in the face by Bao Yun's words. The water source of the reservoir flows through the gullies between the mountains, aside from the water that flows down from the highest mountain. There is a long stretch of flat terrain of several hundred meters. At the end of this flat stretch of water, there should still be a diversion line leading to the rivers in the suburbs. The water inlet of the reservoir has a control device to regulate the water flow. It acts as both a barrier and an extraction device. This is to prevent mountain floods from entering the reservoir during rainy days and to prevent excessive accumulation of water in the reservoir during heavy rain, which could put too much pressure on the 9 gates and cause damage. From this perspective, if the escape team really controls the reservoir source, escaping would be quite simple. The stream, a few hundred meters long and only 1 meter deep, would not pose a hindrance to the escape team. Rather, it would facilitate their getaway. Water can flow in and out. Bao Yun explained the reasons behind the escape team's route, then sighed regretfully. I only realized this after coming to the reservoir and observing its structure. I never went to amusement parks before, so I paid the price for not understanding the geography and terrain well enough. In fact, I should have sensed this long ago. He lowered his head, feeling guilty. When I saw the 9 drainage holes of the natural water reservoir in the water park, I should have thought of such a drainage mountain structure. Otherwise, how could such a large water park be created relying solely on manual efforts? At that moment, Li Xingwa stepped forward, patting Bao Yun on the shoulder with an encouraging look. He said, don't be discouraged. Through this incident, we at least know that the escape team values their lives. They wouldn't dare to exchange their chance to escape for the lives of innocent people. As long as they value their lives, they have weaknesses. And once people have weaknesses, they will inevitably reveal clues. Thank you, team leader. This time I was careless. Bao Yun's expression darkened slightly, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corners of his mouth. Was it true carelessness or intentional neglect? Suddenly, Shinya Shinichi chuckled lightly. What do you mean? Are you questioning me? Hearing this, Bao Yun looked up at Shinya Shinichi, his expression turning unfriendly towards the young detective in front of him. He had previously felt grateful to Shinya Shinichi for helping him reduce suspicion. I was just saying, why get so tense? Shinya Shinichi pouted, appearing bored, and smiled. What about you, Fuso detective? Did you not expect the escape team to leave in this way? Bao Yun felt a bit angry and retorted sharply, but was stopped by Yuzue, who patted him on the shoulder. After all, he was a genius, feared by many international competitors in the brainstorming contests. He had reached the pinnacle in a certain field, naturally proud, but Shinya Shinichi was even more arrogant and reckless, saying whatever came to mind. When two tigers compete, there is bound to be conflict. All right. Seeing the two arguing and doubting each other, Li Xinghua frowned deeply, creating a furrow on his forehead. He shouted, "You young people can be proud of your strength, and I won't say anything about that. I feel inferior at your age. But can't you see that person wants to see the pursuit team become like this? Isn't the lesson from the prisoner's dilemma enough?" Upon hearing this, both fell silent. Shinya Shinichi turned his head away and stopped speaking, while Bao Yun lowered his head and apologized to Li Xinghua. Team leader, I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions a bit. Li Xinghua sighed and said earnestly, I know that letting the escape team get away this time has left you feeling unbalanced. It seems unfair to have endured such a setback. Moreover, in this dilemma, we missed a great opportunity due to the innocent lives involved. But this is part of what the pursuit team must go through. As for us, there is no reason to feel disheartened. The production team has given us a month for the pursuit, and we managed to get close to the escape team in just a few hours. Are we really worried that we won't be able to catch them in the time we have left? Yuzue interjected at an opportune moment. Li Xinghua looked at him with appreciation. Yuzue was right. A temporary setback does not equate to a lasting failure. The chase game still has plenty of time left. If you want to prove yourselves, then in the upcoming actions, give it your all. Understood? Both responded in unison. This stretch of stream, hundreds of meters long, offers multiple exits from the amusement park, and the directions are scattered. Now the real pursuit operation begins. Let us head to the main control room of the amusement park to get the surveillance footage. With that, the group hurried down the mountain. Chapter 47, the finale. Deception is key in the midst of the mountains and valleys. A once turbulent stream is gradually slowing down, with splashes of water intermittently decreasing in height. Gurgle, gurgle. In the center of the stream, the sound of fish bubbling can be heard. Splash. 6 figures in life jackets rush forward. Ooh, ooh. The wind howls and the sky is high as the monkeys lament. The sandy shore is clear and white as birds return. A figure as lean as a skinny monkey lets out a joyful cry. We actually escaped, he shouts. Turning around, he backstrokes, splashing water onto the nearby hefty person. Hey, stop it, Baoqiang, don't mess around. Be careful, or I'll give you a little punch on the chest. Xiaoya's playful voice mixed with the gurgling water sounds quite comical. Hee hee. Huang Baoqiang drags his arm forward, smiling as he teases. Xiaoya, you're wearing a life jacket and a swim ring. How could you still drown? You're too heavy. I can barely drag you. Shouldn't you hurry up and lose some weight? Xiaoya rolls her eyes in annoyance, proudly retorting, what swim ring? That's just my fat. It's all the meat I gained during the new year. Why treat it differently? Get to shore. Songyang looks ahead at the upcoming diverging route and says, Get to shore. Li Xiaoyao wipes the water from his face, shaking his hair, his slender cheeks and features sharp. Let us go. The group swims towards the riverbank, where the mountains are densely wooded, leaving no clean spot to land. But for the escapees, cleanliness is no longer a priority. Ouch! Xiaoya, dragging her plump body, steps onto the soft mud by the riverbank and nearly slips. It's Huang Baoqiang who grabs a sturdy tree with one hand and pulls her back with the other, saving her from falling. Hoo-hoo! Zifeng stands on the high bank, hands on her knees, breathing heavily with a sweet fragrance. A drop of water gathers on the tip of her nose and slowly drips onto the soil. Her long black hair is wet, with droplets cascading down like a curtain of water. Come. Songyang reaches out, pulling Xiao up. The water has soaked their clothes, but the black fabric reveals nothing. Only the magnificent curves reminiscent of the mountain peaks are faintly visible, stirring the blood. That image of a water lily emerging from the water, naturally unadorned. momentarily dazzles Song Yang's eyes before returning to calmness. Thank you, Xiao says, then twists her two ponytails to wring out some water. The view here is too open. Let us head into the mountains. Song Yang turns around and speaks to the 5 members of the escape team. Yes, Captain. The sound of footsteps rustles. The wet clothes are stained with leaves and grass. 2 pairs of snow-white thighs are even smeared with some mud. They spot a half-enclosed 1-square-meter cave, as if a section of the mountain has caved in. Song Yang paused, raised an eyebrow, and said with water dripping from his cheeks. First, go change your clothes to avoid catching a cold. It's not easy to manage a team that gets sick. They had just crossed a stream, which was originally not deep, but due to the release of water from a reservoir, the water had risen to about 1.5 meters, requiring them to swim across. Fortunately, the backpacks were specially designed waterproof and cut-resistant gear provided by a certain country's military. High-quality 3-proof items. You 2 girls, keep watch for each other. Let us know when you're done changing. Got it. Big brother Song. Zifeng smiled sweetly, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. Remember to turn off the camera for now. Ha ha ha, understood. Perhaps the production team anticipated that there would be many similar scenes, which is why they paired a female ordinary person with a female celebrity for companionship and care. However, in the live broadcast room, a group of people began to complain. What's up? Do I lack that bit of viewership? Turn the camera back on. I paid for the VIP access. Do you think turning off the camera is to prevent petty people? It's to protect even gentlemen like us. Look, just now. Song Yang was staring at someone intently, eating alone without sharing. At that moment, Song Yang, who was being criticized by thousands of fans, was chatting with 3 male celebrity fugitives about some previous events. Xiao Ye patted her chest and boasted to Song Yang. How about it, Captain? I didn't drop the ball, did I? I told you, if it weren't for my great baiting, Baoxiang wouldn't have had any chance to perform. Cut it out. You almost got tied up and sent to the pursuit center. You're feeding the tiger with your own body. Huang Baoxiang interjected. If it wasn't for the captain arranging for you to be a backup and let me be the bait, do you think you'd have had a chance to shine? If the roles were reversed, you wouldn't be better than me. Xiao Ye retorted. Li Xiaoyao, listening to their argument, began to understand and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, so the captain had already mapped out the escape route. No wonder he dared to provoke the pursuit team. I thought that even if we escaped the so-called prisoner's dilemma, we wouldn't be able to leave the amusement park. You can't escape directly after the dilemma ends, so we need to add some excitement. Otherwise, even if we get out this way, we'll be caught within a minute, Song Yang chuckled. Li Xiaoyao suddenly realized and responded, so, that seemingly deceptive tactic to create a trap in the water wasn't meant to put those people to death, but rather to buy us time to escape? He was unaware of how many innocent lives would be lost after the flood and could only make a rough judgment based on Li Xinghua's earlier reaction. Yet, he never expected that the so-called trap was merely a ruse to buy time for their escape. This is called a mix of reality and illusion. And deception is part of strategy. Let me correct 2 points. Fugitives have no credibility. Discussing trust with a criminal is undoubtedly the most foolish act. Song Yang looked ahead at the silent mountains, his voice solemn. Secondly, we can kill those people and escape in another direction, but we cannot kill. We can kill those people and still escape from somewhere else, but we cannot kill? Why? Li Xiaoyao glanced at Song Yang's calm face, with droplets of water on his hair reflecting the natural light under the dappled sunlight of the swaying trees. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the question, a sweet voice came from behind. Brother Song, Uncle Xiaoyao, we're ready. It's your turn. Li Xiaoyao hesitated, turning around to see that the two had changed into clean clothes. Let us go, Huang Baoxiang shouted, putting an arm around both Xiaoye and Li Xiaoyao's shoulders. He didn't forget to call out to Song Yang. Captain, you should hurry up too. Xiao watched as the 3-star fugitives disappeared into a small hollow, then looked back at Song Yang, who was about to turn away. She stepped forward and called out to him. Hey, can I ask you something? Me? Song Yang snapped back to reality, pointing at himself in confusion. Chapter 48. The true identity of Xiao, what is it? Song Yang asked softly, turning his back to Zifeng's gaze. You've taken such great risks and laid so many layers of plans. Even now, I still don't know if you have any backup measures in place. Xiao looked at Song Yang with caution and said softly. Her bright eyes sparkled like the evening glow on the peaks of distant mountains, and her damp hair only added to her allure. The hint of wariness in her expression resembled an insatiable curiosity to decipher another person. But given the current situation, it really shouldn't be necessary. Am I right? Oh, How so? Song Yang's expression was gentle, resembling a graceful gentleman, almost like a figment of imagination, with a deep and lonely back. His soft counter-question felt like that of a complete outsider, detached from the matter at hand. Xiao explained, since leaving the cruise ship, we had numerous choices to avoid this path, yet you not only led us down it, but time and again almost brought the escape team to the brink of despair. Although each time we were saved by your backup measures. Why do this if it could have been avoided? As she spoke, her vigilance deepened. The more curiosity she felt in her bright eyes, the more caution she harbored. The more one delved into Song Yang, the more mysterious he appeared. Song Yang turned his head to look at Xiao, a sudden smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then gazed into the distance where the sunset was obscured by tree shadows. For hours had passed since the program began, yet they felt as if they had endured tests of life and death. Each step was nearly taken at the edge of a precipice, akin to walking on a razor's edge, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a fall into the abyss. Nevertheless, Song Yang still chose to proceed. Why? Perhaps the leader of the pursuit team shared the same question as you. Judging by the words he spoke in the Ferris wheel, it seems to be so. He let out a long breath and continued, actually, I don't have many thoughts on this. Not many thoughts. You led us into despair and then brought us out, going back and forth in such a large circle. I doubt the members of the pursuit team believe you have no thoughts on this. Xiao said with a skeptical look. Song Yang lowered his head, his gaze fixed on a green leaf on the ground, still vibrant, yet withering away. A cruel irony in the midst of summer. He squatted down, picked up the green leaf, and stood up. Look at this leaf. It should be flourishing in the summer, showcasing its value, yet due to various factors, it has fallen to the ground. It will inevitably wither away and lose its vitality in a short time. Xiao stood silently beside him, watching as his long, fair fingers pinched the leaf. The profound meaning of his words echoed in her ears. Heh. Song Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly as he released the leaf, allowing it to drift slowly to the ground. If I must say I have a thought, it is just this, to add a bit of stimulation to that numbed world of ideas. In order to stimulate that numb world of thought, Xiao's clear eyes flickered uncertainly as she murmured softly. Song Yang took a deep breath and then exhaled the stale air. He slowly turned around and walked toward Xiao, a scene that caught the attention of Zifeng, who was bored not far away. His crescent moon-like eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something incredible. No way? Is Sister Xiao with Brother Song? Could it be? Oh my. Xiao's pupils contracted as she watched Song Yang approach, a refreshing scent invading her nostrils. She froze in place, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Song Yang's gaze was deep, his expression as warm and smooth as jade. What? What about me? Xiao's cherry lips moved, her voice trembling. Naturally, it's about your identity. Song Yang murmured softly. My identity. What do you want to say? Xiao asked, her gaze silent as she looked at Song Yang, feeling as if he were not a person, but a fierce beast that could devour her at any moment. She could face the terrifying ghosts in a haunted house without fear, but at this moment, facing Song Yang, she felt an overwhelming urge to look away. Was Song Yang scarier than the ghosts? No, it was the human heart that was at work. Brother, just say what you want to say. She composed herself and asked calmly. Song Yang turned slightly and slowly spoke. Earlier, I asked you whether you preferred a carousel or a Ferris wheel. Do you remember what I said? Just purely asking about my preferences? Xiao replied. Yes, you chose the haunted house. Song Yang said calmly. So what? Just because of that, it doesn't mean much. So I lay quietly in the coffin for more than 10 minutes. Guess what I was doing? Song Yang continued to ask. Xiao paused and instinctively replied. Could it be that you were making a mark? Yes, I was making a mark. If there were no other marks on the surface of the coffin to guide the direction, after the pursuit team arrived and took the temperature, they would place the only clue inside the coffin, and the route would be opposite to the detention location. You? Xiao opened her mouth in disbelief, looking at Song Yang. But once they have an obvious clue, and that clue is unlocked by their own intelligence, what will the result be? Xiao fell silent. The result would naturally be to follow that obvious clue, neglecting a deeper one. Originally intending to buy more time for the coffin, the time could only be compensated by saving people, with 30 minutes of Ferris wheel predicament time and 10 minutes of rescue time, allowing for a chance to escape. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have tampered with the surface of the coffin. Song Yang leaned closer to Xiao, their noses just 10 centimeters apart, their breaths audible. Your breath has quickened, Xiao. Song Yang's voice was sharp, like an ice block that had not melted for millennia, chilling to the bone. His gaze locked onto her clear eyes, making it impossible for her to evade. You are really terrifying. Xiao stuttered a compliment. Really? Thank you for the praise. Song Yang said. So, why did you leave a mark? Are you suspecting that I am an undercover agent? Xiao retorted. Whether you nod or shake your head, I won't easily believe you. How about answering a different question? You, the beautiful woman who can read minds since you put on that ghost mask. Which psychology school did you graduate from? Xiao smiled, stretched out a hand towards the front, and said, I was at Stanford at 15. You should be careful. Heh. Song Yang looked at the hand raised towards the sky and joked. That represents a pleasant cooperation. Let's leave it as a debt for now. I'm going to change clothes. After saying that, Song Yang left without looking back. He could only feel a pair of resentful eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 49. The path of hope paved with ruthlessness. The live stream screen finally froze on the last line spoken between the fleeing team members, Song Yang and Xiao. Suddenly, the comments section exploded. Oh, no way, no way. Little brother, how could you doubt Miss Xiao? You're simply terrible. You just looked at her body, and now you don't recognize her. It feels like IQ has run out of credit. That big shot with the waist. Could you explain to the little brother why you suspect Miss Xiao? Didn't Zifeng stay with Xiao the whole time? Song Yang doesn't have a goddess perspective. It's clear that he wasn't paying attention to the details. Song Yang said that the initial choice was to figure out Xiao's preferences, but Xiao didn't choose either option, and just based on a ghost mask. She was able to provide an answer about the haunted house. Of course, that is not the main point. The key issue is with the wooden coffin. The route Song Yang originally set was something that Xiao and Zifeng didn't know about. Therefore, Xiao's cleverness ended up ruining Song Yang's careful arrangement. But fortunately, it was later compensated by the rising water. The main issue is that based on the location of the captured celebrity, which was revealed to her by Song Yang, Xiao inferred that the pursuit team must eventually meet the captured celebrity. Comments flowed one after another, each one instantly receiving hundreds of likes. Until the final comment. It can be seen that when Song Yang was asking Xiao about her choices, he was actually testing her, and the final result showed that Xiao did not possess a hidden ability indicated on the task card. This result is somewhat rewarding. After all, Xiao, without being aware, helped the pursuit team find the location of the capture, which cannot serve as evidence of being an undercover agent. After watching until the end, most people were left stunned. So, from the very beginning, this chess game wasn't just about setting up the pursuit team. It also involved calculating their own people into the mix. Suddenly, a chilling phrase popped into many people's minds. Oh my, he doesn't even spare his own. The little brother is truly ruthless. But then again, considering that he even set up the innocent Kumaman girl, it's not so hard to accept that he would target his own people as well. Looking at the lively discussion in the live stream, the beautiful host Lin Danming, after a brief moment of distraction, pointed to the paused image on the screen and said, Dear fans of Global Escape, the last image of the fleeing team indicates that they have escaped the amusement park. Where they go next, feel free to make bold guesses. Then she smiled mysteriously, seemingly teasing, and added, Remember, it's best not to guess your first thought. Our fleeing team has never taken the usual path. Think deeply, consider carefully. The cruise ship at sea and the amusement park represent two places where the pursuit team's willingness to sacrifice for a greater cause and the fleeing team's meticulous planning bring us two exciting performances. At the same time, they reveal several profound questions. The maritime rescue team of the nation serves as the most crucial lifeline for everyone at sea. Rushing thousands of miles for rescue is the responsibility that the maritime rescue team bears on their shoulders. In the face of life safety and criminals, the pursuit team will prioritize the safety of the public, even at the risk of their own sacrifice. Criminals like Song Yang are merely a reflection of society. There are always those who bear the weight for us, blocking out the darkness and leaving the light for us behind. Lin Danming expressed several thoughts, all distilled from the essence of the past few hours. She never forgets the profound meaning behind the program's inception. Global Manhunt explores the connection between crime, freedom, and safety, delving into various thought-provoking issues in society. Lin Danming took a deep breath, a single word capturing the attention of all viewers and fans, awakening them from their earlier contemplation. This was precisely what Song Yang had said in the live broadcast, adding a bit of stimulation to this numb world of thought. Is he foolish? Could he have escaped but chose to create a deadlock? Is he arrogant? Does he dare to challenge the entire pursuit team with just one person's thoughts? Is he overestimating himself? How could he, as an ordinary individual, provoke a group of people into awareness? Many believe this before fully understanding Song Yang's intentions. They thought he was overly arrogant and proud. They assumed that having escaped the pursuit from the cruise ship, he was bold enough to enter a place like an amusement park, which was almost like a trap. It wasn't until this moment that the group in the live broadcast began to understand. It turned out that the person's thoughts were indeed quite simple. He merely aimed to add a bit of stimulation to this numb mental world. That statement seemed directed at them. This time, millions of fans in the live broadcast realized a terrifying fact. Song Yang, is he really cold and heartless? Is the hope he harbors being expressed through such ruthless actions? Isn't this risky? Is it worth it? Wouldn't it be better to escape for 30 days and collect the 30 million reward? Within moments, various messages about Song Yang flooded the internet. Media outlets, social platforms, and anywhere with internet access in the country pushed the story of this pursuit and escape game to its peak. The eye-catching headlines provoked deep reflection. Terrifying. Famous actors Xia Shui and Xiao Di were found dead half an hour ago. The two suffered at the hands of the same man while alive. When I couldn't decipher that person's thoughts even from a god's perspective, I realized my 9 years of compulsory education were just tuition. Global manhunt. A warning about safety and crime initiated by Fugitive Song Yang. Is there really such a monstrous criminal in our world? Can domestic safety and order still be maintained? Chapter 50. Internet sensation at 4:30 in the afternoon. Li Jing wiped the sweat from her forehead after a busy day and began to pack her things. Preparing to end her part-time job. After a hard day's work, she had earned 120. Looking at her phone, which displayed a payment reminder, she seemed to forget the troubles of being used by someone earlier. With a smile on her face, she turned her gaze toward the amusement park exit and was met with a strange sight. Numerous visitors, drenched from head to toe, looked as if they had just completed a grueling trek. There was also a group of people in matching red and white uniforms escorting them. What was going on? Li Jing couldn't help but feel puzzled, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Excuse me, what is happening here?" she asked the stunning woman who was taking photos of the crowd. The woman glanced at Li Jing, skepticism in her eyes. "You don't know why they're here at the amusement park?" "I've been working part-time all day and haven't left this place, so I have no idea what is going on," Li Jing replied, confused. "The Global Escape show is live streaming from the amusement park, and you didn't know? You must have been surfing the internet at home." The glamorous woman looked at her disdainfully. However, that slight disdain made Li Jing feel even more uneasy. Suddenly, the woman exclaimed, "You look a lot like that person who had their mask removed by the detective in the live show." Li Jing pouted, internally complaining, "Of course. It's me. The real deal. How could I be different?" But the other person seemed too proud to talk to someone like her, a part-timer. She couldn't very well say, "What are you so smug about? I was on camera for over 10 seconds. With a chuckle, Li Jing shook her head and walked away. She quickly pulled out her phone and started searching online for everything related to the Global Escape show. Wow, it was a treasure trove of information. The eye-catching headlines left her stunned. Top highlight: Global Escape real-time data update. As of 4:30 p.m., viewership 21 million. Hot search, second, Song Yang, half angel, half demon, fooling the goddess perspective with a mortal body, using demonic wisdom to turn the tide. Finally, Li Jing came across a headline that deeply intrigued her. Unlike the others, this one wasn't as popular and didn't have millions of likes, shares, or comments. But it captivated her. Fearless Song Yang actually apologized to a girl in front of tens of millions of viewers. She clicked in to find that the content was precisely about what Song Yang had said to her during the live broadcast. "I'm sorry." Li Jing mumbled these words, and all the displeasure, pain, and grievances she had felt seemed to burst forth like a dam breaking. Gradually, she became captivated by that man, until she saw Lin Daming's replay in the live stream, witnessing everything Song Yang had sacrificed. How could anyone bear to blame such a person? The spirit of sacrifice displayed by the pursuit team is indeed remarkable. But isn't it equally great that Song Yang is determined to create a new outlook even when faced with peril? As a top student from the Chinese department at Jiangnan University, she immediately published an article on the university forum. The title was striking: "No right or wrong, no light or dark, no good or evil. The global escape begins. Some are resisting darkness to bring forth light, while others are searching for a crack of light within the darkness. It's about mending, prevention, and also a wake-up call." A group of people quickly started sharing and supporting her post. What is even more thought-provoking is that in 4 hours, Song Yang experienced 2 scenes filled with countless turning points, almost missing the pursuit team perfectly. There were many details that puzzled people. Thus, in the dedicated official forum for the global escape, someone downloaded the live stream video and meticulously analyzed every word spoken. Suddenly, numerous topics emerged in various discussion circles. In a chat group called A Loving Family, a 30-year-old single woman unexpectedly shared a photo. Immediately, her uncles, aunts, and younger siblings erupted with excitement. Oh my! The third family's daughter has finally found a boyfriend after so many years of being single. Who is this guy? He looks quite handsome. Their future chubby babies will definitely have good genes. You sly girl. You didn't even mention you were dating. Your parents aren't old-fashioned. This guy may look younger than you, but as long as you two love each other sincerely, we won't mind. Just worried about whether his parents will care. How old is he? Where does he live? What is his savings? What is his job? Does he have a house and a car? The barrage of questions left the single woman overwhelmed. However, a younger cousin stepped in to break the tension. Why are you sending me a picture of your boyfriend? The loving family chat group fell into endless awkwardness. You little brat. You just turned 18 and secretly found a boyfriend without telling me and your mom. The frustration of raising a girl for 18 years only for her to go after someone. No, the assessment of appearances needs to be revisited. After all, the girl raised for 18 years is now after someone else's affection. Helpless. The older single woman stepped up to explain that this was the hottest guest on a live streaming program today, which finally calmed things down. Let me tell you, stop chasing after celebrities in circles and pay more attention to those who serve the people. The former head of the criminal investigation team in Jiangnan province, Li Xinghua, was featured in the program. The young woman only rebutted with one sentence, and immediately her father excitedly proclaimed the Professor Jingza is truly appealing law. The scene with Li Jing and the chat group is merely a microcosm of society as a whole. The intensity of the global escape, due to that major flood, has surged to new heights. Meanwhile, in the control room of an amusement park, after nearly half an hour of reviewing surveillance footage, the pursuit team finally made some progress. Chapter 51. The Disappearance of Song Yang. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the control room of the amusement park, the clock on the wall kept ticking, with the hour and minute hands forming a small acute angle pointing to 4:30 in the afternoon. Wu Qing was busy calculating, organizing one document after another, and quickly writing a mini search program that spanned over 100 lines in a notebook. Finally, as his fingers hit the enter key, the small screens gradually magnified. Ultimately, after a message reading search matching completed popped up on the computer desktop, one of the screens obscured the other displays. Li Xiaoyao's tall figure appeared in the surveillance footage. We found them, Wu Qing shouted, and everyone gathered around. Sure enough, the members of the fleeing team appeared one after another on the screen. It shouldn't be far from here. Let's drive over and bring them in. Yu Zue's eyes turned particularly red upon seeing the fleeing team. The grudge against his friend must be avenged by personally capturing the fugitives. Not so fast. We need to calculate the time trajectory. The fugitives appeared in the footage earlier than our current time by over 10 minutes. Wu Qing stopped Yu Zue's impulsive behavior, pushing up his black-rimmed glasses without a hint of emotion. Last time, we found their location with just a complex password. Now that we have their route as well, do you really not want to wait even 2 minutes? After that, Yu Zue fell silent, clenching his fists and turning his head away. Meanwhile, the wise elderly Xinghua did not approach to comfort him this time. Wu Qing, rewind the time by 1 minute. Wu Qing didn't ask why and just complied. The video time began to rewind, as if touching the realm of time, and the entire control room environment seemed to freeze. All eyes glued to that one screen. In the silent atmosphere, a weathered voice slowly called out from Li Xinghua's mouth. Several people cast strange looks at him, feeling quite sensitive to his sudden numerical declaration. What do you mean by one? Yu Zue was confused, eager to capture the fleeing team to avenge Xiao Shui and Xiao Di. A hand was raised in the air, ready to inquire. But he was tightly grabbed by the shoulder by Qinya Shinichi. The young face had his eyes slightly closed. A finger was placed on his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo! Qinya Shinichi shook his head, indicating that Yu Zue should not disturb. 2. Li Xinghua continued counting. While the attentive Bao Yun had already noticed that Li Xinghua's numbers matched the figures appearing in the surveillance footage, counting them silently as they appeared. Could there be a problem? It shouldn't be. The fleeing team had just managed to break free from their prison. It was impossible for them to have a backup plan, right? Surely there couldn't be any oversight? 3, 4, 5, 5, 5. After waiting for 3 seconds, it was still 5. 10 seconds later, it was still 5. Even after half a minute, nothing changed. The last figure still did not appear. 5 people. Wu Qing wondered, starting to search for the missing individual in the other surveillance feeds on the screen. No one at camera 1. No one at camera 2. Cameras 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, still no one. He searched all the available surveillance devices around the mountains, but did not find the missing person. Who was missing? Yuzue asked. Songyang. Wu Qing was sweating profusely. The more he couldn't find the person, the more he wanted to prove himself, increasing his search efforts. But still with no effect. Rewind and replay. Continue to rewind and replay, still no one. Li Xinghua couldn't help but recall his conversation with Song Yang on the Ferris wheel. In a prisoner's dilemma, Song Yang asked him who the undercover agent in the pursuit team was, and he countered with a question that dismantled the escape alliance. While on the Ferris wheel, he asked Song Yang how he would deal with an undercover agent in the escape team, and Song Yang's answer was, as an escapee, one doesn't need to care about who the undercover agent is, because they can act independently, and one person's goal is far smaller than that of a team. Li Xinghua's voice, devoid of embellishment, sounded like a knife, cutting a path to an unknown destination. The others raised their eyebrows, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that Song Yang had acted independently? Act independently? Would he really do that? Would he really choose this path? Are the benefits of acting independently greater than the drawbacks? But even if he did act independently, why was there no sight of Song Yang elsewhere? I don't think that's the case. If he left the escape team alone, it would be like cutting off his own arm. Chiba Shinichi pondered, stroking his chin. What do you mean? Someone asked. Chiba Shinichi replied proudly. Everything we do in our daily lives leaves electronic traces, unless you go back to the Stone Age to avoid it. Cameras are everywhere in society, and in the information age. Various data tracking methods mean that if a person does not have control over this information, unless they retreat to a remote area and live a self-sufficient life isolated from the world, they will be caught in no time. Li Xinghua nodded in agreement. Although Chiba Shinichi was young and arrogant, sometimes his reasoning and analytical arguments were crystal clear. He continued to add to Chiba's words. What Mr. Chiba said makes sense. Jiangnan Province is known as the first economic province in East China, encompassing the land of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Even rural information infrastructure is very developed. And unless he has lived deep in the mountains for a long time, as long as there are traces of movement, he will inevitably be exposed. And the consequences of exposure, along with those irretrievable traces, make being caught just a matter of time. But, as they spoke, Li Xinghua hesitated again. That being said, the surveillance footage indeed showed that one person's figure was missing. So where did Song Yang go? Where could he have gone? That terrifying entity, capable of manipulating the lives of thousands without killing, having clearly chosen to escape the amusement park, where did it ultimately go? Chapter 52. A Clash of Wits. Where did Song Yang go? This is a question that almost everyone wants to know. Looking back at the previous 3 encounters, it was almost entirely Song Yang who orchestrated everything. Qinya Sini pondered for a moment and then spoke softly. It can be said that Song Yang is like the brain and spiritual pillar of the entire escape team. The others are more like vessels carrying that thought and spirit, responsible for various actions. Everyone nodded in agreement with this analysis. Even Bao Yun, who had previously argued with Qinya Sini, had to admit that this young man was indeed impressive. In just 3 encounters, without ever meeting his opponents, he was able to draw such conclusions. Impressive. Unfortunately, as team leader Li just mentioned, since Song Yang chose to act alone out of caution, is he really that clever? I don't think so. Bao Yun chuckled lightly, a defiant aura emanating from him, confronting Qinya Sini head-on. He would never allow a renowned detective from another country to be so arrogant on this land. A vessel without thought may seem powerful, but there will always be someone stronger to deal with it. And once the thought loses its supporting vessel, it is like a rootless weed. How far can it go? To gain something, one must lose something. Song Yang is free of worries, but he has also lost his greatest support. Many of his previous plans relied heavily on the capabilities of another ordinary fugitive. Without assistance, how far can he run? After this discussion, everyone felt it was quite intriguing. Bao Yun, a scholar skilled in spatial structure, seemed to have also become adept at reasoning. Could it be that he was really provoked by Qinya Sini? However, the next moment, the clash of wits resumed. Qinya Sini pursed his lips and sneered. You don't really think that someone with an IQ of 140, who has shown the ability to fully utilize existing resources, can only rely on those resources, do you? I have seen many criminals, many of whom are quite intelligent. Some can kill with a single syringe, while others can set traps from a wheelchair without anyone noticing. Do you really think Song Yang is only capable of that? Bao Yun's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Do you feel proud of boosting someone else's reputation while diminishing your own? I forgot to tell you that even within the same IQ range, there are classifications. Most excel in a particular field. While they may learn quickly in other areas, they ultimately specialize in one. Having a high IQ without specialization is a complete mockery of brain development." He himself was a top student with an IQ exceeding 130. Having shown talent in spatial reasoning from a young age, well aware of the pros and cons among high IQ individuals. At this moment, he was irritated by Chinyasini's tone, combined with their earlier unpleasantness, and wanted to use his expertise to leave the other speechless. However, who among those capable of becoming top-notch pursuers is an easy opponent? Chinyasini was not angered. A smirk spread across his youthful face. He spoke in a cold tone. "Then let me tell you this. Never use your own thoughts to speculate on someone else's abilities, because you never know who you are facing. Only at the moment you completely defeat them will you understand whether your opponent is strong or weak." The argument was intense, with sharp exchanges. Meanwhile, in the Global Escape live broadcast room, more people had already submitted to the two, although their debate was fierce. Why couldn't I discern who was right or wrong? They both made such reasonable points. Is this the clash of god-level pursuers? My goodness. Didn't you all notice that what Chiba Shinichi said sounded a bit familiar? Didn't Song Yang previously guess Miss Xiao's abilities and even expose her tactics? The person upstairs is right. Love it. This wave of coincidental remote sparring. Chiba Shinichi is providing commentary for Song Yang outside the ring. As they say, the livelier the place, the more people come to watch. In the live broadcast room, the audience, eager for the drama, occasionally expressed their support in the comments. Bao Yun versus Chiba Shinichi. Who is right? Enough. Suddenly, Li Xingwa shouted loudly, not only stopping the arguing Bao Yun and Chiba Shinichi, but also silencing the crowd in the live room. Yu Zue, standing nearby, trembled at the sudden shout. Is this the overwhelming presence developed from years of being the head of the criminal investigation team? Talking without action is just empty rhetoric. Action is the only way to verify the truth. Li Xingwa shook his arms, turning away from the two. He then looked at Wu Qing, his expression softening slightly, and asked, "Wu Qing, calculate how long it will take to drive there, and provide me with the route. Are you going there? But why? We can see the footage from here?" Wu Qing asked in confusion. Li Xingwa frowned and replied, "I just feel that Song Yang's disappearance is strange. In my decades as a criminal investigator, I've observed surveillance footage for at least 8,000 hours a year. Something about this scene feels off. I need to go to the scene to look for clues. I'll go." Yu Zue immediately raised his hand to express his desire to follow. "I'll go too." Bao Yun and Chiba Shinichi answered in unison after a brief moment of silence. They then exchanged disdainful glances and turned their heads away. "Yu Zue, you are the last remaining star pursuer. This time is not about capturing a fugitive. You should stay," Li Xingwa said calmly, looking at Yu Zue, who was eager to join, and comforted him. "All right." Yu Zue reluctantly nodded in agreement, as this time it was just about finding clues. "As for the two of you, Bao Yun, your spatial structure ability works better with Wu Qing. Let Chiba go with me. He has more experience in searching for clues." "Understood. Leaderly." Chiba Shinichi replied with a slight smile, pleased. "Let's go." With that, the two of them, along with several pursuers, drove away from the amusement park. Chapter 53. At that time, it was quite sudden. In the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, at the foot of the mountains, Li Xingwa and others drove to the designated spot near the Paradise Amusement Park, which encircles the mountains. There were 8 people in total, 2 elite pursuers, and 6 members of the pursuit team. Li Xingwa got out of the car and glanced around at the surroundings. A fresh scent of the wild nature greeted him, and his already dry hair swayed in the evening breeze. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the group. On a towering utility pole, a surveillance camera hung high, which was the destination of their trip. However, when he focused on the camera, he was momentarily stunned. That was Li Xingwa looked at the camera, which was surprisingly wrapped with a mobile phone using tape. Chinyasini also noticed the anomaly of the camera and quickly ran over, standing below and looking up. He then circled around the utility pole. It was obvious that someone had climbed up the pole, otherwise, it would be impossible to wrap the items securely. Moreover, there must have been climbing equipment involved. However, none of this was important. What mattered was that the mobile phone screen they saw in the control room earlier was actually from this device. Regardless of whether there were clues inside, it had to be retrieved. It was something used by the criminals and constituted evidence. Perhaps taking it back to Wu Qing could yield some leads. Li Xinghua muttered to himself. Let us take it down. Qian Yeseni nodded. After witnessing Wu Qing's skills, he had no objections and stepped aside. Be careful not to damage the camera while removing the phone. Yes. A member of the pursuit team acknowledged the order and fetched climbing gear from the car to ascend the utility pole. Meanwhile below, I'm curious why the escape team didn't just destroy the camera directly, but instead went through the trouble of filming a video to show us. Li Xinghua stepped forward, staring in surprise at the seamless connection between the mobile phone and the camera. Qian Yeseni replied, since it was intentionally shown to us, there must be other intentions behind it. Without a doubt, the person filming was Song Yang, who had disappeared from the previous footage. He wasn't acting alone. Qianya, do you think Song Yang would go to such lengths for no reason? He could have easily destroyed the camera but chose to do this instead? Li Xinghua asked. Perhaps. He wanted to lure us here, but he has already escaped, and there was no chance to confront him, which is a pity. It would have been nice to face him directly. Qian Yeseni said regretfully, a hint of disappointment still lingering in his eyes. Don't worry. We still have plenty of time ahead. With a full 30 days of pursuit, we will catch them one day. Li Xinghua raised his hand, about to pat him on the shoulder. However, when his hand hovered in the air, it never came down, and he stood frozen in place. Suddenly, wait! Li Xinghua shouted as he saw the pursuing member about to easily retrieve the mobile phone from the camera. But it was still a moment too late. Following orders. The pursuing member indicated they were professionals, and their movements were quite nimble. The pursuer clinging to the telephone pole looked at the phone in his hand, bewildered after hearing Li Xinghua's loud shout. He was stuck, unsure whether to climb down or remain clinging to the pole. Confused, he glanced towards Li Xinghua. Forget it. Just come down. Be careful. Li Xinghua thought he might be overthinking things and waved at the pursuer. But at that moment, a rustling sound reached Qian Shinichi's ears. As the youngest detective in Fusong, his hearing was exceptionally sharp. He could pick up the slightest sounds. Especially in the quiet countryside at the foot of the mountains, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, the absence of traffic noise, the silence of horns, and the muted sounds of insects created a unique ambience, mixed with other non-biological sounds. Rather than turning his head to look, Qian Shinichi patted Li Xinghua on the shoulder, his sharp eyes slightly squinting, with his black pupils turning to the left. He was indicating a direction. Li Xinghua had decades of criminal investigation experience and was highly skilled at picking up on details. Moreover, Qian Shinichi's controlled expression conveyed a lot. In an instant, Li Xinghua understood. Coupled with the things he had noticed earlier, he had to raise his vigilance to the highest level. He reached into his pants pocket, where there was a stun baton. In fact, after the fugitive team killed 2 star pursuers, a murder had occurred, and the pursuit team should have been equipped with camouflage firearms and ammunition. However, due to the sequence of events and time constraints, acquiring firearms and ammunition would take 3 hours of processing. Therefore, the production team would provide all pursuers with camouflage firearms around 7 in the evening. Consequently, the only weapon Li Xinghua could currently use was the stun baton. He shouldn't have worried too much, as there were 6 other pursuers nearby. Even if one of the fugitives had a martial arts background from a renowned temple, they surely wouldn't escape. The rustling sound grew closer, and Li Xinghua could hear it clearly. He directed his gaze to the left front, where a mass of tall weeds obstructed the view, now moving without wind. It could either be a beast or a person. His face was stern, and his heart raced. Suddenly, a red figure appeared before them, allowing Li Xinghua and Qian Shinichi to relax. The production team's staff was unmistakable. No one could impersonate them, as per the show's regulations. Mission card, please. The red figure spoke sparingly, revealing no extra clues and showing no expression on their face. Another mission card? Li Xinghua looked at the mission card handed to him by the staff and felt a momentary visual disorientation. That mission card felt like a monstrous flood. He didn't even realize his hand instinctively reached out to take it. Not leaving, Qian Shinichi noticed the staff member's feet remained planted, feeling puzzled. In the previous 2 instances, mission cards were handed over and the staff left immediately, but this time, they stood still, as if waiting for something. Could it be? Chiba Shinichi suddenly woke up with a start, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the task card being opened by Li Xinghua. His heart began to race violently. Thump, thump, thump. Legendary Tracker Li Xinghua, Legendary Tracker Chiba Shinichi, Team Members Song Bingjia, Cannon Fodder B, Bandit C, Rogue D. Sacrificed. Legendary Tracker Li Xinghua, Legendary Tracker Chiba Shinichi, Team Members A, B, C, D. Sacrificed. The echoes rang in his mind again and again, as scenes played out before him repeatedly. Team Leader Li Xinghua of the Tracking Team. Sacrificed. Legendary Tracker, the renowned Detective Chiba Shinichi. Sacrificed, along with 6 Tracking Team members who perished together. It wasn't until they finished reading those lines that both of them felt as if they were still in a dream. Chapter 54. Victory Built on Disappointment Beep. In the suburbs of Jiangzhou, Jiangnan Province, amidst the mountains, 6 figures were weaving through the woods. A clear mechanical sound shattered the tranquility of the outskirts. The escape team, moving swiftly through the forest, came to an abrupt halt upon hearing the beeping sound. For star pursuers turned their gaze toward Xiao. They noticed a device on her wrist, resembling a watch, flashing a red light. Beep. The sound startled the birds perched on the 7-meter-high treetops, causing them to take flight in a flurry. Oh my gosh, it's really flashing a red light. Xiao Yi bit her chubby hand with wide eyes, which were no bigger than soybeans. With her other hand, she pointed at the flashing device. A mix of surprise and excitement bubbling within her. She then grabbed Huang Baoqiang beside her, shaking him vigorously as if afraid he wouldn't see or hear. Shouting loudly, "Baoqiang, did you see that? The captain really has foresight." I know, you don't need to tell me. I've known for a long time." Huang Baoqiang impatiently swatted Xiao Ye's chubby hand away, clicking his tongue, and shot her a sidelong glance. However, on his dark face, there was also a hint of admiration for Song Yang. Previously, he had only acted as a detective character in movies, chasing down criminals through scripts. But now, witnessing firsthand, experiencing the reality of Song Yang, who was more real than the criminals themselves, had completely reshaped his worldview. Brother Song is the best. Zhang Zifeng's vibrant voice cheered out, lifting everyone's spirits. Incredible. Li Xiaoyao crossed his arms, his thin lips uttering just 2 words, yet they were filled with praise. However, he didn't seem as joyful as one might expect. Xiao began to ponder Song Yang's thoughts, her willow-shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed, her gaze perplexed, murmuring to herself. In the midst of the cheers, Zhang Zifeng and the others snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned, then turned their attention to Song Yang's face. Listening to the cheers and compliments from his teammates, Song Yang felt no joy at all. His expression was neutral, but his eyes told a different story. They revealed a complex mix of emotions, deep and profound. The others noticed that Song Yang seemed somewhat out of sync with the group, clearly victorious yet not displaying happiness, which felt quite strange. "Captain, what's wrong?" Xiao Ye approached, her round head reflecting the sunset's glow as she asked. Song Yang shook his head, his gaze filled with both compassion and disappointment. "Brother Song, earlier, when you opened the 9 gates, you didn't show such an expression regarding the lives of 1,000 people. Why now?" Zhang Zifeng's voice was soft, filled with confusion. The safety of thousands of lives is always guarded by someone. But who guards the safety of the guardians? Song Yang looked up at the sky, his gaze passing through the mottled and chaotic leaves, disappointment rising in his eyes illuminated by the sunset. He sighed and said, "A trap that only requires a little attention was still triggered. They ultimately let their guard down." After saying this, Song Yang turned around, feeling a sense of loneliness and desolation as he stood on the mountainside. Although he was not an officially designated rescue personnel, he had once worn the gear that represented the nation. The sacrifice of the members of the pursuit team left him with mixed emotions. Is there anything to be happy about? Clearly, if they had maintained full vigilance and not let their guard down, this could have been avoided. Yet, they fell into even the small traps he set to mislead them. To be honest, Song Yang felt disappointed in the members of the pursuit team. They ultimately let their guard down. Could the escape team relax just because they got away? It was merely a test, and even Song Yang did not expect such an outcome. He had not wanted to reduce the members of the pursuit team. Just as he had finally finished exploring the members' profiles, a change occurred. At this moment, the 5 members of the escape team stood in a row, quietly watching Song Yang's back. His words had a significant impact on them. "We find ourselves in a chess game, thinking that the reduction of the pursuit team members is our greatest benefit. Joy and excitement are understandable from the perspective of escapees." Li Xiaoyao suppressed his joy, his expression gradually returning to calm. "Brother, as you said, they ultimately let their guard down. But this was also foreseeable. Xiao stepped forward with her long legs, shaking off the dirt from her pants. Her voice was gentle as she said, "Perhaps it is because your previous tactics were too profound, leading the pursuit team to form a habitual perception of you, making them not think deeply about ordinary tricks. Overall, although the traps were primarily set to mislead their vision for escape, they also understandably knew you were fleeing. Once the pursuit team recognized you were escaping, they would naturally relax for a moment." Song Yang turned his head, giving Xiao a meaningful glance. It was indeed impressive how accurately she grasped people's minds. "Oh," Huang Baoqiang exclaimed, breaking the heavy atmosphere, a smile returning to his dark face. "Let me tell you all, we are escapees. This is a show. They are not really dead. We should worry about ourselves." Huh. Song Yang exhaled deeply. Baoqiang was right. Some members of the pursuit team had inexplicably fallen, but it would not be a complete annihilation. The remaining people would definitely not let it go easily. Some, after experiencing desperation, would completely fall into despair. And those in the pursuit team, after experiencing desperation, would only become more frenzied. "Brother, what are you planning to do next?" "Next, it's time to start the internal struggle." Song Yang's words hesitated for a moment before he finally spoke in a low voice. His words, as cold as those from the depths of hell, sent chills down the spines of the few present. Among them, Xiao felt it the most, as if her spine had turned into an ice pillar, stimulating every tiny pore. "The author has a message to all the readers here. Don't forget to give a 5-star rating. Thank you. The author is adjusting their state and aims to update 4 chapters daily. Thanks." Chapter 55. Please turn on the microphone for communication in the live broadcast room of the global escape. The perspective of the fleeing team, which had lasted less than 3 minutes, was immediately switched to the main control room of the amusement park. Many viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. I advised the production team to be kind. Just as I was about to hear Song Yang's plan, you switched it on me? I know the address, and I've got the blades ready for you. Get ready to receive them. Preparing for infighting? What does that mean? Come on, can you just give me a straightforward answer? Please turn on the microphone for communication. I have an 800-word article of praise I want to read to you. A barrage of comments flooded in, with one angry emoji after another at the end. Without Song Yang's plan being spoken directly, some could only speculate on the meaning of the last sentence. Preparing for infighting? Is this about to clean up the internal ranks? Oh no, did Brother Song finally find the undercover agent hidden among the fleeing team? Meanwhile, another group of viewers, akin to the last batch of conscience bearers in society, did not focus on the convoluted words, but rather on something Song Yang had said earlier. The safety of thousands of lives must be protected, but who protects the life safety of the protectors? This seemed to unveil the mask of the program. Between life safety and crime, whose life safety is worth protecting? And who will safeguard the lives of the guardians? Every life is equal, but the value each can demonstrate varies. A group of people, trudging through darkness, place their lives in the most dangerous positions. Then, just like before, they died at the hands of the fugitives. Should we mock their inferiority or pity them for their relentless sacrifices to conquer the darkness? They ultimately underestimated their opponents. This thought suddenly emerged, igniting like a fire on a dry summer field, spreading rapidly. They ultimately underestimated their opponents. The discussions in the live broadcast room grew louder. In the eye of the storm, Li Xinghua and the other 8 sacrificed members felt a bitter taste in their mouths, with a flicker of regret in their eyes. "Captain, are we really going to die like this? But why?" A young member of the pursuit team still couldn't believe he was dying for no reason and questioned Li Xinghua in confusion. The facts proved it was indeed the case. Li Xinghua forced a bitter smile, reluctant to admit it, yet the truth was undeniable. As for the reason, he focused on the only visible evidence in the hands of the escape staff, a phone. It bore the words "destroyed." All data had vanished, leaving only a pile of cold, empty parts. This time, we were careless. We thought the fleeing team had escaped, and we let our guard down. Participating in the chase means there should be no moments of relaxation. I seem to have forgotten that the escape team does not consist solely of one individual. When I saw the phone on the camera, I instinctively thought that the person from the escape team wouldn't resort to such lowly tactics. If they wanted to kill us, they would surely use methods that would catch us off guard. I considered the capabilities of that individual, but overlooked the possibility of creating a trap based on the habits and abilities of other escapees. Li Xinghua's voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. He leaned on his waist and slowly sat down on a stone covered in dry, hard mud. His body felt weary, and his spirit was exhausted as well. So, It wasn't he the handiwork of that individual, but rather of other escapees? One of the pursuers asked. Not at all. Li Xinghua looked at the young ones and suddenly became serious, saying, I just want to tell you that in a team, you must not overlook the presence of others because of one person's brilliance. This could be fatal. In the future, when handling cases, don't limit yourselves to this. Sometimes, what is hidden beneath the shine of brilliance is the ordinary, which can be the most overlooked yet deadly factor. He was teaching these juniors. Fortunately, this was just a show. If it were real, how would the world view the pursuers if 8 living pursuers were killed by criminals using a small trap? Would they laugh at their incompetence? Or at their underestimation? I think they must have tampered with the phone, either causing an explosion, triggering high voltage, or perhaps buried something deadly around that utility pole. Because the camera was blocked by the phone, we couldn't see what they did here. Everything is possible. This was the final analysis given by Li Xinghua, who never found out the true cause before his death. The evidence had already been destroyed, rendering any investigation impossible. Moreover, with one dead, he lost the qualification to investigate. Never mind, let's go. One of the pursuers shook his head in disappointment and spoke. He was disappointed that such a powerful lineup was so easily thwarted by a small detail. A kind reminder came from a staff member in a red uniform. Just to remind you, you cannot leave yet. You can only leave when someone discovers your deaths and plans to transport you away using the special vehicles provided by the production team. This did not violate the show's rules. On the contrary, it was explaining them. Li Xinghua nodded in agreement, not rebutting. Looking again at Chiba Shinichi, he noticed that the other was standing alone, with his back to them, for over 5 minutes. Not a word was spoken. Li Xinghua sighed, guessing that this failure had hit him hard, costing him a chance to enter the international detective rankings. But that's reality. Once it happens, there's no remedy. They didn't know how long they waited, but it must have been at least 4 or 5 minutes. Suddenly, a mocking yet slightly chilling voice echoed. It startled them. What? Oh my, what is going on? Run. Xiaoya, there's no need to run. They are dead and no longer a threat. Song Yang looked at a group of idle pursuit team members and grabbed the chubby Xiaoya who was trying to escape. Song Yang. Chiba Shinichi turned around, his gaze sharp and his voice cold as he uttered a name. His fierce expression seemed to say, Please turn on the microphone for communication. I have an 800-word essay to praise your family tree. Chapter 56. The End. Yet a new beginning. You actually came back. Even Li Xinghua was astonished by the actions of the fleeing team. After killing them, they actually made a special trip back. What is this? Are they here to watch a joke? Or to appreciate the masterpiece of crime? Song Yang, what on earth did you use to make us die here? You can tell us. We are already dead and won't leak what you say. I just don't want to die without knowing why. Qianya Sini faced Song Yang. With no obstacles between them, their gazes intertwined in the air for a second before being abruptly severed. Song Yang lifted his foot and walked away, treating Qianya Sini like air. The slightly trembling Xiaoya, with her round belly, wobbled behind Song Yang, looking around at the sacrificial pursuit team members staring at them. She felt a bit frightened. Oh my, that sharp gaze looks like a vengeful spirit. If you have grievances, go find the captain, don't involve me. Song Yang, why are you afraid to speak? Qianya Sini watched as Song Yang walked past him, 5 meters away, feeling a lingering resentment that he could not swallow. His great opportunity to enter the international detective rankings was thus buried. The key was that the death was frustrating. And it was all thanks to the person in front of him. How could he swallow this anger? Huang Baoqiang stuck out his tongue and pulled down his eyelid, making a face at Qianya. He teased, Our captain doesn't talk to dead people. You might as well shut up. Dead people can't talk. With your acting skills, you should be a detective in another country. Our brother's acting skills can outshine you by streets. Are you here to use these vehicles? Li Xinghua realized, as he saw Song Yang reach an open parking area at the foot of the mountains, the reason for their visit. Song Yang ignored him, almost deaf to the noise, and yelled to himself, Bring the car over. Okay, Captain. After walking for more than 10 minutes, my legs really hurt. Xiaoya was eager to try. Hearing that they could finally sit in the car, her legs no longer ached, and the sweat on her forehead quickly evaporated in her refreshing mood. As for Song Yang, he turned back and returned to Li Xinghua and the others. Song Yang, I want to say unnecessary words. I know you want to listen to a dead person. Take care of yourself. In the end, Li Xinghua, feeling disheartened, spoke the last words he would say about participating in this live broadcast. Even though he had countless grievances in his heart, he could only swallow them down. He felt ashamed for failing the expectations from above, sacrificing himself without even spending half a day. It seemed that he really was getting old. He hadn't personally responded to a case in years, and the comfortable life had nearly made him forget those instincts. He chuckled at himself. Then he saw Song Yang acting as if he were deaf, not responding at all, just searching for something on him. In the end, he rummaged through everything on him thoroughly. Documents, weapons, communication devices. When taking someone's money, one must naturally provide a service. Otherwise, these items become too hot to handle. Song Yang chuckled. Unleashing was confused gaze. He slowly turned to Chinya Shinichi. Chinya Shinichi coldly stated, "This time, I did not lose to you, but to the many rules of your country." However, Song Yang showed no reaction and continued searching through the items. Chinya Shinichi did not give up and continued, "I had many opportunities to capture you, but I was repeatedly constrained by various rules. I hope to have a fair and unrestricted rematch with you. No more burdens." His words were intense, and his emotions were strongly agitated. His unwillingness to accept defeat was evident, even to the point of calling the other hunters a burden. Song Yang scoffed lightly, his breath warm. "When I return, I will apply for the country to launch a global escape program. I hope when the time comes to invite you, you won't be too shy?" Chinya Shinichi retorted, still arrogant. From his words, it was clear that he held a significant position in his country, enough to mobilize resources for a global escape program. Even if the dead cannot meet the standards, it wouldn't matter how many more chances there were. Surprisingly, Song Yang responded, marking it as a side note outside the main topic. After gathering the items, he left, not giving Chinya Shinichi another chance to speak, leaving him speechless. Looking at Huang Baoqiang sitting in the driver's seat, the other four squeezed in. "Hiss." Song Yang took a deep breath and then asked, "Just one vehicle?" "Yes. One vehicle has a smaller target. We can squeeze in a bit. Xiaoye is in the passenger seat, and the four of you can sit in the back." "Which should be enough." Huang Baoqiang nodded seriously and then grinned. He seemed proud of his comprehensive thinking. Song Yang facepalmed and shook his head, saying, "This is a police vehicle. Driving one is already conspicuous, and having 1 versus 3 makes little difference." "You're right. Then I'll go get the other two," Huang Baoqiang replied. "Get out, let Xiao drive, and prepare to dispose of the bodies," Song Yang said coldly. "Oh, okay." Huang Baoqiang instinctively opened the car door to stand up, but suddenly froze. His head instantly lifted and bumped against the top of the car door with a loud bang. Holding his head, he winced in pain and stuttered, "Captain, what did you just say? Dispose of the bodies? What? Do you disagree?" Song Yang raised an eyebrow and asked. "How could I dare to?" Huang Baoqiang shook his head vigorously. He silently complained, "If I disagreed, you'd probably throw me in too. Get out. Time to work." As the 8 hunters, now marked for death, busied themselves, they were transported by vehicle to a river 100 meters away. Plop. 8 splashes hit the water like dumplings being dropped in. The escape team of 6 then split into 2 vehicles and departed, while the remaining staff walked along the shore, documenting the situation. Occasionally, they glanced at the 8 frustrated pursuers, fearing that something might happen to the team. They also wondered how the vehicles would make their way back after the team had gone through so much hardship to reach the outskirts. Where would they head next? The conclusion of this event did not signify the end of the program. On the contrary, after underestimating the strength of the escape team, the production team would surely make corresponding adjustments. What was called an ending was merely the beginning of an even more intense challenge. Chapter 57, The Bounty Soars. Song Yang's decision, news from Jiangnan. Live coverage of the global escape show. Just 1 hour after the sacrifice of 2 star hunters. Reports from the public revealed that 8 members of the pursuit team were found dead, discarded in the river. The remaining members of the pursuit team arrived at the scene, bringing the bodies back to the pursuit center. Jiangzhou Hot Topics. Within just 5 hours of the escape program starting, the death toll of the pursuit team exceeded 10, while the escape team remains at large. Is this a rampant crime or a failure of justice and order? Key points for restoring order will be consolidated after the escape program concludes and presented at the National Congress in 6 months. Stay tuned. Global Escape Official V. In light of the actions of the escape team, which have severely impacted and disrupted public order, resulting in loss of life, the official updates are as follows. First, the bounty for the escape team has been increased. The bounty for the suspect leader, Song Yang, has been raised to 1.5 million. Other fugitives have seen their bounties raised by 200,000. Second, due to the reduced strength of the pursuit team, to ensure successful capture, 2 elite hunters and 3 star hunters will be selected from the backup list to join the pursuit team. Third, the restrictions on clues provided by the public to the pursuit team have been relaxed. Any information that meets the criteria can assist the pursuit team. The Global Escape has updated 3 rules in one go. Among them, the Jiangnan provincial authorities have personally issued a statement confirming continued support for the Global Escape program. This half-appeal, half-order has allowed the entire Jiangnan province to give the green light to the Global Escape, maximizing the program's impact. What's even more surprising is that the top officials seem to have tacitly approved of this seemingly outrageous behavior. The continuous flow of news has sparked a huge uproar online. In just a few minutes, shares, likes, and retweets surged, flooding major discussion platforms. Oh my, are they trying to push the escape team into a corner? It's said that those in the backup list are all top-tier individuals with perfect scores and assessments, many of whom are even more intelligent than Song Yang. Wow, the escape team really messed up this time, taking out a few hunters only to face a stronger pursuit lineup. With the relaxation of restrictions on public information, doesn't this mean they are even more defenseless? They can evade cameras, but how do they escape the watchful eyes of millions? I feel for Song Yang, who not only has to guard against internal moles, but now also faces new mysterious hunters. It seems the program's intentions are to ensure that the new lineup is not inferior to the previous one. How will they escape now? Don't you realize a problem? The fugitive Song Yang mentioned before about starting internal strife. I didn't quite understand it before, but now it seems clearer. Could it be that he is planning to use the moles within the pursuit team? Exactly. In this way, it's not impossible to have a showdown with the new hunters. In the circle of the Global Escape, there are no large groups of online supporters or calls for specific individuals. Their focus is solely on discussions about the direction of events and analyses of everything that has happened before. Even after things have concluded, certain aspects still leave them perplexed. For instance, why did Song Yang, after escaping the city, decide to turn back? And he did so while driving a police car. Looking back further, in the amusement park, although Song Yang was already on guard, why did he still lead a group of people in their escape? Is it really as the pursuit team suggested? To fully utilize the capabilities of the escape team? Moreover, how did they silently eliminate Li Xinghua and others? This question remains unanswered. Furthermore, upon careful reflection, the more they analyze, the more details they uncover, with answers remaining elusive. All they have are their own speculations or the thoughts of the pursuit team. So, is Song Yang truly as they suspect? Could it be? They questioned. It's hard to say. With a wave of trending topics and the approaching end of the workday, more and more people, feeling bored, began to join in. How did the meme Song Yang is my husband suddenly gain traction while I was just at work? There was no warning at all. Some, confused, sought answers in the comments section below. Afterward, they clicked on the live stream, watched the replay, and became utterly engrossed, completely captivated. On the trending list, the live broadcast of the show Global Escape, which was originally ranked second, finally surpassed the previously first-ranked Some Young Star's new movie premiere after 5 hours. No amount of financial manipulation can compete with real data. As the sun set, 2 police cars wove through the national highway, one in front and one behind. In the leading car, Song Yang was driving with 2 girls, while the second vehicle, driven by Bao Chong, carried 2 others. There wasn't much significance to it. The girls felt that Song Yang was stable and reliable, and naturally, they wanted to sit with him for a sense of security. Xiao sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the time displayed on her wrist device, reporting, "It's a little past 5. The pursuit team should have discovered the bodies of Li Xinghua and the others by now." Song Yang responded lightly with an then brought up the attribute panel. The host's attribute list is as follows. Host, Song Yang age, 25 IQ, 164, average adult 90 to 120, attributes, strength 65, agility 72, constitution 65, peak for adults 100, senses, vision 85, hearing 65, smell 72, taste 60, touch 66, heart sense 75, peak for adults 100, skills, proficient in anti-sabotage tracking techniques, wealth, 876, bounty, 1. 5 million, popularity, 123W. Popularity will start to be calculated daily from noon tomorrow, converted into lottery chances. Main quest in progress, countdown 1855-00. As the reward increased to 1.5 million, Song Yang felt somewhat prepared. Since the production team had raised the bounty, they would undoubtedly intensify their efforts to capture them. To match this, they might even bring out individuals that even Song Yang had to be wary of. Popularity and main quests were his sources of support, but currently, he couldn't rely on either. Everything had to depend on himself. Brother Song, where are we going? Zhang Zifeng, sitting in the back seat, comfortably took off her sneakers. Her 2 white feet exposed in the space, swinging up and down. I'm taking you back for a reboot, Song Yang said expressionlessly, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Shi Yao and Zhang Zifeng exchanged a bewildered glance upon hearing this. They continued to ask, but received no answer, so they had to give up. Chapter 58. Only children play such boring tricks in the Jiangzhou Global Pursuit Center building. The 100-story skyscraper towers into the clouds, like a giant beast overlooking the entire Jiangzhou. While there are many high-rise buildings over 100 stories in Jiangzhou, only a few can be considered landmark structures. However, due to the enthusiastic response to the Global Pursuit event, the Pursuit Center building is clearly on the path to becoming a landmark in Jiangzhou. At this moment, the first floor of the building is filled with media reporters, all in plain clothes, holding microphones as they crowd together in the summer evening heat. Hello, viewers. I am a reporter from Jiangzhou Early News. Behind me is the Global Pursuit Center building, where a new pursuer will soon enter the Pursuit Center conference room. Who this person is, let's wait and see. Good afternoon, viewers. The sacrifice of the Pursuit team members has led to changes in the rules of the Pursuit program. We will soon reveal the capabilities of the new members. Look, the car is coming. The car is coming. Someone shouted, and a group of female reporters rushed forward excitedly. Screech, a black business vehicle stopped at the foot of the center building. A young man dressed in a fitted black suit, handsome and striking, wearing black sunglasses, stepped out of the car with polished shoes. In an instant, he was surrounded by a crowd, with microphones being thrust toward him from all directions. Are you the new pursuer? In light of the escape team's previous antics, what strategies do you have? It is well known that elite pursuers have their unique skills. What abilities do you possess to join their ranks? With the escapee Song Yang having eliminated 2 elite pursuers, do you feel any psychological burden? What is your view on everything the escape team has done before? One question after another, creating a noisy and chaotic scene. Various camera flashes focused on him, and from every angle, it was impossible to find a flaw in the young man's appearance. He could be described as a rare handsome man with no blind spots. His cold aura kept others at a distance. If not for the security personnel creating a space around him, the crowd of reporters might have overwhelmed him entirely. The young man took off his sunglasses, revealing deep black eyes, with long eyelashes reminiscent of a girl's. He looked at the last reporter who had asked a question and quietly said, "Only children play such boring tricks." Done. 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 Upon hearing this, everyone on the scene was stunned. Only children play such boring tricks? This statement suggested that the seemingly profound tactics of Song Yang were, in the young man's eyes, merely childish games. What kind of confidence must one have to utter such words? Everyone stared blankly at the young man, who was handsome and cold on the outside, yet spoke with such ruthless indifference. But did this also undermine Li Xinghua and Chiba Shinichi? Did it imply that they couldn't even see through a child's trick? Are you confident in capturing the fleeing team by saying that? The young man, with a cold expression, replied in a detached tone, "I won't draw conclusions without thoroughly understanding my enemies. That's all I have to say, now please make way." As a reporter, how could one let go of such a big story? They pressed on with more questions. The young man shook his head, somewhat helplessly saying, "The answers you seek are in that vehicle behind us." After saying this, he looked at the stunned expressions of the crowd and was escorted into the Pursuit Center building by security personnel. A group of people began to swarm around another business vehicle that had just arrived. They noticed a capable woman in her late 20s, with a ponytail, stepping out. She was holding a folder and was focused on writing something with a pen. The reporters repeated their earlier questions, hoping to get some reliable information from her. The woman ignored the surrounding voices, put down her pen, and placed it on the folder, maintaining a smile. With a slight upward curve of her lips, she sighed. "Not bad, just another normal day?" The crowd was puzzled, wondering what her words meant. But when they tried to ask for more information, they found that she had tossed the folder to her assistant and walked into the Pursuit Center building alone. The center had strict regulations, apart from staff and participants. No one else was allowed to enter. What was written on that folder? After she went inside, everyone turned their attention to the folder left behind. The assistant smiled and replied, "It's the daily psychological test that Miss Go Wei must do. She completes one whenever she has free time. Can we take a look?" Someone pleaded. "Of course not." The assistant responded apologetically. After all, if others saw these psychological tests, They could infer Gu Wei's mental state, which couldn't be shared easily. Could you at least reveal Miss Gu Wei's score? Someone asked. 130. The assistant smiled in response. What is the full score? 100. The bewildered reporters were unable to stop Gu Wei from entering the building. Just then, outside the meeting room of the pursuit center, Gu Wei arrived alongside the young man. You came quite quickly and seem capable. I wonder what method you used to shake them off. Based on the timing, I estimated you would arrive about half a minute later, the young man said coldly. Oh, you mean them? I was so focused on the test that I didn't pay attention to their questions. The young man's cold expression suddenly froze for a moment. He turned his head to glance at Gu Wei, curiosity evident in his gaze. What a strange woman. To do a test in such a setting and ignore the questions from so many reporters? She was indeed an unusual person. However, he was merely slightly curious about her. After adjusting my mood a bit, I turned the doorknob. Chapter 59. Change of leadership in the pursuit team. Bang. A slight sound echoed. The door opened. In the live broadcast room of the Global Escape event, the camera focused on the main perspective of the Pursuit Center's conference room, presenting it to the eager audience. A young man stood at the door, his black sunglasses reflecting the lights of the conference room. The white light made his skin appear exceptionally fair. After receiving the news of the sacrifices made by Li Xinghua and others, the remaining members of the pursuit team had been waiting for a long time in the conference room. Upon hearing the door open, the discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. Lin Danming, after receiving a prompt from the production team, parted her lips slightly, with a hint of awe in her eyes. She announced, the newly appointed top pursuit expert of the Global Escape Pursuit Team, Tao Yajun. During the year-long preparation for the escape event, he entered the member reserve pool with a perfect score across 10 assessments. The production team initially did not select such high IQ individuals for the program, but chose several average performers as pursuers and fugitives. However, Tao Yajun had earned the title of Goddess I in the reserve pool, ranking among the top 3 geniuses in terms of photographic memory. He could memorize a 100,000 word book he had never seen before, word for word, in half an hour. Thus, he was also known as someone who had opened the God perspective. It is worth mentioning that the leader of the escape team, Song Yang, had an IQ of 140, while Tao Yajun's IQ was tested at 150. Although a high score does not necessarily mean one excels in all areas compared to a lower score, it is undeniable that Tao Yajun would be a nightmare-level pursuer for the escape team, a pursuer with a higher IQ than Song Yang. Many people might overlook someone's title of genius since honors can be fabricated, and many lack a clear concept of it. Memorizing 100,000 words in half an hour is indeed impressive. However, after witnessing the previous struggles of the chase, many felt that such a photographic memory was not that extraordinary. But once the IQ scores were revealed, everyone realized just how terrifying Tao Yajun truly was. My goodness, a person with an IQ even higher than Song Yang's? In their conflicts, will I even be able to understand what is happening next? What is there to not understand? Once Tao Yajun toys with the escape team, the truth will be evident. We'll avenge the fallen leader Li and the others. Although he was introduced as incredibly impressive, I still felt a bit uncomfortable with him. He had previously dismissed this as childish play, and I thought he was too arrogant and lacked humility. While he was handsome, his arrogance turned me off. I preferred the girl behind him, who, despite her ordinary appearance and slightly dazed expression, seemed more relatable. Just as the audience thought, Lin Danming, after introducing Tao Yajun, began to introduce another pursuer. I believe everyone just witnessed Ms. Gu Wei's actions at the entrance of the central building. The daily psychological test has almost become an unchanging routine for her. In the past, 2 young Chinese psychology mentors emerged from the psychology department of a prestigious university, and Gu Wei has been recognized as the youngest psychology professor in the institution's history. The local prison warden even personally invited her to assist in interrogating a transnational criminal. And within 3 hours, a case that had troubled the police for half a year was completely resolved due to her presence. Everyone gasped in surprise, realizing how formidable she truly was. Meng, let's have a psychological test like Gu Wei did earlier. I want to know how I compare to such a genius. Agree 1. Agree 10,086. With a smile, Lin Danming waved her hand, following the program team's suggestion. Many, after hearing this, noticed that the test appeared in the lower left corner and couldn't help but click on it, marveling at the program team's efficiency. However, some were surprised to find that it wasn't a multiple-choice quiz. Once they clicked in, they realized there were no multiple choice questions at all. Some were still confused, while others had already completed 5 questions. Half a minute later, why did I only score 30 points? I didn't even reach the passing line of 60, and it still says I'm normal? 43 points are also considered normal. I've never seen a 0 score being deemed normal. I've never seen 59 points feel so comfortable. A group of underachievers, none of them capable. Did you all overlook something? The one who scored 100 on the test. She scored 130 and still claimed it was normal. Are we all collectively losing our minds? Hello everyone. I am Go Wei, a psychology expert. I don't have any other abilities, just a passion for exploring the human mind. After Tao Yajun introduced herself, Go Wei smiled as she entered the meeting room of the Pursuit Center, briefly introducing herself in front of the 4 people. Inside the meeting room, 6 individuals exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became tense. Wu Qing, Bao Yun, Yu Zue, and Zhang Zhong, the first batch of pursuers, cautiously observed Go Wei beneath her unremarkable appearance. Her smile never faded. It felt strange, very strange. Compared to the new arrivals, the 4 noticed that they seemed difficult to approach, more aloof than Qian Yi Xian Yi's prideful demeanor. One was handsome but cold, the other wore a constant gentle smile. And both had a terrifying intrigue in exploring the secrets of the human mind. Tao Yajun cast a cold glance at the seated individuals and slowly walked to the front, stating, "In light of your underwhelming performance in the last pursuit operation, I hope you will follow my instructions this time." Chapter 60, Review. The Horror of a God SI Perspective, Overbearing Dominance. As soon as Tao Yajun arrived, he aimed to take command of the pursuit team, demonstrating an extraordinary decisiveness and imposing presence. A hint of coldness lingered on his handsome face, with only boundless depth before him. How arrogant. This was nearly the consensus among both the pursuit team and the viewers in the live broadcast room. Even the former pursuit team leader, who had been appointed from above, had earned everyone's respect through his genuine efforts to seek welfare and safety for the public. Yet beneath Tao Yajun's charming exterior lay an attitude that overshadowed others, leading some to perceive him unfavorably. In contrast, Go Wei wore a smile. Her unique personality, while quite peculiar, was nonetheless pleasant to observe. After all, which psychological expert doesn't tend to give off a particularly approachable impression? The profession limits many factors. To gain command of the pursuit team, one must demonstrate real skill. Otherwise, it would only lead to mockery. Bao Yun pouted and retorted. After encountering a prideful individual like Qinya Shinichi, he now faced someone even more arrogant. You must be Bao Yun, the first to be selected from the reserve member pool to become a pursuer, known as the Maze Walker. However, based on the pursuit progress details I've obtained from the production team, while you provided many insights into spatial structures during the pursuit, your contributions were ultimately of little use. Tao Yajun's words were sharp and unyielding, cutting deeper than Bao Yun's. At a time when he should have been building rapport with the members of the pursuit team to foster a harmonious atmosphere, he instead chose to undermine Bao Yun completely. After delivering his remarks, Tao Yajun disregarded the flicker of anger in Bao Yun's eyes and continued speaking to others. I tend to speak my mind. And since the escape team is still at large, I won't waste time on anything else. To understand where the escape team will go next, we must first know what they have done before. Heh. Bao Yun let out a light scoff, expressing his dissatisfaction with Tao Yajun's attitude. No matter how capable one is, one must maintain a proper attitude. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to lead the pursuit team? Tao Yajun paid no attention to the scoff. He moved behind Wu Qing, placing his hands on his shoulders. Wu Qing was taken aback by the sudden grip and stared in confusion. However, he quickly regained his composure, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. Just want to ask Brother Wu to pull up the previously visible God SI perspective and the remaining perspectives of the pursuit team members." Tao Yajun's lips curled slightly upward, and he leaned in slightly, whispering, "Thank you." Wu Qing was startled by the unexpected smile and gratitude, but complied nonetheless. Soon, the large screen in the conference center displayed all the perspective footage from the Global Escape program since its inception. Tao Yajun raised his hand and released Wu Qing's shoulders. His expression returned to a stern demeanor as he walked to the large screen. Pointing at several images, he said, "The first scene, the cruise ship sinking. After witnessing the sinking, didn't you notice that no one on deck was calling for help? What does the absence of cries for help represent? Either there were no people on the cruise ship, or they were all captured and killed. The escape team took advantage of your concern for life. combined with the frequent accidents, leading you to subconsciously believe it was an accidental disaster. Regardless of the reason, failing to request rescue support immediately was a blunder. I don't oppose your concern for safety, but that concern led to your confusion. With just one phone call, the maritime rescue team could have provided you with the most accurate and quickest answers, and this game could have ended before it even began. Tao Yajun's voice was cold, echoing in the meeting room of the Chase Center like a wandering ghost, drifting aimlessly. Present were Bao Yun, Yu Zue, and Captain Zhang Zhong, who had witnessed the scene firsthand. Upon hearing Tao Yajun's analysis, they found themselves at a loss for words to refute her. They truly were confused by their concern. At the moment they saw the sunken ship, they failed to immediately realize how terrifying the silence was on board. They also did not think of calling the maritime rescue team for assistance right away. Tao Yajun glanced at the few people lost in thought and continued to expand on the second image. The second scene, the undercover mystery confrontation in the central meeting room. If it weren't for the mistake in the first scene, this second scene wouldn't have occurred at all. You wouldn't have been toyed with by just 2 words. Regarding the handling of the situation, I actually agree with Captain Li Xinghua's approach. Unfortunately, you have allowed such tricks to plant the seeds of disaster in your hearts. The divide and conquer strategy, regardless of its truth, it's actually quite simple to dismantle. Trace it back. The source is obvious. It's the unresolved issues left by the escape team in the first scene. Knowing the escape team's tactics, you should understand that their aim was to create chaos within the pursuit team. The more you argue and suspect each other, the more you fall into the trap laid by the escape team. So, after analyzing the second image, Tao Yajun finally cast her gaze over everyone present. The implication was crystal clear. The more one argues and suspects, the greater the likelihood that they are the undercover agent. Because the real pursuer would certainly not want to see the pursuit team fall into chaos, thus benefiting the escape team. Bao Yun knew that the words exchanged between him and Chiba at that time were quite suspicious, and now that Chiba had fallen, only he remained. He suddenly interjected. That sounds nice, but isn't this just paving the way for you to become the commander? Regardless of whether it was or not. Having a brand new pursuer in the commander position would surely be more stable than having someone the escape team was familiar with. Bao Yun fell silent, no longer speaking. Seeing this, Tao Yajun smirked and continued to unfold the third image. The third scene, the amusement park. This seemingly the most complex confrontation scene also has the most details. But in my view, it is nothing more than that. Chapter 61. The truth revealed, is the amusement park really the place with the most loopholes? A few people found it hard to imagine that such a dismissive tone could come from the stern-faced Tao Yajun. Isn't the persona quite asymmetric? Indeed. There are many aspects of the amusement park that cannot be reached, but every matter has its reasons that we must address. Underestimating opponents can easily lead to losses. Bao Yun pouted and continued to refute. Hidden deep within his eyes was a sense of disdain. Even if Tao Yajun was smarter and stronger than him, he still looked down on her. After all, those who underestimate their opponents due to confidence will ultimately find themselves in trouble. As for what Bao Yun said, including Wu Qing, Zhang Zhong, and Yu Zue, all 3 expressed their support in their hearts. Underestimating opponents is indeed fatal, but during a review, if one hesitates and overestimates someone, it can lead to overlooking many details. Tao Yajun suddenly spoke softly, her words very soothing. The so-called God's perspective means stepping outside to observe the chess game. The player is confused while the observer is clear. If one analyzes the pursuit process from the perspective of a player in the game, the more details there are, the more one may overlook. What I mean is that Song Yang's methods are not just limited to this. Is that clear? In the end, Tao Yajun patiently explained again. Song Yang's methods are not just this. This statement carries significant meaning. It is enough to overturn everyone's previous views on Tao Yajun. How many people who can become pursuers are easy to deal with? Just connecting the dots immediately reveals Tao Yajun's intention. What you mean is that you were able to see through the tactics displayed by the fleeing team during their escape process by analyzing their behavior from a goddess perspective. And in the subsequent pursuit, who would be cautious about the abilities that the fleeing team has yet to reveal? Bao Yun suddenly understood, furrowing his brows and starting to take this person seriously. If what he said is true, Tao Yajun would not only avoid being trapped, but would, on the contrary, remain uncontrollable due to this ability, a point that cannot be controlled. It is about underestimating the enemy strategically while paying attention to them tactically. Gu Wei, dressed in a white professional outfit, crossed her legs and slowly murmured a sentence. With just one sentence, she encapsulated the reason for Tao Yajun's previous actions. Exactly. A hint of a smile appeared on Tao Yajun's stern face. However, she did not continue to explain more to the others, but instead continued to analyze the process within the amusement park. Why did the fleeing team choose to lead you into the amusement park instead of taking the numerous escape routes available? You judged that the fleeing team was proud and complacent after escaping, so you fell into their trap and surrounded the amusement park. Within the amusement park, the main control room victim, Chiba Shinichi, was trapped by a girl, the coincidence of 3 teams, the clues from the wooden coffin in the haunted house. And even the final flood. Every place had details that slipped through, but in fact, with just one move, everything could be unraveled. If it were up to me, would I rush to capture the fleeing team? A group trapped like fish in a barrel, sealing off all exits and dispersing the tourists. Even if it takes a few extra hours to wait, it would put the pursuit team in a dilemma, making it far better to be caught off guard and escape right under their noses. He mentioned that the third scene had the most details, yet his explanation was the most concise. And as he implied, regardless of how simple the method is, the most effective one is the best. The fourth scene reveals the truth behind the death of team leader Li Xinghua. If you take a close look, you will see that at 4 minutes, 18 seconds, and 57 frames into the video, there is a light refraction in the footage. The sunlight initially shining on the camera suddenly changes direction. Your attention was all on the disappearing Song Yang, neglecting this detail, which allowed team leader Li Xinghua to lead his team over. In this case, the fleeing team set up a confusing escape route, making it difficult for the pursuers to connect the dots when they hadn't noticed other anomalies on the camera. To crack this situation is quite simple. The disappearance of Song Yang should have raised some psychological alertness. The initial assumption led to a blind spot in thinking. Therefore, my final conclusion is, the fleeing team's tactics operate in a realm of illusion and reality, and whenever you think you know what they will do the opposite. The foundation of establishing these illusory tactics lies in creating a deeply rooted image first. After a lengthy analysis, Tao Yajun's final conclusion is the most crucial. These are not the answers you got from watching the live broadcast, are they? Yu Zue harbored doubts, unable to believe that the tactics causing them so much trouble, even leading to the sacrifice of several pursuers, could be so casually dismissed by Tao Yajun. Even if Tao Yajun showed any sign of effort, he would think that the other person must be formidable. But if someone is impressive beyond imagination, it becomes a matter of skepticism rather than admiration. I forgot to tell you, anyone remaining in the backup member pool has done so voluntarily. Once in the backup pool, they are entirely cut off from any contact with the global escape. And each member can only access the relevant review materials provided by the production team when selected, which is the information the pursuit team has currently gathered. Gu Wei, who had maintained a silent smile throughout, answered this way. Although she only spoke one sentence from beginning to end, it highlighted the theme. At this moment, her sudden remark was like a finishing touch, shocking everyone. A person who had not watched the live show or seen the fleeing team's perspective could complete a full review within an hour based solely on the information gathered by the pursuit team, identifying the fatal flaws within both the fleeing team and the pursuers. The group in the program's live broadcast room was already bewildered. Is this what a world with an IQ of 150 looks like? Just an hour ago, I received the review materials. And now I can clearly see the shortcomings of the escape team's previous methods? Forgive me for not considering this aspect before. I always thought the escape team's plan was flawless and irreplaceable. Upon reflection, Song Yang really did get incredibly lucky. Indeed, pride comes with its own merits. Compared to the previous pursuit team, with Tao Yajun leading, the current team has transformed and elevated to a whole new level. I must admit that Tao Yajun's abilities are indeed exceptional, but his arrogant attitude is also a fact. If he truly manages to capture Song Yang, I will concede that he has every reason to be proud. A team's capability is exponentially stronger than that of a disorganized group. The pursuit team needs a commander, and if no one has any objections, I would like to boldly recommend myself. As Tao Yajun's last words slowly fell, the others in the pursuit team fell into silence. Chapter 62. The undercover agent surfaces Tao Yajun's abilities are sufficient to match the position of a top-notch pursuer. The title of God's Eye is vividly demonstrated in the 4 points of argument. That keen insight surpasses even that of Qin Yasini. Soon, the leader of the new pursuit team was determined, Tao Yajun. Next, the fleeing team would undoubtedly guess that new forces had been added to the pursuit team. Until they understand the role of our new forces, they would not act rashly. Remaining still would undoubtedly be the best choice. Tao Yajun was straightforward, and, upon confirming the leader's identity, her expression suddenly became stern and forbidding, as if to say no entry for outsiders. However, we had previously analyzed the characteristics of the fleeing team's tactics, which involved shifting between reality and illusion. The concept of relaxation was almost a luxury for us. Any slight negligence would lead to a dead end. Members of the new pursuit team gathered together. After a brief self-introduction, they officially began the hunt for the fleeing team. Leader Tao, I couldn't find the vehicles of Leader Li and the others at the scene, so I suspect the fleeing team drove them away. It has been an hour since I received the notification, and I have been conducting a widespread search around the location of the damaged cameras. Wu Qing said as he stood up, wielding a pointer and manipulating the large screen. One document after another appeared before them. These are all surveillance videos from within 1 kilometer of the death locations over the past hour, covering 350 streets. There are 827 intersections and thousands of shops. A total of 432 video clips. I was too focused on the search to conduct a thorough analysis, but this is a massive task that requires a lot of time. Tao Yajun looked at the images on the screen and approached Wu Qing, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently pressing down. Her voice was sharp as she said, Wu Qing, although your ability to gather this information is impressive, 350 streets, 827 intersections, thousands of shops, and 432 video clips in just 1 hour. It still amounts to 432 hours of work if you consider the effort required to analyze them. Even working tirelessly in a 16-fold manner would only yield results in a day. All you would know is which road they took to leave. You have no idea how many sleepless days it would take just to watch the surveillance footage. Therefore, I must tell you that spending effort on this is purely a waste of time. Bai Yun squinted his eyes and suddenly interjected, I wonder what insights Leader Tao has. Upon hearing this, Tao Yajun pulled over a chair and sat down, leaning forward on the conference table. Her fair face was adorned with a pair of deep, dark eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke slowly. Do you know why the production team chose me at this time? There are certainly others in the reserve member pool who are more capable than I am, yet they specifically chose me. Because my intellectual capacity exceeds that of Song Yang. What he can think of, I can also fathom. The methods he cannot conceive, I can also devise. Tao Yajun's voice was cold, and when he spoke these words, he felt an unparalleled calm inside. What does an IQ attribute calculated by machines mean? It's just data computed by machines. There is something in this world called human nature, and that is the greatest variable. Bao Yun countered. Indeed, the IQ attributes calculated by machines are not absolute. Too many factors can change the outcome. Surprisingly, Tao Yajun did not refute Bao Yun's words this time, and actually agreed. So what about your method? How are you going to find the escape team? The method? The escape team will come to us. Tao Yajun straightened his body, spread his hands, and smiled as he spoke. They will come to us. They don't seem like the kind of people who would be so foolish. Yuzue was puzzled. Tao Yajun rested one hand on his clean cheek, his flawless face adorned with a smile that could make girls scream with excitement. He began to speak. When facing an unknown pursuer, the deeper the understanding, the better the chance to evade capture. Don't forget, he is not fighting alone. An insider. As soon as Tao Yajun finished speaking, everyone in the center of the conference room understood what he meant. Could it be that Song Yang has already identified the insider within the pursuit team and is able to make contact? What is our pursuit plan then? How can you be sure that Song Yang can utilize the insider? Wu Qing asked. The pursuit plan is, I give orders at any time, and you follow my commands at any time. Tao Yajun replied with a calm smile. He had previously analyzed that in the case of an insider mystery within the pursuit team, it is best for the team to have only one voice. Moreover, it must be a voice that commands and acts at any time. Once someone fails to follow the orders, the outcome is obvious. While the escape team might not be captured, the insider certainly won't escape. All right, you can prepare the equipment and tools needed for the pursuit operation. Within 10 minutes, they will come to us. If they don't show up in 10 minutes, I can also think of a few places they might go. If you don't believe me, I can have Wu Qing start eliminating surveillance cameras. For now, I'll trust you this once. I hope you, Team Leader Tao. 1T put the pursuit team in danger. Bao Yun released his arms from his chest, dropped a sentence, and then stood up to leave. Seeing this, Yuzue also got up to follow. As they exited the pursuit center conference room, Yuzue glanced at Bao Yun beside him. There was not a trace of anger on his face. Instead, He appeared utterly calm. He said, "Don't you think Tao Yajun, despite his impressive abilities, is not suited for the position of team leader? I still prefer team leader Li, who is willing to connect with his subordinates, even when mistakes are made. Team leader Li would comfort and guide them." Bao Yun paused, turned his head to glance back at the just-emptied conference room. Then he said, "Yuzue, do you really believe that a person with an IQ over 150 knows nothing about human relationships and has low emotional intelligence?" "What do you mean?" Yuzue's eyes widened in surprise, staring blankly as he responded. "It's meaningless. Just want to say, don't underestimate anyone in the world, including those in the same circle as you within the escape team. Also, the new team leader." After briefly stating his point, the speaker didn't care about the dazed look of the other person and walked straight ahead with big strides. The other person, realizing what had just happened, felt a chill run down his spine. He gazed at the slightly sturdy figure of the speaker and realized that this seemingly emotional person had suddenly become quite unfamiliar. As if he was meeting someone anew. He shivered all over, feeling that being a star chaser in such an intelligence game was simply inviting trouble. Chapter 63. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive oneself. Knock, knock, knock. Less than a minute after Yuzue, Bao Yun, and Zhang Zhong left the conference room to prepare, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Come in." Creak. The door opened. Star Chaser Wu Sancher officially reported in. Star Chaser Yaya officially reported in. 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was youthful and handsome, while the woman was gentle and beautiful. One was Wu Sancher, known as the national younger brother, who had participated in numerous TV dramas and was particularly close to Li Xiaoyao, earning him the nickname Second Li Xiaoyao in the industry. The other was Yaya, who had collaborated with Huang Baoqiang on a detective film. Scandals about her were almost non-existent, and she was considered a perfect choice for a screen wife. The 2 star chasers added by the production team had previously worked with several members of the Fugitive team, and their relationships were quite special. Many netizens saw this and expressed their thoughts. The production team was up to something. With such exceptional star chasers and 2 familiar faces to the Fugitive team, it seemed like Song Xiaoga was in trouble this time. A song of despair for the Fugitive team. In the center conference room of the Pursuit team, Wu Sancher, Yaya, it seems the production team has not given up on adding star chasers. Tao Yajun looked up and, upon seeing the 2, did not show much surprise. At his level, he was not particularly enthusiastic about popular stars online. In fact, outside the country, his influence might be even greater than that of the stars. However, he still politely said, "Come in and have a seat." "No, we just arrived and are not sure what we can help with," Wu Sancher replied, his upper lip naturally curling as he lowered his head to ask. In comparison, the difference became apparent. Just look at my brother Sanchi's straightforward attitude compared to Tao Yajun's previous demeanor. They were completely opposite extremes. Do these intellectual types really look down on others? What's wrong? Do you look down on my brother Song Yang? Even if he inadvertently used a girl, he still took the initiative to apologize live in front of millions of viewers. Just ask, who else would do that? With a flurry of comparisons, there were voices of criticism and condemnation that could be quite hurtful. Fortunately, Tao Yajun couldn't see the barrage of comments in the live stream. Otherwise, no matter how calm he was, it would have been impossible for him to maintain his composure. "Wu Qing, put aside what you're doing for now and take them to meet Yuzue. We have enough people here." Wu Qing was called and turned to look at Tao Yajun, seeing confidence in his eyes. He didn't say much. After all, it was only 10 minutes, and it wouldn't significantly affect the big picture. He stood up, walked in front of the 2 star chasers, and directed, "Follow me." "Thank you, Brother Wu," they said in unison, quickly following Wu Qing out of the conference room. Once they left, Tao Yajun thought, if you don't expose the undercover, do you really plan to rely on them for tricks? A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Go Wei crossed her arms and slightly raised her head to ask the only remaining Tao Yajun. "So, you've noticed too." Tao Yajun lay on the table, looking disinterested. Go Wei shrugged her shoulders, her full figure wrapped in a white fitted shirt, and stretched out. She yawned and said, "Is it really that hard to guess such an obvious issue?" Indeed, the woman hailed as the youngest psychology professor at a renowned university was no easy opponent. Tao Yajun complimented. Go Wei waved her hand, fanning herself. Her plain face showed no excessive pride, only a casual indifference and an incredibly calm demeanor. She responded, "It can't compare to team leader Tao, who set such a big trap from the start, deceiving the enemy and even herself. The spirit of self-sacrifice does carry on the essence of team leader Li to some extent. I actually have high hopes that you can capture the escape team. Halfway through her sentence, she glanced at Tao Yajun, noticing his still stern expression, and suddenly folded her arms on the table, narrowing her eyes with a smile, and asked, "Isn't it exhausting to play a contradictory personality?" Tao Yajun's expression remained unchanged, but his lips curled slightly, his eyes shimmering like countless galaxies. With a touch of indifference on his handsome face, he stood up from his chair and replied calmly, "To be honest, I don't have 100% certainty whether Song Yang would make that choice, so 10 minutes is actually quite tight. I suppose team leader Tao wouldn't need my help, right?" Gu Wei smiled in response. "The power of the team surpasses that of the individual. I still believe in the strength of unity. Do you really want millions of viewers to see you sitting in the conference center, resting and having tea?" Tao Yajun looked down at the woman in the chair, his elevated gaze focused on her unremarkable face. From the beginning, he was curious about the limits of someone who could completely ignore even the reporter's questions while doing psychological tests. It wasn't until just now that he had some vague guesses and thoughts. How exactly, we shall see. This is just an opportunity for team leader Tao to showcase himself. Being the target of everyone's criticism is not a good thing, Tao Yajun quietly said. After speaking, he turned away, his gaze slightly narrowing as he glanced sideways, trying to catch a glimpse of Gu Wei's facial expression. Unfortunately, he could not see it. As soon as Gu Wei saw Tao Yajun turn around, her brows slowly furrowed. Knowing this, why act this way? What kind of psychological behavior is this? Gu Wei studied Tao Yajun, feeling somewhat puzzled, unable to see through him at a glance. She emptied her mind and murmured to herself, knowing the consequences, yet still acting this way. It's either foolish or confident. 150 IQ shouldn't bring down other values to below average. Things are getting more interesting. Gu Wei then stood up, walked to Tao Yajun's side, and began to sift through hundreds of surveillance video files to select answers. Chapter 64, The Player and the Pieces Night, has finally fallen. In the bustling Dongxing district of Suang City, the evening excitement is undeniable. The air is permeated with a sense of luxury, and various skyscrapers rise majestically. Supermarkets, high-end residential buildings, numerous colleges and universities. On the complex bus routes, the traffic is bustling everywhere. Yet, on one specific bus route, a fresh layer of white line marks the newly paved road, with streetlights casting a mix of light alongside the neon signs of nearby shops, creating a contrast that lacks vibrancy. Even during the peak commuting hours, few people stroll along the tree-lined paths beside the streets. Only 2 police cars are parked conspicuously, yet there are not many people approaching them. Occasionally, someone walks over, puzzled by the illegally parked vehicles. Logically speaking, police cars should set an example and shouldn't be parked illegally, especially with seemingly no officers around. This car looks like it belongs to the Global Escape program, the one that Leaderly drove earlier. I remember seeing him take this car to the port during lunch. What happened this afternoon while I was working? A few professional women who enjoy variety shows recognize the police car's origin. What show? They can even use police cars? A 30-year-old man wearing thick glasses, overhearing their murmurs, asked in confusion, "Oh, it's the Global Escape, a reality escape live broadcast program created by the Jiangnan Province television station in collaboration with state machinery." Even the former head of the criminal investigation team, Li Xinghua, is the leader of the pursuit team in it. Someone kindly explained. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man was momentarily stunned. He suspected that after spending these days going back and forth between home, the company, and school, he had lost touch with the outside world and didn't even know such a program existed. If you haven't watched it, I recommend you do. After the woman finished speaking, she linked arms with her colleague and left the man's sight. The remaining man stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, "Global Escape?" Not far from the police cars, around a corner, 6 figures hid in the blind spot of the streetlights, returning from the suburbs to the bustling city. After casually parking the police car in a spot where no one had seen it before, they got out. Sweat was already forming on Xiaoya's forehead. "Brother, don't you think what we're doing is a bit too conspicuous? I've noticed that at least 100 cameras have captured the police car on our way here. If we don't avoid the cameras now and instead head towards the bustling southern part of Dongxing district, our tracks will be exposed." Xiao looked at Song Yang, who was pressed against the wall, and finally voiced her doubts after getting out of the car. "If not, how would they keep up with us?" Song Yang replied candidly in front of the escape team, without hiding anything. Li Xiaoya was taken aback. "What do you mean? Captain, are you making such a big deal just to get them to follow? You don't want to repeat what happened at the amusement park, do you?" He almost got caught there. It didn't scare him half to death last time. Who could withstand that again? Once you use a certain tactic, the other party will be on guard. Once bitten, twice shy. This is a psychological issue. Until you understand the strength of the new pursuit team members, never confront them head-on. Otherwise, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Song Yang said. It was only at this moment that the other 5 members of the escape team realized. Even someone as strong as Song Yang is not a god. He doesn't have the ability to confirm Danger 100. But it's precisely this kind of Song Yang that feels more real, not like a dreamlike deity, right? If a person could truly foresee everything with a mere flick of their hand, that would be divine power, not wisdom. Earlier, you mentioned taking us to a place for a transformation. At that time, it wasn't very clear. But now it seems you had already planned to test the new members of the pursuit team, right? Xiao asked. This place for transformation. It wouldn't be referring to a school, would it? Song Yang smiled without answering. It can't really be, right? Zhang Zifeng thought Song Yang's silence meant consent, and was surprised yet delighted. As someone who just graduated high school, I'm about to experience university life a step ahead of the show. Just thinking about it feels thrilling. A youthful smile lit up his slightly baby-faced cheeks. People of all ages envy university life because it's filled with dreams and youth. Hey, I have something I'm not sure if I should say. Xiao, usually generous and carefree, now seemed somewhat shy, indicating that what she wanted to say was quite unusual. But go ahead. Song Yang replied. If it's a school, no matter how big it is, it doesn't have the kind of concealed facilities that an amusement park does. You said it yourself. The new force of the pursuit team will not be weaker than before, and they won't easily repeat the mistakes made at the amusement park. Once we enter, we have no way out except for hostages. Then let us take hostages. Schools have plenty of students. Xiao Ye subconsciously chimed in. The more lives you hold, the closer you are to being caught. Taking hostages without killing them means the escape team's whereabouts risk exposure, Xiao said. In a place like a school, taking students as hostages would cause such a social outcry that even if we were lucky enough to escape, the production team would have more than enough reason to increase their manpower to capture us. I never said we had to do it ourselves. Song Yang's calm expression, like an ancient well, began to ripple slightly. The charm in his eyes made Zifeng shiver involuntarily. Not doing it ourselves? Then how? Xiao and Li Xiaoyao almost instinctively said this, only to suddenly recall some previous comments made by Song Yang. Undercover. The game is like a chessboard. The pieces are the undercover agents, and the one holding the pieces is. Chapter 65. The smile gradually solidifies. Everything is ready. Team Leader Tao. What about your answer? Bao Yun, fully armed with all members of the pursuit team, returned to the central conference room. The first thing he said upon entering was a direct challenge to Tao Yajun, who was leaning on the table with one hand. Let me see. Tao Yajun nonchalantly raised his palm, glanced at his watch, and responded casually. You left at 5:58:29, and now it's 6:05:29. Exactly 7 minutes have passed, and there are 3 minutes left. His expression remained calm, showing no signs of anxiety despite the direct questioning. He even calculated the time down to the second. Very well. I must remind you that as a pursuer, you must have a strong sense of urgency. Every minute and every second could be a matter of life and death. Bao Yun concluded his statement, stepped to the side of his seat, pulled out the chair, and sat down, waiting for the last 3 minutes to finish. Wu Qing and Zhang Zhong exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Ever since team leader Li Xinghua and Xinya Shinichi sacrificed themselves, Bao Yun seemed to have changed into a different person, becoming very sensitive. This sensitivity was something they couldn't pinpoint the source of. The 2 new star pursuers noticed the unexpectedly tense atmosphere in the pursuit team and couldn't help but look towards Yuzue, who had been with the team for some time. They leaned closer to him, trying to signal him desperately. The younger brother, Sanshur, whispered, Brother Yu. The atmosphere in this pursuit team seems a bit heavy. You'll get used to it. A group of capable people gathered together. If they can't spark anything, then it's just a single standout rather than a chorus of heroes, Yuzue replied, covering his mouth with one hand. He knew this gesture was nearly meaningless in front of these elite pursuers, but he still pretended, responding in a low voice. No wonder, brother, you became one of the first pursuers on the show. Impressive. Sanshur looked at him with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. However, despite the praise, Yuzue felt no joy or happiness. He suddenly sighed. If it weren't for the sacrifices of Xiao Shui and Xiao Di, if Team Leader Li hadn't been teaching me all along, I wouldn't have reached this point. I still can't believe that the words he said on the steps at the water park were his last teachings and comfort to me. Seeing Yuzue so melancholic. Yiya comforted him. Yuzue, I didn't expect this program to have such a profound impact on you. I'm also curious about how I will change in this program over time. Team Leader Lee's sacrifice is a fact, but he hasn't truly left us. He will still be watching you as a special guest in the live broadcast room, helping to explain everything. Yuzue took a deep breath, nodded, and smiled as he replied, Thank you, Yiya. I understand, and I will be more careful and cautious in the upcoming actions. All right. Yaya pointed at the group of elite pursuers led by Tao Yajun and asked in confusion, What do they mean by 3 minutes short of 10 minutes? This is a bit complicated to explain. Yuzue hesitated, caught off guard by the question. It was a matter that involved a lot of details. Just as he was pondering how to articulate it concisely, Wuqing looked at the screen on the computer with surprise and exclaimed, Isn't this the police car that Team Leader Lee drove away and lost? The license plate number is exactly the same. Exactly the same? Baoyun, Zhangzhong, Yuzue, and the others all heard this and asked in astonishment. It really is the police car that Team Leader Lee drove away. There's no mistake. Wuqing confirmed once more. The group rushed over. Zhangzhong was the most familiar with police cars since this particular one had come from his police team. The moment he saw it, he could tell it was indeed the car that Team Leader Lee had driven away, but why was it parked here? Looking around, it seemed to be a business street, right? This is the high-tech business street in the Dongxing district, Baoyun said, pinching his slightly round chin with a detached expression. He pointed at the screen inside and explained, If you look closely at the surrounding environment, there aren't many snack shops or restaurants. Most of the stores are geared towards business professionals, like bubble tea shops, hair salons, and cafes. The only places in Suong City that fit this description are the new business street in the Xia district and the high-tech business street in the northern part of the Dongxing district. Plus, there aren't many people around. Most of those walking by are in business attire. In the high-tech business street of the Dongxing district, over 95% of the companies and studios close after 6, so before 6, there aren't many professionals walking on the street. He spoke with clarity, leaving Yaya and Sanshur confused and intrigued. They felt that Baoyun was impressive, deducing conclusions from just one screen. Truly, as expected from a spatial architect. His insights into layout were unparalleled. Ahem. Tao Yajun lightly coughed, interrupting Baoyun's speech. His gaze flickered, and there was a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth as he said, Actually, to determine where a scene is, you can directly find the source of the surveillance footage. Directly find the source of the surveillance footage. As soon as Tao Yajun spoke, Baoyun's face changed dramatically, like a roller coaster dropping from the sky to the ground, turning ashen. The location of the car wasn't the key. No matter how much effort was spent searching for the car, it would be futile. The escape team wouldn't just sit in the car waiting to be caught. Finding the car's location was merely one way to gauge the position of the escape team. Baoyun felt he had overstepped and overlooked the essence of the matter. At this moment, feeling unbalanced after hearing Tao Yajun's words, he said, So, according to you, have you found their location? Just as Tao Yajun's words fell, a phone call came in. The ringing was quite jarring, capturing everyone's attention. Well, it's still half a minute short of 10 minutes, not over yet. Tao Yajun chuckled lightly, raising her wrist to read the time on her watch. She then walked over to the phone at the pursuit center and pressed the speakerphone button. Are you ready? As soon as she spoke, the smile on Tao Yajun's face gradually faded. Chapter 66, Role Play. Puppet, get ready. Are you ready? The voice coming from the phone was incredibly indifferent, like an ice pick piercing through the bone on a cold night. All members of the pursuit team, including Tao Yajun, turned grave. In the live broadcast room, countless people heard that voice, which felt both unfamiliar and yet so familiar. If I'm not mistaken, that voice was from Brother Song Yang? I can't be wrong. Although only 6 hours had passed since the show started, and Brother Song Yang didn't appear much on screen, his words were few and far between. But I would never mistake it. Only he could have such a commanding voice, strategizing from afar. Those 5 short words left an indelible impression on millions of viewers, making them remember his figure vividly. It can be said that in the 6 hours since the show began, Song Yang left an extremely deep impression. So deep that the Fugitive team was almost entirely his team. It really is Brother Song Yang. Oh my. He actually took the initiative to call the pursuit team at this moment? What does he want? Setting aside the source of that voice, let's discuss the timing. Tao Yajun displayed a powerful, godlike perspective, quickly locating the police cars among hundreds of video files in just 7 minutes. A person with an IQ of 140, calling to provoke in front of someone with an IQ of 150, with the youngest psychology professor beside him. This is bound to reveal flaws. This shouldn't be happening. Brother Song Yang is going to fall into a trap. He doesn't understand what kind of freaks the new pursuit team consists of after 3 victories. He might be getting a bit cocky. That go away is definitely not simple. I hope the brother doesn't give himself away. With his caution, he shouldn't, right? In the Pursuit Center's meeting room, Yu Zue, upon hearing Song Yang's tone, 3 parts coolness, 3 parts sarcasm, and 4 parts indifference, was reminded of the scene where Xiao Shui and Xiao Di were sacrificed in the haunted house. He also recalled the sacrifice of his mentor, team leader Li Xinghua. Anger flared up, and he rushed forward, shouting into the phone, "Song Yang, don't get too smug. I think it's you who should be preparing to surrender." Tao Yajun's dark pupils slightly narrowed, his mind drifting elsewhere. He then interrupted Yuzue, taking control of the conversation. His expression returned to normal, a light smile on his handsome face as he softly replied, "Song Yang." But just as he finished saying a name, the entire meeting room was filled with the sound of a disconnection tone. It quickly climbed into everyone's hearts. Disconnected. Just like that? A few people were left bewildered. Did Song Yang call just to say one sentence? Ha. I bet there are 1,000 alpacas running through Tao Yajun's mind right now. Brother Song Yang, you're too mischievous. The live broadcast room erupted in laughter, as many who disliked Tao Yajun's style found joy in his moment of embarrassment. Just looking at Tao Yajun's expression, he doesn't seem angry at all. He chuckled softly, exhaling a gentle breath, warm and smooth like jade. The 2 new star chasers, Sanshi and Yiya, were puzzled to see Tao Yajun behaving so differently from a normal person. They wondered, is this person really not angry? As I expected, this Song Yang indeed wants to test the new abilities of the chasing team. Such a straightforward tactic hardly counts as an appetizer. Even though Tao Yajun was slightly played by Song Yang, he didn't get angry. On the contrary, his confidence began to radiate again. But just now, you probably didn't expect that Song Yang would take the initiative to send a message himself, right? Gu Wei leaned on the table, speaking lazily, looking like she hadn't fully woken up. Her eyelids were getting heavier, almost falling asleep. With Gu Wei exposing a small detail, Tao Yajun felt quite speechless. Don't break the illusion, miss. However, this did not affect his subsequent judgment. Tao Yajun admitted calmly, indeed, the call was made by Song Yang, and I was surprised, but it was just surprise. I was surprised that he and I thought on the same level. Oh, Bao Yun looked at him suspiciously. Role play, puppet. Tao Yajun said. Role play? Puppet? Yuzue was confused. What he means is, you all are the puppets. And he pulls the strings, Gu Wei interjected. And Song Yang's words not only hinted at something, but also sent a signal. He wants to have a competition with us. The fugitive team, wanting to evade a month-long pursuit, must understand their own strength to cope. Otherwise, after 100 battles, if they lose just one, all will be in vain. And for the chasing team, it is extremely difficult to capture the fugitive team without the undercover agent being exposed. Therefore, if the fugitive team wants to move their undercover pieces among you, whether there is an undercover or not, everyone will be a key point in this game. Are you not afraid that there really is an undercover among us, who will then relay information to the fugitive team? Bao Yun asked with a frown. It's still the same statement. This time, if the undercover acts, catch the undercover. If the undercover doesn't act, catch the fugitives. It's a win-win situation. Bao Yun lowered his head, looking at the table, deep in thought, and slowly said, after saying so much, we don't even know where the fugitive team has set up their game. Naturally, it's in the night schools on Gaoxin Business Street. Tao Yajun pointed to a circled area on the screen. How can you be sure? A group of street rats, located in the business district. What other places can they move around at night besides the night school activities specifically prepared for adults? Tao Yajun said leisurely. Adult night school? Let us go. With Tao Yajun's command, all members of the Chase Center promptly received their orders and began to act. Despite the fans in the live stream being frustrated with Tao Yajun's approach, it must be acknowledged. His abilities are almost a nemesis to Song Yang. He managed to guess everything Song Yang wanted to do. After all, Tao Yajun is not like the audience watching the live stream. He can see both sides' perspectives. A group of people recently heard the conversation between Song Yang and other fugitives firsthand. In the academic environment, starting the game as an undercover agent. It's over. This time Tao Yajun has guessed everything. Can the escape team still be saved? This time it seems doomed. Honey, forget about cooking. Let us just order takeout. Quickly open the live stream of Global Escape and watch the showdown. My little brain tells me that I want to understand the next content. Can you help me analyze it? How silly. Still watching even if you don't understand. Your brain isn't a high-end processor. Chapter 67. The Rules of Escape 3. 0 Ding ding ding. It's 7 o'clock. Suwon Polytechnic Institute. As one of the private colleges established in the Dongxing District's high-tech business street, the new campus covers an area of 700 acres. With a building area of over 270,000 square meters, which is 8 times larger than the original campus. The school is well equipped with infrastructure, including an administrative office building, teaching buildings, a large sports field, student dormitories, a regular cafeteria, a halal cafeteria, experimental training rooms, a library, a college commercial street, and a student activity center, among other facilities. Most students come from outside the province, with minority students making up more than 20% of the total. A large artificial hill is located on the right side of the entrance to the college, and beyond it is an artificial lake filled with lotus flowers. As summer has just begun, the lotus flowers are blooming splendidly. However, due to the summer break, many students living nearby have already gone home to rest, leaving no more than 20% of students on campus, most of whom prefer to enjoy their time outside. Therefore, at night, Suwon Polytechnic Institute is mostly shrouded in darkness. In one of the teaching buildings, only a few classrooms are still lit. It is unclear whether students are studying biology, art, or discussing the origins of life. Or perhaps they are truly studying. Walking along the small path from the teaching building, the complex tree-lined trails are not illuminated by streetlights. And without the glow of mobile phones, one can only faintly see the clawing shadows of the trees, as if they have come to life, ready to devour the light and the courage in the hearts of passers-by. Throughout the institute, aside from the library, commercial street, and a few dormitory rooms that have lights on, the rest of the areas are completely dark. The entire campus seems to be enveloped in darkness, as if it has fallen into an abyss. Whoosh. In Area A of the teaching building, Building 2, on the 3rd floor, 8 classrooms are present, 6 of which are brightly lit, standing out in the otherwise dark teaching building. In classroom 301, a white ceiling fan is whirring, producing a gentle sound reminiscent of Gucci Prada. As for why the sound is gentle, it mainly reflects the atmosphere in the classroom, devoid of the youthful energy typical of student life. Every night, the Polytechnic Institute offers classrooms for working professionals in the nearby business district to create a self-study environment, with teachers available online to answer questions. This creates a win-win situation. Some of these self-studying professionals will eventually rise to prominence, and even if just one person remembers the Institute's goodwill in providing free venues and teaching, the benefits are significant. The main advantage is that the Institute's reputation can be enhanced, and it can engage in school enterprise cooperation with companies in the business district. Why not take advantage of it? A group of working professionals are currently immersed in their desks, each holding university textbooks, advanced mathematics, economic management, fundamentals of accounting, logistics management, and other books related to business careers are being studied one after another. Some even pulled out questions from exams like 3 supports and 1 assistance in national public examination, along with driving test theory questions to start cramming. In short, tonight at the Suwon Institute of Technology is just like any other night. However, the fact that the moon is already up but shrouded by dark clouds suggests that it will be an extraordinary night. In the darkness, several figures darted back and forth like the wind. The ringing of bells echoed, like a warning bell, tearing open the curtain of a grand battle. The show is officially beginning. Brother Song, is this what university life is like? It seems a bit desolate. Zhang Zifeng, who had longed for university life, realized that with her abilities, there was still a significant difference between entering an art school and a regular university. Seeing the gap between her ideals and reality, she couldn't help but sigh. If it really gets lively, it won't be good for us. Song Yang replied as he walked ahead. Hey, this is my first time in university for further studies, and I didn't expect to be here as a fugitive, haha. Xiaoyu found it amusing. Her round body curled up as she laughed. Hey, Xiaoyu, what kind of education do you have to be talking about further studies? I think even a reboot wouldn't save you, Huang Baoqiang humorously pointed out. How rude. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and playfully punched his chest. She sneered, what about your education? Umitba. I practice Buddhism and martial arts. Huang Baoqiang seriously placed his palm in front of his mouth and bowed. Practicing Buddhism? Do you think you're at Harvard? Xiaoyu teased. What about your education? Huang Baoqiang asked jokingly. What about my education? Are you asking me? Haha, I'm proud of my middle school graduation, Xiaoyu declared boldly. You're proud of graduating middle school? What's wrong with that? Graduating middle school gives me confidence. I wasn't among the failures of 9 years of compulsory education. Xiaoyu laughed heartily. That's because you're too chubby to slip through, Song Yang casually added. Instantly, Xiaoyu laughed so hard she started coughing. Oh my. During the live broadcast, the audience, who had grown accustomed to Song Yang's ruthless and cold demeanor, were slightly shocked by his sudden change in tone. Confirmed, it's still that cunning person. Even when tearing down, it's so quiet. Brother Song, you either don't speak, or when you do, it's just to poison the atmosphere. Haha, Captain, when you're silent, it's golden, but when you speak, you don't give others a chance to rebut. Huang Baoqiang laughed so hard he nearly fell over, giving a provocative thumbs up to the pouting Xiaoyu. How funny, even a middle school graduate can crush your Buddhist practice. Hey, I can't get into Harvard, but that beauty, Xiao, is a top student at Stanford. Can you compete with her? Xiaoyu, drawing a circle to curse you. Cough cough. Li Xiaoyao noticed the two were still playing around and lightly cleared his throat. Then I caught up with Song Yang and asked, Captain, you spent more than half an hour on those obvious tactics. Not to mention the strong pursuers from the team. Even I can figure out most of them. Can this really test the strength of the pursuers? Song Yang replied, tactics are only about what is suitable or not. There is no such thing as profound or simple, strong or weak. Remember, the 37th rule of evasion. Do not choose the most detailed approach. Only the simplest and most straightforward method. Chapter 68. The show officially begins beep beep sizzle. Under the night sky, accompanied by piercing police sirens, the horizon was suddenly cut open, as if light and hope were seeping in. To the north of the high-tech business street, several universities stood not far apart. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the business street was mostly dark, with only a few shops on the ground floor of office buildings still open. Bang! Tao Yajun stepped out of a police car and closed the door behind her. She still wore the sunglasses she had on earlier. And after glancing at 2 nearby adult night schools, a playful smile crept onto her lips. She then took out her sunglasses, breathed on them, and wiped them clean. 2 night schools? Just starting classes? Which one would they be in? Yuzue looked at the 2 schools not far apart, his emotions wavering. In many psychological cases I have encountered, those with a desire to perform tend to prefer a larger stage to showcase themselves. Gu Wei, dressed in a white shirt, got out of the car, holding a folder in front of her. She slowly said, for the fleeing team and us, the purpose of this confrontation is quite clear. Therefore, the best and safest way is to use the big stage to buy enough time to understand the situation and design an escape route for ourselves. Are you implying they are at Suwon Polytechnic? Yaya asked with a serious expression. Of course, if the fugitive is cunning enough. It's also possible they could be at the adjacent school. I suggest we focus our main pursuit on Suwon Polytechnic, Tao Yajun abruptly ordered. This left the others feeling slightly dissatisfied. Gu Wei, being a psychology expert, was adept at understanding people's minds. Moreover, to prevent the fleeing team from being overly cunning, isn't it reasonable to consider several possibilities? Absolutely. Team leader Tao, what Miss Gu said is correct. With the pursuit team expanded to 30 members. Leaving 20 at Suwon Polytechnic is sufficient, Bao Yun remarked sarcastically, casting a sidelong glance. Then, taking a deep breath, his silhouette illuminated by the car lights seemed to embody a powerful presence, as if ready to encompass the entire campus. He added, I checked the layout of several schools in this area on the way here. The artificial lake is interconnected, and within 200 meters of the entrance, there's a rockery obstructing the view. Additionally, neither of the 2 schools has a high vantage point, or rather, they have uniform high points, making it impossible to patrol in the dark using visual advantage. Given Song Yang and his crew's capabilities, they might really be able to move their position silently. It's necessary to be on guard. At this point, he glanced at Tao Yajun's slight wiping motion and seemed to take no notice of it. After a quick look, he turned his head away and said, if your reasoning can convince everyone, then consider I never said any of this. Previously, I asked Wu Qing to connect the local area networks of 2 institutions, but only the connection to Suwon Institute of Technology failed. Tao Yajun responded, while Wu Qing, who was sitting in the car and still fiddling with his computer, nodded to confirm. Is that all? Why can't it be a feigned retreat? Bao Yun scoffed. Gu Wei explained. If it were a feigned retreat, then the fugitives' intention to test would be completely invalid. If they wanted to test, they would follow our direction. When the game is set, the only choice for the opponent is to be the pursuit team. Bao Yun no longer questioned, resignedly saying, "Do as you wish. Captain Tao, please give the orders." The newcomer Sanshur was eager to try. Tao Yajun didn't hold back or feign modesty, directly issuing commands. Although Suang Institute of Technology covers a large area, there aren't many places to hide. Moreover, the fugitive team needs to secure an escape route, which further reduces their activity space. To prevent the fugitive team from taking large-scale hostages to threaten the pursuit team and render them helpless, Bao Yun, you take Yuzue, Ye, and 5 other members to the teaching building area. Most of the people there at night are working professionals in groups, making the possibility of them becoming hostages extremely low, which is beneficial for tracking the fugitives. If you encounter anything suspicious or any clues, report immediately. Gu Wei, you take 10 people to the comprehensive building and library area. I want to repeat the obvious. You should be able to discern what needs extra attention given your capabilities. What about you? Bao Yun asked. Tao Yajun's gaze was sharp as he said, "Naturally, I will handle the aftermath." Aftermath? Wu Sanshur was puzzled. Scratching his head. "I will control the areas outside your search," Tao Yajun said, his tone suddenly firm and incisive. "I hope your abilities match your bravado," Bao Yun retorted, leading Yuzue and the others towards Suang Institute of Technology. Seeing this, the others did not delay and quickly left. Only Wu Qing and 5 members of the pursuit team remained at the school gate. On the tree-shadowed path, it was quiet and empty. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Bao Yun, along with Yuzue, Ye, and 5 other members, rushed toward the teaching building. The chirping of insects was crisp and noisy. That hurried sound reflected Ye's inner tension. In the live broadcast room, the former leader of the pursuit team, Li Xinghua, who was a victim, was invited as a guest commentator. There were teasing comments in the bullet screen, joking that he was a qualified former leader, former captain of the criminal investigation team, former leader of the pursuit team. This was the route that the fugitive Song Yang had run through 5 minutes ago. Keen as Li Xinghua was, he immediately noticed that the path Bao Yun and the others were running matched perfectly with the perspective of the fugitive team shown in the previous live broadcast. It really seems to be the case. Does that mean Bao Yun and his team will be the first to face off against Song Yang and his crew? No way. Are they really making me fight against someone like that right from the start? Isn't that going to ruin me? Yeah, it's going to ruin me. Chapter 69, Corridor Horror Team Leader Li. Can you share with our audience who has the greater chance of winning in the upcoming confrontation, and why? In the live stream room, Lin Danming, dressed in a professional skirt suit, sat across from Li Xinghua. In terms of surface strength, the pursuit team naturally appeared to have the upper hand. However, chasing down a fugitive is never just about the visible strength. If there were data comparisons, the comprehensive statistics for the pursuit team would undoubtedly exceed those of the fleeing team. Since the silent sacrifice of Li Xinghua, he had placed great emphasis on the fleeing team. He speculated that the strength exhibited by the fleeing team was not their full capability, or perhaps the strength of the fugitive leader, Song Yang, was not fully revealed. A person with an IQ of 140, no matter how capable, could never maintain a seamless layout under the pursuit of several similarly skilled pursuers. Although I had not seen the methods the fleeing team deployed in the school, based on what Li Xiaoyao described, the difficulty of this chase did not lie in the unclear tactics, but pointed directly to the essence of the matter. Both sides had to confirm their respective targets regarding the undercover agents. However, the pursuit team had plenty of time to try again if they lost this round, while the fleeing team had only this one chance. Li Xinghua was indeed impressive. Even in death, his analysis of the situation from the live stream room was enough to instill fear. In just 3 short sentences, he had thoroughly dissected this yet-to-begin chess match. Lin Danming, sitting opposite him, listened with a slightly tense expression, occasionally nodding in agreement, while skillfully moderating the live broadcast. Finally, as Li Xinghua finished his last sentence, Lin Danming shifted her gaze to the audience. She gently said, "Team Leader Li's analysis has opened a window for us. Beneath seemingly simple reasons lies an upcoming silent struggle that will be the most complex drama to unfold. Please stay tuned for more details on the Global Escape program's official account." Clatter, clatter, clatter. On the first floor of Building A, the entrance beneath the nameplate of the teaching building, the rolling display screen flashed one red phrase after another, creating a chilling atmosphere. The sound of two pairs of leather shoes echoing on the marble floor followed the dark staircase at the entrance, resonating down the empty corridor. Moonlight poured down like a blanket of silver gray, covering the ground in a shimmering frost. Yet, the shadows cast were particularly eerie. Yuzue followed a man in police uniform, glancing back every few steps. Under the moonlit night, his pupils were dark and blood-red. Like a pair of haunting, bloodshot eyes, his face bore an indescribable terror. This path, which should have been bustling with activity as people rushed to the cafeteria at this time, now felt long and desolate. It was as if all vitality had been completely severed, returning to absolute silence. It's nothing, really, just a program. This isn't a haunted school, and there are still many people studying in the classrooms. It must be fine. Yuzue patted his chest, his eyes wide open, bloodshot like two large copper bells. He kept glancing back. Sometimes he even walked backward, his nerves at their peak. Their group of pursuers wasn't large, but they had to search the entire teaching building, almost 10 buildings. Therefore, he and a fellow pursuer explored building it together. Bao Yun and Yaya each took one person to explore one building, while the remaining two pursuers formed a team to support them. If anything went wrong, they would shout, and they would rush over immediately. Yuzue was about to go upstairs. Leading the way, the pursuer in front held an electric baton, cautiously turning around a wall and heading deep into the corridor. This was the staircase leading to the second floor, which was present on both sides of every teaching building. "Oh good, here we go," Yuzue responded. As he walked backward, he turned the corner and bumped into a sturdy figure in front of him. Stumbling, he lost his balance and fell. Ouch! Yuzue winced in pain, his eyes crinkling. When he slowly opened his eyes, his thighs suddenly twitched. His heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle, abruptly stopping its rhythm. 1 second, 2 seconds. Sweat poured down Yuzue's forehead. The humid weather made him swallow hard. His pupils were wide open, as if someone had grabbed his throat, bursting out with shock. What is that?" Yuzue trembled and pointed at a red figure above, his voice quivering as he asked. The pursuer gulped and slowly reached out to tap on a long horizontal bar, glowing with a faint green light next to the wall. Click! The corridor light didn't turn on. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept in, which should have brought refreshing comfort to people in the sweltering summer, but instead felt like being buried in the depths of the Arctic Ocean, deep and silent. "Don't move yet. I'll take a closer look." The pursuer glanced at Yuzue, then through the dark view, fixed his eyes on a floating object at the turn between the first and second floors, feeling complicated. "Be careful," Yuzue stood up, slowly following. It was too embarrassing just now. He had to toughen up. He looked up, bent his knees, and stepped up a flight of stairs, where the selected pursuers from the criminal police team were waiting. The lights in the corridor were broken, and between the first and second floors was a blind spot of light, very dim. If they didn't get closer, they couldn't see what it was at all. Every time they climbed a flight of stairs, a crisp echo resonated in the corridor. Tap tap, thud. This scene reminded Yuzue of the sounds he often heard in horror movies about haunted schools when he watched them before. In such an environment, even the staunchest supporters of a rational worldview felt an unexpected chill. The two of them sensed an eerie feeling growing as they moved closer, as if a pair of eyes were watching them, blowing cold air towards them. Tap, tap. They leaned against the handrail of the staircase, making their way to the midpoint between the first and second floors. If they could just climb 2 more steps, they would reach the flat surface. But that was no longer important. At this point, they could clearly identify what lay in the corridor between the 2 floors. It was a stand and a piece of red clothing. One of them, emboldened, stepped closer to touch it, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. There should be other clues. Having been a pursuing officer for 10 years, he naturally knew more than the other. He reached into the clothing and carefully searched through the pockets. Soon, he found a square piece of paper. He took it out and opened it, only to discover there was just one word written on it. Heaven. Was this a clue? Chapter 70. That day, we all became light snap. Bao Yun brought 2 people to Building B of the teaching block. The silver frost from the moonlight fell on the 3rd floor corridor. As usual, he pressed the light switch in the corridor, but just like in the stairwell, it remained dark. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat quickened, and the tightly locked classrooms became Bao Yun's primary targets. He gazed towards Building C, where a few classrooms on the 4th floor had their lights on. However, due to the angle, he could only faintly see a few heads leaning against the 4th floor windows. He withdrew his gaze. Classrooms 301 and 302 were both closed tightly. He peeked through the window and saw that the inside was not chaotic and showed no signs of disturbance. Therefore, he set his sights on the door of classroom 303 right in front of him. Gripping the doorknob with one hand, he twisted it hard. Bang! The door to classroom 303 was forcefully flung open. As Bao Yun looked at the wide-open door, a refreshing draft rushed towards him, catching him by surprise. The windows were open. Through the moonlight, he noticed something unusual. Typically, schools close windows during holidays to prevent rain from damaging the desks and chairs. Even if they don't close them, they would not be fully opened. At most, there would be a few small gaps to allow for air circulation. A serious expression gradually crept onto Bao Yun's face. He tightened his grip on the stun baton, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Click! Bao Yun stepped forward, the cool wind fluttering his clothing. Boom! A beam of intense light made him instinctively blink. His vigilance reached its peak in an instant. The live stream was flooded with comments. The door opened? There's light? Many viewers were glued to the screen, afraid of missing anything. They were more focused than at work, more absorbed than in a classroom. Bao Yun steadied himself and strode in. He approached the podium, extended 2 fingers, and gently brushed the surface of the podium. Looking down, he frowned at the dust on his fingers. Only chalk dust, but no dirt, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, Bao Yun's body jolted. He turned 180 degrees. His face was only 20 centimeters away from the blackboard. There were words on the board, 2 lines written in pink chalk, followed by several large exclamation marks, as if warning about something. Remember, you must not stand in the darkness. Hurry, follow the light source. Move quickly. Find the answers you seek. You must not stand in the darkness. You must not stand in the darkness? What? What does that mean? In the live stream, everyone who saw the blackboard from this angle was stunned. Follow the light. Do not stand in the darkness. Follow the light. If I hadn't lent the light to someone else back then, perhaps I could have helped you with some light to save you. A certain fan, filled with youthful fervor, declared passionately, if it weren't for that day when we all turned into light, I almost thought you were a scammer. The style of the comments in the live stream can change rapidly, but as an invited guest, Li Xingguo remained deep in thought. As a former head of the criminal police team, he was equally puzzled, his serious expression even more pronounced than during the program. If I'm not mistaken, this is a warning. After hearing Li Xingguo's explanation, some people still didn't understand. A warning? A warning to whom? What is there to warn about? Do the fugitives need to use this tactic to alert anyone? Let's not forget, in this confrontation, what roles the pieces are playing. Li Xingguo crossed his hands and declared confidently, is this a warning to the undercover agent? Could it be that the fugitive team is afraid of accidentally harming the undercover? But what if the person who sees this message is not the undercover agent? Lin Danming furrowed her brows and asked, her delicate face showing for the first time a look of confusion. This is the terrifying aspect of that person. Remember the earlier code decryption? That individual can identify the undercover agent and cause chaos within the pursuit team, undoubtedly having prepared for the undercover to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Li Xingguo's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a shiver, if it were a criminal in reality, regardless of whether the person is psychologically normal or beyond the average. In most cases, knowing there is an undercover agent in the pursuit team would mean they would try every means to gather information through the undercover. But he does the opposite. When he kicked that piece off the fugitive's chessboard, he also threw all the trouble back to the pursuit team. The code decryption was one instance, and this time is the same. However, the pursuit team also has a chance. That is what Tao Yajun and Ge Wei mentioned earlier. Having identified who the undercover is, since they know, they can set a trap. I have to admit, the new leader of the pursuit team is better at strategizing than I am. If he truly identified the undercover, not exposing them directly would definitely be wise. This will be key to delivering a fatal blow to the fugitive team. Of course, this is just my opinion, and for more details, everyone needs to pay close attention. Let's keep watching. In the end, Li Xingguo added, the above is just my personal view and does not represent the state or any authority. Everyone understood and didn't mind. Then they shifted their focus back to the live stream. At that moment, half a minute had passed since Bao Yun saw the words on the blackboard. He crossed his arms and held his chin with one hand, staring intently, finally murmuring, don't stand in the dark. Follow the light source to find the answer. What answer? Bao Yun muttered to himself, carefully searching around the classroom again. Finding no other unusual clues, only the shining fluorescent light radiating its glow. He exited the classroom, reached for the light switch, but hesitated. After struggling for a moment, he ultimately didn't press it and slowly closed the classroom door. Returning to the corridor, Bao Yun felt very complicated. He kept reflecting on the meaning of those 3 sentences. Finally, he took out his communicator and dialed a number. Hello? What is it? A cold voice came from Tao Yajun. I found 3 sentences on the blackboard in classroom 303 of Building B. Bao Yun ultimately decided to report the clues about those 3 sentences. 3 sentences? What a coincidence. Which 3 sentences are you talking about? Tao Yajun asked intently. Bao Yun was about to answer. But as his gaze shifted to the 3rd floor of Building C, his mouth dropped open, and his pupils instantly dilated. It was as if ice shards had cracked under the pressure. Chapter 71. Visual Deception. Hello? The voice of Tao Yajun kept calling in Bao Yun's ear. If you see anything, don't act rashly. Gather the team. This could very well be a trap set by a fugitive. The same tactics were used in the dormitory building. Although these methods are relatively easy to recognize and analyze, they are enough to change the situation. Bao Yun, don't forget your identity. In the end, Tao Yajun almost shouted that last sentence. It was as if a celestial sound washed away Bao Yun's confusion and shock, instantly awakening him. Remember these 3 phrases. Don't stand in the dark. Move towards the source of light. Go find your answer. After saying this, Bao Yun moved the communicator away from his ear, and faint whispers continued to come through. What's different? However, Bao Yun had no time to care about what was happening on Tao Yajun's side. He pressed his body tightly against the corridor wall, half of him dangerously protruding out. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast were sweating for him. What did he see? How could he disregard his own safety? Just as everyone was still in shock, they heard Bao Yun shout towards a bright classroom on the 3rd floor of Building C. Yaya, be careful. After shouting, Bao Yun didn't wait for a response. He moved towards the corridor while directing his gaze through the moonlight, aiming straight at where Yaya was on the 3rd floor of Building C. His mind was racing. Below the 3rd floor were 2 dark classrooms. Above the 3rd floor, the 4th floor had bright classrooms, with a few heads visible by the windows. But the key point was that in the corner of the classroom on the 3rd floor that Bao Yun was observing from Building B, there was an extra shadow, and it seemed Yaya had not noticed. Thud, 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 the hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by Bao Yun's loud shout. Everyone nearby heard it clearly. On the 1st floor of Building B, Bao Yun met up with 2 members of his team who had rushed over after hearing the noise. The 2 urgently asked, "What happened? Go save her." In the classroom on the 3rd floor of Building C, where Yaya was, there appeared a figure that did not belong to the pursuit team, and Yaya was unaware of it. This was too strange. Bao Yun panted as he ran, answering rapidly. Someone is in the same classroom but hasn't been discovered? In a room that is fully visible. How could this be possible? The 2 found it hard to comprehend. But they were carefully selected detectives and knew that at times like this, they couldn't be careless, so they quickened their pace to keep up. Running wildly, Bao Yun didn't forget to communicate with the supporting team to go over as well. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bao Yun's brain operated at a rapid pace, matching the rhythm of his heart beating twice a second. The layout of the entire teaching building seemed to unfold before him, as if carved by a knife. Scene after scene presented itself. He looked at the corridor on the 1st floor of Building C, which was just within reach, and immediately instructed, "You 2 go to the other side of the corridor and block the stairway on the 1st floor." Suddenly, he recalled the view from the 4th floor of Building C that he had seen earlier from the 3rd floor of Building B. He wasn't quite sure and shouted again to the 2 supporting him, "You 2. Go check the classrooms with lights on the 4th floor and see if there are any escapees." "All right, but what about you? If the escapees are on the 3rd floor, with their abilities, you and that female celebrity might not be able to handle them." The 2 asked. "I have members of the pursuit team supporting me, so there is no problem. If we are taken as hostages, then just kill us." A fierce and crazed look flashed across Bao Yun's face at that moment. He resembled a lone wolf, charging forward without hesitation. Looking at the pitch-black corridor again, the communication devices couldn't provide illumination like mobile phones, so they could only move forward in the dark. Everyone was fully alert. 3 groups of people moved toward their respective targets. In a global escape live broadcast room, the viewers who had been watching Bao Yun's perspective were completely baffled, staring at the live feed with confusion. Countless question marks, representing a lack of understanding, flooded the screen. It truly proved that saying, "Little question mark, do you have many friends?" Captain Lee. Bao Yun said there are shadows of other people in the classroom on the 3rd floor of Building C, where the pursuit member Yaya is located. But why didn't I see them? Lin Danming also looked puzzled. her bright eyes resembling a clear stream, pure yet innocent. Not just Lin Danming. Nearly all the viewers in the live broadcast, millions of eyes were glued to the screen and saw nothing. How did Bao Yun see it? Seeing Lin Danming throw the question to him, Li Xinghua smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, if we only analyze from Bao Yun's perspective, the clues I can investigate are not something I can explain clearly in a short time. The challenges people face have taken years, even decades, of effort from countless individuals. Even some small problems cannot be instantly understood in just half a minute or a few minutes. Can we rewind to see Yaya's perspective from 2 minutes ago?" Li Xinghua asked solemnly. The director agreed and played back the view from Building B. Yaya was searching in classroom 301 on the 3rd floor of Building C, flipping through the podium on one side and fiddling with the desks and chairs on the other, appearing very dedicated. But the tense expression on her face betrayed her inner anxiety and fear. "Stop!" Li Xinghua suddenly shouted, then stood up, slapping the armrest of his chair. The image froze at the moment Bao Yun shouted, "Be careful," to Yaya. Yaya's gaze fell through the window onto the 3rd floor of Building B. From the inside looking out, there was nothing unusual, but Li Xinghua's eyes widened in shock. It's visual deception. Author's note. P.S. Dear readers, starting tomorrow, there will be explosive updates. If the number of comments exceeds 4,000 before dawn tomorrow, there will be 4 updates every day for a month. I seek a light touch of torment. It's not that I'm trying to keep everyone in suspense. There are just too many paths and clues to explore, and I find myself uncertain about which direction to take. I need to think it over carefully before proceeding. Please refrain from sending any harsh comments. Chapter 72. My eyes deceive me. Eyes can be deceiving. Is it truly as observed from a certain perspective that Bao Yun was a victim of visual deception? This doubt remains unanswered. The key lies in what was seen by those in the classroom. The sound of hurried footsteps intensified. In the blink of an eye, Bao Yun arrived at the stairway on the 3rd floor. Looking at the doorway of a classroom, he noticed the light forming the shape of a doorframe on the floor, and he tightened his shirt. He recalled the 3 phrases he had seen earlier. Don't stay in the dark, follow the light source, quickly find your answer. The light source. A serious expression emerged on his face. His pupils gathered the scattered light, and he found himself stepping forward involuntarily. Panting, Bao Yun leaned against the doorframe. The glaring light did not disturb his thoughts or vision. The scene inside the classroom was laid bare, even the smallest detail. Like a pink chalk piece broken into 2, one large and one small, was visible. The 3 figures standing side by side in front of a window did not even notice his arrival. "How are you?" Bao Yun's voice rang out clearly, drawing the attention of the 3, who turned to look at him. "It's fine. I was just wondering why you told me to be careful." Less than half a minute later, 2 detectives arrived, replied Yaya, peeking her head out with a puzzled expression. The other 2 members of the pursuit team nodded in agreement, confirming Yaya's words were true. Good to hear. Bao Yun intended to say this, but the earlier strange behavior of the 3 made him swallow his words. Instead, he asked, "What were you looking at just now?" "We were watching the classroom you searched earlier. About 10 seconds before you came in, the lights went out," Yaya said softly, her red lips parting. She had just opened the window to ask Bao Yun why, but unfortunately, he had already vanished from the 3rd floor. Before long, the 2 members of her team arrived. After being alert for a while, the 3 noticed that the originally lit classroom on the 3rd floor of Building B had suddenly gone dark. This was how they ended up standing in front of the window, gazing across at the opposite building. The lights went out? Bao Yun was surprised. Looking through the open window, he saw that the classroom he had left lit was indeed dark. He stepped into the classroom and approached the 3, glancing at the corner of the back row. Then he looked at the position on the 3rd floor of Building B. Slowly, he closed his thick eyelashes. Thoughts continuously circulated in his mind. The 3rd floor was parallel in perspective, at the same level. A classroom separated by transparent glass windows. I walked along the corridor of the opposite 3rd floor for more than 10 meters, and from that perspective, classroom 301 almost filled 3/4 of the space. The remaining quarter should have been fully visible to Yaya. There shouldn't have been any omissions. But that figure was so real, just like a mirror reflection. Mirror reflection? Bao Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He shifted his position to the left. A figure stood facing him. It seemed to be outside the window, but upon closer inspection, it looked like it was in the classroom. Was it the lighting? Bao Yun looked up at the bright fluorescent lights and wondered. He turned to a nearby member of the team and asked, "Could you help turn off the lights?" "Sure," the person replied, then walked to the classroom door. With a click, they turned off all the lights in room 301. Yaya was puzzled by Bao Yun's behavior, her big eyes reflecting confusion. Bao Yun then moved to the right, positioning himself in front of the open window. A cool evening breeze brushed against his forehead, stirring a few strands of hair. In that instant, his pupils crystallized. At that moment, his mind was completely occupied by a number. 401. There's something wrong with 401. Bao Yun suddenly realized. What's wrong? A member of the team asked. It's my issue, he said while walking. Let's go upstairs. Taking responsibility, Bao Yun lifted his foot and stood up. When he reached the door, he paused. Looking at the button that had been pressed down, he clicked it again. With a whoosh, 3 rows of fluorescent lights instantly illuminated the entire classroom. You just said there's something wrong with 401. What is going on? Why did you tell me to be careful earlier? Yaya was completely baffled, her curiosity and desire for knowledge driving her to press for answers. Bao Yun didn't hold back his words, walking as he spoke. This is a visual deception. There are situations that the human eye can see, but a camera cannot, which traditional physics and biological optics struggle to explain, involving psychology. Humans are different from cameras. Machines lack consciousness and are not influenced by the mind. When a person and a machine observe the same object, the human mind influences visual perception. In simple terms, it's an illusion. Don't you often imagine someone or something right in front of you, like it's within reach? When you focus on something, do you suddenly think of something else? This is caused by your subconscious mind taking over while you think. The right brain is responsible for subconscious activity, while the left brain handles conscious activity, leading to different responses when images are processed. My right brain is slightly more active than usual, allowing me to create unseen structures right in front of me. Previously, I saw something in that classroom across from me, and combined with a comment from team leader Tao, my subconscious mind shifted focus and position. That is how I fell victim to a visual deception. After explaining extensively, Bao Yun wasn't sure if he yet could grasp it all. However, in the live stream, there were many viewers patiently listening to Li Xinghua explain, so they understood a bit. But that wasn't the most important thing. The crucial point was that the figure he had seen was in room 401 on the 4th floor, not room 301. Chapter 73. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. The terrifying Tao Yajun. This is it. Bao Yun and his group arrived in front of the first classroom on the 4th floor. However, at the entrances of classrooms 402, 403, and 404, there were already some young men and women in professional shirts standing around. Some were taking photos with their phones, some were excitedly chatting with friends nearby, and others had curious expressions on their faces. Bao Yun frowned slightly. It was inevitable to encounter this situation. Those people had watched the live broadcast and knew what was happening on their side, gathering here to watch. Bao Yun, are you an undercover agent? A loud voice called out from the crowd, instantly causing others to change their expressions slightly. Fortunately, the program staff had already arranged everything. After that person unexpectedly shouted, they immediately drove the crowd back into the classrooms, instructing everyone to resume their self-study and activities. Watching the live broadcast was no problem, but they must not reveal any information to either side through the live footage. Phew! Bao Yun let out a breath. Under the watchful eyes of the other members of the pursuit team, he slowly walked to the classroom door, with no one following him. You all seeing their actions. Bao Yun felt a sense of desolation and resentment in his heart. Perhaps that person was right. From the very beginning, it had always been centered around you, with everything done according to your wishes. One of the pursuit members, having witnessed numerous criminal cases, was also aware of some basic undercover tactics. At this moment, a strong sense of vigilance arose within him. What do you mean by that? Bao Yun asked. Since that person shouted from Building B, everyone has gathered here because of your words, or rather, because of someone they might mistakenly think is you. If this is all a trap set by the fleeing team to wipe us out through you, it's certainly a possibility. Team leader Tao had said that, regardless of whether they could catch the fugitive this time. The fugitive, wanting to know the strength and identity of the new pursuit team, would inevitably expose the existence of the undercover agent. A true undercover agent would likely try to weaken the pursuit team's strength before this confrontation. That person stood firmly against him, their momentum not diminishing at all. At this point, many audience members truly realized that the strength of the pursuit team was not just about the powerful abilities of the top agents, but also that each member was an elite detective who had come from real battlefields. Each one was a pillar of society. They were the guardians of the people. They could also fight against evil, not much different from the top agents. I'll open the door. You all can stand outside and not go in. Bao Yun's eyes were cold, and a sense of resentment was building in his heart. What if it's a bomb when you open the door? Someone warned. To be safe, let us call team leader Tao and let him decide, one person said, and then directly took out a communicator and really called Tao Yajun. Hello? The call connected, and seeing this, Bao Yun could only relent. He stood there with an air of solitude, remaining completely still. Team leader Tao. That person stated the earlier speculation in detail. As a result, they only waited for Tao Yajun's words. No need to be vigilant, if I'm not mistaken. That door should be locked. Locked? The pursuers who had dialed the communicator were momentarily stunned. Standing aside, Yaya, who had her right arm crossed over her left, was even more confused. She had only officially participated in the pursuit for less than an hour. Given the current developments, she seemed to struggle to understand what was happening. How did Tao Yajun know about the situation here? Could it be that there are indeed people in this world who possess a god's eye view? Being on one side, yet knowing the conditions of the other side? You all try it. Don't hang up the phone, and let me know the result later. Tao Yajun's words eased everyone's minds. Bao Yun thought for a moment and lightly placed his hand on the classroom door handle. With a heavy press that turned his palm white, everyone's vigilance towards the classroom suddenly turned into confusion. The door, didn't he open? Oh no. It's a diversion. Bao Yun instantly became alert, a patch of sweat forming on his back. The fugitive is in Building B. He suddenly recalled the lights in room 303 suddenly going out. Although the door wasn't opened, there were many ways to achieve that. But why would the other party go to such lengths, risking this flaw? Team leader Tao, the door didn't open. The person seeing Bao Yun's intense reaction picked up the communicator to respond. Don't rush. Did you miss anything strange that hasn't been mentioned? Tao Yajun asked. Yaya suddenly remembered what she saw. The lights in a classroom on the third floor of Building B suddenly went out when no one was there. She immediately replied, yes. After the members of Bao Yun's team left Building B, a classroom across suddenly went dark. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds. The ticking sound from Bao Yun's watch was unusually clear at that moment. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. After a long time, Tao Yajun said coldly, a double diversion. What a clever plan. A double diversion? They had only heard of a diversion, but had never heard of a double one. Team leader Tao, how did you deduce this double diversion? Aren't we going to Building B now? A pursuer asked. He knew that the man on the other end of the communicator had a terrifying intelligence capable of overwhelming the fugitive. And listening to his analysis could help avoid unnecessary detours. If I'm not mistaken, there was indeed a figure that appeared in that tightly locked classroom. Otherwise, it wouldn't have deceived Bao Yun's eyes. Given his level of brain activity, while he might experience visual discrepancies in a state of mental disarray, illusions are unlikely. Those who understood the relationship between Tao Yajun and Bao Yun found it inexplicable that Tao Yajun suddenly trusted Bao Yun so much. If it were Wu Qing, even Yu Zue would not be surprised. But Bao Yun? The strategy of double diversion requires the escapee in Building B to complete their part, while they need the means from Building C to execute the diversion during their escape. Unfortunately, you fell into the trap at this step. The figures within Building C also need the means from Building B to carry out the same diversion. If a door cannot be opened and the lights suddenly go out in a classroom in Building B, habitual thinking will surely lead to a trap. I have noticed that most of the strategies set up by the escapee in the complex are quite simple and easy to crack. But we need to guard against becoming accustomed to this simplicity and developing habitual thinking. Otherwise, it will become a point for the escapee to exploit. After Tao Yajun finished speaking, her clear line of reasoning stunned everyone. Chapter 74. The Evil Mosaic. This person is impressive, even without being on site. He can analyze the situation so thoroughly. The double trick to lure the tiger away from its mountain, and I didn't even realize it was a trick. Warzi, I'm bowing down to the master. Tao Yajun, in the night school, showcased her confrontation with the fugitive for the first time in front of the audience, earning loud cheers from everyone. Truly deserving of her reputation for having a higher IQ than others, even without seeing the kind of commotion that Bao Yun caused. She could still unravel the fugitive's methods clearly. As a result, many fans in the live stream began to worry about the fugitive. After watching how targeted Song Yang was against the members of the pursuit team, even knowing it was fake, it still made them feel uneasy. But now, I'm a bit worried whether Song Yang can escape under the watchful eyes of someone like Tao Yajun. Perhaps it's a certain death. As someone who has already been eliminated, Li Xinghua has the most authority in this non-face-to-face confrontation with his bird's eye view. After glancing at the barrage of comments, he summarized a few points and straightened his posture. With a very objective and fair perspective, he spoke with his somewhat dry lips. Actually, this confrontation was unavoidable. Both the pursuit team and the fugitive team are well aware of this. Without this confrontation, given the abilities of both sides, they would quickly enter the final decisive battle. Song Yang needs to buy time, and the pursuit team also seeks a permanent solution. Both are essentially of the same origin but different methods, hence this confrontation began. Next, it's about who can gain the upper hand in this confrontation. Whoever does will control the initiative in the subsequent chase. Although Li Xinghua doesn't fully understand Song Yang's tactics, as the chief of the criminal investigation team, he has a very accurate grasp of the situation. In just a few words, he analyzed the causes and effects of this confrontation thoroughly. Now, it's just a matter of whether the pursuit team is stronger or the fugitive team is more cunning. Suddenly, in the live stream, the original single screen transformed into 4 equal segments. One group for Bao Yun's team, one for Yu Zui's side, one for Tao Yajun and Go Wei, and one for Wu Qing, who was still tapping away at the keyboard to restore the night school's local network. This left many fans feeling surprised, unexpected, and shocked. Did the production team finally realize their conscience? They actually opened 4 screens? Indeed. Are they afraid our intelligence isn't enough to understand the plot? So they're showing us the real bird's eye view? It almost feels like the production team has insulted our intelligence. As one of the few in the live stream who scored over 70 in psychological tests, I can confidently say that I understood everything by just watching one screen. Soon, everyone noticed that in the 4 segments, each side encountered some tricky problems to varying degrees. There's no need to elaborate on Bao Yun's side. We've all seen the background and context from his previous livestream perspective. The current dilemma is almost resolved. As long as a tightly closed classroom is opened, everything will be clear as day. However, on the other side, things are not looking so fortunate. At this moment, one individual is panicking, with wide eyes and a tense expression, hiding behind 2 pursuers while occasionally glancing back, only to quickly turn away. Sweat drips from their forehead like beans, and their clothes are soaked with perspiration. It is evident that they are clutching a few pieces of paper in their hand. Many are puzzled. What could have happened? Previously, they showed no fear in the haunted house, but now it seems like they have just come back from hell. Yet, they cannot greet this person or understand what they have experienced. The fans can only comfort themselves through the comments. On the other hand, the atmosphere around another individual is quite different. They truly live up to the reputation of being the youngest psychology professor at a prestigious university. Though their appearance is rather ordinary, the calm demeanor adds considerable charm. Suddenly, everyone notices something very strange. Beside this professor is another individual. What is going on? Wasn't this person assigned to tasks in the dormitory building? How did they end up together? Earlier, we were so focused on listening to the analysis of the situation that we overlooked 3 critical words. Upon seeing the live broadcast, someone finally realizes what was said was I am over here at the main building, not in the dormitory. The main building? What could they be doing there? Especially together with the professor? Everyone is astonished and confused, realizing that after seeing the 4 live feeds, their minds are becoming increasingly muddled. A group of people is at a loss for words. It takes them a long time to think through one screen, and with 4 screens, it becomes even more perplexing. Fortunately, the individual in the main building is still in communication with another party. They might be able to discern their next steps from both perspectives. With this mindset, many fans shift their focus back to these 2 sides. It's too late to return to Building B. The emphasis must be on Classroom 401. The individual finally made a decision. Should we break in? A pursuer asked cautiously. No. Just as that individual began to say no through the communicator, they were interrupted by another who asserted, no. If there are traces of an escapee in this classroom, the door and windows are the only 2 escape routes. The windows can be restored, but if the door is opened, we will not find any of the original clues left by the escapee. That's the essence of it. Enter through the window, but first, carefully observe if there are any other traces on the window. One by one, they should enter while the others keep their distance. The individual issued another command. Concerned for the safety of the pursuers, everyone complied. Move back. They signaled to retreat to the sides of the corridor away from 401. Then, 2 police officers positioned themselves under the window. One person held their palms together with both hands, while another stepped on their knees and palms to climb up to the windowsill. The windowsill was covered with a thick layer of dust. showing no signs of being stepped on. After speaking, that person noticed the window was merely closed and not locked, saving them the time of unlocking it. They pulled it open and jumped into the silver light cast by the moon. Safe. It's accessible. Soon, a voice came from inside the classroom. Bao Yun took the lead and was the second to climb in through the window. From Bao Yun's perspective, everyone expected there to be many surprising occurrences inside. But when a mosaic appeared at the corner of the classroom, it was no longer a surprise, but excitement. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Classroom Door. Inside classroom 401, the usually serious and aloof Bao Yun's face turned slightly red as his gaze flickered to the corner of the classroom window. His expression was somewhat evasive. This look, this silence, inevitably made one think of something far beyond. I almost lost it at that mosaic. If they hadn't blurred it, it wouldn't have led my thoughts in that direction. Soon, a message from the production team floated to the top of the live stream. The following contains content not suitable for minors. Oh wow. They actually had to come out and explain it themselves. This is going to blow up. Who among the greats can remove that mosaic from the live stream? I have a friend with terminal illness who wants to see what's behind that mosaic before he passes. An expert informed me that removing the mosaic in a live stream would also ruin the original video quality, making it impossible to see clearly. Bao Yun's face turned red, which naturally made me think further. In any case, due to the unexpected appearance of the mosaic, the comments in the live stream exploded again. It was fine before, but once the mosaic appeared, it was like a pack of wolves howling. The members who entered first were surprisingly calm. They stepped forward, picked up that pile of mosaic, and looked at Bao Yun with a helpless expression. Bao, is there something unusual inside? Can you open the door and let us take a look? Yaya stretched her neck and shouted inside. Oh, it's nothing, I'll be right there. Bao Yun, realizing the situation, quickly turned his gaze and walked toward the classroom door. He glanced at the light switch by the door and casually pressed it. With a click, the entire classroom lit up like broad daylight. The items in the hands of the pursuit team became even more glaring, though the details weren't so realistic. Keep it down. There are still girls outside, Bao Yun reminded helplessly. Zhang San from the pursuit team looked exasperated. Then Bao Yun turned back to the classroom door. But he didn't T-twist the doorknob immediately. Instead, he observed the situation with the criminal investigation members inside. This type of door lock. I suspect that if they hadn't entered through the window to set this up, they must have a method to unlock it. However, a lock that can be locked without a key, once closed, becomes quite intriguing. As the first chosen member to enter the classroom through the glass window, Zhang San possessed the ability to unlock it. Otherwise, the unpredictable glass window would be a challenge for the others. What he said at this moment was indeed factual. Bao Yun gently placed his hand on the doorknob and slowly pressed down. The doorknob didn't budge. Just as you said, it's locked from the inside. Bao Yun nodded in agreement, feeling helpless. Since the clues on the door had been found, it didn't matter whether to break it or not. With a 180 twist of the lock, there was a loud clunk. The door opened. What happened? It feels a bit slow. The few people outside expressed their surprise and asked Bao Yun. However, Bao Yun seemed to be lost in thought, quietly resting his chin in his hand, his gaze fixed on the doorknob. Others found this increasingly strange and turned to look at Zhang San, who was behind Bao Yun. Li Si, a fellow member of the pursuit team, asked, "What's wrong with Bao?" Zhang San shrugged, his expression calm as he replied, "I'm just as puzzled as you are." "Then what are you hiding?" Li Si asked again. Cough, cough. "Well, it's not appropriate." Zhang San instinctively shrank his hand, stealing a glance towards Yiya. He wasn't sure if the holographic camera provided by the production team would reveal that item, but he preferred to conceal it for now. "Why are you hiding it? We are all part of the pursuit team, and team leader Tao is waiting for news from us," Li Si said, stepping forward and directly grabbing the item to pull it out. In the next moment, Li Si's body suddenly shuddered. He felt a cold tremor run through him, his pupils dilating in an instant. His right hand quickly recoiled as he turned to Zhang San, leaning in close, his face contorted, whispering, "What the heck? Why didn't you say it was a doll earlier? I already said it wasn't appropriate, yet you still grabbed it." Zhang San replied, pouting in grievance. "You." Li Si shot him a glare, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "It's just a doll. What's there to hide? As a pursuer, I shouldn't be this fragile, right?" Yaya, with her eyes slightly narrowed, calmly observed the soft hair cascading down and said, "The doll is indeed significant. But what's more intriguing is how they managed to escape from the classroom without leaving any traces on the windows or locking the door from the outside." Breaking the awkward topic, Bao Yun, who had been observing the classroom door for a long time, spoke up. What do you mean? Li Si proactively avoided the uncomfortable topic and directly asked. Zhang Sen handed the doll to Li Si and moved next to the classroom door. He pointed at the lock framework and explained, classroom doors are mostly locked with a key. If there is no key, normally, it is impossible to lock the door after someone has exited. Another possibility is that it was locked from the inside. But you all saw the situation inside the classroom. It was clear that apart from a deflated doll dressed in revealing clothes, there was no one else. This is crucial for understanding when the fugitive set everything up and when they escaped, providing us with valuable clues. Zhang Sen truly lived up to his reputation as a lock expert, speaking like a seasoned locksmith. What he said is correct. I just observed the scenes inside and outside the door of classroom 401 and found no tools that could have been used for the crime, Bao Yun said somewhat dejectedly, feeling stuck in a dilemma. Just as everyone speculated about the possible reasons behind this situation, a voice suddenly broke the silence. What if it was a thin wire? It was Tao Yajun's voice. Chapter 76. The ordinary song Xiaoga from a God's Eye View. Witnessed by over 50 million viewers, Tao Yajun's terrifying presence was undeniable. With the conclusion of a single sentence from Tao Yajun, at least over 45 million pairs of eyes were focused on him. Before him stood a closed office door, which, unlike the classroom door, had no small window at the top of the frame. This meant that some aspects could not be fully replicated from the scene of classroom 401. Get some fine thread, preferably the kind used for sewing rice bags, Tao Yajun instructed a member of the pursuit team nearby. As soon as he finished speaking, someone pulled a roll of black sewing thread from a toolkit and handed it over, saying, "Here." Tao Yajun examined the fine thread that was presented to him, gave it a quick once-over, and promptly accepted it. He then tore off a length of several meters, folded it in half, and twisted it together. "Wait," Tao Yajun said. Before walking into the office he had previously opened. Once inside, he looped the thread around a hidden latch. Then, to the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he walked back out, holding onto one end of the thread, and with a thud, closed the door behind him. "Team leader Tao, what are you trying to do?" Zhao Wu asked. The others also focused their attention on the thread, which was pressed against the door seam, ready to snap at any moment. However, Tao Yajun did not respond directly, and with a smooth pull of the thread, the quiet environment was interrupted by a barely perceptible thud sound. What was that sound? Zhao Wu turned his head, looking around in confusion. "It's the latch. The door to this office has been locked," Go Wei stretched, her ample figure on full display. However, the others were not focused on that, but rather on the black thread still held by Tao Yajun. "Team leader Tao Yu." The thread broke. Zhao Wu pointed at the snapped thread, mercilessly calling out the failure. Tao Yajun tossed the broken thread towards Zhao Wu and then clapped his hands together, stating, "I'm just showing you this method. Since the escape team thought of this, they must have prepared thoroughly. My proposal has several points that differ from the escapees' methods. First, the classroom door has been subjected to years of wear from students coming in and out, so there will inevitably be larger gaps. The likelihood of the thread snapping is much lower. Second, the classroom door has a window, while the office door frame does not. If the thread were pulled through a window in the door frame, this situation wouldn't occur. Third, no thread was found tied to the latch at the scene of 401, meaning they used a loop rather than a knot. This indicates that after closing the classroom door, they could take the tools used for the crime with them. The only way to address this is to work with the window in the door frame." After listening to his explanation, all 15 members of the pursuit team nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting a sense of realization. Tao Yajun wasn't sure if they truly understood, but he felt he had explained it clearly enough. The self-deprecating individuals in the livestream, who jokingly claimed to have only a basic education, suddenly realized the effectiveness of Tao Yajun's demonstration and how perfectly she explained it. Soon, Tao Yajun picked up the communicator and recounted the earlier experiment towards Bao Yun. "You just need to check the doors and windows to see if they are secured. To keep the line unbroken, you can only pull from the gaps of the doors and windows, and to get rid of the hidden catch, the window cannot be closed." In another frame of the live stream, Bao Yun, upon hearing the recount, looked up at the window lock, which was not engaged in the latch. Moreover, the classroom door, as Tao Yajun had guessed, had a significant gap. "Indeed, as you said," Bao Yun replied, lowering his head. "Actually, there's one thing I overlooked." It was rare for the usually proud and aloof Tao Yajun to admit fault at such a moment, which left Bao Yun somewhat surprised. A hint of doubt crossing his slightly plump face. "The sun has already set today. The clue provided by the fugitive in classroom B was a psychological pressure that caused mental confusion and overactive right brain activity, leading to misjudgments. However, before you saw the footage from Building C, the fugitive team had already left the teaching building. To be honest, I didn't expect that several fugitives, including a celebrity among them, would engage in such shameful behavior after escaping the amusement park, going to an adult store to buy dolls as substitutes for humans. This was my oversight. As someone who has long interacted with high-end teams, I didn't think they would resort to such disgraceful means. As she spoke, a chill flashed across Tao Yajun's face. However, viewers who had previously watched the perspective of the fugitive team did not share her views, including Li Xinghua. My brother Song Yang is right. There are only suitable and unsuitable means, not profound or simple, nor strong or weak. As long as the means are effective. What's wrong with using adult dolls? Besides, my brother Song Yang is already a fugitive. Would he care about shame? I guess it was Xiaoya who bought them. Among the fugitives, only he could shamelessly enter an adult store. Brother Song, what kind of doll did you get? Let me take care of you. Tao Yajun was unaware of how the audience in the live stream perceived her earlier statements. She always believed what she said was correct. Therefore, she shrugged off the psychological impact brought by such a shameful method and continued. In light of this change, most of the previous conclusions need to be overturned. Overturned? The slap in the face comes too quickly. The 50 million fans in the live stream exclaimed, just when we understood the cause and effect and the tactics used by both sides. It was all denied in the next second. Were we excited for nothing? The time the fugitives left room 401 was actually before you searched Building C. And the sudden blackout of the lights in room 303, in hindsight, should not have obstructed you. That was when they officially began to escape from Building B. The closed classroom door made us mistakenly think this was a tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain. In reality, there wasn't a double tactic. It was just a simple one. Bao Yun, with a dark expression, pointed out that you were the one who claimed it was a double tactic. And now you are the one denying it. Bao Yun, I've even flipped my desk for you. Song Yang, I'm just doing a little bit of work here. You all are overreacting. Chapter 77, Multiple Perspectives, Individual Clues. So what do you plan to do next? Bao Yun pursed his lips, his gaze radiating a piercing intensity. My goodness, Bao Yun is actually speaking so calmly with Tao Yajun. This has changed the perception of millions of viewers regarding their relationship. I have already grasped the tactics he has said in this contest. It's time to reel it in. Tao Yajun held the communicator tightly and whispered to Bao Yun and his group. Just a moment ago, Bao Yun was calm, but in the next second, he ruthlessly dismantled the situation, saying, I hope you won't be caught off guard by such simple tactics. You need to utilize your abilities more. Please tone it down. The implication was clear. It was merely a criticism of Tao Yajun's overzealous tactics against Song Yang in the two teaching buildings, suggesting that she had overthought the situation. Bao Yun found this quite exasperating. Surprisingly, Tao Yajun did not retort, and her words were not intense. She simply replied expressionlessly, Don't worry. The opponent you are facing has more than just this ability. Have you not considered why they would resort to such ordinary tactics? I mentioned before that once ordinary tactics are overused, they can create a psychological inertia. When faced with something unidentifiable, the same scenario may repeat itself. After saying so much, I haven't seen you come up with any countermeasures. Such analysis can wait until the end when we review the case. Bao Yun raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. However, he did not refute Tao Yajun's remarks. On the contrary, he seemed to agree. It must be acknowledged that even without experiencing everything he had, Tao Yajun could perfectly analyze the situation and identify the tactics used by the escape team with just a few words, which was indeed impressive. No wonder she held the title of Eye of God among the reserve members. This perspective was almost like watching a live broadcast. If he knew that even many who watched the live broadcast could not see through it as clearly as Tao Yajun did, would that further enhance her reputation? If I'm not mistaken, the answer you seek will be in room 303 once the lights go out. Tao Yajun provided a definitive answer. From this moment on, he began to truly showcase his role as the new leader of the pursuit team, ready to launch a counterattack. It's finally started. Finally, we see Tao Yajun taking the initiative to engage. At last, she is not being led around by Song Yang. Let us up the ante. The mood in the live streaming room surged, rolling like waves, hot like the sun. I've upgraded my brain with an i9 processor, and the CPU is set to overclock mode. Bring it on. I'm looking forward to it. Standing in front of the door of classroom 401, Yiya, hearing Tao Yajun's words, regained her composure. She asked. The answer? What answer? Yeah, that is not the answer you should be looking for. You have your own clues. Tao Yajun did not answer Ya's question, but instead focused intently and said, My own clues? Why? What does that mean? Yaya was puzzled. Before you made the call over there, I just received some updates from Yuzue. I think the methods of the fugitive team this time are not aimed at our entire pursuit group, but rather at each individual pursuer. Not targeting our whole pursuit group, but each pursuer? But aren't we pursuers part of the pursuit group? Yaya looked even more confused. She scratched her head, realizing her thought process couldn't keep up with such a genius. Indeed, Yuzue didn't deceive her. Everything he mentioned before was true. The fugitive team has assigned each pursuer a different solo mission. In short, they want to explore the current strength of the pursuit group step by step through these individual tasks. If I'm not mistaken, every task from the fugitive team is almost tailored for the undercover agents, with clues serving merely to deduce Song Yang's methods for the pursuers, while being real clues for the undercover agents. Isn't that being led by the nose by the other side? Li Si reacted, horrified. Don't forget their purpose this time. As long as Gu Wei and I don't reveal our strength, we remain an unknown variable for the fugitives. The only two variables. With variables, how could they possibly lead us the whole way? Tao Yajun answered coldly with a smile. So, is that the reason you wanted us to act like puppets, following your orders? Bao Yin confirmed again. Therefore, your current task is to return to 303. Follow the clues they left and go all the way. Understood. Bao Yin's expression was calm, like a puppet that had completely lost its life and emotions at that moment. Her mechanical response made everyone present aware of the change in Bao Yun's inner feelings. Everyone was puzzled. What about my clues? Why haven't I found them? Yaya questioned. Your clues are either on the door of classroom 401 or on the doll. Tao Yajun provided the answer. Doll. What clues could a doll have? Based on the situation from Yuzue, if you keep looking, you will find clues that match. So that means the clues they gave me haven't been fully revealed yet? I need to keep looking? Yes. The two of them exchanged words, finally understanding the context of the situation and clarifying everything. All right, let us hang up for now and contact each other when there's news. Beep, beep, beep. On the second floor of the complex building, in the pitch-dark corridor of the complex, dozens of figures stood silently. Go away, what do you think? Tao Yajun hung up the communication and turned to ask a woman beside her. You're the team leader, so it's up to you to decide. But I think someone will be waiting for us at the end of the clues. Gu Wei yawned and gently patted her mouth as she spoke. By the way, aren't you afraid that the other side is hiding in the dormitory building since you're not searching there? Do you think I came to look for you? Tao Yajun smiled slightly. How would I know? Psychology is not mind reading. Gu Wei didn't bother to guess. The person in front of her, Tao Yajun, was not an ordinary individual. Trying to figure out this person would require too much mental effort, and it still might not be completely accurate. Chapter 78, The Last Step. You want me to stop? Let's sing the birthday song together. Wishing you happy birthday. The muffled sound of a birthday song, reminiscent of the recordings from the streets of the capital in the 60s and 70s, echoed from a music classroom on the 5th floor of Building A. The intermittent sound from the tape added an eerie touch to this imposing structure shrouded in moonlight. On the dark blackboard, 2 lines of large white characters were written. In one corner of the classroom, a radio sat silently on top of a piano. Tap, tap, tap. 3 pairs of footsteps eventually gathered at the entrance of the music classroom. The 3 exchanged glances, as if understanding each other without words. One person opened the door while the others stepped back. Click. The classroom door opened unexpectedly easily. The 3 of them entered one after another, maintaining a distance of 2 meters, cautiously making their way inside. Moonlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the piano, where the old radio was playing a birthday song. However, the radio sounded as if it were an antique, producing a distorted quality that resembled a ghostly laughter. Yuzue's back was already soaked, and his shirt could almost be wrung out for drops of water. His throat tightened painfully, and he felt his mental state on the verge of collapse. After searching for so long, they had found a dozen word blocks, each resembling a scene from a horror novel. What was this time? If they wanted to find these word blocks for us, why go to such lengths to create these scenes? Heaven, sacrifice, earth, demise, life, death. Yuzue muttered to himself about the word blocks, realizing that several of them clearly had the same meaning. However, many of the meanings unsettled him, as most were intricately linked to death. Let's pass all the clues here to the leader. Aside from the rooftop being inaccessible, We've searched all the classrooms in Building A. Strangely, there were no word blocks next to the radio. Had they found all the word blocks? Yuzue transmitted the information to Tao Yajun through the communicator. Soon, he received the next order for action. Yuzue turned to the two members beside him and said, "He wants us to stay here and not move. Not move. In such a large campus with so many places left unsearched, he wants us to stay put?" Daju and Erniu exchanged glances. He said to wait for his notification before acting. "If you don't believe it, you can confirm it yourselves." Yuzue handed over the communicator. Daju and Erniu had no choice but to comply. After gathering so many clues, they were stuck sitting in a classroom, unable to pursue the fugitives. It was incredibly frustrating. The three returned to the hallway, gazing towards Building B. They noticed several classrooms were lit, while their own was shrouded in darkness, occasionally interrupted by the muffled sounds of the birthday song. The three stood in a row, looking enviously at Building B, their figures appearing somewhat desolate and forlorn. At the entrance of the Suang Institute of Technology, Wu Qing heavily pressed the enter key. Snap! The local area network has been restored. Next, it was time to start their clues. Wu Qing slapped his thigh and didn't forget to make a call to Tao Yajun. The order he received was, "No need to continue searching. Do nothing." This left Wu Qing astonished, and he frowned as he explained, "With the local area network restored, I can find out their control range over the entire campus surveillance in the shortest time possible. In terms of time, I could find out where they are in just 5 minutes. Following orders, if you continue, it may not be 5 minutes, but an indefinite wait," Tao Yajun replied. "Do you not believe in my abilities?" "Naturally, I believe in your abilities. You can control the campus surveillance, but it's not necessary right now." Wu Qing lowered his gaze. His eyes filled with emptiness. He raised his head and looked at the Suang Institute of Technology. Glancing at the scene guarded by the 5 members of the pursuit team beside him, his hands left the computer keyboard, and he unplugged a silver metallic USB drive from the left side of the computer. He then clasped his hands behind his head, leaning back against the car seat. His eyes slowly closed and then opened again. "Follow the light source. It will guide you in the right direction. They are watching you in the dark. Everyone is waiting for you." To find the final answer to the story. In Building B, Bao Yun's mind was completely washed by these 3 sentences over and over again. He seemed to drift like a ghost in the human world, like a soulless body, unaware of where the end point was. With a snap, the last classroom was enveloped in darkness. No one. Bao Yun glanced around. He retreated and returned to the last well-lit classroom. The light shone on him like a flashlight illuminating a frog at night, motionless. On the blackboard, there was only one sentence. "Don't forget your true identity." He held his head in both hands, fingers running through his dark hair, pressing against his cold scalp, as if he had lost all color. Not far away in Building C, Yi searched around but found no other clues. After searching, she only had the sexy doll in her hand. She returned to classroom 401, waiting for Tao Yajun's command. The multiple perspectives became very unified. Each pursuit team, clearly having found clues, inexplicably stopped, which was quite puzzling. Only Tao Yajun and Gu Wei followed the clues and arrived outside a conference room. "Gu Wei, do you think the person we want to see is inside?" Tao Yajun gently placed her hand on the doorknob and suddenly turned to ask Gu Wei. "I'm curious about what it could be inside." A hint of excitement was subtly revealed on Gu Wei's usually calm face. "Considering the clues from several teams together, I guess it should be a ghost-faced girl." "Ha ha." Tao Yajun chuckled, looking very relaxed, seemingly with a teasing tone. "You might be disappointed," Gu Wei said with a smile, brushing her hair aside. Chapter 79. The last straw that broke the camel's back. The final clue points directly to the conference room. In the conversation between Tao Yajun and Gu Wei, there lies a mystery with the answer hidden within. Everyone is guessing whether there is anyone in the conference room of the comprehensive building, and if so, who it might be. In what capacity will that person appear? The answer to this question is quietly revealed by the 5th perspective that suddenly appears in the live broadcast. Wait a minute. This 5th perspective, why does the environment look like a classroom in a teaching building? That chubby person standing at the podium is Xiao Yeye. The figure by the window looks like it belongs to Song Yang. Wait a minute. Where's everyone else? Why are there only 2 people left among the fugitives? Wasn't there a whole group of them earlier? Their confusion mirrors the doubts in Xiao Yeye's heart. Standing on the podium, Xiao Yeye wiggled her chubby body over to Song Yang, who was standing by the window. With a round face, she grinned and said, "Captain, you sent Huang Baoqiang and Li Xiaoyao on missions, even assigned tasks to Sister Zifeng, and just kept me by your side. You must be worried about me, right? Hee hee. I knew the captain treats me the best. Song Yang withdrew his gaze from the distance and glanced at Xiao Yeye beside him, letting out a sigh. You. Song Yang's thin lips parted slightly, as he said seriously, your task has already been completed. Completed? But I didn't even do anything. Xiao Yeye scratched her shiny head, puzzled. Smashing a convenience store and even paying for those old radios from the scrap collector is a commendable spirit of sacrifice for the team. Song Yang raised his hand and heavily patted Xiao Yeye on the shoulder 3 times. Hearing this, Xiao Yeye's previously cheerful expression instantly fell. She looked almost as if she were about to cry. Each fugitive only starts with 1,000 units of initial funds for a month. Spending even a little means less for the journey, buying a bunch of things along the way. If they encounter a store with no one guarding it, they just rob it. If someone is guarding it, they can only risk stealing. If someone is guarding but doesn't watch the show and doesn't know the fugitives, like the old scrap collector, they can just spend some money to buy it. Even so, Xiao Yeye's funds were nearly depleted. Therefore, upon hearing Song Yang's calm voice mention this matter, her eyes instantly filled with deep resentment. Captain, if I run out of money, you have to support me. We haven't had lunch or dinner yet. I'm starving to death. How can I escape if I'm too weak from hunger? Isn't it because you became addicted to robbing and stealing, insisting on doing it yourself every time? We couldn't stop you, Song Yang said suspiciously. Well, Xiao Yeye was at a loss for words, then muttered, none of you ever stopped me, right? What? Nothing. Xiao Yeye's chubby body suddenly straightened up. But speaking of which, Captain, why are you assigning them tasks privately? Xiao Ye put away her playful thoughts and asked seriously. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's own people. Among the current pursuit team, there are indeed some formidable characters. Song Yang turned his body and refocused his gaze on a distant building. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood bathed in the moonlight. The sounds of insects and the evening breeze intertwined, cleansing everyone's soul. How do you know there are formidable people among us, Captain? Just how powerful can they be? Xiao Ye inquired, having completely wasted the final clues of the 3 steps. I'm not sure how high their upper limit is, but at least we have figured out their lower limit, Song Yang replied. With Song Yang's words, Xiao Ye felt a bit more at ease. Although the pursuit team had interrupted the final clues, they had at least made progress toward their goal. Speaking of which, didn't the beautiful Xiao say she was going to the complex building to disable the school's network? Why has she been gone for so long? There might be someone in the pursuit team who is as capable as her. Perhaps she has encountered a rival, Song Yang murmured. He gazed toward the direction of the complex building, his eyes deep and starry, filled with countless stars floating like black and white pieces on a chessboard. Shifting the situation in his mind. Xiao, I hope you are not the last straw that breaks the camel's back, he whispered to himself, expressing his inner thoughts. Meanwhile, inside the complex building, Tao Yajun's hand was about to slowly descend. Her eyes instantly caught a glimpse of a bright white light shining through the slight gap at the bottom of the door frame. The lights are on, she whispered. Her thoughts quickly drifted to the meeting room. The light switch was located on the wall near the door, not more than a meter away. This meant that there were people inside, only about a meter away from them. Tao Yajun and Gu Wei turned to nod at Wu Sancher and the other pursuit members behind them. They then stepped aside to let the more agile members of the pursuit team go in first to prepare. With a rustling sound, everyone quickly changed positions. The team leader, Zhang Zhong, pressed against the wall, signaling to the opposing side with a quick gesture. Wu Sancher leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths. He couldn't tell if the chill in his back was from nerves or the cold tiles. Go. As Zhang Zhong's hand gesture fell, 2 fully equipped pursuit members stepped forward together toward the meeting room door. Bang. A loud crash. At that moment, the stun gun was like a real weapon. Imposing and fearsome, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as 4 pursuit members rushed into the meeting room. The blinding white light shone on them, casting shadows that blocked all the light at the entrance. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sound of 3 consecutive clicks was quite sarcastic. A perfectly good door was kicked open just like that. I really don't want to be grouped with such violent individuals. This sentence seemed to carry a kind of magic, making one's body stiffen in an instant. It was like the gaze of a certain mythical figure, enough to turn someone to stone on the spot. Who is it? Chapter 80. Is Shi Yao an undercover agent? This, a fugitive. Zhang Zhong, who entered the conference room first, immediately recognized the woman who spoke as one of the members of the fugitive team. Moreover, it was Shi Yao, who had repeatedly caused them trouble and restricted Wu Qing's ability to act. Shi Yao? What puzzled Zhang Zhong was how Shi Yao ended up in the conference room. Shaking his head, Zhang Zhong cleared his complicated emotions and realized that the woman in front of him was a very dangerous fugitive. He immediately ordered, "Control her first." Yes. The pursuing members complied, pulling out a pair of cold silver handcuffs from behind. They were real handcuffs, but with her arms crossed over her chest, Shi Yao's exquisite face, resembling creamy jade, showed no fear of the cold restraints in her peach blossom eyes. She leaned against a wall in the conference room. Her cherry lips slightly parted as she teased, "Are you that eager to catch me? Aren't you afraid of catching the wrong person? A fugitive? How could we possibly catch the wrong one? Surrender now." One of the pursuers, gritting his teeth, replied indignantly. At that moment, knowing that there was no danger in the conference room, Tao Yajun and Go Wei walked in together. As soon as they entered, the two locked eyes with Shi Yao. Tao Yajun's expression remained stern, while Go Wei looked as if she had just woken up, squinting her eyes. Despite having handcuffs on, Shi Yao sat casually at the rectangular conference table, wearing hot denim shorts that exposed her long and fair legs. The table, which was about 1 meter high, allowed her to sit comfortably with her feet touching the ground. Team leader Tao, the fugitive Shi Yao has been captured. Zhang Zhong turned his head and reported to Tao Yajun. Tao Yajun nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Go Wei, asking, "Go Wei, what do you think about what she just said? Part of our team?" Go Wei squinted her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest, gently swaying her body as she questioned back. "What do you mean part of our team?" "Team leader Tao. She said that on purpose after you found her." Zhang Zhong pointed at Shi Yao without any hint of tenderness, just thinking of team leader Li Xinghua and the sacrifices of those brothers, which were closely related to the woman before him, made Zhang Zhong feel a tightness in his chest. Therefore, he did not trust what Shi Yao said. Given the series of events, he was well aware of the cunning nature of fugitives. Cough, cough. Even if he wasn't fully aware, he had at least been educated enough to have some trauma. Fortunately, Tao Yajun and Go Wei, as elite pursuers, would not easily trust anyone. Without solid evidence, psychological proof, and absolute certainty, they would not jump to conclusions about any matter. "Don't worry." Tao Yajun walked over to Zhang Zhong, raised her hand, and patted his shoulder, offering him a sense of reassurance. For someone like Zhang Zhong, who has genuinely risked his life for the country and society as a team leader in the criminal police, Tao Yajun holds admiration and respect. Seeing Tao Yajun's actions, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but self-deprecate, realizing his worries were unnecessary. How could someone with an IQ over 150 not have considered his concerns? Moreover, there was a psychology professor from a prestigious university nearby. Understanding his mindset would be a piece of cake. Soon, Zhang Zhong stepped aside, making space for Shi Yao and her companions. The three faced off. The air in the conference room seemed to grow heavy with tension. Yet, on Shi Yao's delicate face, there was no sign of nervousness from being caught. Instead, a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Shi Yao, the mission card states that a few years ago, you manipulated a joint computer in the mainland to fend off a hacker team from overseas, single-handedly pushing them back and indirectly saving billions in virtual currency losses. The official evaluation of you is, your abilities rival those of a prominent figure in a well-known tech company, and your accomplishments surpass those of your peers." Tao Yajun fixed his gaze on Shi Yao, his voice mechanical as he recited each word. "Senior Wu was at least a decade ahead of my time. I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants, starting from a higher point, not daring to claim to have surpassed them," Shi Yao replied politely. Her fair fingers brushed her hair back, revealing a profile that could captivate most people. Such a person standing with the fugitive team was indeed a headache. Tao Yajun smiled slightly, his eyes locked on Shi Yao's downcast, enchanting eyes. Not just him, Go Wei felt the same. If we're talking about a real fugitive team versus a pursuit group, encountering a tricky fugitive team and placing an undercover agent would be quite necessary. Shi Yao said casually. "So what do you mean?" Tao Yajun asked intently. "As an undercover agent, if you have the confidence to slip away from the fugitive's watch, you naturally must bring back some valuable information," Shi Yao said, her lips slightly reddened, reflecting the light like a scene from an animated film. "What news do you bring? First, I'll tell you who the real undercover agent embedded in the pursuit group is." Shi Yao suddenly stood up, leaning against the conference table as she slowly walked along its edge, her fingers lightly touching the corner of the table. "Does this scene feel a bit familiar to you?" Zhang Zhong asked a member of the pursuit team beside him. "It does feel a bit like a clue from a horror house," Tao Yajun said, his gaze fixed on every move Shi Yao made, yet he did not intervene. Under his watchful eyes, no one could act recklessly, not even if someone else came. They could not achieve silence. Unless there was a god that did not exist in this world. A magician. You don't need to keep us in suspense. Given everything that has happened, if we don't even know who the undercover agent hidden within the pursuit team is, how could we take the initiative to engage in the game set by the fugitive team? With her eyes narrowed, Gu Wei understood that Shi Yao was playing psychological tactics and directly interrupted her. Upon hearing this, Shi Yao's body slightly stiffened. However, she quickly turned her head back, her face once again displaying an enchanting smile. She softly breathed out, "Is that so? Are you really sure that your guesses are more accurate than the information I obtained from the fugitive team?" Upon hearing this, both Gu Wei and Tao Yajun furrowed their brows. Shi Yao's words were quite cryptic, and one could easily fall into her trap if not careful. It was easy to be caught off guard and lose sight of their firm conclusions. Chapter 81. The contest among sisters. We have no reason to believe you, nor do we have the time to waste on you. A captured fugitive. Gu Wei clasped her hands over the turbulent waves of emotion, her unremarkable face framed by a pair of calm and profound eyes. She looked at the graceful woman standing across the conference table, feeling neither envy nor jealousy. After all, life is merely a body that cannot be changed, and what is more interesting is the soul. At her level, especially with her background in psychology, she preferred to enrich her inner self rather than focus on appearances. Thus, Gu Wei's emotions were displayed quite casually, simply and generously, containing an implicit intention to bring Shi Yao down from her high pedestal. Since Shi Yao claimed to be an undercover agent planted among the fugitives by the production team, Gu Wei chose not to believe her, nor did she have any reason to. Not only did she doubt it, but Tao Yajun, known for her godlike perspective, also pointed out many details that were sufficient to prove Shi Yao was not the person she was looking for. Furthermore, the millions of fans in the live broadcast room were equally skeptical. Regardless of Shi Yao's true identity, Gu Wei was indeed fulfilling her duty as a pursuer. Li Xingguo leaned back on the sofa, intently watching the 5 camera angles, his expression very insightful. Lin Danming noticed Li Xingguo's earnest demeanor and realized her opportunity had arrived. She decisively asked, "Captain Li, I believe the audience in the live room is quite puzzled by the strange behavior of both parties in this pursuit situation. Could you provide us with some insights?" As a recipient of the prestigious Golden Microphone Award, Lin Danming prided herself on being a top-notch supporting role. Earlier, from the perspective of the fugitive Song Yang, they heard him say that to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive their own people. This allows for a possibility that he knew Shi Yao would linger in the comprehensive building, using herself as bait. Whether she is an undercover agent hinges on how to interpret Song Yang's statement. That statement? Lin Danming pondered, her mind racing back to a previous remark made by Song Yang, repeating it over and over. However, the more she thought about it, the more speechless she became. This guy, aside from teasing Xiao Yeye, seemed to embed deep meanings in every sentence, making it difficult to ascertain his true intent. Participating in a fugitive program while even deceiving the live broadcast room perspective? How suspicious. For the first time, Lin Danming felt an impulse to take a knife to Song Yang. Of course, it was just a joke. Was that statement the last straw that broke the camel's back? She asked. That statement was merely supplementary. The key clues lay in the second-to-last statement. Among the pursuit team, there was someone as formidable as her. Perhaps she had encountered a worthy opponent. Li Xingguo recalled Song Yang's expression when he made that statement. Unfortunately, as always, his demeanor was so calm that it was impossible to detect any fluctuations of emotion, truly terrifying. This led to a situation that was difficult to decipher. Shi Yao is delayed because she has to face someone of the same caliber. This person of the same level could either be Wu Qing, who has a talent for computing, or Gu Wei, a psychology professor from Stanford University. If the peer she faces is Wu Qing, then it is highly likely that Shi Yao is not an undercover agent. However, if it is Gu Wei, then she is most likely an undercover agent without a doubt. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, Shi Yao must confront Gu Wei's probing. As a pursuer, one cannot allow a person who is mingling with a fugitive team to suddenly clear their name. There must be sufficient evidence. Upon hearing this, everyone was amazed. This situation is essentially a psychological game. In any case, Shi Yao must face a psychological battle. However, Li Xingguo pondered for a moment, carefully reflecting. I want to know whether Shi Yao has truly escaped the control of the fugitives, or if Song Yang is orchestrating this. If it's the former, the situation will become simpler for Tao Yajun and Gu Wei. But if it's the latter, the entire chess game will change, and it will depend on how the pursuit team responds. After speaking, Li Xinghua's gaze became alert as he looked at the large screen in the live broadcast room. From Song Yang's perspective, he saw that the other party was still standing by the window, making no moves. Shifting to the perspective from the comprehensive building, he realized that Xiao had already revealed her information. Wu Qing, undercover. Wu Qing is an undercover agent. Far away at the airport in Jiangnan province, Shinya Shinichi held a ticket for a flight to the metropolis and then to another country. He watched the live broadcast of the global fugitive situation on the big screen in the airport waiting hall, and his swinging legs suddenly stopped. Wu Qing. How could it be him? There must be something suspicious about this. He murmured softly. Shinya Shinichi instantly became alert. He shook his head vigorously, drawing curious glances from others who wondered if a student from some university had gone mad from assignments. No. How could I believe that what she said is correct? I must be out of my mind. I need to go back and seek guidance from a master. This is too difficult. Huaxiao is truly a terrifying place. When he looked back at the live broadcast, he found that Ge Wei's answer was exactly what he had in mind. Wu Qing. Xiao Jr. It's not wise to show off in front of your senior. While I may not be as talented as you in computing, when it comes to psychological depth, I surpass you. Ge Wei looked at Xiao, who was only a table away, her superior posture suddenly releasing an air of dominance. Like a female hero in a martial arts novel, effortlessly controlling the situation and turning everything around. You don't need to speculate recklessly about whether we will tell you who the real undercover agent is. In short, if you cannot provide evidence to prove your identity, then you can only be considered a fugitive. Ge Wei's words were cold, yet they were undeniably true. In reality, an undercover agent must have means to prove their innocence, as there are one-on-one informants. If the production team arranged it, they would definitely show up. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the beeping sound of a communicator rang out. Tao Yajun frowned as she looked at the communication display, exchanged a glance with Ge Wei, and said, "It's Wu Qing." Chapter 82. The best strategy is to win hearts. Not by force, it was Wu Qing. Both Tao Yajun and Ge Wei were surprised by the sudden communication from Wu Qing. Otherwise, Tao Yajun wouldn't have frowned upon seeing the caller ID. What is going on? Could it be that the two of you are surprised to see Wu Qing's call? Let me guess. Is this an emotion of self-doubt? Xiao pulled over a chair, feeling the chill from the cold silver shackles on her wrist. As someone who single-handedly resisted 100 overseas hacker teams when the virtual economy was about to suffer in Huaxia, she never imagined she would one day wear cold shackles. However, today, during a global escape live broadcast, she experienced the feeling of being locked up for the first time. Cold, stimulating, interesting, and a bit curious. But soon, these emotions were suppressed. She relaxed her posture, her fair and slender legs slightly bent as she sat on the chair. Zhang Zhong, seeing Xiao so relaxed, immediately furrowed his brows and made a gesture. He didn't show any mercy, shouting, "Be aware of your current identity. Even if you are an undercover agent, aiding and abetting is a fact. Not to mention you're not one. You don't have the right to ignore the pursuit team." Zhang Zhong was a straightforward guy. Every time he thought of his respected former criminal investigation team leader and many brothers who might have fallen victim to this woman's methods, he couldn't help but feel angry. Fortunately, he knew this was a show. If it were real, he would have charged at this beautiful lady and given her a full day of military boxing, even at the risk of punishment. Oh! Xiao's peach blossom eyes were filled with resentment, and then she boredly rested her hand on the table, slowly lowering her head, her pale chin lightly resting on her hand, feeling the coldness of the shackles on her neck. Tao Yajun and Ge Wei were the backbone among the crowd and the elite pursuers of the team, existing as the ones who gave orders. The current situation had reached a stalemate. Wu Qing's call was still ringing, lasting for over 10 seconds. Just answer it, even if the result is unexpected. There's still a way to turn it around, Ge Wei confidently suggested. Her spirited demeanor was akin to standing on an international stage, receiving recognition at the highest level in the field of psychology. Hello. Tao Yajun pressed the button and held the phone to her ear, not using the speaker. She didn't want Xiao to hear Wu Qing's voice. Otherwise, there would be too many things to exploit. Team leader Tao, the surveillance call has been restored. Wu Qing's first words were about his mission. Tao Yajun was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "No interruptions?" Wu Qing answered, "No. I believe the surveillance in the academy will have the clues you need, and the facts are just as I suspected. I saw the figures of the fugitive team in the 2 surveillance cameras on the tree-lined path leading to the teaching building, but Xiao was notably absent. And this was 5 minutes before we arrived at the academy gate. What are the emotions of others? Tao Yajun pressed, completely ignoring this person, mentioning their name only as if it were perfectly normal for her disappearance. Wu Qing answered again. Tao Yajun fell silent. In his eyes, the coldness was replaced by a complex starlight. 5 minutes ago, how could they arrange those movements in teaching buildings A, B, and C, or even more places? The speed seemed off. In Tao Yajun's mind, the scene replayed over and over, and he finally shook his head. Impossible. That was an unachievable task. What about the footage from earlier? Did we find out what time they entered the academy? Tao Yajun inquired. Still in the process of tracing back. I'll tell you as soon as I find out, Wu Qing replied. Got it. Tao Yajun murmured softly. He slowly ended the call and turned to leave the conference room, with Gu Wei following him out. At the door, he recounted everything Wu Qing had said, wanting to hear the thoughts of this extraordinary woman before him. Since the initial tests before their meeting, Tao Yajun believed in Gu Wei, not only as the only trustworthy member of the pursuit team, but also as someone capable of breaking the deadlock at a critical moment. Wu Qing's words were somewhat strange, but I believe what we perceive is never wrong. However, if everything holds true, then Shi Yao's words are worth pondering. This call came too conveniently. Everyone had been told not to take the final step, yet Wu Qing did. Gu Wei, now we have 2 paths before us, but both require you to complete. Tao Yajun said solemnly. Just leave it to me. A confident aura gradually appeared on Gu Wei's otherwise ordinary face. Planning should rely on strategy, not brute force. Tao Yajun nodded and smiled. If she can get through this, and the final outcome is due to my miscalculation, I will take full responsibility. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. People like you should be very sensitive to such levels. Surprisingly, Gu Wei looked up at the extraordinarily handsome young man before her and chuckled. For the youngest psychology professor at Stanford, psychological burdens are undoubtedly the greatest training. I haven't enjoyed the psychological burden from within for a long time. This question can be included in tomorrow's psychological QA. It seems my words were unnecessary. After all, she is not someone from the reserve pool, not a deity, and cannot understand the peak capabilities of every profession. Tao Yajun sighed. However, after this, my strength will inevitably be exposed. A junior who graduated from Stanford's psychology department, even if her main focus isn't this, is certainly formidable. It's hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Let us think positively. What if what she said is true? Even if things worsen, I can still wrap it up. Tao Yajun revealed his confidence once more, and his entire demeanor transformed suddenly. Then let's get started. As Gu Wei finished speaking, she turned and opened the door to the conference room, walking in with Tao Yajun one after the other. Chapter 83. Is Shi Yao betraying? The best strategy is to win hearts rather than rely on force. Gu Wei highly values this saying. It is a phrase she encountered during her time studying psychology at Stanford University, discovered by her mentor while researching global psychological guidance from ancient texts of a certain civilization. This phrase was often repeated in her ears. A saying that even esteemed professors at Stanford hold in high regard demonstrates its significance in psychological guidance, completely excluding various abilities related to psychological warfare and competition. Now, Gu Wei is about to engage in a non-violent contest against a fellow alumna from the same psychology department at Stanford, live in front of tens of millions of viewers in a global escape program. The sound of heavy heels echoes in the dark corridor, and a beam of light spilling from a door acts like a guiding portal, leading the way forward. Upon returning to the conference room, the two instantly become the center of attention. Feel free to ask anything. I can tell you honestly whatever I can or cannot say. However, my time here is limited. At most 5 minutes. If I don't return, that clever person will surely figure it out quickly. Seeing both of them looking at her, Xiao said calmly. Tao Yajun stepped forward and reached out her hand to Zhang Zhong for the key to the handcuffs. She personally helped Xiao unlock them. Xiao's eyes flickered, while Zhang Zhong extended his hand, wanting to stop Tao Yajun, but Gu Wei signaled him to refrain. With a clatter, the cold silver handcuffs were placed on the long table, and Xiao moved her wrists. She gazed at the silver handcuffs, her 2 ponytails cascading smoothly over her chest. However, she did not speak. She could infer the intention behind Tao Yajun's actions. This was also a signal, a preliminary sign of trust from the other party. Though this trust was very unstable and could be completely erased at any moment. Setting aside the matter of who the mole in the escape team is, let us first discuss your identity. Gu Wei began, her voice silencing all others in the room. Only her voice echoed throughout the conference room. Since the program team S-boat sank, you opened the confinement door and released the escape team. Xiao pursed her lips and replied, as a specially arranged identity by the program team, I have my own undercover mission. The purpose of the global escape program is known to every participant. Whether the confinement door opens or not is not important. What matters is how to escape. It's not about revealing identity clues, but rather a test given by the program team to both sides of the pursuit. In this game, regardless of who wins or loses, it serves as a wake-up call. Countless changes represent the true reality of the chase. You will never know what will happen in the next second. If everything were to proceed according to the script, why would anyone participate in a program like this? Let me remind everyone that Song Yang was the one who opened the confinement door himself. His abilities extend far beyond what is apparent. After finishing her explanation, Xiao added another sentence. Taoyajun remained in a listening state throughout, and even after Xiao finished speaking, he did not directly interrupt. This time, it was a psychological game between Gu Wei and Xiao, with little to do with him. After hearing this, Gu Wei, without lingering too much, she did not directly refute Xiao's words, but continued to ask, the clues on the wooden coffin in the horror house, were they left by you? Your answer relates to whether we can trust you. Bang! Gu Wei leaned forward, placing her hands on the long table, her body bent forward. Her gaze only a meter away from the other party. Yes, Xiao answered succinctly with one word. Gu Wei did not give Xiao a moment to think. At the moment that word fell, she continued to ask, every time you arrive at a place, you must first disable the surveillance and satellite network. Xiao did not hesitate, replying frankly, it's for self-preservation. Every task card of a fugitive records each person's strengths and achievements. Song Yang has an IQ of 140, and I couldn't risk showing my flaws in front of him, so I had to do things that match my abilities. And many things he wouldn't tell me. No, he shouldn't tell any fugitive. Until the last moment, you never know what he is thinking. Additionally, I should tell you something else. Song Yang actually doubted my identity before, because of the clues left on the wooden coffin. His original plan was not to open 9 doors and trap thousands of people, but my abilities altered his plan, making him change it while in the game. His thinking is truly terrifying. Because of this, the psychological tactics I did not display on the task card were forced out by him. But you killed 2 star hunters, Xia Shui and Xiao Di. Gu Wei stepped closer, pressing for answers. If she were interrogating a criminal, she would use a different approach. But if she were to trust someone, there was no need for such complexity. The most effective means are often the simplest. They were undoubtedly going to die. Under Zhang Zifeng's attention, although I could catch a fugitive with Bao Yun and Shinya Shinichi, the consequence would be Song Yang killing thousands of people in advance. Otherwise, that list of deaths would be 0. Do you really think the fugitives are merciful? Gu Wei relaxed her brow and straightened up. She continued to ask several questions about the details of their previous encounters. However, Xiao almost blurted out every time, and then always added a remark that seemingly praised the fugitive leader, but in reality, it was a signal of vigilance. The psychological struggle seemed vocal. Yet it was like an abyss swallowing all sounds, surrounded only by endless illusions, with the only thing left in the ears being the chant of a mantra. If you could understand, even though events had already occurred in the mouths of the two, it seemed as if everything had changed in appearance. This was a brand new perspective for interpretation, a perspective never seen before. No one could delve into it deeply. Even the seasoned detective chief, who has been interrogating criminals for decades, lowered his gray-haired head at this moment. The wrinkles on his face made him look exceptionally weathered. His forlorn gaze evoked immense sympathy. This world ultimately belongs to the youth. In this psychological battle, despite having conducted over 300 interrogations in decades, he still couldn't find the evidence and intent she mentioned. The chief felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if a long knife was hanging over his heart, ready to split it in two at any moment. The only thing he could speculate, but dared not confirm, was, did she really betray him? Chapter 84, SC Char-Dinger's Cat, the Zero Death List. Was it a trade for the lives of 2-star hunters? This can be inferred from what was said by the character. Sacrificing 2 to save 1,000? What if we apply this to reality? If it were an undercover agent infiltrating a dark force, having to kill 2 fellow guardians of justice to save innocent lives, how would one choose? This is an age-old contentious topic. The question posed by the character was extremely tricky, yet the response was impeccable, resembling a perfectly recreated real-life scenario. As the dialogue unfolded in the conference room, With one question after another from the character and responses from the other, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became tense. With the volume of comments reduced by about half, many were deep in thought. An undercover agent, to save 1,000 people, personally kills 2 companions. Is this truly reality? If reflected in real life, would it be the same? After all, those were partners upholding justice. How could one do it? How could one take action? Would the sacrificed individuals find peace knowing their deaths could save thousands? Some speculated they might, but there was no certainty. After all, the sacrificed also had their own families. They were beloved, they were lives. In reality, can we blame the undercover agent? From a broader perspective, clearly not. 2 lives for 1,000 is a quantitative gain. However, in terms of the value of life, the worth of 2 lives cannot be compared to that of 1,000. They are not equivalent. And one cannot discern the heavier from the lighter, nor who should live or die. This is the path they chose. Wearing the uniform signifies a commitment to uphold justice until death. This sentiment was expressed by a character after a long silence, directed towards the audience in the live room as well as the broader society, a heartfelt yearning. They hoped that society would have a little more understanding and support for those kind and brave individuals who would rather sacrifice their own lives to protect justice, instead of remaining indifferent. That would be too tragic, too desolate, too disheartening. The psychological battle between the 2 characters continued, unaware that their fresh perspective had delivered a heavy blow to millions of fans watching the Global Escape program live. Like thunder striking the majority's minds, it resonated. In contrast, the standoff in the conference room persisted. The character showed no signs of faltering, but it seemed that the other had not yet exhausted all options, skillfully exploring from multiple angles. How much do you know about the methods arranged by Song Yang? The character pressed. This was the 10th question she asked. Yet, this question was quite perplexing. A member of the pursuit team leaned closer to Zhang Zhong and asked, Captain Zhang, she's asked several similar questions. Why is she repeating them? Zhang Zhong shrugged and replied, I don't know, but this is a psychological game. It must be some professional technique, which is beyond my understanding. He pouted slightly, spreading his hands in response. I've said it before, Song Yang is extremely cautious. Until the very last moment, he won't reveal his true intentions. After every incident, I think I understand everything, but the results always seem to contradict my expectations. Xiao had repeated her statement no fewer than 5 times. At this point, her answers were like those of a recording device. There was a profound wariness in her eyes, which did not escape Tao Yajun's notice. He missed no detail. Eventually, he interrupted the ongoing psychological game. He called out to Go Wei, come out with me for a moment. Upon hearing this, Go Wei slowly rose from the table and followed Tao Yajun out of the meeting room, gently closing the door behind them. Before Tao Yajun could ask anything, Go Wei took the initiative to respond. She graduated from the psychology department at Stanford. Her psychological resilience is unmatched. If she was prepared in advance, it would be even harder to detect. But it's not without its effects. I employed extreme psychological control techniques and detected her psychological threshold effect, which far exceeds that of a normal psychology graduate. There's no doubt about the capability testing of a psychology graduate from Stanford. Given the years of effort from countless predecessors, Xiao cannot be faking this. I just want the answer, Tao Yajun said, facing away from her. The answer is. Go Wei furrowed her brows and replied, there is a 90% chance she is an undercover agent. Every detail is flawless. If you say so, then her identity. Tao Yajun was somewhat surprised by this outcome, but he had been observing the psychological game between Go Wei and Xiao clearly from the side. He had carefully analyzed every detail and found that nothing was overlooked, especially the wary look in Xiao's eyes, which showed a deep apprehension of a formidable opponent. Moreover, the abilities displayed by Song Yang indeed made him feel unusual. Go Wei noticed Tao Yajun's trust had become biased and unexpectedly interrupted. No, I said there is a 90% chance. In SCHR Dinger's cat theory, something can only be 100% certain or 100% denied. Whether it is 1% or 99% likely, it is still 50-50. Although Xiao's actions and words seem to lean towards being 100% true, we cannot draw conclusions about the results. Tao Yajun was clever. He understood Gu Wei's point immediately. Although his psychological insight was rough, he had a genius-level IQ of 150, allowing him to deduce many things. Therefore, Gu Wei's statement of a 90% possibility, while seemingly trusting Xiao to a large extent, still represented a 50-50 trust. Just in time, The black and white pieces of this chess game have been unveiled. You've worked hard. Now it's my turn. A hint of a wild smile slowly appeared on Tao Yajun's handsome face, reminiscent of a villain in a movie, but with a charm that masked any hint of malice. It's up to you now. There's a minute and a half left. How confident are you? Just as you said, this is Schr Dinger's cat. Only at the end will we know how deep the certainty is. However, one needs to have some confidence. How about 99%? Tao Yajun laughed heartily and turned back into the conference room. Go Wei seemed accustomed to Tao Yajun's personality and shook her head helplessly as she followed him inside. Chapter 85. The Intricate Chess Game. The solution to life and death you can leave. Tao Yajun's first words upon entering the conference room caught everyone off guard. Letting Xiao go just like that? Xiao, surprised, lowered her head and asked, "Is there nothing you want to say to me, or any instructions? If I wanted to keep you here, the shackles wouldn't have been removed." Such delicate, fair wrists showing signs of being locked could easily attract that person's attention. Tao Yajun replied calmly, shaking her head. Xiao was taken aback, glancing at the silver shackles on the long table before raising her eyes to look at Tao Yajun. This person's character was indeed very strange, much like Song Yang, making her difficult to read. Even Gu Wei couldn't grasp Tao Yajun's thoughts, so how could she, having just met and exchanged a few words, understand her? In the end, she slowly stood up from her chair and walked to the conference room door. Feeling that something was off, Zhang Zhong, seeing that Tao Yajun had let Xiao go, hurried to the door and blocked her way. He shouted, "Team Leader Tao, I don't care what your reasons are for judging her as the mole, but if you don't explain it to us, I cannot let her leave." With Xiao standing just a foot away from Zhang Zhong, she turned to glance at Tao Yajun and Gu Wei. Gu Wei, who had already revealed her capabilities, was no longer hiding her thoughts. She pulled Zhang Zhong aside and whispered, "She is indeed a real mole to a large extent." Her answers earlier were almost flawless. However, Zhang Zhong still found it hard to believe. Gu Wei, aware of his mindset, raised her hand to interrupt his worries and continued, "Don't worry. Both Team Leader Tao and I never said she is 100% the mole. Whether Xiao is or isn't. Letting her go is to avoid alarming the snake, and to allow Song Yang and the others to see the capabilities we have exposed from the pursuit team." "I don't understand." Zhang Zhong scratched his head and said bluntly, "You've been chasing fugitives for years. There must be times when you use captured suspects as bait, right? Can you understand that analogy now?" Gu Wei explained in very simple terms, tapping her forehead. With that explanation, Zhang Zhong finally understood. A hint of embarrassment returned to his puzzled face. He turned to smile at Xiao at the door, no longer blocking her way. Seeing this, Xiao felt at ease. With her delicate hand on the doorknob, she was about to leave under the watchful eyes of many. But suddenly, she turned back and added to Tao Yajun, who was facing away from her, "I think it's necessary to tell you that Song Yang's methods this time are just the simplest ones, without any lethal moves, but I can't say what comes next. The challenges faced by your other teams can be assessed based on the final results. Once you know the outcome, you will believe what I said." After saying this, Xiao turned the doorknob and confidently stepped out of the conference room. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the door, watching as her graceful figure disappeared. The atmosphere in the entire conference room felt incredibly oppressive and quiet. The final outcome. Tao Yajun kept savoring the last 5 words in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes. His spirit seemed to be released, drifting through the starry sky. He saw scene after scene, letting the fugitive escape through the confinement door. The revelation of the undercover's 2 layers of decryption, while uniting the pursuit team, was it also a warning to the pursuers? To avoid leaking information? If the first layer of information was provided by Xiao, then the second layer was set up by Song Yang, right? The clues in the coffin pointed the pursuers towards the direction of the truth. In one shattered mirror after another, images were imprinted. The protagonist in those images was Xiao. Ultimately, these fragments seemed to merge, piecing together a conference room. Suddenly, light leaked through the crack of the door. If the aim was to ambush Wu Qing, how could they appear in the conference room while tampering in the control room? From the beginning to the end, every detail of Xiao's reactions fell into Tao Yajun's eyes. One word ran through the entire process: calm. Tao Yajun glanced at the communicator in his hand. Perhaps, to find the answer in his heart, he could only probe for that final answer. He picked up the communicator and dialed one number after another. They could continue their actions. Following the clues in hand, they should easily find the answer. The sudden command caught several teams by surprise. Although they didn't know why Tao Yajun had changed his attitude and instructions, they complied. Inside the teaching building. In the music classroom on the 5th floor of Building A, Yuzue and 2 members of the pursuit team were reassembling the pieces of text they had obtained. Heaven, sacrifice, earth, death, life. Ultimately, the fragmented sentence emerged. Heaven and hell. The day of life is the day of death. Substitute offering. Heaven and hell. The day of life is the day of death. Substitute offering. This fragmented sentence. Do we still have some pieces missing? The radio had previously been playing Happy Birthday. Could this day of life be a birthday? Whose birthday? The 3 pieced together the final answer, yet nothing unusual happened. Yuzue relayed the information he had obtained to Tao Yajun. Meanwhile, in Building B, Baoyun looked at the bright classroom. The phrase "don't forget your identity" remained on the blackboard, untouched. Strangely, there were no answers to be found here. But sometimes, not having an answer is also an answer. Isn't it? In Building C, Yiya and Zhang Sanli C also, at this moment, obtained the final clue. It turned out that everyone's clues pointed directly to the adult doll. Gathering all the information, Tao Yajun waved to Zhang Zhong. He received a task card. He glanced at it. Xiao, August 1st, 1997. Tao Yajun's body suddenly trembled. The task card in his hand fell to the ground in an instant. August 1st. Today, Chapter 86. Little brother, I'm back. Heaven and hell. Life and death. Substitute offerings. Is there anyone in this world who believes in reincarnation? Is there anyone who believes that the birth of one person is exchanged for the demise of another? Tao Yajun does not believe in ghosts or deities. He believes in science. But at this moment, science has led him astray, shrouding the path ahead in fog. 1 foot in hell, 1 foot in heaven. August 1st. August 1st. August 1st. Tao Yajun repeatedly muttered this date. In his eyes, it resembled a great clock, its pendulum swinging back and forth, ringing a long alarm. The day of birth is also the time of death. Substitute offerings. Could it be that the doll is the so-called substitute offering? Tao Yajun's pupils, as dark as ink stones, gradually dilated as his gaze shifted to the task card on the ground. It featured a clear 1-inch photo with a red background, showcasing a stunning beauty who could outshine many celebrities even without makeup, smiling at him. Go away, Schardinger's cat has a result. Tao Yajun suddenly turned to Guwei and said seriously. This was the first time he displayed such a solemn expression since becoming the new leader of the pursuit team. Xiao had already left, too late to call her back. Are you sure it's calling? And not grabbing? Guwei confirmed again, emphasizing one word. The culture of the land has a long history, vast and profound. The meaning of a single word can change the intent of an entire matter. Just as Tao Yajun said, calling someone and grabbing someone are entirely different concepts. One signifies acknowledgement, while the other implies hostility. This time it was confirmed without a doubt. Xiao was indeed an undercover agent. Schardinger's cat. The probability has completely tilted. Even though Guwei was mentally prepared, she was still astonished. Not to mention Zhang Zhong, Wu Sanshi's brother, and many other members of the pursuit team, who were utterly confused and unaware of the situation. As for the millions of fans with a god's eye view, they were shaken by Tao Yajun's words. No way, no way. Miss Xiao is really an undercover agent? How could my brother Song treat her so well? Cough. Seems like it wasn't that good. Brother Song, you ironclad man. Isn't she charming? Since the show started, I originally thought the undercover agent to be the first to emerge would be from the pursuit team, but unexpectedly, it was the one from the escape team that came out first. Now that the undercover from the escape team has appeared, let's guess who the undercover in the pursuit team is? Definitely Wu Qing. There's no other capable one. Plus, Wu Qing knows the way of stealthy development. Have you ever seen him show off? He is always just a little transparent. Such a person is perfect for being an undercover agent. This conclusion is drawn from watching hundreds of police and gangster films. Today, I'm locking it down as Bao Yun. Production team, why not be bolder and guess about the new leader of the pursuit team? In the live broadcast room, discussions about the undercover identities within the pursuit team, which had not yet been revealed, were exceptionally heated. Meanwhile, Tao Yajun and others in the conference room of the comprehensive building at Suang Polytechnic University were executing an extreme support operation amidst chaos. Today, if we do not act to protect Xiao, it will be her day of sacrifice. This mission is one way, with no turning back. This Song Yang has set so many traps, and in the end, he still wants to squeeze out her last bit of value to test our strength. He truly treats lives as chess pieces. Today, regardless of the outcome, we must engage him in this battle of wits. It was clear that Tao Yajun had calculated Song Yang's ultimate strategy. This was undoubtedly a blatant scheme, one that was impossible to refuse. The time of doubt had become a crucial turning point in this game, and an opportunity for the fugitive to seize the initiative. Clearly, he had seized this chance. Captain Tao, since it's already irreversible, let all pursuit members begin to surround the entire academy. Zhang Zhong said with lowered brows, harboring resentment. How do we surround them? If we choose to trust Shi Yao, it means we cannot easily trust Wu Qing. In this dimly lit academy, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. With 30 officers surrounding, we must constantly pay attention to the two connected night schools, which makes it impossible to cover all aspects. Go Wei said in a deep voice, her usual calm demeanor now replaced by frustration over one matter. It was a sense of powerlessness. She could thoroughly analyze a person's psychological state, but she could not save someone who was about to die in such an open scheme. We still have a way. To deceive the enemy, we must first deceive ourselves. From now on, Shi Yao is the fugitive, Tao Yajun said sternly, and then he slowly picked up the communicator. One call after another was made. In the live broadcast room, 5 camera angles slowly merged into one. Millions of viewers began to argue over a single phrase. To deceive the enemy, we must first deceive ourselves. This phrase sounded very familiar. Let me go first, Tao Xiaodi. You can speak later. Don't steal the spotlight from the elder brother. What the heck? Are the leaders of the fugitive team and the pursuit team thinking along the same lines? Who will be the final winner? The voices of the argument gradually diminished. The reason for this shift was singular. In the live broadcast, the scene they most wanted to see was finally coming. Shi Yao was making her way step by step toward a classroom. If the guess was correct, Song Yang and Xiao Yeye should be inside. Creak. The door opened with a light sound. 6 pairs of eyes met. Sure enough, Song Yang and Xiao Yeye were standing by the window. Hearing the door open, they instantly turned around, alert. Song Yang gazed at Shi Yao's tall figure standing at the classroom door. Her towering and alluring silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated brilliance. Like a crescent moon suspended behind her, exuding an ethereal presence. Hey, I'm back. Shi Yao called out in a voice as melodious as a yellow oriole. Chapter 87. The Reversal of Black and White. Abundant dog food, little brother. I'm back. This simple phrase evokes deep emotions. It feels as if two people, separated for many years and having experienced life and death, are reunited, bringing tears to the eyes. Many sensitive individuals who seek companionship from strangers on live streams seem to have found a mental refuge at this moment. The chat explodes with overwhelming comments expressing admiration for Shi Yao. The words "I'm back" encapsulate a longing for companionship, facing the pursuit of so many alone. Even if Miss Shi Yao's heart is strong, there must be a soft spot within her, just like any girl. After all, she is just a girl. To the production team, I urge you to be kind. If you dare to set Miss Shi Yao up as an undercover agent, I'll send you a sharp object. No, please don't. Although we know this is a live show, it's hard not to get immersed in reality. If she really is an undercover agent, it could be deadly. We plead with the production team to act humanely. With thousands of heartfelt pleas, we ask the production team to be reasonable. But from the very beginning, everyone's identity was determined by the task card, making it incredibly difficult to change. Altering someone's identity is not just a challenge to the authority of the production team. It's also a provocation against the rules and order of society. Therefore, the outcome will not be swayed by the audience's wishes. Just like in the classroom at that moment, Song Yang looked at Shi Yao, whose bright eyes were filled with a hint of fear, and smiled slightly. Under the watchful gaze of Xiao Yeye, he slowly walked toward Shi Yao. It seemed that Song Yang had no doubts about her. I bet what he saw before was just a misunderstanding. The fans in the live stream began to feel more confident. Tap, tap, tap. Little brother, Wu Qing has cracked the local network, and the surveillance has also been breached. We need to think carefully about the next steps. Shi Yao watched as Song Yang approached her without any guard. She glanced at Xiao Yeye standing behind him, trying to read any difference in her expression, but found nothing unusual. However, Song Yang was getting closer. In just a few seconds, he was right in front of her. Their faces were merely a fist's distance apart, and she could clearly feel his breath, a fragrant and calming presence. If they both pouted at that moment, they might even touch. Shi Yao was startled by the sudden action. Her body swayed, and she took 2 steps back, leaning against the classroom wall. A sound echoed, the click of the light switch being pressed. Yet the classroom remained pitch black. Thud. One of Song Yang's hands passed by the left side of Shi Yao's face. gently pressing against the wall as he leaned closer. Wall slam. Wow, wow, wow. The outcry erupted throughout the global escape live stream. Just moments ago, someone had called Song Yang a straight-talking guy, and the next second, he wall-slammed the lady. Have you changed your heart? Remember, you are a ruthless fugitive who cannot have beautiful ladies. Come find me after the show, as I will be turning 18 in just a month. I suspect I entered the wrong live stream. I'll take this wave of dog food for now. But hasn't the development between you two been a bit too fast, considering it's only been half a day? If I can guess that the guy must have some ulterior motive, just wait and see. The turn of events is quite unbelievable. Just like the expression on Xiaoya's face at this moment. With her mouth wide open, biting her chubby palm, she stands by the window, stunned, watching the scene of the two right in front of her. Hiss. I didn't see anything. You all continue. Xiaoya takes a deep breath, placing her hands in front of her eyes, fingers spread apart, peeking through the gaps with her squinted eyes. Why you? What do you want? Xiao fumbles, hiding her hands behind her back, feeling the wall, and unable to move. Song Yang's voice drags on, his invasive gaze resembling a dark lord emerging from an abyss, exerting tremendous psychological and spiritual pressure. Oh no, tens of millions of viewers are shocked. Who would have thought that the serious-looking Song Yang would act so boldly in front of millions? However, once the prolonged syllable fell, they saw Song Yang pull Xiao's arm toward him. Her delicate, fair arm was simply held in his palm. The grip was neither too tight nor too loose. Although Song Yang's physical strength was not as strong as in his past life, he still remembered the techniques from that life, making it difficult for Xiao to break free. Xiao gasped in surprise, exhaling slightly on Song Yang's face, which was refreshing and captivating. Oh no, is Xiao going to sacrifice her charm to complete her undercover mission? Is this what undercover life is like? Constantly needing to make sacrifices. Indeed, it seems girls are not suited for undercover work. This advantage is already taken. However, the scene imagined did not occur. Song Yang held her delicate arm, looking left and right. What is Song Yang looking at? It seems he is examining Xiao's wrist. Is he trying to check her wrist? Many began to feel confused. Li Xing was stepped in to explain. If the situation develops as we see, then Song Yang is likely confirming whether Xiao has been captured by a pursuit team, checking for any signs of her having been restrained. With Li Xing's explanation, everyone finally understood. It seems that what Song Yang said to Xiao while changing clothes was not just casual talk. Did he really have suspicions? Thankfully, Tao Yajun had been prepared and didn't let Xiao wear shackles from the start. Otherwise, after just a few minutes of tight restraint, there might have been marks. In that case, wouldn't Xiao be doomed? I believe that with Song Yang's intelligence, he wouldn't rely on a single proof to determine the final idea. Xiao has not yet stepped away from the chessboard. Li Xingwa analyzed all the information currently available from a truly omniscient perspective. Chapter 88. Suspicions cleared. Intriga. What are you doing? Xiao tightly hugged her arms, her palms crossed over her shoulders. Feeling the warm hand wandering over her body, she shivered and said, We need to check if there's any weapon on you. Safety comes first. We can't be careless. Song Yang knew that it was quite impolite to do this to a young lady. However, as a fugitive, one must act like one. How could they not search someone who rejoined the escape team after behaving strangely? Search for a weapon? What do you mean by weapon, Brother Song? A dog's head for protection. There's no need for a search. I can tell at a glance that Miss Xiao is carrying a huge weapon. In the live stream, a group of old turtles hit the highway, often speeding up to 180. Who would dare say they are slow? They really need to be taken out for a humane extermination. Ahem. Well, Captain, I feel like the classroom is a bit small, with 3 people. The air feels a bit stuffy, so I'll step outside for some fresh air. Xiao Ye glanced disdainfully at the ambiguous actions of the two and decided to find an excuse to leave. As she walked past Song Yang and Xiao, she intentionally glanced at them and wisely closed the classroom door behind her. The sorrow of being single, Xiao Ye, was shown off right in her face. In that large classroom, 60 square meters, there wasn't even a small corner for her to breathe. She dreaded the smell of love lingering in the air. A group of people teased, feeling the oppressive and confusing atmosphere. They didn't fully understand it, but they were quite good at playing along. Inside the classroom, 2 pairs of eyes watched the door close. But the next second, a faint argument could be heard from outside. Xiao Ye, don't stop me. I have something important to tell the captain. It was Huang Baoqiang's voice. Do you think I want to stand outside feeding mosquitoes? The captain is in trouble inside. No. I mean, the captain has questions. I really have something to say. Don't stop me. This is serious. Huang Baoqiang pushed past Xiao Ye. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a scene that left him dumbfounded. Ahem. Huang Baoqiang was taken aback and coughed heavily. I think I'll just talk from outside the door. Huang Baoqiang quickly stepped back and closed the door. He shouted inside, Captain, something happened in Building C. Yaya burned the doll. She used to be so gentle and kind, but when she burned the doll just now, she was so violent. Got it, came Song Yang's calm voice from inside the classroom. This left Huang Baoqiang puzzled. Did the captain really understand? If he got distracted by beauty, would the escape team be wiped out today? Just as Huang Baoqiang was deep in thought, a small figure ran over from a distance. Brother Baoqiang, Xiao Ye. Brother Song is in there, right? I have something urgent to tell him. Zhang Zifeng ran over, panting, not caring why the two were standing like guards at the door, and reached out to open it. Hey, Sister Zifeng. The two wanted to stop, but then they heard a click, and the door opened. Once again, their eyes met. Oh no, you guys can't be thinking of this at this moment, right? The scene was intense, and Zifeng was spitting out fierce words. Well then, you all continue. Huang Baoqiang and Xiaoye each grabbed Zhang Zifeng and retreated outside, closing the door once again. Song Yang held on to Xiao's wrist tightly, still not letting go. Outside, Zhang Zifeng's somewhat resentful voice came. In Building A, Yu Zue and the others have destroyed the recorder. Just as he finished speaking, the three thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. When not far away, Li Xiaoyao's figure also ran over. Oh no, not again. Stop him. Baoqiang and Xiaoye silently complained. This time they were smarter. Before Li Xiaoyao could get close, they directly restrained him. Xiaoye, Baoqiang, what are you two doing? I have something urgent to tell the captain. Li Xiaoyao looked confused. If you have something, say it outside. The captain is busy. Li Xiaoyao looked curiously at the three guarding the door, wondering what had happened inside the classroom. However, he still said, Captain, in Building B. Baoyan has turned off all the lights. After hearing the messages from the three, Song Yang tightened his grip on Xiao's wrist and looked at the unusual mechanical watch with buttons. It was almost 8 o'clock, and their reaction was quite good. They were doing everything they could to protect you. Song Yang leaned in, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Schrodinger's cat. Your suspicion of being an undercover agent can be eliminated. He finally released her wrist. With the restraint gone, Xiao moved her wrist. Hearing what Song Yang said, she let out a sigh of relief. Why do you believe me, big brother? Aren't you afraid I really am an undercover? Xiao looked at Song Yang with her misty eyes, a hint of cunning at the corners. Song Yang averted his gaze, not wanting to meet those eyes. His handsome face was as calm as a frozen lake in winter. The world was silent, yet people remained outside. Finally, he spoke. Sorry, you've suffered. Upon hearing this, Xiao's mischievous gaze instantly turned hollow, and she froze in place, her big black eyes wide open, her body stiff with pain. Even when facing Gu Wei's psychological breakdown or Tao Yajun's constant scrutiny, she had never felt such sorrow. But the 5 short words spoken by Song Yang were like a knife carving into her heart. In her peach blossom eyes, stars twinkled like starlight. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on her shoelaces, avoiding looking at Song Yang's profile. Her emotions were very complicated. Finally, with her head down, she slowly asked, Big brother, what if I'm really caught and can't come back? Song Yang took a deep breath and replied, If you unfortunately find yourself without trust and get caught, then you can only relive the grandeur of the amusement park once more, staging a hellish feast. The fugitive may abandon the vehicle to save themselves, but if a companion is captured, they will certainly spare no effort in leaving an unforgettable scar on the pursuing team. Chapter 89, The Final Move. Listening to what the young man said, I should actually feel touched. Xiao restrained all her negative emotions and smiled charmingly. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Song Yang, scanning him up and down, and suddenly said, However, I must remember this debt of being treated as a pawn. Song Yang chuckled lightly, acknowledging, It's better for me to avoid those who hold grudges. Xiao slapped her palm against her forehead and said helplessly, Sometimes I'm curious. Who among us is truly the master of psychological games? You always have a reason that leaves others speechless. It's probably just that I've seen more, Song Yang replied, recalling the scenes in his mind that encompassed all aspects. He casually exchanged a few words before turning to Xiao, asking about serious matters. So, did you gain anything from this? Yes. Xiao also suppressed all her playful demeanor, transforming into a double agent. her aura suddenly becoming exceptionally calm, while deep apprehension shone in her eyes. Very strong, she rated succinctly. Song Yang took her word for it and responded. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have been able to accomplish those things in such a short time, changing my impression of you. The 3 steps that had originally become dead moves were picked up by them to counterattack. Their reaction ability was indeed astonishing. Xiao felt a lingering fear as she recalled almost revealing everything in the meeting room. She understood why Xiao Di and Xia Shui had looked at her with such resentment in the haunted house on the first day of the program. The new top-notch pursuer is named Ge Wei, my senior sister, the youngest psychology professor in Stanford's history. Her grasp of psychology is even stronger than mine. If it weren't for your prior arrangements to confuse things, I might have been exposed. Even so, I feel that in the end, she didn't completely trust me. As for the other person, he gave her a very mysterious feeling, remaining shrouded in fog, making it impossible to discern his abilities. Xiao recalled the scene in the meeting room. In just a few minutes, aside from knowing Ge Wei, she had no prior knowledge of Tao Yajun and couldn't assess his limits since he had hardly made a move. Suddenly, Xiao thought of someone familiar and added, "Oh right, there's another star pursuer, Wu Sanshi, and the other one should be the Yaya mentioned by Huang Baoqiang." However, Song Yang's focus was not on the star pursuers, but rather on the 2 new top-notch pursuers. Ge Wei, Xiao's senior sister, the youngest psychology professor at Stanford. Just that honorary title alone was enough to prove her capabilities, which should not be underestimated. Although Xiao could sense her psychological movements, the depth of Ge Wei's psychological research surpassed Xiao's, leaving no room for Song Yang to be careless. As for the other person, after integrating all available information, Song Yang suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, the new arrival should possess a talent akin to having a god's perspective." A god's perspective? Xiao was taken aback. What a terrifying ability that is. It's almost like having an invisible advantage. However, merely having the talent of a god's perspective isn't enough to be the greatest threat. For example, among the pursuit team, there is one person who is a spatial architect and also possesses a talent. But the role of the spatial architect was severely limited in the previous scenario. Now, looking at the person with the god's perspective, even though they are not present, they can control the actions of others at any time. Such a person either has an exceptional talent that is rare in the world or possesses extraordinary intelligence, capable of analyzing a situation by putting themselves in others' shoes. With just a few words, Song Yang established a foundation for the new pursuer. And for this chess game, he was also approaching his conclusion. From the very beginning, he came with the intention of understanding the strength of the newly emerged force within the pursuit team. Now that he has gathered basic information, it's time to start planning his exit from this dangerous place. As for the fans in the live stream with a true god's perspective, upon hearing Song Yang's judgment, they collectively felt confused. Is that it? Did Song just figure out Tao Yajun's ability like that? What was his basis? How did he see it? Li Xinghua explained. It should be based on the measures Tao Yajun took after judging that Xiao was an undercover agent, which led to the deduction of her ability. The countermeasures taken in such a short time were enough to clear the suspicion of an undercover identity, and indeed, this ability is quite astonishing. But he had to do it this way, because only then could he protect Xiao's identity as an undercover. With this explanation, everyone started to understand a bit. The remaining details were left for them to ponder slowly. As for why Song Yang could determine that Tao Yajun was trying to protect Xiao's identity based on 3 pieces of information. Perhaps only those 2 individuals at the pinnacle of intelligence truly understood each other's intentions. After all, it was a game between 2 players. Whether one was looking down at the other from a height of 150 or 160. Was it the mantis stalking the cicada, or the oriole stalking the mantis? All part of the player's strategy. However, from the conversation between Song Yang and Xiao, it seemed that Xiao was not an undercover agent after all. Lin Danming asked Li Xinghua. Li Xinghua pondered for half a minute without answering. Finally, he provided a brief response. It's a role addition. A role addition? Everyone was puzzled. Yes, he was assigning an identity to Xiao, Li Xinghua confirmed. In a criminal organization, there are always clearly defined roles. The locksmith, the sharpshooter, the strongman. But the escape team was never a real criminal organization from the start. Everyone was in a blank state. It was easy to lack motivation and goals. So, they need to assign additional roles to everyone, rather than randomly fleeing based on existing abilities. What surprised me, though, was how bold the role assigned to Xiao by Song Yang was. Chapter 90 Bug. Please don't lag behind bold character edition. This is Li Xinghua's evaluation of Song Yang. To give a fugitive an undercover identity of a pursuer is walking on the edge of a knife with one's life. However, on the other hand, as a fugitive who isn't fighting for their life and death are always a matter of a fine line. Creak. The four fugitives standing at the classroom door finally waited for it to open. Both Song Yang and Shi Yao seemed unbothered, with not a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Xiao Yiya clicked her tongue and commented, "TSK, TSK. I thought we would have to wait outside for half an hour. Captain, you should eat more of that herbal supplement later." What a bold statement. What kind of mindset is that? Song Yang rolled his eyes at Xiao Yiya. What herbal supplement? Li Xiaoyao, who had not seen the scene in the classroom, was still in the dark and confused. This is a long story. Let's just pretend it never happened. Huang Baoqiang patted his shoulder, shaking his head with a look that suggested he found it hard to speak. Nothing happened at all. Song Yang didn't care whether they could take it in or not, and said, "We need to leave quickly." All right. The others understood this wasn't a safe place to talk and started to become serious. What should we do next? Judging from the pursuers distributed throughout the teaching building, they had at least several times the strength we do. Li Xiaoyao frowned and said, "Don't forget, they haven't searched for clues in other areas yet." Song Yang slowly walked out of the classroom. Looking into the distance, the moonlight illuminated the ground in a silver hue, and the shadows of trees danced on the ground like clawing demons. Song Yang was not a god. He didn't have the divine perspective of Tao Yajun, nor the top-notch psychology of Ge Wei. He couldn't be sure where the newly appointed pursuers would search first. Therefore, clues were buried in many buildings throughout the university. Just within the teaching building, there were clues beyond just the ABC buildings. Other buildings also hid some shallow clues. Due to the time constraints of not being able to set deeper traps, Song Yang chose to stay in the teaching building where the clues were weakest. This was to prevent unexpected events, allowing him to respond at any time. So where do we go now? The dormitory area, the library area, or maybe the sports venue? Li Xiaoyao asked. Song Yang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with intense determination. His thin lips parted, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and he replied, "The dormitory building." Li Xiaoyao's deep voice resonated as he analyzed. The street across from the dormitory building we checked before is an artificial lake, and the lake's channels connect to the neighboring college. Choosing that route indeed offers more escape options while also dispersing their pursuers' search efforts. Ultimately, they confirmed that the dormitory building was their best escape route. However, it still depends on whether the pursuit team will show any flaws and give them a chance to escape. There's no time to waste. Let us go. Song Yang's ears twitched slightly as he noticed the moonlight in the sky gradually being overshadowed by dark clouds. He immediately gave the order. "Xiao Yiya, Baoqiang, grab your backpacks. Zifeng, keep up." The urgent, lowered voices echoed in everyone's ears. "Move." The sound of hurried footsteps resonated. Huang Baoqiang, agile and swift, explored the area ahead. Li Xiaoyao, Xiao Yiya, and Zifeng followed closely behind. Song Yang chose to stay back. However, the four-star fugitives had already started running. While Song Yang noticed that Shi Yao remained motionless, her gaze fixed on him. "What's wrong? Did you forget to say something?" Song Yang asked. If what he suspected was true, then the plan would have to be disrupted, as examples of losing everything due to ignorance of the enemy were common in history, films, and society. Suddenly, he felt that his little brother had changed his attitude towards the fugitive team, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Shi Yao answered honestly. "What is wrong with that?" Shi Yao replied. "You used to not tell everyone exactly where we were going, but now you openly share your thoughts in front of everyone. Have you only doubted me and not anyone else?" Song Yang thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be a question about this matter. He took a deep breath and replied, "There's no need for suspicion anymore. It can be confirmed that there are no undercover agents within the fugitive team. I was just overthinking it before." Admitting that he overthought was not ridiculous. After all, he always prepared for the worst, making it difficult to make a wrong move and lose everything. Since the team could be trusted, there was no need to hide such trivial matters from them. "What caused your sudden change?" She asked again. "Because of a program bug." Song Yang replied. Shi Yao looked confused. This answer seemed somewhat familiar, but was really shocking. This guy in front of her had once again found a bug in the program? Wait, how did he do that? Shi Yao was baffled. "Brother Song, Sister Shi Yao, stop flirting and let us go." Zifeng's silly voice came from behind. Song Yang turned back and nodded. Then he waved his hand in front of Shi Yao's dazed eyes and said, "Stop thinking, let us go." "Oh." Shi Yao almost instinctively opened her O-shaped lips. responding unconsciously. The fugitive team left the teaching building. On their way to the dormitory, the live stream footage also cut back to the pursuit team. It seemed like the production team did it intentionally. If they remained in the perspective of the fugitives the whole time, the live escape would be much less interesting. Captain Lee, do you know what the fugitive Song Yang meant by finding a program bug? Lin Danming once again posed a difficult question to Li Xinghua. For the first time, Li Xinghua felt that actually, after sacrificing, going home to take care of his granddaughter would be quite nice. Why bother coming to be a guest? But look, this fugitive Song Yang kept leaving him with a pile of problems. Helplessly, tens of millions of fans were eagerly waiting for him. He steeled himself and replied, I think it should be that he noticed the production team set the strength of the pursuit team beyond the usual lineup. If they were to place an undercover agent among the escape team, it would truly give them no chance to survive even for a day. The escape team updates every day, that seems a bit too frequent. If someone knew his response, they would be surprised. This time, he indeed answered part of the question. As for the other part, it was about his identity from another world, which came with system-enhanced attributes. This was an intangible boost in ability that the production team was unaware of and could not detect. Therefore, their impression of him still lingered on the results left after a year's assessment. With such strength, there was no need to place an undercover agent under several top-notch pursuers. On the contrary, it was very likely that, to ensure the show's longevity, they would place spies from the escape team within the pursuit group. In fact, this was a change in his identity, but he couldn't possibly explain to others that this change was due to his crossing over. He had to come up with a reason related to a production team bug to cover it up, so he did not go into a deeper explanation. Chapter 91, Showdown of Commanders. The first shot of the confrontation is fired. Team leader Tao, do you think Song Yang can trust what we've done? Zhang Zhong asked anxiously after seeing Tao Yajun put down the communicator. This was crucial for their upcoming actions and the safety of their agents, so it couldn't be overlooked. I believe we have misplaced our focus. We've done what we should and shouldn't have. Whether he believes Shi Yao or not is beyond our control. However, I seem to have confused a concept of time. What do you mean? Zhang Zhong scratched his head, his eyes filled with confusion. According to what Shi Yao said, Song Yang suspects that the undercover agent is Wu Qing, right? Tao Yajun crossed her arms and paced back and forth, quietly asking those around her. That's right. Zhang Zhong paused for a moment and replied, but didn't Shi Yao also say that was just Song Yang's guess? Indeed. So there's a timing issue that I hadn't noticed earlier. Tao Yajun's eyes, which sparkled like stars, suddenly turned sharp and chilling. It sent shivers down people's spines. From the clues given by the three groups led by Bao Yun, the day of life is also the day of death. Today's birthday belongs to Shi Yao. If death belongs to Shi Yao, that means he had already planned to abandon the vehicle to save the commander. His suspicion of Shi Yao started from the clues left on the coffin in the haunted house, right? Everyone nodded, even Wu Sanshi, who had just joined and hadn't experienced it, had heard something earlier and now nodded along, albeit half understanding. Since Song Yang already has suspicions about Shi Yao, why would he later say that Wu Qing might be the undercover agent? Wouldn't that be self-sabotage? Tao Yajun had doubts, but remained calm. It would be good to clarify this matter, but if not, it wouldn't significantly affect him. It was just one more calculation during the arrangement. As someone with an IQ of 150, he had that confidence. Viewers of The Great Escape. Indeed, your opponent Song Yang probably has already calculated several steps ahead. He might have exceeded his step count on WeChat. Song Yang. Sorry, this wave of steps has taken me to the atmosphere. Setting aside the side comments, Zhang Zhong and the others found Tao Yajun's doubts quite reasonable. In the end, it was Gu Wei who softly speculated. We can't say that either. Didn't Shi Yao say that the password lock was Song Yang's masterpiece? He actively exposed the existence of the undercover agent. So he must have had a self-sabotaging intention as well. After all, the identity of an undercover agent is too sensitive. None of us have mentioned it on our task cards, right? That makes it unknown. Given Song Yang's cautious behavior during this time, he wouldn't let an unknown person become the final variable. In that case, it does make sense. Zhang Zhong, Wu Sanshi, and the other dozen or so agents all looked at Tao Yajun and Gu Wei. This was a case of each having their own reasoning. However, Tao Yajun opened his mouth but then choked back his words. A wild thought suddenly popped into his mind but was instantly erased. The idea is that after Song Yang suspected Shi Yao, he early on set up the current situation. He wants to exploit the last bit of value from Shi Yao's identity before her death and drag Wu Qing from the pursuit team down with her. Then, He would let the real undercover agent remain hidden within the pursuit team, allowing him to anticipate the enemy's moves during the subsequent month-long escape. Terrifying. The more one thinks about it, the more chilling it becomes. However, Tao Yajun cannot believe that someone could orchestrate such a future filled with changes. Nor does she believe that Song Yang could think that far ahead. Aside from the possibility you mentioned, Go Wei, there is another possibility that aligns with Song Yang's style. What possibility? Are you trying to confuse us again? Go Wei asked. Tao Yajun couldn't help but smile and said, Go Wei, do you still hold on to your previous thoughts? I trust my instincts more, Go Wei replied. Although Wu Qing had previously reversed his actions and temporarily halted, he still used surveillance equipment. There are conditions and clues pointing to him. But if Song Yang had discussed this with Shi Yao in advance and laid the groundwork for the current situation, then everything makes sense. It's a deceptive tactic. We are protecting Shi Yao, while he is also protecting the undercover agent among us. Tao Yajun spoke with conviction, full of theoretical reasoning. Is this yet another scene where Shi and Song Yang are in agreement? It was like this before, and now it is the same. The methods of Song Yang and Tao Yajun have almost formed a contrast. Both sides are setting traps to protect the undercover agent. However, Tao Yajun is one step behind Song Yang in analyzing the significance of his actions. He apologizes to himself. I didn't notice this issue before. It's my fault. Although I possess an extraordinary ability from a god's perspective, I often overlook things in other areas. Unlike some people, I want to apologize to everyone first. Tao Yajun's expression remained calm. Even when admitting his mistake, he found it hard to show anger at being outdone. His upbringing instilled a luxurious demeanor that gave him good, gentlemanly qualities. The fault does not lie with you. Everyone has their own expertise. No one is perfect. Even the most talented and mentally strong individuals can show their flaws. Moreover, your arrangement to protect Shi Yao's identity is indeed commendable. Go Wei consoled him with praise. Psychology is not only useful for interrogation, but also has many applications in areas like mental counseling. Tao Yajun smiled in gratitude at her. On his handsome face appeared a charm that could captivate countless young women. However, if he could change that previously cold demeanor, this might be reality rather than an exaggeration. All right, analyzing this further doesn't seem useful, as we seem to have returned to the starting point. Tao Yajun sighed deeply. He said softly, however, we have gained something more than they have. We now know Shi Yao's identity, and I also understand Song Yang's style of operation. They still do not know about the new capabilities of the pursuit team. Even if he has caught on to some clues through his layout, it merely puts our respective strengths on display for a showdown. In the end, it all comes down to whose strength is more formidable. Therefore, from now on, the probing is over. We can't let the other side dictate our actions. It's time to start fighting back. Chapter 92. The first clash. Could it be that the previous encounters didn't count as a confrontation? We had watched an hour-long exchange, and it turned out to be merely a test? With the formal confrontation that Tao Yajun mentioned about to begin, the group in front of the live stream felt a chill run down their spines. At Swang Polytechnic, during the time from 7 to nearly 8 o'clock, although the pursuit team and the fleeing team had only a brief contact of less than 10 minutes with Shi Yao and Tao Yajun, they were on high alert every single second. Just watching the live broadcast made them feel eerie and their backs cold. Every clue in each frame was shrouded in endless mystery, leading into the abyss of darkness. If it weren't for Li Xingguo providing a true god's eye view with analysis and explanations throughout, their emotions would have been tenser than those of the actual pursuers in the program. And now, Tao Yajun was telling them that the heart-pounding exchanges they had witnessed, which nearly led to the downfall of a pursuer or the capture of a fugitive, were merely warm-up matches. Wow, could it be any harder? With the hellish difficulty level of the initial escape, how would they manage the next 30 days? I took a beating from my wife for not making dinner, knelt on a washboard for an hour, just to avoid missing a second of the plot, and you tell me this was just a warm-up? I can't believe it. I can confirm that the person upstairs is not lying. I saw it clearly from under his bed. Upstairs 1. Could you please move a bit? You're crowding me. Is there still room under the bed? Whether it's cramped or not doesn't matter. I just want to see how that guy upstairs is kneeling to watch the program. The barrage of comments remained as lively as ever, easily veering off topic as they chatted. Now that the probing was over, both the fleeing team and the pursuit team had obtained the information they wanted. This chess match had finally reached the moment of the ultimate confrontation. There were already people from our side in the comprehensive building and the teaching building. Those two places could no longer serve as hiding spots for them. Tao Yajun began analyzing the fleeing team's next moves. If I were him, the library, built for seclusion and with a too-uniform atmosphere, wouldn't be the best escape location. It could serve as a misleading clue for the opponent, but could never be a place of escape. Otherwise, it would be a certain death. The sports venue was spacious. And looking around, one could see nearly 70% of the area, making the risk of capture for a six-person team nearly 100%. Moreover, in a business district like Suwon Polytechnic, those still present in the sports venue at this time were mostly regulars, sports enthusiasts with above-average physical abilities, leaving little chance for the fleeing team to take hostages. After analyzing one location after another, none seemed to hold even a slight possibility for the fugitive's presence. After much deliberation, only a few places remained with the highest possibility. A rockery? The dormitory building? Although the trees on the rockery are not native. The transplanted trees are all 5 to 6 meters tall and are lush summer species. If one were to hide inside, visibility from the outside would indeed be obstructed. However, we have 30 members in the pursuit team. While we cannot encircle the large campus, we can certainly surround the rockery. If I were part of the fleeing team, I definitely wouldn't choose this route. Therefore, the only remaining option for him is the dormitory building. Tao Yajun has pinpointed the location. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong felt that if this person could join his criminal investigation team, he would willingly give up his position as captain. However, that was just a thought. Someone like Tao Yajun, who could effortlessly locate a criminal, would be wasted in a position like a criminal investigation team. To be honest, it's an overqualification. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He once considered himself capable of being the captain of the criminal investigation team, and he had some abilities. But ever since participating in this program, he realized he had been somewhat narrow-minded. Even the already fallen Shinya Xin, he had abilities that far surpassed his own. The dormitory area is separated by a street from an artificial lake, which directly connects to the neighboring campus. Given the current situation, Song Yang, after receiving the news, should be the first to find a way to escape. We should have listened to Bao Yun earlier and stationed someone to watch over the neighboring campus. Go Wei pointed to a map of the Suzhou Hangzhou Institute of Technology on the wall of the conference room and analyzed the situation. Tao Yajun nodded in agreement and said, "However, it's not too late. Don't forget, our measures have just been set up. Even if Song Yang is clever, he will have to understand our arrangements before making a decision. From a timing perspective, they should have just learned about it a few minutes ago. If they react quickly, they should be on their way by now," Go Wei replied. "Therefore, gather all personnel. Prepare to encircle the outer area of the dormitory building," Tao Yajun commanded, his voice resonating in the conference room like a bell. It was an order that was irresistible and indisputable, possessing a natural charisma that inspired confidence. "Let us move out." Zhang Zhong raised a hand and commanded the 20 pursuit members in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful footsteps rose in unison. Yes, one by one. The resolute and sunny members of the pursuit team shouted the most powerful word. A figure led the way as they left the conference room. Countless viewers watching this scene were left dumbfounded. My goodness, is this the new leader of the pursuit team? Is he on a roll? With just a few words, he figured out where Song Yang was headed. The departure times were only a few minutes apart. Within such a large campus, they couldn't have gone far. Isn't this a disaster? Brother Song is likely walking into a trap. It seems Brother Song has really met his match. This Tao Yajun truly deserves the reputation of being someone who can outsmart Song Yang. Impressive. Song Xiaoga stated. Although my IQ is not as high as Tao Yajun's, I have the ace Xiao. Didn't see that coming. Chapter 93. A warning from an undercover. Should we leave a clue, brother? Running along the tree-lined path. The 2 rows of dark trees loomed like fierce dancers in the center of a ballroom, exuding intense energy. The fallen leaves crunched underfoot. In front of the fleeing team was the dormitory area, unusually shrouded in darkness. Song Yang looked up at the dormitory building, now obscured by ominous clouds, his heart racing. He halted his steps. Stop. The situation has changed. Song Yang raised a hand, signaling the few celebrity fugitives trailing behind him to stop. What's wrong, Captain? It's dangerous to stop here. There are at least dozens of pursuers surrounding the entire campus. If they start a thorough search, standing still makes us sitting ducks, Li Xiaoyao said, his expression tense, breathing heavily. Uncle Xiaoyao, let's listen to Brother Song. He said the situation has changed, right? Zifeng furrowed her brows and spoke. Li Xiaoyao nodded, and several pairs of eyes turned to Song Yang. At Suwon Polytechnic, over a third of the students were from minority backgrounds. Many returned home during the summer, but the distance was too great, and many were unwilling to go back. This had become a norm. The dormitory shouldn't be this desolate, especially at night when not even a single light was on. Song Yang's gaze shifted forward, his thoughts swirling like bright stars in motion. What you said does seem a bit strange, Huang Baoqiang said, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he looked into the distance. Could it be that they all went out to watch a comedy show? Xiao Yeye chimed in with a lively thought. Shi Yao, Huang Baoqiang, and the other fugitives looked embarrassed. Xiao Yeye, stop interrupting. Hee. The atmosphere felt too tense, so I thought I'd lighten it up a bit to keep our nerves relaxed, Xiao Yeye said with a silly smile, scratching her head. It's impossible for everyone to be out. Some colleges do scheduled power outages during the summer, but a night school is clearly not one of them. Someone is sending a warning. A warning? You mean, someone is helping us? At a critical moment like this, it can't be one of the pursuers, right? Li Xiaoyao suddenly realized. In this situation, any slip could expose their whereabouts, and a small mistake could lead to a deadly trap. Acting now would be akin to walking into a net. There must be a reason for this risky warning. Someone in the pursuit team must have abandoned their post at the entrance of Suang Polytechnic and decided to go all out to seal off this area. If that's the case, with our large group, we become an obvious target. Escaping completely without a trace would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A glimmer of caution flashed in Song Yang's eyes. It wasn't the audacity of the pursuit team that made him wary, but rather the consequences of his own gamble. He couldn't guarantee that everyone in the fleeing team would escape. If they failed, even losing one person would turn their hard-fought escape mission to ashes. The increase in one's intelligence quotient through forced methods will only reveal more over time. Knowing that there are undercover agents within the pursuit team, along with suspicions towards the fleeing squad, the previous power disparity between both sides no longer applies. This is already a sign of detail exposure, and perfection is out of reach. It is crucial to obtain rewards to fill in the gaps. Otherwise, facing such a pursuit lineup, it's hard to say who will win or lose in the end. Song Yang thought to himself. A second later, Song Yang said sternly, change direction. Head towards the artificial hill. He then instructed Shi Yao. Shi Yao, leave them clues in your most habitual way. The more ordinary, the better. Got it. You all go ahead. Move. With Song Yang's command, they changed direction towards the artificial hill. Shi Yao stayed behind to make some adjustments, following them a few seconds later. Regarding this sudden change, although some understood, there were still questions raised in the live broadcast. I wonder if the pursuit team will suspect that Shi Yao is not an undercover agent, since the fleeing squad is gathered together and the pursuit team has surrounded them. Wouldn't it be easier for her to shout for support? But Shi Yao didn't call out. Wouldn't Tao Yajun doubt her intelligence? As soon as the words were spoken, silence fell over the room. A flood of question marks filled the screen. It is well known that grass is a type of plant. You truly are a logical genius. My goodness, is there a hidden master among the comments? I hadn't realized it until you mentioned it. Oh my, I thought I understood Song Xiaoga's operation this time, but unexpectedly fell behind the master in the comments. Hey, it really is like that. After this wave, do you think Tao Yajun will discover Shi Yao's false identity? In the Global Escape live broadcast room, a series of comments began to discuss the plot. Li Xinghua also noticed this. He smiled gently and explained to everyone. The audience is watching the pursuit from a god's perspective, so it's natural to assume that Tao Yajun thinks the fleeing squad is a single unit. Generally, if the existence of an undercover agent is exposed, it either means they possess the strength to annihilate the fleeing squad or they must prevent a significant event. In other cases, they cannot reveal themselves casually. Even if their life is threatened, they would not expose themselves to make the fugitives wary. Moreover, there is an important point to note. Shi Yao is not a real undercover agent, so the pursuit team does not know if the fleeing squad is together. If she doesn't take the initiative to shout, Tao Yajun won't obtain evidence of her identity fraud. In the waiting room, Shinya Sini stared at his phone screen and realized, Soga, yes, that comment was indeed mine. Watching the live broadcast and being in the perspectives of both pursuing and fleeing sides, one can easily overlook some particularly important details. After Li Xinghua's explanation, he sighed again and said, the questions raised from this god's perspective can be easily resolved by considering the viewpoints of both the pursuit and escape parties. Unfortunately, in this world, many people like to criticize the actions of those involved from an omniscient perspective, even resorting to moral coercion. Many fans resonate with this statement, realizing its truth. It is similar to many so-called experts who preach from behind their keyboards, not being in the situation themselves. Yet they enjoy forcing others to make the same choices as they do. Chapter 94. Different motives. People are ultimately not gods. The same street, the same shade of trees. Different people have different feelings. Different clues can lead to vastly different conclusions. Just 3 minutes after the fugitive left, the pursuit team arrived one after another. They rushed in from all directions towards the dormitory area. The live broadcast had already switched to the pursuit team after Shi Yao left the clues. Tao Yajun and Gu Wei led a team of nearly 20 people, charging from the main road. As they passed the spot where the fugitive team had stopped, Tao Yajun's movement came to an abrupt halt. It was as if it happened in an instant. Team leader, what's wrong? Zhang Zhong, who was running ahead, noticed the sudden stillness behind him and urgently asked. Tao Yajun showed a look of vigilance and replied, something's not right. Not a single light is on in the dormitory area. The fugitive team should be able to do that. It's just damaging the circuit, Zhang Zhong said. Doesn't that alert the students in the dormitory? If a group of students comes out because of the power outage, it would greatly increase the difficulty for the fugitive team to move around the dormitory area, right? They could be exposed to hundreds of pairs of eyes at any moment. Song Yang wouldn't make such a choice. That would be like cutting off their own escape route. Tao Yajun analyzed. This situation is unusual, but from the perspective of the fugitives, since there has been such a change in the dormitory area, they can no longer enter it. Perhaps someone is warning them that we are surrounding here. You can't be suggesting that this was done by an undercover agent hidden among us, right? Wu Sanshur, who had just realized the situation, said with a stunned expression on his gaunt face. Search the surroundings. If they suddenly change direction, she should leave clues, Tao Yajun commanded. Just a second after he gave the order, a team of people came running from the front. It was Bao Yun and Yu Zue among others. Huff, huff. The two teams met face to face, and Tao Yajun asked first, you came from that direction, what did you find? Nothing much. But I think it's necessary to have someone stationed at the end of the Channel River, Bao Yun replied. He then pointed towards the distant artificial lake and indicated. There are lotus flowers growing in the lake, which serve as natural cover, but the sides of the channel are incredibly smooth, making it impossible for people to get on shore except from the artificial lake on either side. Earlier, you were certain that the fugitives wouldn't escape before completing their testing and needed to concentrate their forces to respond, which has been proven. I won't say anything more about that. But now, they are determined to leave, so we must be cautious. I've observed that there are no signs of anyone entering the water yet. Before they shake off our pursuit, they won't have time to enter the water and escape through the channel. This sharp question he raised at the beginning was brought up again. This time, Tao Yajun did not refute it and directly called over Zhang Zhong beside him, saying, Captain Zhang, please send 5 people along the channel to the other artificial lake to wait. Understood. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong immediately waved his hand and shouted to Dezhu. Dezhu, take 4 people to guard the artificial lake at the neighboring school. Among the fleeing team is a slow-moving person. Even if they swim 5 minutes earlier than you, they won't be faster than you on land. Yes, Dezhu took 4 people and left swiftly, almost flying like an arrow. At that moment, Gu Wei, who had only shared a scene with Shi Yao, suddenly appeared and said, Team Leader Tao, right now we should not only look for Song Yang's whereabouts, but also pay attention to his movements. Wu Qing. Tao Yajun's eyes flashed with a hint of insight as she emphasized the name Wu Qing. At this moment, anyone who heard what Shi Yao said would associate Wu Qing with the term undercover. Who knows if Tao Yajun's words had other meanings? After taking action, a person must bear a psychological burden. Even the calmest person can make small mistakes. Gu Wei understood this and mentioned it. After she spoke, everyone around her looked at Gu Wei with awe. This is a true psychological expert. No wonder she is known as a powerful tracker with a so-called mind-reading ability in the reserve team. It was as if she completely dissected a person's inner thoughts and laid them out on the operating table. Captain Zhang, Team Leader Tao. In the distance, a man and a woman arrived late. Zhang Zhong turned around and saw it was his subordinates. Xiao Lu, Chi Chi. He greeted them and asked, why are there only the 2 of you? What about the Wu Qing tracker? Where are the other 3? Tracker Wu is still guarding the entrance with the other 3. He said the school gate must not be left unattended, so he sent us over. Zhang Zhong was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Tao Yajun with a strange expression. At this time, he could only follow the instructions of the tracking team leader. Let him go. As long as someone is there to protect him, it's fine. Tao Yajun seemed accustomed to this and said awkwardly, Team Leader Tao, the fallen leaves here seem to be more gathered than in other places. Suddenly, someone shouted. Tao Yajun hurried over and saw a pile of fallen leaves. It wasn't very high, just a few leaves piled up. The main reason was that around that pile of leaves, there was a seemingly empty circle of sparse leaves, which made the pile appear more three-dimensional. This shape looks like a mountain, Bao Yun remarked as he walked over, resting his chin on his hand. Upon hearing this, Tao Yajun's face instantly turned cold, and she made a decisive decision, split into two teams. Bao Yun, Yu Zue, you come with me to the rockery. Gu Wei, take Yi and 10 tracking members directly to the school gate. The nearest exit from the rockery is the school gate. Regardless of whether we can catch the fleeing team this time, it will at least prove something. Let's go? Understood. A group of people set off in two directions. Full of momentum. Chapter 095. This action is heartbreaking on the 4th floor of Building C. The adult education students who had almost revealed escape information were all holding a mobile phone, watching the live broadcast of a global escape. The events were unfolding right beside them, and they had almost experienced it firsthand. This made them feel very novel and curious. At this moment, bright white lights illuminated every table, and several ceiling fans whirred above, creating a whooshing sound. A young woman in a professional white shirt was pressed closely against a female colleague. Her expression twisted in a way that made her already ordinary face appear even more plain, even taking on a somewhat terrifying look. Don't grab my fat. I'm so nervous. The young woman shivered, her voice trembling. The woman referred to as Sister Hong was oblivious, just leaning in closely. The young woman asked again, Sister Hong, did the new leader of the pursuit team discover something just now? You watch a lot of mystery movies. Can you pick up on any clues? Sister Hong sniffed and replied, mystery movies don't shoot like this, but if I had to guess, the handsome team leader Tao's mention of Wu Qing must refer to something specific. Because Wu Qing's identity, due to Xiao, is likely equated with being an undercover agent in the minds of many members of the pursuit team. Team leader Tao might be passing a secret message to Gu Wei. Upon hearing this, the young woman gave a thumbs up and praised, You're amazing, Sister Hong. Watching so many mystery movies really pays off. There's a saying, after watching thousands of films, you'll find that many things can easily lead to clues if you think them through carefully. Meanwhile, Song Yang, who was in an unknown location, commented, You track your targets. I excel at anti-surveillance tracking. A product of the system is bound to be high quality. After the young woman finished her praise, she suddenly stared at the phone screen and exclaimed in surprise. Sister Hong leaned over to look at the live broadcast and noticed that the scene had suddenly switched to the escape team. The production team's swift actions were unexpected, leaving no time to react. Located 200 meters from the south gate of Suwon Polytechnic Institute, a rockery was surrounded by a main road, densely packed with uneven trees towering over the artificial hill. Although it was a man-made rockery, it was built on a genuine hill, making it a covered rockery. The rockery wasn't tall, but it had a relative height of about 30 meters and a wide area. At the foot of the rockery, the 6 members of the escape team arrived one after another. As soon as Xiao Ye stopped, she collapsed onto the ground, her chubby face already glistening with beads of sweat sliding down her forehead. She was gasping for breath, her face pale, thin as Zhang Zifeng. Her face was somewhat pale at this moment. She held her stomach and bent her waist, but she did not collapse, still having some strength left. Can we still run? Song Yang glanced around, avoiding a blind spot, and did not choose to face the direction of the school's south gate. Can we still run? Cough, cough. Captain. Captain, do you think we should keep running? Didn't we come to the rockery? Xiao Ye's face twitched, filled with terror, as if she had heard the most frightening sound in the world. The previous running speed was fast. He was heavy-set and did not possess the physical fitness of Ba Qiang and Li Xiaoyao, who were both agile, and even Zhang Zifeng's physical condition was better than his. We can't stay here. Xiao had already led them over. If she was not mistaken, they might even block the south gate together. Song Yang cautiously looked around and, seeing no one chasing them yet, began to explain. Since we can't stay, why lead them here? Can't we go in another direction? Li Xiaoyao asked, raising a sharp question. Li Xiaoyao, the brother has his reasons for doing this. Xiao supported her slender waist with both hands, believing that Song Yang would not lead them to a dead end. Otherwise, there would have been no need to escape from the large ship at the beginning. If they went to the island, they would encounter the first pursuit team and die quickly. Why go through such trouble to escape? Song Yang's expression was calm as he finally murmured, 3 minutes, at most 3 minutes before they arrive. Xiao, you keep leaving marks. This time we're going to the library. Let us go. Huh, just leave? We haven't tea rested for even a minute. Xiao Yiya protested, her calves complaining. Then you can stay here and get caught. Zhang Zifeng made a playful face, sticking out her tongue. I'll support you while we run. Song Yang stepped forward, reaching out a hand to pull him along. Cough, cough. Well, Captain, you handle the brain work. Leave the physical work to me. I can carry him and run just fine. Huang Baqiang chuckled, revealing 2 rows of slightly yellowed teeth on his dark face. It's fine. It's just running. I can hold on. Xiao Yiya recalled her master's teachings and instantly felt motivated, forcing herself to muster the strength and spring into action. Seeing this, Song Yang and Huang Baqiang decided not to insist any longer. Some people need encouragement, while others need to grow and transform. As a fugitive, the mindset and character required need a process of evolution. However, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly noticed a flock of birds flying up from the rockery. Song Yang looked up, his brow furrowing into a shape. The flock of birds took off unexpectedly. Xiao had marked the spot and said to the paused Song Yang, "Don't mind it. We need to leave quickly. The other side will arrive in at most 2 minutes, and we must escape from the vicinity of the rockery within half a minute." Song Yang replied coldly. Xiao fell silent, sensing that Song Yang's mental state was tense and on the verge of breaking, and it was best not to ask further questions that might disturb his focus. Then, he asked the pale-faced Zifeng beside him, "Zifeng, can you still run? Hand me the backpack." Zhang Zifeng quickly waved his hand and shook his head, replying, "Sister Xiao, I can still do it, just go ahead." The audience of the escape show commented, "Look at that, such skillful movements are heartbreaking." The escape team reached the foot of the artificial hill in just about a minute before hastily leaving again. Like a flock of birds taking flight, they soared away into the distance. Meanwhile, the 2 groups of pursuers, as Song Yang had anticipated, arrived at the foot of the artificial hill 2 minutes later. Chapter 96, Tao Yajun. Please join the game. The leader just mentioned that a flock of birds flew out from the artificial hill, likely startled by the escape team intruding into the area. At the foot of the hill, Yu Zue, Bao Yun, and Tao Yajun led 10 members of the pursuit team. Zhang Zhong raised a hand to shield his forehead, gazing into the direction where the birds had just flown away. A sense of relief lingered in his expression. Thanks to Leader Tao's timely change of strategy and her keen observation of the dormitory building's anomalies, we were able to react in time. Otherwise, if we had waited until we reached the dormitory building to realize, the escape team might have really managed to flee the academy. It was also fortunate that Xiao left a mark. Otherwise, without seeing the flock of birds disperse, we would have struggled to confirm that the escape team was right here. Zhang Zhong's face was filled with excitement. The feeling of finally being able to avenge Captain Li Xinghua and the fallen members of the pursuit team made it hard for him to calm down. Tao Yajun stood tall, her dark eyes resembling shining obsidian on a nearly flawless face. Even filled with deep contemplation, she was captivating. Naturally, her hands fell to her sides, her long fingers lightly tapping on her thigh. She slowly directed her gaze up the hill, stating, "The interplay of reality and illusion is a common tactic used by the leaders of escapees. A great person once said during the war, strategically underestimate the enemy, but tactically take them seriously. The flight of birds at night is likely due to human interference. However, that shouldn't apply to the escape team." "Are you implying that the escape team members are not human?" Yu Zue blurted out, feeling confused, as he recalled Song Yang's ghostly figure. A chill ran down his spine. That group was terrifying. "You mean someone is helping them, aware of our sudden shift, and driving the birds away to alert them?" Bao Yun interjected suddenly. "There is indeed that possibility. Let's look for clues at the foot of the hill." Tao Yajun instructed the group. "Search around the artificial hill. If the escape team is inside, they have nowhere to retreat. If they aren't in there, aside from Song Yang noticing, we are left with the possibility you mentioned." Tao Yajun quietly explained to Bao Yun. "Understood. I still need to call Gu Wei and the others. It's best to control the situation." Bao Yun took out his communicator and was about to dial. But Tao Yajun suddenly grabbed his arm. "Leader Tao, what are you doing?" Bao Yun was taken aback by the sudden grab, his expression tense. "With Gu Wei present, you don't need to make the call." Just then, a shout came from a distance. "Leader, we found something." Tao Yajun and Bao Yun exchanged glances and rushed over, with Yu Zue and Wu Sanshi hurrying behind them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a clue left by Shi Yao. This clue pointed to the library. Tao Yajun glanced at it and instantly deduced the answer. "So, they went to the library?" "They are heading in that direction," Tao Yajun corrected. "Is there a difference?" Wu Sanshi asked. "Headed that way." But no one mentioned going to the library. Have you forgotten the detour you just experienced? Bao Yun answered with his hands behind his back. That's true. So what should we do now? Wu Sanshi scratched his head, looking awkward. Tao Yajun gathered everyone and instructed. Go Wei and the others have already joined Wu Qing. And in the next round, life and death are at stake. To the library. In classroom C, a young woman watched as the pursuit team was once again led around by Song Yang. She helplessly complained. Hong Jia, how come such a handsome guy like Tao Yajun, with an IQ over 150, is always being led by Song Xiaoge? They've already noticed something's off, yet they still rush in. Hong Jia patted her hair and smiled. You've misunderstood. From what I know about team leader Tao, he has two reasons for doing this. First, because Shi Yao is part of the pursuit team sent to the escape squad and is helping to conceal identities. He won't doubt himself regarding this. Nor will he question the clues left by Shi Yao. The main reason is that the clues she provided are true. Song Yang and the others indeed headed to the library. A true lead with no lies. Left by Shi Yao, anyone would choose to believe it. Second, regarding Wu Qing. Whether he is an undercover agent should have been known by now, but because Song Yang suddenly sensed something was off and changed direction again, it delayed the exposure of the undercover status. Now, with Go Wei, a psychology professor from Stanford, nearby, who can complete a warning without any trace of guilt under her watch, the young woman rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to look up at Hong Jia. She asked, but if Song Xiaoge knows when the pursuit team is coming and has noticed the warning, why leave clues for Tao Yajun? Hong Jia took a deep breath, her gaze distant. She speculated, perhaps that's the terrifying part of that man. He just learned about Tao Yajun's abilities and is starting to use that information against him to pave the way for his escape. As for why he is doing this, I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait for him to reveal it himself. After saying this, Hong Jia let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from her forehead, rolled her eyes, and said, Phew, really, what kind of people are these? After watching thousands of suspense films, I almost couldn't figure out their motives. The young woman, who had been listening in a daze, finally came to her senses at Hong Jia's murmured complaints. She exclaimed, Wow, Hong Jia, you're already amazing. I was all confused, and you could still pick up on even a little bit. I feel like you could join this escape show. You're more useful and reliable than those stars. Admiration gleamed in the young woman's eyes as she clasped her hands over her chest, looking like a lovesick girl in an anime, her eyes sparkling with heart-shaped lights. Sister Hong smiled gently, reached out and flicked the young woman's forehead, reflecting, That's because I have a god's eye view. If I really got involved, I'd be completely in the dark and understand nothing. It's not just about being capable. That's quite impressive. My mind can't seem to grasp anything. Just like the questions on the 3 supports and 1 relief program. This question is too difficult. The young woman slumped back in her chair after speaking. Sister Hong picked up a book and placed it on the young woman's lap, speaking in an intellectual tone. You should focus on practicing questions. In about 20 minutes. It'll be 8:30, and we'll have to turn off the lights and leave. It's a pity the online class didn't go well today due to internet issues. What was supposed to be a 1.5-hour class ended up being only half an hour. Oh. The young woman dragged out her words, reluctantly sitting up straight. When her gaze flicked to her phone, she noticed a stream of GIFs appearing on the live broadcast, which looked enviable. Sending a global escape Rocket 1. The yearly Emperor sends a global escape Buddha jumps over the wall 5. Asking the author for 5 updates sends a global escape doll 10. There was also a message from the program's production team. Global Escape Program's big boss, the yearly Emperor. Thank you to all the audience fans for the gifts. The gifts will be distributed through the Global Escape Charity Foundation to the fortunate friends who have suffered from the persecution of the escapees on the Global Escape Program. Chapter 97. Life Hanging by a Thread. The undercover is revealed at this moment. The perspective in the live broadcast room had not changed. Tao Yajun, as the leader of the pursuit team, showcased his capabilities as the leader. What happened? The pursuit team had stopped again. They had changed course. The audience was puzzled. Having made this astonishing discovery, it was another clue left by Shi Yao. This time, they were redirecting to the cafeteria area. Tao Yajun squatted on a somewhat desolate street, with tall trees on either side, their leaves drifting down, stirred by the cold wind. He held a leaf in his hand, marked with a sign. Tao Yajun's brow was furrowed, shrouded in doubt, his face filled with concern. How could this be? He whispered in disbelief. This scene exceeded his predictions, falling into the realm of variables. Go Wei seemed to be guarding the south gate, but was actually watching over Wu Qing. With her present, The Wu Qing that Shi Yao suspected could not warn the fleeing team. This confirmed what he and Ge Wei had thought before. To capture Yu Zui, Tao Yajun raised his eyes, coldly staring at Yu Zui. Yu Zui was startled, his face displaying terror at the sudden command from Tao Yajun, feeling uneasy. Capture me? Why would you capture me? Yu Zui shook his head in confusion and asked. His pupils still held a hint of crimson in the darkness. Leader Tao, what do you mean by this? Zhang Zhong said steadily. Although the mood was not good after the fleeing team escaped again, trying to capture someone at this moment could cause a huge uproar. Leader Tao, on what grounds do you want to capture me? Just because you are the undercover. Tao Yajun declared boldly. This was the first time he had pointed out the identity of the undercover in front of everyone. At the same time, he knew that unless there was 100 evidence to prove it, any lack of persuasion could have a significant impact on public opinion regarding the pursuit team. In reality, this could lead to adverse effects on the authorities. Zhang Zhong's face was shocked, mouth agape, speechless. His heart was like the rolling Yellow River and the surging Yangtze River, filled with waves of astonishment. The question was simply too terrifying. Yu Zui is the undercover? This was something the previous pursuit team had never considered. They had speculated about Chiba Shinichi, Bao Yun, and Wu Qing, and even held suspicions about Li Xinghua. But Yu Zui? How could that be? How could he possibly warn the fleeing team members under the watchful eyes of several top-notch pursuers? This was completely impossible. Who is Yu Zui? Those who watched the live broadcast must know him, at least more than half of them. A child star growing up, aside from playing an undercover role in a web drama, had nothing to do with being an undercover in reality. Astonishment aside, they all knew Tao Yajun's capabilities. Now as the leader, even if they were skeptical, they still needed to be vigilant. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed. The members of the pursuit team, who were originally just a shoulder's width away from the target, suddenly jumped back, stepping away 5 meters. After all, everyone in the pursuit team was equipped with paintball guns. You say I'm an undercover agent, but at least you should have some evidence, right? How could I possibly do all these unimaginable things in front of you? The target questioned, feeling wronged. The evidence isn't on you. It's with the escape team. Otherwise, how could it possibly have evaded the keen eyes of the experienced investigator and the group leader? Replied a team member dismissively. This statement clarified why the team member had not directly apprehended the target before. In a situation without direct evidence proving someone is an undercover agent, how could one act solely on belief? If in reality, every pursuer was so self-centered and disregarded evidence collection, wouldn't that lead to chaos? Such a society would hardly be a lawful one. Therefore, both team members understood the seriousness of the situation and felt the pressure, while also setting a trap. The developments unfolded just as they had planned. Through various experiences, the pursuit team realized who could completely shed suspicion and who was the actual undercover agent. Moreover, their tactics against the escape team had never ceased. Despite the escape team seemingly leading them in circles, there was one thing: no matter how well they evaded, they were still within the boundaries of the university. Look around, one member said. So, are we going to catch him or not? The target has been following us this whole time. He shouldn't have had the time or motivation to warn the escape team. Another member expressed confusion. He scratched his head, struggling to believe that someone like the target, who mingled in their circles, could have such a hidden identity. After all, the target had even received personal guidance from the former group leader. Let's apprehend him. Next, we'll change our strategy and find out if he really is one. The team member resolutely commanded. Sorry about this, brother. Please bear with us for now, another member said as he approached the target. Noticing the anger brewing in his eyes, he anticipated the target's discomfort and lowered his guard. However, just as he got close, the target's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile crossed his lips. Don't get close to him, the team member yelled. In the blink of an eye, the member turned to see the serious expression on his colleague's face. But his reflexes hadn't caught up when the target suddenly pulled out a paintball gun and pressed it against his head. The cold, dark barrel became terrifying under the night sky as clouds began to obscure the moon, resembling a demon emerging from hell to claim a life. The team member felt a jolt of alarm in his heart, realizing he was one step too late. At this moment, Wu Sancher was already under control by a certain individual, with a paintball gun poised to take his life at any moment. Suddenly, the situation changed. Zhang Zhong and Tao Yajun swiftly drew their firearms from their waists. Some skilled members of the pursuit team were also equipped with paintball guns, all aiming at the individual in an instant. The individual had his arm tightly around Wu Sanchi's neck, veins bulging. With a fierce gaze, he scanned the cold gun muzzles around him, feeling little fear. Instead, he looked at Tao Yajun with a mad smile. No wonder you are a genius with an IQ over 150. Even Leader Li and Shinya Shinichi couldn't see through it. But you eventually did. Now I finally understand why he set this trap to investigate the background of the new pursuer. Even though I knew your abilities, you still managed to find me. Moreover, they are unaware that the future is full of uncertainties. But I don't understand how you figured it out. With those words, along with the intimidation of the paintball gun, it was completely proven. This individual was an undercover agent. Chapter 98. The light of justice shines on the earth. Yuga. Yuga, what are you doing? Are you joking with me? How could you be an undercover agent? Didn't you say you would help us catch the fugitive? Wu Sanshur felt a chill at the back of his head, knowing that it wouldn't cost him his life. But at such close range, a paintball shot to the back of the head could still hurt like hell. Getting a big bump would be the least of his worries. His expression turned frantic, and his eyes darted left and right. Shut up, Yuzue said coldly. Although he put on a fierce expression, he knew how formidable Tao Yajun and her group were, and he was already prepared for death in his heart. The paintball gun in his hand tightened its grip as if he could pull the trigger at any moment. Yuzue, I think right now, you are just one of your personalities, Tao Yajun said, slowly lowering her grip on the paintball gun. She asked Yuzue with a very relaxed tone. Yuzue remained silent, just warily staring at the terrifying person in front of him. One of the personalities? What do you mean? Zhang Zhong, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that there had been a similar criminal case in Jiangnan province, where the perpetrator had a dual personality. The criminal methods were flawless, belonging to the intelligent persona. But after the crime, it was as if that persona had shed itself after achieving revenge, living among the crowd with a normal, ordinary personality. After evading capture for 6 months, an individual known as the fifth persona, a detective genius, was eventually brought in, and the suspicion fell on that person. During the interrogation process, a group of the best psychology professors from the region were invited to observe, and even then, they deduced that the killer was the one with dual personalities. One can imagine how terrifying the concealment methods of a dual personality could be. But who would have thought that Yuzue could possibly have a dual personality? How could Yuzue have one? He is a public figure. Every move is almost exposed to the public eye. After all these years, how could he possess such an ability without anyone knowing? Zhang Zhong found it hard to believe. Everything felt too absurd. How could it be a dual personality? How could it be? The surrounding members of the pursuit team were equally puzzled, but did not whisper among themselves. In this situation, they maintained their utmost vigilance, their hands gripping the paintball guns without moving. Seeing that Yuzue was still alert and watching the surroundings, Tao Yajun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although I don't have the psychological insight like Gowei, you don't have the unpredictability of Song Yang either. I guess you were thinking about how to take Wu Sanshur hostage and then make us let you go. After that, you plan to meet up with the fugitive team because you know you can't escape from the encirclement of the institution with just your own strength. But you also know that even if you meet them, it will be hard to escape, because the pursuit team will no longer have any gaps and will form a solid whole. It will be indestructible. Upon hearing this, Yuzue's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced past Wu Sanchi's ear towards Tao Yajun, his eyes filled with a deep-seated wariness. The person across from him was too terrifying. He had almost fully interpreted his back route and the outcome of such a choice. Seeing Yuzue's expression change slightly, Tao Yajun secretly revealed a smile of cunning success. In fact, I can offer you another better choice. A better choice? A choice? Do I still have a choice? Yuzue couldn't help but chuckle, his tone filled with self-mockery. Now, it's either you kill me, or I take him down with me. As he spoke, he became a bit agitated and pressed the paintball gun against Wu Sanchi's head. Wu Sanshur hurriedly shouted, Hey, don't be impulsive. One wrong step leads to another. This wayward son can still turn back. There's still a chance. Don't you believe team leader Tao's words? Tao Yajun did not care about Yuzue's current mood, only speaking to herself. Trust me, I have this authority. In the reality of society's pursuit, you belong to the undercover accomplice, and based on everything that has happened so far, you Haven T directly participated in the murder process. The charges 1T be severe. Even criminals have opportunities to redeem themselves. The number of witnesses who have reduced their sentences is countless. Why can't you? Are you saying you want me to help you? Yuzue's tone became much calmer. Yes. Tao Yajun coldly spat out a word. On what basis do you think that if I leave, I will obediently listen to you? Yuzue was not foolish. He had learned many lessons from espionage dramas and threw out a very sharp question. I've answered that question before. You have no way out. Even Song Yang and the others cannot escape within this institution. Do you think they will trust you or believe Xiao? Since they chose to believe Xiao, they wouldn't overturn their choice in just 10 short minutes. So this is your confidence, determining that they cannot escape? Yuzue's voice was weak. He could also sense the outcome of today. Indeed, in front of a united pursuit team, with both exits blocked, it was not ideal to crawl out. And the surrounding surveillance was under Wu Qing's control, making it impossible to leave. The only way out was to fight. But even with him, the fleeing team only had 7 people, facing 30 well-trained criminal police officers. Yuzue suddenly shivered. The grim scenario was already foreseeable. You can choose to go to your death with the fleeing team, leaving behind the stain of a criminal in your life. Or choose to turn back, rebel against the fugitives, redeem yourself, reduce your crimes, and walk alongside justice. Let the light of righteousness illuminate this dark world. Chapter 99. All's fair in war. The capture of Yuzue, the magnetic voice of Tao Yajun, gradually alleviated Yuzue's doubts. He gripped the paintball gun tightly, his palms slightly trembling. And Wu Sanshur could clearly feel the subtle tremors in his sensitive nerves. Drops of sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. The sound of everyone's breathing was distinctly audible. Tao Yajun spoke again. Yuzue, you still have a chance. Even in the real world, criminals have opportunities for redemption. Your actions do not warrant a death sentence, based on your capabilities. You could strive to have your sentence reduced to a minimum of 1 year, or even half a year. This is just a show. Where would a sentence come from? Yuzue suddenly interjected. Zhang Zhong also looked at Tao Yajun with suspicion. What Yuzue said was not wrong, no matter how thrilling the global escape might be. The outcomes for criminals were not as they would be in reality. The entire program lasted only a month. Where would a 1 or half-year sentence come from? But Tao Yajun remained calm, her demeanor composed. Indeed, the program may only last a month, but in the hearts of the masses, there is a scale of judgment. They have their own standards for sentencing and will impose penalties based on each of our actions. The mental anguish of judgment will always be more tormenting than physical punishment, won't it? This. Yuzue fell into contemplation. Every word from Tao Yajun struck home, leaving him unable to refute. As a public figure, while he could excuse his actions and the program as requirements, everyone had their own moral scale. Liking or disliking something is often just a matter of perception. When there is a righteous path to follow, why continue down the wrong one? Yuzue felt conflicted, as if his insides were tangled up in knots. What should he do? How to choose? The consequences of any choice seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. Was there a way to escape them? It seemed not. The beads of sweat on Yuzue's forehead continued to gather. A cool evening breeze blew in, carrying a hint of the ocean, invigorating him. The memories of Xia Shui and Xiao Di's deaths felt so close. Stinky little brother, remember to avenge me, okay? You must catch the fugitives. He seemed to hear Xia Shui's voice echoing in his mind once again, her image resurfacing in his thoughts. It was a carefree and relieved reminder, as if she were passing on her wishes. He couldn't forget Li Xing was sitting beside him, his damp body on the steps, teaching him those lessons. You are excellent. Your future is bright. Yuzue, remember, a person's life is only lived once. Wearing this outfit means you must be ready to sacrifice your life at any moment. Yuzue, pay attention. Today I'll take you to see what a real chase scene looks like. Li Xing's slightly aged face replaced Xia Shui's in his mind. Ultimately, the image shattered like a mirror, breaking into countless pieces before collapsing. He slowly raised his head to look at Tao Yajun. He put down the paintball gun, took a deep breath, and said, "What do you want me to do?" Wu Sanshur felt the gun at the back of his head lower, and he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but marvel at the team leader's ability to turn a spy with just a few words. Was Tao Yajun really that strong, or was Yuzue a bit weak? Could Yuzue be weak? After all, he had even managed to deceive the previous team leader. Who knows what the outcome will be? Zhang Zhong and the other members of the pursuit team still tightly held their paintball guns. Even though the immediate threat had been lifted, they needed to remain vigilant. Li Xing's example reminded them, once you enter the chase game, you must never let your guard down. Otherwise, death will be the ultimate destination. Tap. Tao Yajun moved, like a soldier marching slowly. His steps were deliberate and firm. He closed the distance to Yuzue, who was only about 8 meters away, in just a few steps. Aren't you afraid of dying together with me? Using my life to exchange for your life as the leader of this pursuit team seems worth it, Yuzue said with a teasing look. Tao Yajun merely chuckled, while a member of the pursuit team behind him coldly responded, "If you can raise your arm before I pull the trigger, then I would owe an apology to the badge on my shoulder. If it were just now, you might have had a chance. Even if I am a carefully selected marksman, I couldn't have shot you before your bullet hit Wu Sanchi's head. But now that you've put down the paintball gun, your life is in my hands." What he said was not arrogance, but confidence. Years of training, with an average of 10 shots hitting the target perfectly, gave him that confidence. "You can let him go now, right?" Tao Yajun smiled at Yuzue, who was still gripping Wu Sanchi's arm tightly. Slowly, the grip loosened, as if it had lost its strength, becoming weak. The veins on the arm gradually receded. Cough, cough. Wu Sanchi, finally able to breathe, collapsed to the ground, crouched down, and covered his throat, coughing heavily. His tongue almost felt like it would come out, drooling. He coughed. "Brother Yu, we don't need to act this realistically, do we? It's getting real. If it weren't real, how could you experience the feeling of being on the brink of life and death? If such a thing really happened, you would be dead. You should reflect on the memories in your mind during that moment of life and death, and think about how to awaken your wisdom to escape from that deadlock." Tao Yajun extended a hand to help Wu Sanchi up, pulling him behind himself. He spoke with certainty. Wu Sanchi looked at him with gratitude. Although Tao Yajun was extremely stern and not warm to others, every word he said struck at the core of the matter. "You've wasted a lot of time. What do we need to do?" Yuzue asked, pursing his lips. If anyone's mental state had changed the most in these few short minutes, it was undoubtedly him. At this moment, the nerves are taut, ready to snap at any moment. What to do? A cruel smile crossed Tao Yajun's lips. She raised the gun, aiming it at Yuzue. In warfare, deception is key. Who says only the escape team can use it? Chapter 100. The Rule of Escape. Abandon the vehicle to save the leader Yu. Yuzue looked at the cold, dark muzzle of the gun aimed at him, wielded by someone he had just chosen to trust. At this moment, an overwhelming anger surged within him. The veins that had just receded surged back, bulging out in an instant. His hand gripped the paintball gun tightly. He had never before felt such a desire to kill someone. "How dare you deceive me?" Yuzue shouted, the veins on his neck writhing like worms. Tao Yajun watched as he screamed in desperation, slowly lowering her gun, saying, "If I had deceived you, the moment I raised the gun, you would have already fallen to the ground. Hold on to your anger. This will be your third personality, the angry persona of the pursuit team." Seeing Tao Yajun raise her gun, the surrounding crowd felt their hearts skip a beat, and her words left them shrouded in doubt, lingering in their minds. If dual personalities were already so complex, Tao Yajun actually wanted to bestow Yuzue with a third personality. It was akin to setting fire to a mountain, where a slight misstep could lead to self-immolation. Hold on to my anger? The angry persona of the pursuit team? Yuzue stood there in a daze, filled with confusion. Yes, he was an undercover agent, and many prior events were indeed related to his identity. But ultimately, he did not possess the kind of godlike pursuit mentality that Tao Yajun had. Duality was not enough. A third layer was needed to completely confuse them. Tao Yajun put the gun away and returned it to her waist. Facing Yuzue, who was still in a state of anger, she sighed skyward. "Was everything, just now, a deliberate provocation from you?" Yuzue was no fool. Tao Yajun's boldness clearly indicated that she believed in his rebellious sincerity. "What I said was that I believe in your ability to make it so that the pursuit team cannot discern you, even deceiving the team leader and others. I don't know why your abilities have not been revealed before, but I believe your mission card contains superior conditions that both sides cannot fathom." Yuzue was taken aback. His pupils gradually constricted. The abilities granted by the mission card were one thing, but being guessed so accurately by Tao Yajun was another matter entirely. It felt as if she had stripped him bare and was scrutinizing every detail. This sensation was chilling. "Are you really willing to let me go? Do you trust me?" Yuzue confirmed once more. "I have already answered you twice. This is the third time. The escape team cannot escape under heavy siege. Our eyes are everywhere. Their only way out is to find a weak point in the guard and fight their way out. But facing trained law enforcement officers with a few celebrity fugitives, you know which side the balance will tip toward, right? Since you are so certain, why do you still want me to find the escape team? Wouldn't it be better to just capture them directly?" Yuzue asked, pouting. "A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Not a single member of the pursuit team can afford to be lost." Tao Yajun's voice suddenly rose sharply. She glanced at the camera on her shoulder, her gaze intense. "Well done. This is the kind of integrity a pursuit team leader should have. Someone shouted in the live broadcast room. Only now do I truly see the responsibility of a leader from Tao Yajun. Have you noticed that both sides of the chase seem to have the same thought? Brother Song Yang just assigned Miss Xiao a double agent identity, and over here, Tao Yajun has given Yu Zue a third personality. Hiss. The upstairs comment makes sense. It's terrifying to think about. These two have unknowingly completed a battle of wits. Yu Zue looked at the sharp silhouette of Tao Yajun, even feeling a bit envious of the atmosphere in the pursuit team. Team leader Li Xinghua is like this. And Tao Yajun has also grown to be like this. The lessons this program provides are always more than just the surface. I have no orders for you. Just keep your anger towards us, Tao Yajun stated, then turned to the vigilant crowd and said, the members of this fleeing team are quite cunning. Their escape routes all follow a single line, and no matter how we chase, we can only follow behind them. Therefore, I plan to change the route. Each team will have 3 people going to places they have not been to yet to lay in wait. You don't need to capture anyone. Just immediately notify the pursuit team center to start the capture as soon as you spot all members of the opposing team. As for Yu Zue, you should still warn the fleeing team as you have been. Understood. The resounding voices came as each team of 3, after being assigned their positions, immediately set off. Seeing this, Yu Zue also took out his communicator. Under Tao Yajun's surprised gaze, he slowly said, the 8th time. The pursuit team is surrounding the entire school. Huh. Under the cloud-covered night, Song Yang led the fleeing team towards the cafeteria. However, this time, they stayed in the cafeteria for nearly 2 to 3 minutes without receiving any alerts. Song Yang looked at the fugitives who had caught their breath. His gaze drifted into the distance. The birds had long since flown away. It was silent. No alerts? Does that mean it's safe? Zhang Zifeng puffed out his cheeks and said, safe. Rule 13 of fleeing. Fugitives never have a safe place. It's just temporary safety before danger strikes. The pursuit team breathed a sigh of relief, having sacrificed 6 people, including 2 top-notch pursuers. If we relax, the deaths of those 6 already count as a total wipeout. So should we keep running? Can we escape without any alerts? Li Xiaoyao asked Song Yang. Nowadays, all decisions for the fleeing team are made by Song Yang, the team leader. Then we can only abandon the vehicle to protect the commander. Song Yang's voice was cold, like words buried in a frozen cave, chilling to the bone. Abandon the vehicle to protect the commander. For fugitives, as long as it benefits them, there's nothing they can't give up. Abandon the vehicle to protect the commander? Who is the vehicle? Zhang Zifeng asked innocently. An undercover? Li Xiaoyao speculated. What? You want to abandon Sister Xiao? Zhang Zifeng was taken aback and silently added in her heart. What a scoundrel. Until now, I still don't know who the undercover agent hidden within the pursuit team really is. I once suspected it was Wu Qing, but later many things didn't point to him. I also suspected Bao Yun. However, in the end, I found that the only person who was truly detached from the chase yet involved in every matter was Yu Zue. Chapter 101. Are you raising fish? Ding ding ding. In the cafeteria area of Swang Polytechnic, the card reader that had completely powered down for some reason was flickering with a faint red light. In the large and empty cafeteria, dozens of blinking red lights looked like a pair of bloodthirsty eyes, exuding an eerie and ominous aura. This sudden change startled Xiaoya. His plump body, sitting on the steps of the cafeteria, began to tremble abruptly, his excess flesh shaking along with him. Wah, what is that? Everyone look quickly. A terrified voice attracted the attention of several people, who turned to see the card reader in the cafeteria displaying a strange scene. A warning? Finally here? Xiao's expression momentarily froze as she stared in confusion. This time, it seemed to be much slower than the previous 2. Li Xiaoyao glanced at the time and, after some comparison, slowly said, perhaps something has happened. We can't afford to waste time. Even though the risk of escape hasn't been completely eliminated, the balance is no longer tipping in our favor. If we hesitate, we'll be caught in chaos. Song Yang said in a deep voice, his face remarkably calm. However, the internal conflict in his mind erupted like a volcano, surging forth. So, you mean that the route you originally designed for a 100 escape rate has had its chances reduced due to unforeseen circumstances? And that the escape rate will continue to decline because of this change? So we must act decisively and prepare for a risky escape? Exactly. Song Yang surveyed the area with his eyes and nodded in response after listening. Captain, what is the current escape rate? Song Yang extended his thumb and index finger, forming an 8%. The plan is only halfway through, and it's already that low? Shi Yao was astonished, increasingly curious about Song Yang's mysterious demeanor and the confidence he displayed. Bao Qiang, you're skilled. I need you to go to the commercial street and get something to use as bait. Be careful of the pursuit team with the unexpected changes. They may not continue to follow us and could start a full-scale search. Let's meet 10 minutes later under the arch bridge on the west side of the artificial lake. If someone is lying in wait, we'll go through the dormitory building, teaching building, and cafeteria in sequence. Song Yang laid out every step of the escape plan, detailing the routes, potential dangers, and escape methods. Don't worry, unless it's a special forces soldier. No one can catch me. Those criminal police officers, while well-trained, can't compare to someone with special training. Huang Baoqiang said confidently, patting his chest with a smile. Then added, of course, if those perverts from the pursuit team target me, I won't stand a chance. Also bring a straw. A straw? Huang Baoqiang tilted his head, scratched it, but eventually nodded and sneaked away. With Huang Baoqiang gone, Song Yang and the 4 fugitives didn't waste a second. They immediately got up, dusted themselves off, and ran towards the direction of the artificial lake. At the corner, Song Yang saw a team of pursuers rushing towards a certain direction, and they didn't even stop to search when they encountered a building. He pressed himself against the wall, blocking the way for Xiao Yiya, who was about to rush out. Wait, the pursuers have split up. It seems they want to control every position. Even if the 5 of us face a team of 3, we don't have a 100% chance of winning against them. Brother, we should expect people coming from behind soon. The clues left point directly to the cafeteria. I believe they won't miss searching here. Let's take another route. Song Yang instantly made a decision. At such a critical moment, hesitation meant waiting for death. Even a second of doubt could be fatal. Seeing Song Yang's decisive manner, the tension of being caught between enemies dissipated significantly, regardless of how the story ended. At least they now had a leader, and they wouldn't fall. Run. Until this moment, the global escape truly felt like a game of chase. One side was pursuing, while the other was fleeing. There was no room for wits or courage, only the chase. But this straightforward situation made it even more nerve-wracking. In the live broadcast, viewers watched the scenes unfold, their hearts twisted in anxiety. Brother Song Yang and his team nearly brushed past a team of pursuers. It was too dangerous. The 2 sides were only a few dozen meters apart. Fortunately, there were plenty of cover. Tao Yajun was really about to close the net after finding the undercover agent. He seemed to shift his approach, gaining no advantage in the battle of wits and courage, and now he was ready to utilize the advantages of the pursuers. But what exactly did Brother Song want to do? The route along the artificial lake to the neighboring school was completely blocked by the pursuers. Were they planning to escape via the waterway? Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? A wild guess was that they were trying to fish. Didn't they see the bait? As they chatted, they saw Song Yang and his group slowly walking into the encirclement of the pursuers. Another wave of anxiety hit. Thankfully, the entire Swang Polytechnic covered a vast area. With over 20 pursuers, even if each was spaced apart, stretching their vision to the maximum, they still couldn't get a complete view of the campus. However, if surveillance was involved, the vision of the pursuers combined with the monitoring equipment would mean that at least 90% of the campus would be completely exposed. Looking at the overall situation, it was gradually becoming clear. In the live broadcast, Li Xinghua began to explain the current situation. Both sides were in a delicate state. The pursuers deliberately opened 2 exits, enticing the fleeing team to take a risky escape. Meanwhile, the fleeing team, under relentless pursuit, also had to take the risk to escape. However, both exits had precautions set up by the pursuers in advance. They believed the fleeing team couldn't escape safely before taking down the fortified team. As soon as there was any movement, the fleeing team would be annihilated. There is one more thing. What Song Yang was thinking was to choose an artificial lake as an escape location. As for how he managed to hide 5 living people from detection despite the advanced precautions, this falls into my blind spot of thought. So I won't elaborate further to avoid misleading everyone's thinking. Chapter 102, the first-time group leader. No other fugitives have been found yet. But the production team has sent a task card, reporting that the owner of a store on the commercial street called the police, saying someone has vandalized the shop. Currently, their whereabouts are unknown. In the competitive sports field of Swang Polytechnic Institute, the vast view captured the lush green grass in full sight. Tao Yajun sat quietly in the stands, listening to Zhang Zhong's report. The store owner's police call? What kind of store is it? Tao Yajun asked. All food stores. Zhang Zhong replied. Food. Tao Yajun's thin lips slightly moved, repeatedly murmuring the 2 words. Order the pursuit team near the artificial lake to retreat 20 meters and conduct a search in the building area next to the artificial lake. Also, notify Wu Qing to send a few more people to stake out at the artificial lake of the neighboring school. But Hunter Wu said he needs some pursuit members to help him monitor the surveillance. There are over 100 surveillance devices across the entire institute, and even after excluding overlapping views, there are still dozens. It's easy for him to overlook some details. The fugitives are quite cunning and might really take advantage of that. Zhang Zhong explained thoughtfully. Such concerns were not unfounded. No need to check the surveillance for now. The immediate target is at the artificial lake. Let a few people go to the neighboring school and return to the south gate of the institute in 15 minutes. After making her decision, Tao Yajun quickly resolved the matter. Zhang Zhong, despite having something to say, felt a lump in his throat and didn't know how to start. Tao Yajun was too self-centered. She was very capable and her judgments were consistently accurate, but her self-absorption made it hard for others to feel much goodwill toward her. However, seeing that she was not acting alone and anticipated that there would be significant activity in 15 minutes, he decided not to say much more. He turned to make a call to Wu Qing. At this moment, Tao Yajun glanced at Yuzue, who had been silent beside her. She placed a hand on his shoulder, seeming quite familiar. However, Yuzue merely cast a casual glance at her hand and shifted his gaze away indifferently. Next, it's your turn. You will ultimately need to rely on me, Yuzue said, pursing his lips. This is your opportunity. If you can achieve merit while bearing your guilt, your actions, which are not deserving of severe punishment, could be reduced to 1 to 3 years. Do you really want to carry that stain for life? It's never too late for a wayward son to turn back. Justice can accommodate the redemption of evil. It just depends on how much you are willing to invest to cleanse yourself, Tao Yajun responded. Sometimes, Yuzue felt a sense of confusion about whether Tao Yajun was a psychological expert or if Gu Wei was the real specialist in this area. However, he couldn't determine that Tao Yajun's approach toward him was just like an adult dealing with a child. She didn't need professional skills, merely relying on details to judge. What do you want me to do? Yuzue asked, interlocking his fingers tightly before slowly releasing them. Go meet the pursuit team. I don't know where they are. The only reason I can give them hints is because of the clues you provided, Yuzue replied calmly. You don't need to meet them. Just act suspiciously by the artificial lake, and they will find a way to figure you out. So, are you planning to send someone to watch me to find out if they leave together? Yuzue asked. I can't really confirm if they are together. After all, the task card just came in with news that someone was spotted in the commercial street, Tao Yajun said casually. You're quite cautious. You've surrounded this area and still want to keep an eye on me. You clearly haven't let your guard down around me. Yuzue squinted, rubbing his face with his palm. Tao Yajun smiled slightly, her breathing steady, without saying a word. Let's go? Yuzue stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and left the spectator stands, heading toward the area around the artificial lake. Seeing this, Tao Yajun grabbed Zhang Zhong, who had just finished a phone call and was about to follow. Team leader, are we not allowed to follow him? Zhang Zhong looked at her pale arm, internally complaining about how a man's skin could be so fair. If he saw Song Yang's arm, he might think that these two have grown up in milk baths. Do you think following him means you are in the shadows? Isn't that so? Zhang Zhong questioned. Tao Yajun shook her head and replied, right now. The fugitive is in the dark, and we are in the light. Even if you follow Yuzue, thinking you are in the shadows, it's highly likely that the fugitive will spot you first. If a person suddenly appears beside him, do you think someone as cautious as Song Yang wouldn't observe his surroundings and confirm safety before coming out? That makes sense. After a few encounters, that guy really is like that. He never engages without preparation. Zhang Zhong sighed helplessly. No matter how well prepared you are, you can't withstand unexpected changes. Yuzue already has his reservations. He knows what to do. You need to be careful about the safety of the students in the academy and the adult learners. This time, they can't be given an opportunity to use hostages as leverage to escape. That would be too passive. Understood. I've already sent several people to guard the teaching and dormitory buildings. Additionally, Wu is closely monitoring these two areas, so they won't have a chance to get in. In the distance, two small green lakes lay quietly under the night, shrouded in dark clouds. A calm channel connected the two lakes. Plop, plop. A few ornamental koi fish occasionally leaped from the water, bubbling and splashing. Under the arch bridge on the west side of the lake, Song Yang's eyelids kept twitching. Someone is approaching. You all hide in the lotus patch. I'll go take a look. I'll go with you, Li Xiaoyao suggested. No need. Too many people make a big target. Having 5 people together is already a large target. It's only because Xiao hasn't revealed herself that we have a bit of breathing room. Once the number is too exposed, they won't hesitate to take care of any stragglers. All right, be careful. It's fine. Song Yang carefully navigated the steep slope, avoiding the search teams. However, he noticed that there seemed to be no one around. No, there were figures. Crawling low, Song Yang concealed himself among the flowers, the night serving as his best camouflage. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a sneaky figure. Is it him? Although Song Yang had exchanged a few words from a distance with this person, it would be their first real face-to-face encounter. Chapter 103. I'm sorry. I'm not an undercover agent for Song Yang. The name Yuzue had already become synonymous with undercover. Yet, even he had not perceived a hint of it. Song Yang had no idea how someone like Yuzue managed to relay so much information to the fleeing team while hiding so deeply under the watchful eyes of numerous elite pursuers. Not to mention him, even Tao Yajun and Bao Yun, who often spent time with Yuzue, had not detected anything. They only confirmed it through the process of elimination. Song Yang did not proactively step forward to greet anyone. He was observing the situation nearby. Upon noticing that no one was following Yuzue, his doubts did not completely dissipate. He bent down and circled around to Yuzue's back, approaching quietly. In his hand, he tightly gripped a paintball gun, which he had taken from the fallen pursuers, including Li Xinghua. Unfortunately, among the 6, only 2 elite pursuers and 1 criminal police officer were equipped with paintball guns. Totaling 3. Song Yang took one, Huang Baoqiang, who was skilled, took another, and the last one was given to Li Xiaoyao. After all, men handling guns were generally steadier than women. Stop. Song Yang pressed the cold, dark handgun against Yuzue's back, his voice sharp. And his handsome face remained remarkably calm and composed. Yuzue's body stiffened. Instinctively, he took a step forward, then stood there in a daze, slowly raising his hands. He had previously heard Song Yang's voice through the communicator in the haunted house, so he naturally recognized it at this moment. Sweat involuntarily beaded on Yuzue's forehead, and his lips turned somewhat pale. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt an arm forcefully wrap around his neck, dragging him towards a nearby cover. Yuzue did not make a sound throughout. He remembered his mission and had enough acting skills, as he had genuinely played such roles before, making it feel very real. If there were no omniscient observers watching him at that moment, they would never suspect anything was amiss. Suddenly, on the emerald green lawn, Yuzue executed a swift maneuver, breaking free from the restraints, half crouching on the ground, and upon looking up, he saw a dark gun barrel pointed at him, ready to take his life. Boss, don't get excited, I'm not a pursuer. Yuzue raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Crawling forward while looking up at Song Yang from below, his eyes wide open. Song Yang half squatted down, scanning the surroundings for any abnormalities, and replied slowly, I know you're not a pursuer. The production team made you go undercover. I never expected it at first. Hearing Song Yang's acknowledgement left Yuzue astonished. How could he have guessed this? Even Tao Yajun and Chiba Shinichi, who had gone through numerous experiences with him, only confirmed it a few minutes ago. Song Yang had never interacted with him directly. Every clue he left was unrelated to himself. How did Song Yang figure it out? How did you know? Yuzue asked in surprise, wanting to know the reason. He added in his heart, I'm sorry, I'm no longer an undercover agent, or rather, I'm a double agent. Excluding all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how surprising, is still the truth. Song Yang's delicate face bore a blank expression, like an emotionless assassin, yet also like a wise elder. When he spoke these words, it was profound and inscrutable. The gun slowly pointed down, although it wasn't aimed at Yuzue. It wasn't put away either. Yuzue mumbled this phrase to himself. Excluding all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how surprising, is still the truth. Yuzue's lips curled into a bitter smile. Isn't that just the case? Tao Yajun's suspicion fell on him precisely because the other party trusted others, leaving him unable to clear his name. Thinking of this, Yuzue couldn't help but scoff at the production team. Had he known being an undercover agent was so arduous and thankless, he might as well have gone with Xiao Xue and the others back then. It would have been better that way. Scoffing aside, Yuzue hadn't forgotten what Tao Yajun had said to him. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, Boss Song, I took this risk to find you personally. I can no longer provide leads. Tao Yajun has surrounded the entire institution, and the 2 main exits are completely locked down. The south gate and the opposite side of the artificial lake are both lying in wait, just waiting for you to walk into their trap. By the way, what about the other fugitives? Yuzue brought it up. But to Song Yang, certain issues were automatically overlooked, focusing instead on a few key phrases. The other fugitives have not gathered yet. But speaking of which, you came alone. And no one suspects you? Song Yang countered. Yuzue was mentally prepared for this and switched his emotions instantly. He replied indignantly. The new head of the pursuit team is too self-centered. I had a bit of a falling out with him. In his eyes, I've only had a few experiences with team leader Lee and received training under him, so my abilities are of no help to him, and he can't be bothered with me. Abilities of no help to him? I'm quite curious about how your abilities came about. Song Yang caught the crux, hitting the nail on the head. This. Yuzue hesitated for 2 seconds, staring into Song Yang's piercing gaze, feeling a chill in his heart. He believed if he didn't answer this time, the task assigned to him by Tao Yajun would be cut short. Not convenient. Song Yang's lips curled slightly, his eyes squinting with a smile. No. Yuzue hurriedly shook his head like a bobblehead, then stiffened and replied. It's the dual personality assigned by the production team. One is the intelligent type, which is the undercover personality, capable of using the production team's power to relay messages to you. Because generally, intelligent undercover agents always find ways to convey information. The other is the ordinary personality in reality, which is the identity of a celebrity pursuer. I haven't actively participated in releasing messages, so there's no evidence to suspect me. Song Yang suddenly understood and curiously looked at Yuzue. This resolved a doubt in his mind. Although he knew Yuzue was an undercover agent, the method of relaying messages was indeed quite novel. The Global Escape Program team. If we don't inject some creative thoughts, who can manage to live stream a 30-day escape? This also indirectly reflects that Song Yang's intelligence has been artificially boosted, while his shortcomings are gradually being exposed. Completing tasks quickly to earn rewards and improve oneself is the priority. Redirecting his gaze, Song Yang asked, Let me ask you a question. Do you know if Xiao met anyone in the comprehensive building 20 minutes ago? Yuzue was taken aback for a moment, but quickly answered, No, I was still in the teaching building at that time. After a moment of contemplation, he changed the subject and added, However, it seems that the leader of the pursuit team, Tao Yajun, asked me about 20 minutes ago to burn everything I found in the teaching building. I have no idea what that was for. Song Yang softly replied, Oh, his voice stretched out, making Yuzue feel increasingly uneasy. Chapter 104, Professional Fish Farmer, What's Wrong? Is there any doubt about burning those? Yuzue asked, his heart racing. No problem. Do you choose to go back and continue, or leave with us? Song Yang put away his gun and asked frankly. Upon hearing this, Yuzue's heart pounded. He instinctively thought this was giving him a choice, to continue with the fugitives or to completely join the pursuit team. Well, Boss Song, they currently have no reason to doubt me. I'll stay with the pursuit team for now. The clues I provide will become more challenging, but I'll do my best. Also, be careful of the new team leader among the pursuit team. He is quite cunning and unpredictable, although self-centered. His abilities can almost be said to surpass even the best. In the end, Yuzue chose to go back and continue his undercover role. Song Yang shrugged, expressionless. Since you've made your decision, then that is how it will be. Just take care of your safety. Then, I'll head back first. Yuzue sighed in relief, feeling a bit too comfortable with this meeting. Song Yang nodded. Yuzue straightened up, quietly crawled up the slope under the bushes along the alley, and left without looking back. Song Yang scanned the surroundings a few times, avoiding the few surveillance devices that Xiao had warned him about, and exited from a blind spot. Returning to the area under the bridge on the west side of the lake, he found Li Xiaoyao and the others waiting, their figures hidden among the lotus flowers. Upon seeing Song Yang return, they all popped their heads up, crowding around to ask about the outcome. Song Yang recounted everything in detail. Learning that the visitor was Yuzue, they did not let their guard down. If even he had to take the risk to deliver information, it was evident how dangerous their current environment was. A small mistake could lead to their destruction. Li Xiaoyao frowned, his two firm eyebrows like swords. I guess the kid gave him a chance, but he chose betrayal. There's no need to feel sorry for abandoning the car, and nothing worth remembering or considering for the future. Xiao's perspective was sharp. She connected many things from places others overlooked. The mud on her legs did not diminish her intellectual charm. Let us not talk about him. The pursuit team's move just makes it easier for Bao Chong to come over. He should be arriving soon. Prepare to be on guard. Song Yang interrupted the topic with a wave of his hand. At that moment, a slightly sharp voice came from Bao Chong. Captain. Soon after, a figure found the predetermined location, which was where Song Yang and the others were waiting. The nearby lake emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Luckily, this artificial lake at the university didn't raise ducks or geese, only ornamental lotus flowers and koi fish. The water wasn't crystal clear, but it didn't smell bad. Baoqiang, you're back. When Xiaoya saw Huang Baoqiang coming with a full backpack, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over. Xiaoya, so enthusiastic. Let's have a hug. Huang Baoqiang laughed, opening his arms wide, not minding the chubby figure at all. However, Xiaoya dashed right past his embrace, diving behind the backpack to rummage through the zipper for food. I'm starving. If you don't come soon, I'll have to eat the carp in the lake raw. Huang Baoqiang was speechless, retracting his arms with a hint of disappointment, and teased, those fish aren't even edible. Once we finish this escape, I'll take you fishing in the river. River fish are truly delicious. By the way, everyone, I brought a lot of food. It's been at least 10 hours since you had breakfast, so let us eat something to replenish our energy. Shi Yao and Zhang Zifeng also pressed their lips together, a few strands of hair falling on their foreheads, and their originally fair and smooth faces showed some signs of fatigue. They held their stomachs and exchanged glances, and Zhang Zifeng's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with the same light as Xiaoya's. Shi Yao remained somewhat reserved, but found herself walking over involuntarily. Captain, Xiaoyao, you two should take some bread to eat. I also brought a few cups of milk tea for you, so you won't choke. Huang Baoqiang distributed food, while keeping an eye on the two who hadn't rushed in to grab anything. Captain, I want to be polite, and we'll go eat something first, Li Xiaoyao said, touching his nose a bit shyly. Let us eat together. Soon, all 5 of them had bread in one hand and milk tea in the other, devouring their food. They didn't have much time left, so they saved time wherever possible. Meanwhile, Song Yang squatted by the lotus pond, holding a piece of bread in one hand and fish bait in the other, just 5 centimeters away from the water. He glanced at the faces of the 5 escapees, his genuine smile very captivating. Then, with a bite of bread, he scattered some fish bait into the lake. The powder floated on the water's surface, and the water at the shore flowed very slowly, almost completely still. In just a moment, several red carp were attracted. Hey, Captain, you're not really thinking about eating carp, are you? We need to find a way to escape from here. Xiaoya looked at Song Yang, confused. Her voice caught the attention of the other 4, who also stared at the fish-raising expert, Song Yang. The bubbling sound of carp surfaced from the water, like a chaotic melody. Who can't swim? Song Yang asked. I can't, what is up? Xiaoya replied honestly. I still have my life jacket. After we eat, I'll put it on. Also, Baoqiang has enough straws in his bag. Each person can take 5, connect them together, and use tape to secure the joints to prevent water from getting in. Can I use this one I already chewed on? Xiaoya timidly pulled out the black straw she had been biting and showed it to Song Yang. Well, you'll have to see if the carp likes milk tea. Chapter 105. Preparing for battle. A life and death struggle. Why feed them? Do they really fear not getting enough water? As a comedic performer, Xiaoya is quite clever. However, the strange part is that every time Song Yang speaks, his words evoke a lot of thoughts or are hard to comprehend in terms of intent. Song Yang didn't respond. He placed the bread bag into the side pockets of his backpack and immediately instructed, they will soon react. Everyone, get into the water and swim a lap before coming back up. Upon hearing the urgency in Song Yang's voice, which had shifted from calm to frantic, the others realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately stopped joking, obeying his orders. You're back. Did you find anything? In the stands of the sports arena, Tao Yajun and Zhang Zhong remained seated without moving an inch. Upon seeing Yu Zue sway onto the stage, Tao Yajun asked from a distance. I only saw the fugitive Song Yang. I indirectly inquired about the locations of other fugitives, but he only said he was still busy and couldn't meet. Yu Zue continued. Also, it seems he already knew about my undercover identity. As he spoke, a shiver ran through him. The feeling of thinking he had hidden well, only to realize he had been completely seen through, left him feeling quite uneasy. Did he know it was you all along? Wasn't he always suspecting it was Wu Qin? Zhang Zhong questioned with deep skepticism, his weathered face marked with concern. He not only suspected Wu Qin, but also Baoyun, and even Chiba. He practically suspected everyone before finally honing in on me. Yu Zue replied. What is the evidence? Tao Yajun asked. There's no evidence. Yu Zue gave a bitter smile, shrugging helplessly. No evidence. Zhang Zhong was even more confused, his mind a tangled mess. Indeed, there was no evidence. Even I couldn't find proof of your undercover status. I only know you seem to have a dual personality, but I've never understood how it worked, Tao Yajun admitted candidly. Yuzue responded. I've already told Song Yang the answer. He set a trap to get me to respond, and to avoid revealing anything, I answered truthfully. The reason is, my intelligent persona was assigned by the production team, and my abilities manifest in the way the production team intended. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Zhong was taken aback, while Tao Yajun wore a look of sudden realization. I should have guessed it. If it weren't the case, how could you leave no trace at all? He murmured softly before leveling his gaze at Yuzue, who was standing on a few steps below, and asked again. Did he mention how he determined you were the undercover? He said, eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how surprising, must be the truth. Yuzue mimicked Song Yang's tone, articulating each word. His expressive manner truly showcased his acting prowess. I underestimated him. Tao Yajun's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. He then asked, where exactly in the artificial lake did you see him? Or rather, where did he come out to find you? About 30 meters east from the arch bridge, Yuzue replied. 30 meters from the arch bridge? Tao Yajun closed her eyes. Her previous impressions of Song Yang vanishing in an instant. In their place was a more agile thinker. The figure in her mind scanned the surroundings. Realizing that if there was no one searching, seeing Yuzue would raise suspicions. Yuzue spoke words that were enough to prove his case, slightly lowering Song Yang's guard. He then mentioned the pursuit team's wanted plan, intending to capture the fleeing group in one go and force them into a relatively safe area for the time being. Song Yang knew these two places were temporarily safe, but once the other members of the fleeing team gathered, other areas would become silent. Xiao. The impression in Tao Yajun's mind ultimately transformed into Xiao, a charmingly beautiful woman with a captivating smile. He raised his wrist and checked the time on his watch. 8:22 p.m. At that moment, the highly skilled Baoyun, leading the pursuit members, completed a task that would typically take 3 hours for an equal number of people. He maximized the visibility of each pursuit member in each building area, achieving over 95% efficiency. It was terrifying, about 3 times more efficient than normal pursuit operations. Now, having completed this task, Baoyun finally called. I arranged for 15 people to thoroughly check all the building areas surrounding the artificial lake, and also scanned a 300-meter radius from the location of the stolen shop. Even a physically fit person couldn't possibly leave no trace without being detected before we completed our progress. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, the communicator on Zhang Zhong's side also rang. It was a call from Wu Qing. I saw Team Leader Tao on the surveillance while she was on the phone, so I called you to let her know that there hasn't been any sighting of the fugitives on the surveillance. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Zhang Zhong put down the communicator and conveyed the message to Tao Yajun beside him. Baoyun, gather all the available pursuers and surround the artificial lake. If I'm not mistaken, they should be about to converge and prepare for a desperate fight. Baoyun replied. He quickly hung up the phone. Tell Wu Qing that he and Go Wei need to hold down the south gate. After 8:30 p.m., when night school ends, the pressure at the south gate will increase, so they need to be prepared to prevent any members of the fleeing team from slipping through. Yes, Zhang Zhong said, covering the mouthpiece, his tone authoritative. They checked the bulletproof vests and gear, knowing that the fleeing team had several paintball guns obtained from Team Leader Li. Finally, Tao Yajun stood up and nimbly walked down the steps. Yuzue pouted and complained, what is the point of checking? Once they found out I was an undercover agent, they confiscated my paintball gun and bulletproof vest. But as much as I complain, I know this is just a standard procedure. He could only honestly follow behind Zhang Zhong and go along with him. Chapter 106. I have never felt so refreshed at the artificial lake's west side. By the arch bridge, Tao Yajun, Zhang Zhong, and Yuzue arrived first. The team led by Bao Yun and Wu Sanshi followed closely behind. Yuzue stood side by side with Wu Sanshi, exchanging a glance. From the other SIs, Yuzue detected a look of admiration. Brother you were absolutely right. Joining this chase really teaches one a lot. Wu Sanshi said, his face filled with excitement and emotion. The capture team, led by Bao Yun, is truly impressive. I thought searching those buildings would take at least several hours, but under his direction, every area was almost completely swept in under 20 minutes. Incredible. Listening to that ear-piercing admiration, Yuzue felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart. Competing against someone like this is just a waste of time. I really don't know how that guy, Song Yang, managed to escape those few times. What is up? Did you find anything? Bao Yun ran up to Tao Yajun, breathing slightly heavily, and asked. Although there were times when they didn't see eye to eye, Just the fact that Tao Yajun identified the real undercover agent was enough to earn Bao Yun's respect. Did you find anything when you came over? Tao Yajun countered. No signs of anyone. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Upon hearing this, Tao Yajun pointed to the artificial lake in front of them, pursing his thin lips as he said, "Then it's no surprise. They're hiding at the bottom of the lake." Zhang Zhong, holding a flashlight, casually shone it across the artificial lake without careful inspection, then turned and asked, "At the bottom of the lake? How can you be so sure?" "It's just a matter of time," Tao Yajun said, showing no sign of tension at that moment. His breathing was steady, as if everything was under control, exuding an air of strategic superiority. Seeing Song Yang meant that at least he was caught in the trap. From the time Yu Zue parted ways with Song Yang until their arrival, it was now 8:25 in the evening. 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes ago, Bao Yun and the team had already completed the search of the overlooked corners by the artificial lake, and the encirclement was shrinking closer. They had no chance of escaping the perimeter. Everyone, surround the artificial lake. The Channel River can be ignored. It's shallow, only knee-deep. If they wade through it, they would definitely be spotted by the pursuing team across the river. With the command given, it showcased the elite police officer's execution power. Each person marched with firm steps, surrounding the entire artificial lake tightly. On the arch bridge stood only Tao Yajun, Yu Zue, and Bao Yun. Tao Yajun couldn't swim and wouldn't force himself into the lake. Yu Zue was originally an undercover agent. Despite his betrayal for merit, he had principles against helping with the work. Not causing trouble was already a good thing. As for Bao Yun, he had been too busy before and deserved a break. While everyone was working energetically at the artificial lake, the live broadcast was even more intense. Oh my, are they really going down into the lake bit by bit? This is going to be a disaster. But didn't you all hear what Song said earlier about swimming around the lake before coming ashore? He knows that the pursuit team is closing in, so would he just wait to die? I bet Song has already escaped. You can run the monk, but not the temple. Didn't you hear Leader Tao's analysis just now? With such a tight net, how can they escape? Do you think they can just fly away like they have wings? Cough, cough. Is someone upstairs struggling with their language skills? Can the saying about running the monk, but not the temple, even be used here? A certain fan who was just criticized is now at a loss for words, unsure of where to start. Finally, amidst the bustling activity, there was a breakthrough. Leader, we have a discovery. There's just spilled milk tea under the arch bridge. And breadcrumbs. Milk tea? Breadcrumbs? Upon hearing this, Bao Yun placed his hands lightly on the stone pier of the bridge and said calmly, "They started fleeing at noon, and had been on the boat without any food supply before. They've been on the run, and who knows if they managed to get any food along the way. But from the looks of it now, they must be exhausted and in need of food. Is that all?" Tao Yajun's face was stern, her expression difficult to read. Look for hidden spots on the lake surface to see if there are straws or anything to breathe underwater. Tao Yajun stood on the arch bridge, pointing out the situation. But after surveying the lake's condition, her brow furrowed, and even her voice choked. There's a patch of lotus flowers growing on the lake surface, and the surrounding trees are hanging down to provide cover. How huge of a project would it be to investigate those areas? It would be best to capture the fugitives alive, but if absolutely necessary, this group of dangerous fugitives may have to be dealt with using extreme measures. Her gaze was cold, her thoughts ruthless. Go get the electric fishing net. Tao Yajun shouted loudly. The sound echoed throughout the area around the arch bridge. What? Electric? Electric fishing net? Bao Yun thought he heard wrong. Rubbed his ears, blinked rapidly, and looked at Tao Yajun in shock. This person in front of him felt so unfamiliar. What are you panicking about? It's not like it's really electrified. You just need to put on a show, how to determine the specifics and the results. The production team has a real God's eye view and will naturally judge the outcomes based on the effects. Go. Tao Yajun glanced at Bao Yun, whose emotions were somewhat volatile. While that is true, Bao Yun still couldn't remain calm. But that could lead to casualties if the fugitives die. Isn't there any other way? This is the quickest and most effective method. I know that as pursuers, it's best to ensure that criminals are captured alive for a smooth trial. But the other side is armed and has a history of violence. If we still adhere to those rules, even when we are closest to the target, we will end up with more casualties. Tao Yajun said sternly. But, you're crazy. Bao Yun's mind was in turmoil, unsure how to refute Tao Yajun's words. Tao Yajun coldly replied, I have never felt as clear-headed as I do at this moment. I know what I am doing, and I understand the consequences. I will bear everything. However, at that moment, someone shouted loudly, "Team leader, there's movement on the surface of the lake." Upon hearing this, Tao Yajun chuckled softly and said, "Hee hee, they're finally willing to show themselves." Chapter 107. Born as a Human? Sorry, I don't deserve it. The disturbance on the lake's surface erupted almost suddenly, without any warning. People turned to look, only to find that the originally rippling surface had a wave, like that caused by a boat passing through, spreading outwards. Team leader Tao, I found something moving with the flashlight. It looks like a few black straws. The diameter is about 5 millimeters. It's the size of a straw used for bubble tea. A member of the pursuit team, who was close to the disturbance, focused intently after hearing the noise, directing the light toward the lake. However, the flashlight could only illuminate the surface and not what was beneath it. The shout barely got everyone moving, and another person yelled, "Team leader Tao, it seems like there's a red line-like object on the surface of the lake, moving with the rippling waves. Should we use the electric fishing net?" Bayan asked Tao Yajun, panting as they ran. "There's no need for that. The fish won't be that easy to catch. I shouted around the artificial lake earlier to warn them below. If they don't react, they will undoubtedly perish. Do they think hiding in there will keep us from dealing with them?" "How Navi?" Tao Yajun replied coldly, his arms swinging slightly. He then recalled the plan they had used between buildings B and C to lure the enemy away. He instructed Zhang Zhong, "But don't let everyone follow the commotion. We still need to hold our positions. I'm worried they might try to distract us. They are all selected officers, don't worry. We won't let anyone escape from our sight," Zhang Zhong assured. "That's the best outcome." As the group continued to run, someone shouted, "Team leader, they are about to reach the Channel River. Should we prepare to go into the water to chase them? If they swim to the opposite artificial lake?" With such a vast area, the 5 of us won't be able to guard every spot. Some might slip away. Although most didn't possess the capability to find a needle in the ocean, once a target was confirmed, the thoughts of a dozen people could cover many details. Leave 10 people to continue guarding this side, and 5 will go into the lake and pursue in the Channel River. If there's a life-threatening situation, they can shoot immediately. Tao Yajun nearly completed the order in an instant. Remember, in critical moments, even an extra second of thought can lead to significant changes. It's a race against time. As soon as Tao Yajun finished speaking, Zhang Zhong immediately assigned tasks. Team 11, Zaya Jinling, you 5 go into the lake. The rest, be cautious along the shores of the artificial lake to prevent them from using diversion tactics to escape. There was a chorus of responses. Then, splashes erupted as several people jumped into the water, scattering droplets like thunder, which seemed to disperse those straws. They seemed to be accelerating as they entered the channel. A member of the pursuit team, closely following the commotion, immediately roared upon seeing a few black tubes darting around chaotically. "Accelerate." Tao Yajun's body froze. Behind him, Wu Sanshur, who was blindly following, crashed into him with a bang. He let out an ouch, stumbled, and then collapsed to the ground. How is that possible? Tao Yajun was extremely shocked, sensing that something was off. "What's wrong?" Wu Sanshur asked, holding his forehead as he stood up, looking at the dazed Tao Yajun. This was the first time he had seen the other person display such a blank expression, even if it was just for a few seconds. Something's not right. Although the lake was man-made, there was a constant influx of water, and the channel was only knee-deep. Even if it was connected to the adjacent artificial lake, speeding up the flow, a large human body could not possibly accelerate in such shallow water without making a sound or leaving a trace. After some analysis, the few people who had paused their steps suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, it was true. The viewers in the live broadcast couldn't help but think of the figure of Zaiyu. How could such a large body possibly accelerate in a channel only knee-deep? As a human being, I am truly sorry. I apologize for my earlier assumption that Song Yang had already been exposed. I realize that my intelligence has tarnished that title. As a human being, I am also sorry. I have lowered the average intelligence of humanity. If Tao Yajun hadn't mentioned it, I would have continued to gloat over my guesses. Eating someone alive. Cough cough. Sorry. As a human being, I might as well be a fish. Isn't a 7-second memory more appealing? The more you remember, the more you think, and the more your mind becomes muddled. Each person was teasing, nearly reaching a perfect score in their banter. Yet, their previous guesses were once again overturned. Of course, there were also die-hard fans who believed that Song Yang wouldn't be so easily caught, and at that moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. I knew Brother Song had already escaped. Haha, you've been fooled. But what about those tubes underwater? Could they not be the escape team? Speaking of which, if they weren't the escape team, where were they now? It was impossible for them to have slipped away from the encirclement, right? Some insisted that the escape team couldn't possibly escape from Tao Yajun's net. Others argued that since the noise wasn't from the escape team, they must have already fled. Opinions were divided, and discussions on this topic were rampant. However, there seemed to be another question they overlooked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could they escape from this kind of encirclement? If they weren't the escapees, how do you explain those breathing tubes? Zhang Zhong asked. Tao Yajun, silent for a moment, took a deep breath and replied, they should be the carp raised in the lake. Those line-shaped things, thinking back, should be fish bait. If the bait is wrapped in mud, over time, the mud washes away with the water flow, and the bait gradually floats up, starting to drift along with the lake's current. From the starting point of the bait, there will naturally be a circle of carp around it, most of which are tied with straws. The fish that surface are uncertain, some stay in the lake, while others are closer to the surface. If the bait can float that far from the starting point, it must have been mostly eaten away the moment it emerged. Wu Sanshur also enjoys fishing and knows some principles. If they were fed half full in advance, it would be different. So, what we chased for a few minutes was something. Was it carp? Where are the people? Baoyan asked. They should still be nearby. I don't believe in too many coincidences. Can Song Yang really calculate that, just a few seconds after I shouted, the soil layer would fall away, staging this scene? Tao Yajun regained confidence and spoke loudly. Chapter 108. Don't speak. Kiss me, what a coincidence. It is impossible for the escape team to break free from the encirclement. Tao Yajun was speaking while quickly moving. Zhang Zhong, Yu Zue, and others, including Bao Yun and Wu Sanshur, were surprised by his frantic running and quickly followed. Soon, Tao Yajun returned to the arch bridge, constantly looking at the lotus flower area below, lost in thought. As a fugitive, Song Yang had no chance of escaping the encirclement given the time constraints. At most, other fugitives might be using deceptive methods to avoid being caught. But without Song Yang's intelligence, escaping from the academy under the watchful eyes of Wu Qing and Ge Wei was equivalent to 0. The number represented by the breadcrumbs was certainly not just Song Yang. Such a person, whether in personality or as a fugitive, would not choose to leave any trace. At the same time, he wasn't a god, unable to account for every fugitive's carelessness. If I knew that a pursuit team was closing in, choosing to flee would be akin to seeking death. The only way would be to create misleading clues around this artificial lake, implementing a strategy to draw the tiger away from its mountain. The anthropomorphism of a carp might be one clue, but the other party would definitely not have only this one lead. If it were truly the case, the pursuit team would need to hold onto one belief. Someone from the escape team must be in the artificial lake. There must be someone in the artificial lake. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to hide. Tao Yajun's previously dazed eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like an owl in the night, shining with intense brilliance. His entire presence transformed in the blink of an eye, becoming exceptionally pure and deeply reserved. Tao Yajun then ordered, additionally, look for any traces along the lake. A group of people exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. They couldn't help but sigh internally, every time. Tao Yajun's theories were incredibly successful and hard to refute, but when it came to implementation, there were always twists and turns, with various unexpected situations arising. It was as if he were cursed by bad luck. Of course, many still understood. Solving a case and pursuing a wanted criminal is inherently filled with setbacks and uncertainties. No fugitive would escape along the route expected by the pursuers. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an escape but a puppet being manipulated. Thus, everyone responded affirmatively. Not long after, someone brought back valuable news. While focusing on the shadows, they had overlooked one area. There was a place with a large amount of water stains. Moreover, it was heading in the direction of the teaching building. The specifics of how far the traces extended were already being investigated. Lead the way, Tao Yajun said coldly. This way. The person ahead ran to guide the way. In less than a minute, Tao Yajun arrived at a puddle of water stains. A series of footprints extended from the water stains, chaotic and disordered. Following the route of the water stains, he observed the condition along the shore of the lake. At the same time, those who had gone to patrol the route returned. The other party provided an answer. The direction of the water stains is towards the teaching building. But after walking 150 meters, the traces have become almost imperceptible, making it impossible to determine the true direction ahead. A sudden change in route is also possible. Upon hearing the answer, everyone fell silent. Just at that moment, a ringing sound echoed. It was the time announcement for Kyoto, and now it was 8:30 p.m. 8:30. The silent heads all instinctively turned towards the teaching building. Night school. The evening class had ended. We can't leave. There must be someone at the center of the lake. And most likely, it's Song Yang. Tao Yajun insisted on his view, noticing that some were wavering and wanting to head to the teaching building. Tao Yajun, you have already made several missteps. If this were reality, there would already be someone above to hand over the case to a new commander, Bao Yun said with a dark expression, lowering his gaze. What do you want? Tao Yajun asked calmly in response. Bao Yun replied, ultimately, the elite pursuers of the capture team can each operate independently, but your previously displayed abilities have earned everyone's trust, and you have repeatedly worn down that trust. You can continue to hold on to your thoughts. But now that the night school has ended its evening self-study, there are various reasons compelling them to leave. Having come this far, how could we let the fugitive take advantage of the chaos to escape? It's not our job to allow other fugitives to flee for one fugitive. No way. Don't we have an undercover agent among them? How can they escape the obstruction of Wu Qing and Go Wei? Zhang Zhong said quietly. If he can betray, why can't Xiao? Bao Yun pointed at Yu Zue, trembling in fear. Tao Yajun's eyelashes fluttered instantly, his heart feeling as if it had been pricked by a needle. He looked at the center of the lake and said, for now, I will trust what you say. If we don't find anyone this time, it means your idea is invalid, and they also want to be able to escape. Ultimately, we will have to reinterpret it once again. This will waste an hour. The task there is heavy, but we must leave 2 people here to guard. Okay, let us go. The few of them quickly made a decision and gradually left. The live stream did not change immediately with Tao Yajun's departure. Instead, it remained focused on the calm surface of the lake. 1 second, the audience was confused. 2 seconds, Li Xingwu was puzzled. 3 seconds, bubbles began to emerge from beneath a lotus leaf on the calm lake surface, appearing on the water. With a pop, they burst, creating ripples. Immediately afterward, splashes of water erupted. 2 wet heads were pressed closely together, their hair sticking to their skin. The lips that emerged from the water lost their color, appearing somewhat pale. But the 2 faces, close to each other, were flushed with rosy hues. Dewy droplets clung to their long eyelashes. Who? Song Yang gasped for breath, as if he had been holding his breath in his chest for a long time, and was now ready to release it. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of the rounded figure half floating on the water's surface. Although it reflected a dark vest and lacked any striking skin tone, the cold lake water could hardly suppress the rising heat. He hurriedly turned his head, scanning the surroundings, and realized that the pursuit team had already followed a clue and left. He took a deep breath, plunged into the water, and swam away. In the live stream, question marks filled the screen. It was unclear whether viewers were questioning why the 2 fugitives suddenly emerged from the water or why their lips were pale while their faces were flushed. TSK. Just look at the expressions of the 2 individuals. Is there really any need to guess? While I can't figure out how they ended up here, I can definitely sense that they must be hiding some unspeakable secret underwater. The blush on their faces was impossible to conceal. At such a moment, one could easily say, don't talk, just kiss me. Oh haha, fans were enthusiastic, reveling in the drama. However, for the rational observers, the issues at hand were quite sharp. With Song Yang and Xiao present, where were the others? Were the individuals being pursued by Tao Yajun merely celebrity fugitives? Was Song Yang ready to abandon the vehicle to protect the leader? The so-called vehicle wasn't an undercover operative, but rather the 4 celebrity fugitives? Li Xingwu felt a surge of confusion. The hidden wariness deep within his pupils suddenly revealed itself, like a blazing light illuminating his mental world. It was blinding. Abandoning the vehicle to protect the leader? Was this the true meaning of that phrase? The only thing worth noting was that this time, the production team was live-streaming from Song Yang's perspective. The screen was filled with a watery backdrop, and everyone instinctively held their breath, imitating Song Yang as he swam beneath the surface. Chapter 109. Time Reversal Puff. Song Yang wiped the water stains off his cheek with one hand, feeling the chill from the lake at his neck, while the fragrance of lotus flowers wafted into his nostrils. Above his dark hair, layers of lotus leaves obscured his view. If it weren't for the waterproof and anti-shake capabilities of the holographic camera on his shoulder, the device would have long succumbed to the torment inflicted by Song Yang. Now, the screen in the live broadcast room flipped back and forth. 2 heads had already popped into everyone's view. The earlier angle that Brother Song used was quite effective. Even though the 2 people on the lake shore had occupied all the visible areas, they still overlooked some corners of the lake formed by the drooping willow branches. That said, even if Brother Song hid among the lotus flowers, there was no way to escape under the gaze of two pairs of eyes. And he couldn't fire a shot either. The noise would surely be heard from the teaching building. What about the others? Many were questioning the whereabouts of the other fugitives. So far, only Song Yang and Xiao had been spotted, while the other 4 fugitives were still missing. Could the water stains on the ground really be the marks left by the star fugitives? But how could they have escaped such a thorough search? Li Xingguo was pondering this overlooked aspect, not paying attention to the whereabouts of the other fugitives. 1,000 people have 1,000 hamlets in their hearts. It's impossible for everyone to think the same way about one thing. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, a small window appeared in the upper right corner of the live broadcast. The time displayed was from 10 minutes ago. Look, that essay replay, from 10 minutes ago from Song Yang's perspective. As soon as the footage appeared, some viewers shifted their gaze to the upper right corner. 8:29, 8:28, 8:20. Time seemed to be reversing, and reality appeared to be changing. Group leader, there's movement on the lake. In the lake, water droplets were bubbling up like crabs emerging from shallow waters. The sound was piercing, penetrating through the water curtain. Soon after, Tao Yajun's voice also reached the water. He, finally willing to come out. Oh my god. At this moment, everyone watching Song Yang's perspective was gasping in shock, and the comments were filled with astonishment. Because they saw the fugitive Song Yang, seemingly transformed into a merman king, leading a large group of carp swimming eagerly behind him. How is this possible? He actually managed to make those carp obediently follow him. Even with bait, it shouldn't be possible to make the carp with straws dive down while the ones without straws stayed up, right? This touched their blind spot in knowledge, making it hard to discern. Look, what is Song Yang holding in his hand? It seemed like a misty powder was flowing out and rising. I finally understand. Brother Song spent so much time gathering so many carp to follow him just to create an illusion of the entire escape team with the carp school. I mentioned earlier that the commotion on the lake's surface could not possibly have been caused by just Song Yang and Xiao. It turns out there were other helpers. Song Yang, did you expect that? I may not have much, but I have a lot of little brothers. However, as they watched, another problem came into view. Wait a minute. Didn't you notice that Song Yang now has a long breathing tube in his mouth? But from the perspective of the pursuit team, they saw the fish swimming along the Channel River, yet there was no sign of a tube returning. Could it be that Song Yang lost his breathing tube and then swam back? No, absolutely not. The pursuit team had been watching the lake surface for almost 4 or 5 minutes when they noticed something was off. And at that time it wasn't like now, with dozens of eyes fixed on that area. From the entrance of the Channel River to the obstructed view by the willow branches on the shore, swimming would take at least a minute. A person with normal lung capacity can hold their breath for at most a minute and a half on land. And even a swimmer can only manage a little over 2 minutes. But to hold your breath for a minute while swimming is beyond the capability of an average person. No matter how extraordinary Song Yang is, can his lung capacity really compare to that of aquatic creatures? Look, when Song Yang reached the entrance of the Channel River and diverted the pursuit team's attention, he quietly retracted the tube and dove back. Everyone held their breath again. They were holding their breath. Bang bang. Bang bang. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Almost everyone could hold for 20 seconds. But some were starting to feel dizzy. Their gazes remained resolute, competing with Song Yang, trying to outlast the so-called genius of the fugitive leader. Yet even if they won, it wouldn't change the fact that this was an unfair contest. 30 seconds. Some had already reached their limit, gasping for air. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, Song Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and his head felt like it would explode. The spectators were all moved, stunned, murmuring, Is he risking his life? Look. In front of Song Yang's perspective, it seemed someone was there to assist him. It's Xiao. Just as I thought. That's why they both emerged from the water together. Some felt a huge surprise upon seeing Xiao, because that represented hope. It was their hope for Song Yang's life. However, the next second, the sound of him gasping for air stunned everyone. What the heck? Oh my. What a scene is this? Where's the director? Where's the director? Is this still a global escape live broadcast? Not suitable for children. Yet, despite the transition in breath, Song Yang's expression didn't show any signs of relief. His face turned pale, and his eyes blinked in the water, looking at Xiao in astonishment. Then he slowly pulled out the tube he had thrown away earlier. In his hand, he also grabbed a handful of bait, attracting a few unremarkable carp nearby. The sound of the koi fish bubbling could be heard all around the artificial lake, though not as loud as before, making it difficult to notice. After exchanging a silent glance with Shi Yao, Song Yang took advantage of the moment when the koi were bubbling to breathe through a straw. Disguising the water, he inhaled as splashes from the fish jumping. Shi Yao, with her wide, innocent eyes, instinctively opened her mouth and gulped down a mouthful of water, quickly swallowing and mimicking Song Yang's actions. At this point, the little window of opportunity closed, and everyone understood why the two emerged together looking so flushed after the previous pursuit team had left. The group could only say one thing to Song Yang. No wonder he is single. Chapter 110, Fainting East to Attack West Bubbling. In a hidden spot among the lotus flowers, a surge of bubbles erupted from the bottom of the water, bursting with a faint sound. However, Song Yang, who was nearby, showed no signs of tension or panic. Calmly, he reached down beneath the lake's surface and grabbed something soft and plump. Slowly, he pulled it up. Puff, puff, puff. Little Yiya, with her round head glistening, emerged from the water, gasping for air, water droplets still clinging to her lips. Boss, if you don't let me surface soon, I'll drown down here. Little Yiya's features were scrunched up in a pitiful expression. Her voice trembled, but from her appearance, all that remained were 6 words. Sorry. Excuse me. Don't get so close. Be quiet. They haven't left yet. The danger is still present. Song Yang raised his hand to block the approaching face. Then he scanned the area. Several bubbles burst one after another, revealing a few escapees. Huang Baoqiang, Zhang Zifeng, Li Xiaoyao, Brother Song, Captain. The 3 whispered. We almost didn't make it today. I didn't expect that Tao Yajun was so formidable, truly deducing that we were at the bottom of the lake. She could even guess that. Huang Baoqiang's face showed clear signs of fear, his wrinkled features displaying a look of terror. It was indeed frightening. Li Xiaoyao, with his wet hair dripping, looked steadily at Song Yang and said, if it weren't for the captain's sudden change of strategy that disrupted that person's deployment, we might have only had 2 choices in 5 minutes, to die or to fight desperately. Regardless of the outcome, this chase would have ended. But now our escape plan has been disrupted. What do? They still have 2 people guarding. I didn't expect them to be so cautious. Once we reach the shore, as long as they are careful, we won't be able to escape their sight. Huang Baoqiang said worriedly, standing in the muddy bottom, gripping tightly. How about this? I'm good at sneaking. I'll draw them away. No, we can't even confront them directly. If we delay for 2 minutes, we'll be wiped out by the reinforcements that are coming urgently. Li Xiaoyao shook his head decisively. His slightly sunken, red eyes were swollen and bloodshot. We need to find a way to leave their line of sight quietly without alarming them. What do you think, Captain? He ultimately asked Song Yang, handing over the decision-making power to the team leader. However, as soon as Song Yang opened his mouth, he doused them with cold water, saying, at this moment, the existing conditions do not allow for everyone to escape without disturbing them. Hearing that the usually resourceful Song Yang would say such a thing, the group felt not only the cold from the water, but also a chill in their hearts. Then, are we doomed this time? The experts in the pursuit team should be able to resolve the issue of adult self-examiners entering and exiting the teaching building without taking too long, right? Huang Baoqiang said with wide eyes. Indeed, that Tao Yajun seems to have disregarded the safety of the fugitives, which suggests he is prepared to act outside the rules. Although this approach has made other members of the pursuit team dissatisfied with his leadership, he can still use his own power to put us in danger. Disrupting the meticulous plans of the leader should not take him too long to sort out those issues. Shi Yao asserted confidently, understanding the stakes involved. The 6 of them fell silent, with 5 of them particularly quiet. After a while, Li Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, it seems that we can only attract their attention by sacrificing one person to buy time for the others to escape. Sacrifice one? Who to sacrifice? Huang Baoqiang asked. The 5 fell silent again. No one wanted to sacrifice themselves so soon. They were fugitives, and losing one meant losing one. There would be no substitute coming in. Only when they were completely wiped out would the production team send in an entirely new escape team. At that moment, Song Yang, who had been deep in thought, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A scene gradually became clear in his mind. Oh my! Song Yang exclaimed sharply. Shi Yao's expression turned serious as she firmly rejected. No way. You are the leader. If the escape team loses you, there's no chance they can last 3 hours under those people's hands. There won't even be a chance to escape this city to the wilderness. Who says going means certain death? Song Yang retorted. Don't worry. I value my life more than anyone else here. He suddenly looked up through the gaps between the lotus flowers and saw the moon obscured by dark clouds in the sky, as if it had broken free from its cage and escaped. Mixed feelings surged within him, reminding himself, in this second chance at life, whether in reality or in the escape game, I cherish it. Captain, Brother Song, Boss. Several people called out to him in unison. Their voices were quiet but conveyed their sincerity. Stop with the sentimentality. Where do criminals have feelings? We don't have much time. The main pursuit team is busy dealing with the departure of the self-exam students from the teaching building. Whether we can leave the night school depends on them. If we miss this timing, even if I sprout wings, I can't guarantee your safe escape. Song Yang stated honestly. So what do we need to do? Li Xiaoyao asked. Come over. Song Yang opened his arms as a few stepped forward. Shi Yao on the left, Bao Qiang on the right, with Zhang Zifeng next to Shi Yao, followed by Xiaoya. Next to Bao Qiang was Li Xiaoyao, and the six formed a circle, murmuring a few words. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Song Yang ducked down and noticed a pair of strikingly beautiful legs in the water, like a swimming dragon. He darted away from the lotus cluster and swam towards the channel. In just a few minutes, a member of the pursuit team on the shore suddenly heard a plop, and a piece of identification fell right in front of him, looking exactly like the one he possessed. He turned his head and looked at the lake's surface, noticing that the waves in one area had not yet calmed down. There was someone in the lake, next to the channel river. He shouted loudly and then picked up the documents on the ground. Upon opening them, he saw the name Li Xinguo written on them. The members of the pursuit team immediately followed the previous instructions given by a colleague. I'll call the pursuers. You go into the water and check if anyone has gone towards the adjacent artificial lake. Get ready. The 5 fugitives stood on high alert. Chapter 111. Moving to control stillness. Controlling movement with stillness splash. Among the last 2 pursuers by the lake, one jumped into the water without hesitation, swimming towards the channel river. The other pursuer, while on the phone, kept a close watch on the actions of the one in the lake to prevent any unexpected events. After all, the other party was armed. Although there was an analysis from a colleague that if the fugitive fired a weapon, it would mean their own demise, making the probability of firing almost zero. However, at this moment, he just needed to make the call to report the situation here, and the fugitive would still be captured. The call was quickly connected. A loud voice came from the other end. Please remain calm. There is a fugitive who has disappeared. To prevent the fugitive from escaping during the chaos, please pay attention to those around you and leave the school in an orderly fashion, one by one. Thank you for your cooperation. The pursuer by the lake, unable to manage the situation at the teaching building, hurriedly shouted into the communicator. Hey, catcher bow. There's movement in the center of the lake. Someone just threw a photo ID of team leader Li Xinguo in front of me. It must have been thrown from the water. There's a fugitive in the center of the lake, requesting support. He called Bao Yun, rather than the so-called leader of the pursuit team, Tao Yajun. Be careful. Don't act recklessly without knowing how many of them there are. Seal off the lake shore. I'll send 3 pursuers to support you. Bao Yun made the decision immediately, issuing orders in less than 3 seconds. Time was of the essence. The first batch of self-study students from the teaching building had already descended, moving in a steady stream along the shaded paths. Understood, replied the pursuer. However, the next second, he was startled and dropped the communicator. Shurjiao, Shurba shouted, his pupils widening in shock, like copper bells. Huh. Shurjiao, swimming, paused and turned back when he heard the shout. Bang! A deafening sound made his heart tremble. The thunderous roar of a bullet exiting the chamber pierced the night, resonating like a morning bell, creating endless ripples in this tranquil world. Bang! This loud noise drowned out the sound of the loudspeaker. At the school's south gate, Bao Yun and Wu Qing were organizing the self-study students to leave the campus in a well-coordinated manner. However, that loud bang caused their arms to stiffen instantly. In the next second, they almost simultaneously looked towards the artificial lake, their faces twitching in shock, mouths agape in an A shape. Towards the artificial lake. Gunfire? Wu Qing turned his stiff neck to look at Bao Yun, his face filled with seriousness. What was that sound? So loud. Some self-study students were puzzled, wondering how such a loud noise could occur in the middle of the night. Nearby, one person explained, it's gunfire. The production team of the Global Escape show originally equipped the pursuit team with paintball guns, creating quite a spectacle. During the clashes, this display could alert passers-by to the location of the conflict, allowing them to be wary of potential dangers. Although the impact was minimal, it was a thoughtful detail from the show's team. Did someone just fire a gun? Does that mean they VE started fighting for real? It seems so. But in a real confrontation, the escape team has no advantage at all. A group of startled onlookers turned their attention to the pursuers standing before them. The escape team was openly provoking them. Don't they have any reaction? Zhang Zhong ordered. Send 3 people over to provide support. We can't let our guard down here either. They chose this moment to act, which must be part of a strategy to divert our attention. Be careful. There might be stragglers. 3 people? Is that enough? Zhang Zhong asked. That should be sufficient. Tao Yajun and Yu Zue left midway and didn't come over. They should be over there. We absolutely cannot let any stragglers escape from this side. Zhang Zhong fell silent. Then with a serious expression, he said, send 2 people. Soon, 2 individuals headed towards the artificial lake. Under the lotus flowers by the artificial lake, 5 solemn-faced men and women listened to the gunfire. Their feet as heavy as lead, completely motionless. No one is coming out, and the gaze of the pursuers is focused on another pursuer in the lake. If they escape now, Huang Baoqiang said in a barely audible voice. Wait a bit longer. Xiao shook her head. What else are we waiting for? The captain has fired. No one is coming out. Huang Baoqiang said, his anxiety palpable, stumbling over his words. If we don't run soon, once the reinforcements from the teaching building arrive, we'll be completely trapped. The more it came to this, the less they could afford to be impatient. Have you forgotten what the young master said? Xiao glanced at him coldly. If what Song Yang suspected is true, and Huang Baoqiang goes out now, it would truly endanger the entire escape team. But they all heard the gunfire. It was a blatant provocation toward the pursuit team. How could the other side just sit by and not jump out immediately? Huang Baoqiang was confused. Because the people over there are likely those individuals, not ordinary pursuers. Xiao's eyelashes caught a droplet of water, which fell like ink on a painting of a lady. She continued. The conversation between Bao Yun and Tao Yajun was quite suspicious. Tao Yajun's words were indeed correct. The young master certainly wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement. Since they can determine that the young master is in the lake, why did the decisive Tao Yajun leave so quickly? Is it because the other pursuers have lost confidence in him? Does he want to regain that trust? Wouldn't it be better to capture the young master here to prove his capabilities? So why did he leave? Why do you have to retreat and hide in the shadows? Huang Baoqiang asked. Because he didn't believe that anyone other than the young man had left. He doubted the traces of water. This was the terrifying aspect of someone with an IQ of 150. Bao Yun's thinking was not as profound as his. However, several failures had caused cracks in their trust. I just don't understand. Fine, I'll go with what you say. If it's death, then so be it. Huang Baoqiang impatiently listened on, as he didn't quite grasp the situation. Seeing that Baoqiang no longer insisted on escaping, Xiao didn't elaborate further, but kept a close watch on the movements along the lakeshore. She occasionally glanced at the mechanical watch on her wrist, counting the changes in time. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead, unsure if they were remnants of water or nervous perspiration. Since they've already fired shots, aren't you going to step out and take charge? In a secret location on the outskirts of the artificial lake, Yu Zue and Tao Yajun remained hidden, not revealing even the slightest trace of themselves. They had just heard the gunfire clearly. The shots were loud, but no one was hurt. It was just a bluff. No need to rush. Although Tao Yajun felt worried, she chose to continue observing the movements in the lake. Chapter 112. The disappearing Song Yang tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the mechanical clock mixed with the splashes of water droplets was barely audible. The 5 members of the escape team, hidden among the lotus flowers, remained completely still. They were quietly waiting for an opportunity. It was clear that tension was etched on each of their faces. They didn't dare to breathe a word. 8:40. Xiao watched as the second hand made another full circle, counting down every minute. It had been a minute and a half since the gunshot at 8:38:30. From the teaching building to the bank of the artificial lake. A normal running speed would take about 3 minutes. 1.5 minutes left. He hasn't come out yet. He should be away from here, right? Li Xiaoyao checked the time and recalled the plan Song Yang had told them earlier. If no one emerged within 2.5 minutes, they would make a run for it. They had to move as fast as possible, and once someone appeared, they would immediately submerge in the water. No matter what happened outside, even if death was imminent, they could not expose themselves. Now, 1.5 minutes had passed. There was still a minute left to wait. Xiao kept silently counting down the time, and at this moment, he could still analyze. If he hasn't come out, it's also possible that he can endure longer than we can. Here, at least, there is an unknown escape route. If he is seen after we leave, there would be no way back. Trust in the brother. His ability to adapt on the spot is better than that of anyone in the pursuing team. Since it was already determined to proceed this way, there's no room for doubt. Understood. Less than a minute left. Huang Baoqiang peered through the lotus leaves and saw someone anxiously crawling towards the bank near the Channel River. One of the pursuing members was about to come ashore. 1.5 minutes. It had been 1.5 minutes since the gunshot, yet no other figures had appeared. In the corner, Tao Yajun remained patient and composed. When it came to catching the enemy and redeeming her image, she could endure any hardship. Beside her, Yuzue noticed that Tao Yajun was still calmly staying in place and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going out?" With the commotion around the Channel River, even if someone passes by, you can't see them hiding here. Those two pursuing members were disrupted by the gunshot and are likely to overlook some details. Tao Yajun remained like a predator waiting for prey, ready to pounce at any moment. However, she was still in a state of restrained silence. Just wait a little longer. Just wait a little longer. Tao Yajun pressed down on Yuzue's neck, preventing him from making any noise. Both sides were waiting. Everyone could see that both sides were waiting, but no one could tell what they were waiting for. What are they waiting for? Is Tao Yajun foolish? She could just go out and keep an eye on the artificial lake, regardless of whether the escapees were all there. Keeping an eye on Song Yang would mean keeping an eye on the escape team. Song Xiaoga also made the other members of the escape team wait. If this continued, once the opposing side came to support, they would truly have no way out. That said, ever since Song Xiaoga fired a shot, he seemed to have disappeared, and there was no live stream showing his perspective. Many people were puzzled and had this question in their minds. The 5 fugitives were all waiting for an opportunity among the lotus flowers, but the one who was supposed to give the signal had vanished. The pursuer Tao Yajun was also waiting for other members of the escape team to show up, but Song Yang didn't give any signals, making it impossible for them to appear now. Just as everyone was confused, Tao Yajun, thank you for the gift you sent. A voice, filled with a teasing tone, unexpectedly echoed in the air, seemingly coming from nowhere. The people present, including the 60 million fans focused on the live stream, were all taken aback by Song Yang's sudden shout. Where was the voice coming from? It seemed to be coming from all directions. It was as if the owner of the voice had filled the entire area around the artificial lake, and everything he said had an echo. Song Yang, you really are still here. You're not a god. There are things you can't do, Tao Yajun said coldly to herself. Meanwhile, the person who was supposed to be an undercover agent from the escape team, Yuzue, looked as pale as if he had swallowed a fly. A gift? Did that mean he was seen as a gift? Could it be that Song Yang had already seen through his betrayal? The more Yuzue thought about it, the more terrified he became. The last thing Song Yang had said to him, could it have been an opportunity for him? Did he know I had betrayed him back then? Yuzue was exceptionally shocked. But leaving aside how Song Yang knew, wasn't this the time to leave quietly? Why was he being so brazenly provocative? Did Song Yang want to throw his life away? The words "it's getting late, I won't keep you company" still echoed in the air. Did this mean he was going to run? Did you see Song Yang come ashore? A member of the pursuing team asked his companion after just getting out of the lake. I was too busy watching you and didn't pay attention to other places. This was bad. They needed to quickly inform those elite pursuers. If Song Yang got away, even if they captured the other 5 members of the escape team, a highly intelligent criminal seeking revenge would be unpreventable. In the shadows, Tao Yajun watched the two frantically making phone calls but did not pay them any mind. Instead, she stood up and scanned the artificial lake and its surroundings. Still no one. Tao Yajun quietly watched the surface of the lake, not noticing what she had expected. The vast lake occasionally rippled with the sounds of fish jumping and creating bubbles, but not a single figure was in sight. Song Yang has already run away. Aren't you going to chase him? Yu Zue questioned, standing behind Tao Yajun, filled with suspicion. Tao Yajun glanced at him, her eyes lowered as if deep in thought. He looked again at the calm surface of the lake. The gift he mentioned probably isn't referring to you, right? Who knows? My understanding of him is not as deep as yours. Chapter 113. With your IQ, there's no possible way could it be that the situation Balian speculated about has come true? Everything done before hasn't alleviated Song Yang's doubts. Why does he still firmly believe in his judgment despite overwhelming evidence? Have I overlooked something? In Tao Yajun's usually clear mind, everything now feels like a tangled mess. For the first time, he questions his persistence and thoughts. Can an undercover pursuing a fugitive betray? Is it possible? At least in the mindset he developed since childhood, this notion was never introduced. In business, like on the battlefield, Perhaps there are often undercover agents who succumb to temptation and betray. In life, lacking excitement, maybe someone would betray their family. But can an undercover agent representing justice and rooting out darkness in their homeland betray? With his mind in disarray, Tao Yajun tapped his forehead, hearing a few calls in the background. Team Leader Tao, what are you doing here? What happened over by the artificial lake? Team Leader Tao. The voices gradually became clearer, pulling Tao Yajun's thoughts back to reality. Sweat was pouring from his forehead. He had almost fallen into despair. Coming back to his senses, Tao Yajun asked, "Did only the two of you come here? Captain Zhang sent us to check. We saw you standing here without moving for a while. Do you know what just happened? Also, Baoyun and the pursuit team need to ensure all self-exam students are safely evacuated from the campus to minimize the risk of them becoming hostages. They will come once that's done." The two exchanged glances between Tao Yajun and Yu Zue. Yu Zue remained silent. He was now a betrayer, and no one in the pursuit team cared about his fate because he still had value to be exploited, but ultimately couldn't escape the law's punishment. Look, he's over there on the opposite shore. When did he get ashore? Forget the timing. Chase. The two pursuit team members guarding the artificial lake, Ba and Jiao, shouted in unison. Without caring about their wet clothes, they rushed toward the northern shore of the artificial lake. At this moment, it had been exactly 2.5 minutes since Song Yang fired his shot. Is there movement over there? It seems they have discovered something. Tao Yajun, from the direction of the south gate, heard the faint voices of familiar partners, but couldn't see the entire view of the artificial lake from afar. So they had to run out to take a look. Just as they were about to move, Tao Yajun stopped them. Wait, it's a critical moment. Tao Yajun raised his wrist to check the time. It had already reached 2.5 minutes. If no one appeared, it would prove something. Wait, Song Yang is so cunning. If he escapes, even if we catch other fugitives, the future retaliation from him will only be more severe. I don't want to see my companions fall before me again. It would be too powerless. As he said this, the look in that person's eyes toward Tao Yajun became sharp and filled with distrust. The respect and awe of the past have been lost. Conflicts accumulate bit by bit and will eventually erupt. A brief moment of eye contact ignites a multitude of thoughts in just a second. Everyone has their own opinions. And the most frightening thing is that no one is wrong. Conflicts are on the verge of breaking out. And now the reputation of the individual in the pursuit team has clearly plummeted, largely due to their previous coldness and arrogance. Although they possess strength, they have repeatedly been led by the nose. In contrast, the other pursuers, while not as capable, have been steady and focused on ensuring the safety of the people. After all that has happened, it is understandable that the members of the pursuit team no longer trust them. The perspectives of the two pursuers are not incorrect either. Their comrades could be in danger at any moment, and allowing a super criminal to escape is a disaster. They have no idea whether the other fugitives are at the artificial lake and cannot risk the escape of a super criminal because of 5 other less capable fugitives. Li Xinghua, with his experience as a criminal investigation team leader, offered a candid assessment of the current situation. Such scenes do occur in reality. They are not uncommon. When abilities deviate from expectations, losing trust is not far off. When another person shares similar values with them, the transfer of power becomes a reality. Analysis happens in a fleeting moment. The two pursuers dashed out like the wind. The individual focused intently on the time. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Despite being misunderstood by the two, they had at least bought some time. Now, they needed to see what was going on. Therefore, they quickly ran to the lakeshore, scanning the area among the lotus flowers. Yet, there was no sign of any movement. No one. The individual stood in a daze. People have fled. What are you waiting for? A pursuer spoke sharply, their gaze indifferent. They then nodded to their companion and chased towards the north side of the artificial lake. The remaining individual stood there in a daze, fixated on the lotus leaves gently swaying in the breeze and the ripples they created. If the super criminal had known of my betrayal, they wouldn't have allowed the other fugitives to fall into this trap with them. The mood was complex as they spoke, their eyes tinged with red. I believe what Baoyun said has merit. If I can betray, then Xiao might also betray. If she intends to deceive you visually, it would be all too easy once you trust her. I don't know what you're considering, but the facts are before you, and you must acknowledge them. Their words struck like thunder in the individual's mind. What I consider is no longer important. Capturing the super criminal is my priority. As for the others, I can afford to waste a bit more time. My vow is to capture the entire fleeing team within half a day. Right now, I want to think about anything else but catching them. You've made that claim several times, but every time you encounter him, you end up defeated. Yuzue mercilessly dismantled the facade. He showed no psychological pressure, more like an onlooker fully engaged in the process. At least it wasn't without gains. I observed his methods in night school, which certainly didn't seem like something someone with an IQ of just 140 could accomplish. However, the program's test bank, which has been in place for over a year, and the values from top-notch equipment testing have never been wrong. The production team could not possibly misinterpret known information. If Song Yang knew what Tao Yajun was thinking, he might have quipped, "With your IQ, guessing that I'm actually a time traveler is probably out of the question." Chapter 114. The vast gap in IQ values. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, its frost-like light sprinkled over the slightly rippling lake, exuding an air of luxury. Song Yang's wet figure glided through the streets, arriving at the dormitory area next to the artificial lake. The dormitory area was divided into 7 main sections, 3 for boys, 3 for girls, and 1 for faculty members. The section Song Yang was leaning against was the girls' dormitory area. Huff, huff. Song Yang's gaze was clear, and streaks of water ran down his face. He swept his hand through his damp hair, pushing it back. His appearance instantly improved, just like how a boy's looks can elevate a notch when he slicks back his wet hair after a shower. Is he really going to the girls' dormitory? It seems like there are quite a few people living in that section. No way, a boy entering the girls' dormitory, that would be, really, too much. In the live streaming room, many viewers speculated about the possible outcomes and impacts of Song Yang's next actions. And this time, just as they anticipated, for pursuers followed the water trail and closed in on him, forcing Song Yang to continue fleeing. There are still traces of water here. He had just emerged from the lake, and the water marks were still very clear. He needed to act quickly. Otherwise, over time, the traces would be hard to find. One of the pursuers reached the street and, seeing the water stains leading towards the dormitory building, shouted to the 3 behind him while running. "Why don't we split into 2 groups? With Song Yang's marksmanship, it's absolutely impossible to deal with 2 of us. It's best to flank him and block his path. Cut off his escape route." As elite criminal police selected from various regions in Jiangnan province, though their IQ values weren't as high as those of super geniuses, they were experienced, so they remained calm in dealing with the troublesome Song Yang. In the blink of an eye, they had decided on a pursuit plan. Divide and act. Remember, don't engage him in a fight. Be careful of a cornered animal. We just need to trap him here and wait for reinforcements to arrive at the south gate. The 4 split into pairs, with one group following the water trail and the other heading towards the opposite side of the dormitory building. Everyone was anxious for Song Yang, especially some fans who had recently changed their loyalties, feeling increasingly tense. Could it be that today would be the end for Song Yang with such formidable pursuers? Steady and methodical, this seemed to be the style learned from Leader Li. However, Song Yang was most adept at winning amidst chaos. The pursuers were so steady that they might indeed bring him considerable trouble. To create an opportunity for the other 5 escapees, Song Yang found himself in a perilous situation. Even criminals could show loyalty to rescue their partners, yet some people in today's society had grown cold-hearted. As for Song Yang, who had vanished into the dormitory area, he thought, if it weren't for the main mission's reward requiring him to protect the other 5, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon anyone in such a situation. Meanwhile, Tao Yajun, who had originally stepped out to linger by the lake, did not chase after the 5 upon seeing their escape route. Instead, he was focused solely on the lotus flower area. The person behind him, Yuzue, found this quite puzzling and asked, "Song Yang has already escaped. What are you still watching here for?" Tao Yajun replied, "I'm thinking. The abilities Song Yang displayed are completely unlike someone with an IQ of only 140. My previous perspective of underestimating an opponent to simulate this escape game has led me to a flawed conclusion with many inconsistencies. Now, let's change our mindset. What if Song Yang is like me, or even has higher attributes than I do? With this assumption, let's reevaluate everything Song Yang just did." Yuzue questioned, "What's wrong with that assumption? Is there really a difference between an IQ of 140 and one that's higher than yours? You're already at 150. How much higher can it get? At the peak level, who is really weaker?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Yajun coldly snorted, "Ignorant." Yuzue was taken aback by the sudden outburst, thinking to himself that this person must be strange. No, wait. So-called geniuses often have peculiarities. Although the difference between 140 and 150 is just 10 points, it's a world apart. For example, in the field of scientific research, If two individuals with an IQ of 140 study auroras simultaneously, one might calculate the light energy, frequency, trajectory, and the time of the next occurrence. The other, however, not only accomplishes these tasks but can also extend their understanding to the analysis of light particles in the universe, light aggregation, and more. Global data shows that only about 0.5 of the global population has an IQ attribute exceeding 140, which amounts to tens of millions of people. How many? Yuzue thought he misheard and listened intently. Even the tens of millions of viewers in the Global Escape live broadcast were astonished, flooding the screen with comments. Tens of millions? So terrifying. Does this mean there are many people in the world with abilities like Song Yang? However, Tao Yajun's next statement poured cold water on everyone. The large global population makes this data less frightening. And you don't really think that reaching an IQ of 140 means one can truly perform like Song Yang, do you? The level of brain development and the options available are uniquely characteristic. Just like among those with an IQ of 140. Some are top researchers with significant achievements in scientific research, while Song Yang can foresee layouts in rapidly changing situations. But many others who have an IQ of 140 have not fully developed their potential, only displaying the level of an average smart person, like the top student in a class. Such individuals make up the majority. Upon hearing this, Yuzue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Others were nearly scared to death. If there were tens of millions of people globally at Song Yang's level, it would truly be chaotic. He then looked at Tao Yajun alertly and asked, "What about you? I heard from the program team that your IQ exceeds 150. How many are there?" There are only about 100,000 people in the world with an IQ of 150. Almost everyone who is cultivated has some entangling factors surrounding them, often beyond their control. Just like me. He hinted at it, but did not elaborate further. What about those with even higher intelligence? Yuzue thought that if it exceeded 150, there would be at least 100,000, and perhaps even more at higher levels. Individuals with an IQ above 160 are almost treasures in every country, provided that their brain capacity is developed to a sufficient degree and is advantageous for the country. Even the escape abilities developed by Song Yang, who has an IQ of 140, could allow him to evade capture if he were to become a true criminal, as long as there was no one more capable than him pursuing him. Not to mention someone with an IQ of 160. After a moment of silence, Yuzue's expression shifted from shock to awe, and then he asked, "So, are you suggesting that the abilities Song Yang has demonstrated go beyond just the attributes of an IQ of 140? Considering everything he has done with this premise, what have you discovered?" His actions seem to be intentionally concealing something. Normally, if the leader of a criminal gang exposes their whereabouts, the first step would be to capture the leader. I suspect he must be confident in his ability to escape, which is why he dares to expose himself to achieve another goal. Chapter 115. The choice between life and death. What else can he hide? What other purpose could he have, if not to escape the encirclement and leave the night school? Yuzue pouted and muttered. Tao Yajun nodded and replied, "Leaving the night school is indeed his only goal right now, but how to take the other escapees with him is what he ultimately needs to consider. Otherwise, with Song Yang's abilities, he could only escape alone if there were twice as many pursuers to catch him in such a small institution. However, he chose not to escape alone, but to take a few people with him. He didn't need to bring along a few burdens and put himself in danger, right?" Yuzue's expression was strange, filled with suspicion. Tao Yajun's gaze was intense. "Burden? Do you think that apart from the capable Shi Yao, the others are burdens?" Huang Baoqiang was able to leave effortlessly after robbing a store, right under the noses of many pursuers. His abilities are beyond doubt. Li Xiaoyao's acting skills are also admirable. He can change disguises at any time, at least managing to keep his emotions in check, making him difficult to read and capable of creating false information. As for Zhang Zifeng and Xiaoya, although they currently have no particularly unique traits and seem unremarkable, it is precisely because of this that once they undergo any transformation, they can be the most unpredictable. Tao Yajun analyzed the characteristics of several individuals, conveying to Yuzue and the millions of viewers in the Global Escape Live broadcast a crucial lesson. Never underestimate anyone who appears ordinary. Once a habitual perception is formed, it can become the most terrifying psychological obstacle. Comments and likes flooded the live stream, resonating strongly. There are many examples around us. I agree with Tao Yajun on this point. Take a classmate from my university who sat quietly in the back row. People even mocked him for being stingy about dating. Throughout 4 years, hardly anyone spoke more than 100 words with him, but years later, at a reunion, it turned out he was the general manager of a publicly listed company and married a beautiful and wealthy woman, reaching the pinnacle of life. I have a friend who often faced verbal and physical abuse from her father and remained submissive at school, which led many to bully her. But who knew that one day, when someone went too far, she exploded and hit the person with a chair, causing serious injury. This shows that you can't judge a person based on habitual perceptions. You never know when they might unleash unimaginable strength. Many netizens shared real-life examples to validate the truth of what Tao Yajun said. The final conclusion drawn was, since we cannot underestimate other escapees, it is perfectly normal for Song Yang to want to take the others with him. Moreover, the perspective that the audience sees can confirm this point. Tao Yajun has already figured out Song Zhao's goal, so what will he do? Many people are gradually becoming curious. Song Yang has almost pushed himself into a dead end. Trying to cover up his intentions, Tao Yajun walked quickly with determination, approaching a cluster of lotus flowers. He turned to Yuzue beside him and said coldly, "If you want to reduce your sentence as much as possible, jump down and give it a try." "Me? Jump down? Try what?" Yuzue was taken aback, his eyes betraying a hint of doubt. "Even if there are people at the bottom of the lake, we're talking so loudly here. They must have heard us and are already on guard. Just see if Song Yang will make a move when you jump in." Tao Yajun's voice was icy, sending chills down one's spine. This was the quickest way he could think of to confirm whether Song Yang was indeed trying to mislead them and to judge whether there were people at the bottom of the lake. From Song Yang's previous actions, he always appeared at critical moments, suggesting that he might be trying to cover something up. If the other members of the escape team were still hiding in the lotus flowers and Song Yang knew Yuzue had betrayed him, he certainly wouldn't just sit back and watch. As for why he wouldn't jump into the lake himself, that's a different story. The other side has guns. It's too dangerous. Such a sacrifice would definitely warrant the show's production team to add a chicken leg to my dinner after the program ends. Yuzue muttered, then slowly made his way down the stairs to the lake bank. Tao Yajun found a cover to crouch behind, his gaze not on Yuzue, but focused on the dormitory area. Meanwhile, the group of people in the Global Escape live broadcast were all on edge. Just 2 minutes ago, they had seen the perspectives of the other escapees, clearly still among the lotus flowers. It's over. If Song Xiao doesn't expose himself, the other escapees are doomed. But once Song Xiao reacts, it would be like admitting Tao Yajun's guess. No matter how they choose, it feels like a dead end. In front of many televisions, a family of 5 sat nervously on the sofa watching the live broadcast. There were also young men and women walking on the snack street, holding skewers of meat but their eyes glued to their phone screens. They held their breath. People were coming and going beside them, but they seemed frozen in time. Don't expose yourself. Song Xiao, you need to protect yourself. Protect yourself, and if the other escapees die, seek revenge for them. Many seemed to forget that Song Yang was the escapee, a criminal. They maintained a detached attitude, not considering the heavy blow to society if a desperate, highly intelligent criminal were to escape in reality. Song Yang, don't let me down. Tao Yajun fixed his gaze on the direction of the dormitory area, his brows tightly furrowed. He hoped Song Yang was as he suspected, yet he also didn't want that to be the case. Because either way, it would overturn his previous understanding of Song Yang. This feeling was unsettling. Chapter 116, Stubborn Head, Long Legs. The scene shifts, revealing the perspective of Song Yang to the audience. Just as Tao Yajun had set up an almost certain trap for him, Song Yang's light footsteps suddenly come to a halt. He leans against a window in the corridor. Below him, not far away, there are still faint wet spots gradually fading away. After running for a while and squeezing out moisture along the way, the water stains on his shoes are nearly undetectable. However, through the window, he can see the scenery by the artificial lake with crystal clarity. Yuzue is in the lake. Can you tell? But I don't want to waste time with you here. He whispers softly, as a series of hurried footsteps echo in his ears. He turns and heads up the stairs. He casually pulls out a tube of lubricant from his backpack and squeezes it all over the stairs before leaving. The corridor echoes with the sound of a few scattered clothes still hanging on the wire, swaying gently in the wind like a ghost. Not even 10 seconds later, some of the pursuers arrive at the spot where he had paused. The two of them linger for a moment, their expressions not looking good. The traces are gone, making it impossible to follow the watermarks. It's hard to find him. But why does that lubricant seem so familiar? Could it be the one that Xiaya took from the doll store during her robbery? What is he trying to do? What is he trying to do? It's so obvious. Do I even need to say it? This broken vehicle can still be driven? Can we be serious for a moment? Cough, cough. Let us be serious. In the end, did Song Yang really choose to abandon the other fugitives? After all this, Yuzue jumped into the water without any reaction. Instead, he continues to run. In the live broadcast room, some people joke about the footage being transmitted back, but more feel a sense of frustration. In previous instances, Song Yang was the one who could create the incredible in adversity, but now he has finally made a misstep, forced into a dead end by Tao Yajun, needing to abandon his vehicle to survive. This contrast is honestly difficult to bear. All that has happened will become the stepping stones behind Tao Yajun's glory. Future news reports will likely read, legendary fugitive Song Yang, cornered by the master pursuer Tao Yajun, chooses to abandon his companions. A desperate bid for survival. A crowd feels frustrated, yet they cannot stop watching the live broadcast featuring the perspectives of the two pursuers. The watermarks have completely disappeared here, and the pursuers are focusing on the previous watermarks leading to the teaching building to disperse the self-study students. We failed to secure the artificial lake, allowing Song Yang to escape into the dormitory. This is going to be troublesome. There are still 3 floors left, and another team is already blocking the retreat to the dormitory. The two murmur and analyze. At that moment, a long, piercing scream reaches their ears. Ah, pervert. The shriek causes the two pursuers to tremble. Their pupils gradually widen, as round as copper bells, bulging out. This is bad, the two shouted in unison. And one of them rushed out in a panic, stumbling and falling onto the stairs. Are you okay? The other person was about to move when they saw this scene and paused, their expression complicated. They glanced at the staircase, noticing what seemed to be a glistening gel-like fluid, then looked back at their companion. Hiss, I'm fine, hurry up. The member who had fallen on the stairs endured the pain of a scraped and bleeding knee, carefully getting up and continuing the chase. This scene brought tears to many eyes. For the potential call for help, this member truly displayed bravery. They may not have the strategic mind of a seasoned planner, but their genuine actions conveyed that no matter what happened, if there was even a hint of danger, they would find a way to ensure our safety, even while nursing an injury. Thumbs up, thumbs up. The comments were filled with praises. Although there were signs of a positive energy rhythm from the production team of a global escape program, the reactions from viewers were indeed genuine feedback. Such an effect justified the efforts of the state apparatus in producing this program with the Jiangnan province. When the two reached the 4th floor, they arrived at the corridor and found a woman in pajamas, holding a fresh face mask, angrily shouting at someone off to the side. Pervert. Don't let me catch you. I'll tell the dorm supervisor to break your 3 legs. You can just be a woman. The two exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines, and 2 thoughts popped into their minds simultaneously. This girl is quite fierce. Who dared to provoke her? Break whose legs? Was it someone named Song Yang? They approached the thinly dressed female student awkwardly and asked, Excuse me, did you see someone just now? Which way did he go? The woman turned around, almost startled again, but relaxed upon seeing the two in police uniforms. She was puzzled as to why the police would come to the female dormitory, then pointed down the corridor, saying, Just now, a man saw my dorm door open, suddenly came in and scared me. I yelled at him until he left. I don't know where he ran off to, but he ran from the left side of my dorm. Oh, that way. Following her, they saw that the end of the corridor was not blocked, but led to another staircase. This was not good. They then advised the female student. You just saw a cold-blooded criminal who has committed murder. He has escaped into this school. You need to go back to your dorm and lock the door. Don't open it for anyone who knocks until tomorrow morning. What? The woman thought she had misheard, her face filled with disbelief. But seeing the 2 men in police uniforms, one of whom appeared to be bleeding from his knee, her face turned pale. She timidly retreated into her dorm, closing the door with a click. The two, seeing this, continued their pursuit and knocked on each dorm room door to alert others. Is anyone home? Please lock the doors and windows. A criminal has escaped from the dormitory building. No one should open the door. However, someone curiously opened the door, thinking it was a prank. Upon seeing 2 members in police uniforms, they finally believed it. Huh, there's still a door open. Isn't that too dangerous? When Shiba noticed a dorm room with the door open, his heart skipped a beat. He glanced inside and saw a few shirts and skirts draped over a chair, seemingly left there to be changed. From the bathroom inside the dorm, there was also the sound of running water. Shurjo asked, Is anyone in there? Just after he asked, a loud shout came from the bathroom. Ah, pervert. Shiba and Shurjo were startled. Great. They were misunderstood. They quickly explained, sorry. Sorry, we didn't mean to, we are. Before they could finish, a trembling voice replied, get out. At this point, it was time for a strategic retreat. The two had no choice but to close the door and leave. However, the live broadcast camera did not follow them as they departed, but instead went completely dark. Only the faint sound of running water could be heard. The comments were flooded with question marks. Chapter 117 Focus on the Southgate Crash. The screen of the live broadcast room is entirely black. Only sounds can be heard without any visuals. Is my phone frozen? Why can't I see anything? That sound of water is so familiar. It's like the sound of a shower. I hear it every day. It's almost become muscle memory. My goodness. Is there really someone who showers once a day? Do you have a layer of mud on you? We usually wash every few days. Oh my. Is there someone who only washes every few days? Must be from the northern regions, right? Doesn't your body get dirty? Showering once a day? Do you dislike being dirty? A discussion on the differences in bathing habits between the North and South was ignited by the sound without visuals, turning the main live broadcast room and the second channel into a battlefield for this debate. However, as the sound of water became clearer, it quickly overshadowed the topic of regional differences, redirecting everyone's thoughts back to the scenes behind the dark screen. With endless imagination, the sound of dripping water became increasingly distinct, and each viewer felt they might see a clear image at any moment. They held their breath, their eyes wide open like brass bells. Finally, a bright white light flashed, dispelling all darkness. At this moment, millions of eyes in front of the live broadcast room simultaneously saw a man with his upper body bare and only wearing beach shorts. At the same time, more people erupted in exclamations. Their eyes widened in shock. Wow, look at those abs. Brother Song actually has a defined physique. Wait, while some were still immersed in the sight of his physique, others became alert. Wasn't there a female voice that came from the bathroom just now? Why is Brother Song the only one here? Could it be, oh my? From now on, we have to call him Sister Song. However, with his body still dripping wet, Song Yang realized the external commotion had ceased and quickly turned off the shower. He grabbed a towel to dry himself off. After taking a deep breath, he hurried out of the bathroom. He closed the door, disabled the recording function on his communication device, and changed into clean clothes. He quickly grabbed several pieces of clothing and some unspecified items from the dorm room. After doing all this, he pressed his ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside, ensuring no one was around and that the other girls in the dorm were obediently staying inside. He quickly left. Meanwhile, at the artificial lake, after several minutes of searching, Yuzue was sitting on the lake embankment, panting heavily. His eyes, bloodshot, looked towards Tao Yajun, who was hidden behind a tall tree, and he shook his head slightly. No one. Could it be that I was wrong? Was Baoyan right? Tao Yajun, with one hand on her chin, pondered deeply. Yuzue entered the water, and there was no commotion from Song Yang's side to rescue him here. He had hoped that Yuzue would pull out others from the lake, but the result was fruitless. This inevitably made him suspicious. Perhaps, just like the words that were conveyed to a certain individual before, once all impossibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. This individual was shifting between reality and illusion. From the very beginning, he used the most rudimentary methods to set up schemes across various areas. Then, from an angle that is difficult for ordinary people to comprehend, he created layers of suspicion in the lake, drawing everyone's attention. When a person cannot see through his thoughts, they can easily fall into the situation he has set. And if there are no people involved, it can only signify one impossible fact. His calculating ability surpassed the peak that his IQ could reach. An accidental situation might be a matter of survival, but if it happens repeatedly, then even if it's an accident, it should become a fact. Heaving a heavy sigh, the mood seemed quite somber. He glanced at the drenched individual beside him and then at the lake's surface before finally speaking slowly. Let us go. To the south gate. To the south gate? There's no one here. Don't you plan to look for that individual in the dormitory? The other person asked in surprise. It's useless to go now. If this is just a decoy, there's no way the four of us can track down a cunning fugitive. He has probably already escaped the dormitory. The south gate will be their final escape point. So, are you planning to go there now? Aren't you afraid of being mocked by the others? He said calmly. Mocked. They won't have the right to do so until they catch at least one fugitive. The other person fell silent, unable to respond. He didn't understand where this mysterious confidence came from. Do all geniuses have such peculiar quirks? Soon, the two set off towards the south gate. However, Halfway there, he looked back at the lake again, noticing that there was still no movement. Only then did he frown and truly leave. Yet, within half a minute of his departure, several figures quietly emerged from the channel. "Quick, get ashore and leave," came a sharp call, filled with urgency. This was the precious escape time that had been fought for, and if they didn't cherish it, it would be a disservice to the efforts made. The other 4 fugitives wiped the water from their faces, their minds replaying the few words that had been shared before. The end of night school would be their only chance to escape. Once missed, life and death would be uncertain. Therefore, they needed to flee before all the students left. They had to leave the artificial lake before all members of the pursuit team. Currently, 2 members were on guard outside, and if their whereabouts were exposed, reinforcements would surely come. "I'll draw them away and buy you time." But what worried him was that the other individuals had left too calmly. He was likely to come back unexpectedly. "So if I shoot, don't expose yourselves for 2.5 minutes. And one more thing, if I remind you in 2.5 minutes, immediately sneak to the artificial lake of the nearby school. Stay away for at least 5 minutes before coming back." The repeated instructions echoed in my ears like a tape recorder. "Hurry, run." Xiao grabbed Zhang Zifeng's hand, leading several people ashore, quickly leaving and heading towards the south gate. Chapter 118. The cross-dressing master at the south entrance of a university in a bustling city. A crowd filled the area, consisting of professionals in white dress shirts and casually dressed students with scholarly appearances. The oldest among them was in their 30s, while the youngest looked to be in their 20s. It was unexpected to see fugitives in this city. I wondered why so many law enforcement personnel had suddenly appeared today. A young couple strolled through the crowd, whispering to each other. "It's all your fault for disturbing me during my study time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed the commotion outside. We could have watched the Global Escape live broadcast. Who knows? We might have even made it on camera." The girl pouted playfully, lightly tapping the boy's arm in mock annoyance. The boy squinted with a smile, leaning closer to her ear and chuckling softly. "But to be on camera, you need a VIP pass." Enough joking. Speaking of which, with so many people searching for so long, why haven't they caught a single fugitive? Their efficiency is really low. But with all these vehicles and pedestrians, they're managing the situation quite well, orderly and organized. It's just that the inspections are taking much longer than before. It's been 10 minutes, and only a third of the people have left. The boy's expression tightened as he replied, "I just heard that one of the fugitives is quite dangerous. They've already killed several people. We should be careful." "It's not real. It's just a show," the girl said dismissively, pouting slightly. "You can't say that. Although it's a show, everything happening feels very real. Have you ever seen a program that actually employs national resources?" The girl's expression turned to one of surprise, her mouth forming an O shape. The conversation between the couple was merely a reflection of the thoughts of thousands. Many had been busy with work all day and only learned about the Global Escape program after their evening classes, so their curiosity was piqued. Those who were already aware felt excitement and thrill at the prospect of participating, completely oblivious to the fact that in such a scenario, one could lose their life at any moment and should be cautious rather than careless. This phenomenon in society is precisely why the Global Escape program came into existence. Some people feel no fear of criminals, unaware of the dangers involved. Few truly understand the risks faced daily by those in protective roles, viewing them merely as individuals with stable jobs handling trivial matters like street vendors and parking violations, leading to a general indifference towards the profession. At the end of the 2 lines of people, several members of the pursuit team guarded the rear. Meanwhile, Song Yang had already reached a hidden corner, observing the situation at the south entrance for about a minute. Behind him were other late-arriving fugitives, a group of 6 hiding behind a large statue. This spot was suggested by Shi Yao as a relatively safe hiding place, located about 200 meters to the left of the south entrance. With no paths surrounding the statue, which stood in the middle of a broad lawn and flower bed. "Hey, with their checks like this, we can't get out from the south gate," Shi Yao said, biting her red lips, drenched and shivering from the cold. "I think we can hide under those cars and sneak out," Huang Baoqiang suggested, pulling at the stone clothing of a statue and turning to ask Song Yang. But before Song Yang could respond, Li Xiaoyao stepped in and decisively dismissed the idea, saying, "No, Baoqiang, your skills are good, and this might work. But what about Xiaoya's size? And what about Shi Yao and Zifeng's strength? You have to consider these things. Moreover, how dangerous is it under the cars? If there's an accident while the car owners are unaware, do you really want to gamble with our lives?" Huang Baoqiang was left speechless. his eyes dimming as he scratched his head in frustration. So this won't work, and that won't work. They are completely focused on the south gate. What if we go back the same way, cross the canal to the other side, and fight it out with those pursuers? We can escape, if any of us can. Song Yang interrupted his reckless thoughts, saying, no, we don't have the strength to confront them head-on. The pursuers stationed on the other side of the artificial lake are far more skilled with their firearms than we are. Even just a few of them would be enough to wipe us out. Then what do you suggest we do to escape? They asked, helplessly placing their last hope on Song Yang. After all, Song Yang had previously said that the only chance to escape was at this location and time. Before the best moment arrives, find a place to change clothes. With that, Song Yang was the first to retreat, turning to enter the nearest cafeteria on the second floor and looking for a private room. The others followed suit. As for when the best moment would be, not only the fugitives were unaware, but even those in the live stream did not know. However, Li Xinghua analyzed the situation of the pursuers from another angle, predicting that the timing Song Yang mentioned did not look promising. The pursuers had fully focused their defenses on the south gate, and Song Yang also aimed to leave through there. Wu Qing had further blocked the visibility of other fenced areas, ready to send reinforcements instantly if there were any gaps. The best time for Song Yang to escape had to be before this group completely withdrew. Otherwise, once the pursuers no longer had to worry about their rear, they could afford to spend a few more hours and would definitely catch the fugitives. To be honest, while Li Xinghua's analysis didn't have any bright spots, it clearly articulated everyone's understanding of the fugitives' dire situation. In summary, they were cornered. Minutes passed, and more people gathered at the back of the long line, nearing maximum capacity. At that moment, millions in the live stream witnessed an unforgettable scene. In a dead end, they made such a significant sacrifice? Song Yang, the cross-dressing master. Song Xiaoga transformed into Song Jijia. Chapter 119. Strange events in the dormitory building. Bang bang bang. The intense rhythm of heartbeats, mixed with a thudding sound, echoed in the ears of every audience member. Their minds felt almost congested, swelling painfully, as if they were submerged at the bottom of a lake, struggling to breathe. Just as they tried to continue observing the dizzying scene, the images slipped away. The focus shifted to Tao Yajun and Bao Yun, who seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument. Wow. I advised the production team to be kind. If my brother's song, my sister's song doesn't come out, just wait to receive the backlash. TSK. My brother's song is really willing to sacrifice anything to escape. I'm impressed. Song Yang, just tell me, do you want to be my husband or my best friend? You choose. Since Song Yang has made such a huge sacrifice, he must have thought of a way to escape, right? It seems there are still some disharmonies within the pursuit team. Gradually, the shouting at the south gate grew louder, catching the attention of a crowd. Tao Yajun, I'll tell you this. If it weren't for your stubbornness and all those concerns, we wouldn't still be without a trace of them. Bao Yun, with a pale face, pointed a finger at Tao Yajun and criticized her mercilessly. Although you identified Yu Zue as the undercover agent, you missed a great opportunity to corner Song Yang. Letting him escape? You let Song Yang, who was part of the fleeing team, go free for a situation that doesn't even exist. Tao Yajun, you really are something. You need to understand that if Song Yang escapes, the numbers that should appear on the death list from this afternoon at the amusement park will become a reality. Do you know that? Bao Yun's voice was hoarse, his angry shout filled with desperation. Since noon, he had been holding back too much. From the beginning, when Chiba Shinichi suspected him, to witnessing his own extraordinary talents nearly being defeated by an ordinary fugitive, and then helplessly watching the tragic death of Leader Li, who had worked so hard for the pursuit team. Now, finally, there was a setup that could lure Song Yang in. But what is the outcome? Just because Tao Yajun wanted to make a big show of catching all the fugitives in one go, Song Yang slipped right under their noses. The most critical part was that Tao Yajun dismissed their judgment that the other fugitives had already left, wasting time searching for others at the artificial lake instead of looking for Song Yang. He had endured so much before because Tao Yajun's abilities were indeed impressive, to the point that many of them almost lost their own ability to think critically. But in the end, he couldn't tolerate this. They had focused all their efforts on preventing other fugitives from escaping, yet Tao Yajun had already gone back to the artificial lake, allowing Song Yang to sneak away right under their eyes. More importantly, she even blocked 2 members sent from here to pursue Song Yang. Just a few seconds. In the chase, even a single second could determine life or death, victory or defeat. Moreover, it's just a matter of seconds. As he spoke, Bao Yun was nearly choked with emotion, a phrase stuck in his throat that he didn't know how to express. He wanted to curse Tao Yajun, questioning what right he had to be the team leader. What qualifications did he have to continue in this role? But as he looked around at Wu Qing, Yi, Go Wei, and Wu Sanshi, all of whom were staring at him, even the undercover agent Yu Zue was smirking at the side, he swallowed his words. No matter what, they couldn't let the enemy see them in internal conflict. That would be a joke. Bearing the tremendous bitterness and over 8 hours of humiliation, Bao Yun's eyes were slightly red. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, not wanting the mist in his eyes to fall. Suddenly, a hand wearing a silver-white lady's watch gently patted Bao Yun on the shoulder. With a comforting tone, it said, "Bao Yun, we know you're worried. If we capture the celebrity fugitive and Song Yang escapes, he might kill without a second thought. You don't have to bear this alone. As team members, we should share both victories and defeats together. Moreover, who will ultimately win is still uncertain until the last moment. The glory of anyone's success before that will belong to the final victor." As a psychology professor, Go Wei's comforting methods were remarkably effective. Bao Yun, being a brainstorming master with an IQ close to 140, eventually let reason take over after a moment of emotional release. He forced a bitter smile. "Don't worry. I know my mission." Go Wei nodded and then looked at Tao Yajun, whose expression remained unchanged. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. This time, it was Tao Yajun who spoke first, his voice calm as he said, "I won't waste time on emotional matters. Now that Song Yang has escaped, the whereabouts of the other fugitives have also become a mystery. They have 2 routes for escape. One is the artificial lake at the neighboring school, where they would have to fight against the pursuit members stationed there. The worst outcome would be the annihilation of the escape team, while the best would be a few casualties with 1 or 2 surviving, allowing our members to pursue them. However, since they didn't choose this route from the start, it indicates they don't want to engage us in a fight or incur casualties. The second route is to take advantage of the current busy time to leave the night school amidst the chaos. Based on the encounters in the past hour, Song Yang's ability to find opportunities amidst the disorder is slightly superior to all the pursuit team members present." Tao Yajun took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on Bao Yun for a moment. The words from earlier were something he was hearing for the first time. Although he almost dismissed them, they still stirred something within him. No one is perfect. Even Song Yang has moments of confusion, which he cannot avoid. Perhaps while you were critiquing my educational theories just now, he was already making his move. At this moment, in the dormitory building, the 4 members chasing Song Yang were just arriving, and the first thing they said was, "Captain Zhang, everything has been arranged over there in the dormitory building. I've already informed the students to keep their doors shut. No one is to open the door tonight, no matter who knocks." However, after searching around, they still couldn't find where Song Yang had gone. Putting other matters aside, what happened to your leg? Are you injured? Zhang Zhong's focus was not on what the other person was saying, but rather he noticed that the other person's knee was bleeding. The pants soaked and stained a deep red. "Oh, I slipped on the stairs while chasing," Shi Ba casually mentioned. The injured Shi Jiao felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, adjusting his expression and saying, "Captain Zhang, we found something strange in the dormitory building." Chapter 120, Strange Tales at the South Gate. Strange Occurrences? Shi Julian, indifferent to pain and concern, wore a particularly suspicious expression that truly tightened the hearts of those around him. The dormitory area had become a place of absolute silence, the last location where Song Yang could escape the gaze of the pursuing group. "The strange events you mentioned should be the traps set by Song Yang to evade your pursuit. Otherwise, the possibility of him escaping you directly by speed would be nearly zero." After Tao Yajun found no other fugitives at the artificial lake, she rehearsed Song Yang's escape route within the dormitory. If he managed to escape, it could only be due to creating a false labyrinth. However, "I want to hear about the strange events you encountered first." "Let's hear it." Zhang Zhong nodded at Shi Jiao and said, "To begin with, I must recount from the moment I fell in the stairwell." Shi Jiao's expression immediately fell into reminiscence. The long-hidden light of nostalgia in his eyes revealed the shocking fear on his face. "Stop getting lost in the story. The current focus is on investigating the evening's self-study students," Tao Yajun reminded, prompting Zhang Zhong to snap back to reality and quickly urge a few curious members of the pursuit team to focus and conduct a thorough investigation. Shi Jiao's voice was deep and heavy. Combined with the large light shining at the south gate around 8 in the evening, it made the surroundings especially dark, as if drawing a boundary against evil and malevolent forces. "I was running when I fell on the stairs and hit my knee. But that scream was loud. We didn't dare delay at all and rushed up. Soon, we saw a female student. Then we noticed a room that hadn't been closed properly, with students inside taking a shower. We notified each room, ignoring the locked ones, but making sure to knock on the doors of the unlocked ones personally. Then we reached the other stairway and encountered 2 other supporting members of the pursuit team. We confirmed that Song Yang hadn't come down. But after searching floor by floor, we still couldn't find him, so we returned. The story was simple, and Sergio recounted it without any pressure. The pain in his knee kept his mind clear and his memory vivid. As you said, if we searched each dormitory like this, with someone guarding the escape routes on each floor, logically, Song Yang shouldn't have been able to escape. After hearing Sergio's words, Captain Zhang Zhong felt a strange sense of unease. However, beside him, Tao Yajun, after a series of mental explosions, had her eyes shining with understanding. Her voice turned cold as she declared, "No, you overlooked a very important clue." "Did I?" We checked each dormitory one by one. Sergio looked puzzled, unsure how his usual method could be wrong. "It's the timing." Wu Qing, fixated on her computer, reminded them. The 2 individuals in the vehicle, Yaya and Wu Sanshur, were astonished as they looked at the bespectacled man who had always seemed to only have eyes for his computer. Are the elite trackers in the pursuit team really this exceptional? It's one thing to be adept at computers, but he could even follow Tao Yajun's conversation? Wu Qing adjusted his black-framed glasses and asked, "Can you recount the time when each incident occurred?" "Actually, you might not remember clearly, so just give me an approximate interval between the 2 things you did." Although Sergio was puzzled, he answered honestly, "I do forget the exact times of each incident, but I remember the intervals. From when we lost track of Song Yang in the stairwell to when I slipped, it was about 15 to 20 seconds. After I slipped and got back up, I took in the entire view of the corridor, which took another 10 to 15 seconds. I asked the girl for information for about 10 seconds. It took nearly half a minute to go past one dorm room after another before reaching the door of the girl who was showering." Sergio detailed everything precisely down to the second. The pain kept him alert, and his memory was vivid. But just as he was about to continue, Tao Yajun interrupted him. "Stop!" Tao Yajun exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she precisely confirmed, "This is definitely the spot. Though it's true that one can disappear in the corridor in just a few seconds, you've overlooked the timing of that girl." After being startled, even if she was delayed for a moment, she would have seen the corridor's view much earlier than you. Calculating the time, it would only be about 5 seconds. How could she escape down a 50-meter-long corridor without the other pursuers hearing her escape upstairs? Tao Yajun's words were fragmented, but after scanning the surroundings, she continued. "It's likely that the only unusual dormitory, occupied by just one person, is hiding not someone else, but Song Yang." This is impossible," Sergio exclaimed, stunned and unable to accept this conclusion. The screams coming from the restroom were clearly those of a girl. Such screams could only be produced by those young women, right? Tao Yajun's gaze was profound as she replied, "You didn't hear wrong, but her screams were identical to those of the previously fiery girl. We cannot rule out the possibility of recording, just like this communication device operates." She took out her own communication device and demonstrated the operation. Every time they spoke, it repeated what was said. The group stood there, stunned. What does this imply? It indicates that Song Yang did not unintentionally intrude into an occupied female dormitory, but rather, it was premeditated. However, if you think this only shows his impressive escape skills, then you will undoubtedly suffer a major setback. Tao Yajun looked at the dazed group and poured cold water on them again. "What do you mean?" Zhang Zhong asked. Tao Yajun said in a low voice. He understood human nature and knew the instinctive reaction of a girl when she saw a strange man appear in the girl's dormitory. Therefore, he prepared a recording in advance. He had already scouted out a room and found one that was temporarily vacant. If there were no such conditions on that floor, he would create a similar environment on other floors. From this point on, he was already constructing the entire chess game. Placing the female clothing in the most obvious spot deepened the female image related to the girl's dormitory restroom. Such a person could go to any lengths. Chapter 121. This emotion was ultimately misplaced, as we all know, every time Tao Yajun analyzes Song Yang. There's 100% chance he'll end up being proven wrong. Whenever you think he's making a valid point, he inevitably gets slapped in the face for it. This time is no exception, although I almost believed what he said. After enduring countless setbacks, everyone in the Global Escape live stream has thoroughly figured out the characteristics that almost define each individual. When the true God perspective collides with the so-called eye of God that people love to talk about, what should have been an unbalanced scale is now nearly equal. The audience in the live stream is aware of Song Yang's movements, while Tao Yajun is able to predict his next steps after each action he takes. What Song Yang does may seem like a scramble for survival and chaos, but everything he does amidst the turmoil follows a traceable pattern. For instance, he uses lubricant to delay your ascent, turns on the recording device early, and casually removes a woman's skirt. All of these are preparations to escape the dormitory building. Tao Yajun speaks up again to attract everyone's attention. However, he is ruthlessly interrupted by Bao Yun, who sneers, "Tao Yajun, you only analyze after things have concluded, not to mention how credible your words are." The fact that Song Yang is doing these things makes him an extremely formidable opponent. If you want people to take him seriously, you don't need to analyze it so thoroughly. Everyone would do the same. The implication is clear. This emotion was ultimately misplaced. Trusting you time and again, and each time you've proven to be less capable, it's quite uncomfortable. If you don't want the outside world to harbor the greatest doubts about your reputation, you better provide some substantial clues. Bao Yun digs in further, adding salt to the wound. Tao Yajun squints his eyes, remaining unfazed as if facing a mountain collapsing before him, and slowly responds. Finding substantial clues is not impossible. If he were bolder, he could escape by crawling under the car. Because I didn't expect you so-called God-level pursuers to forget to check under the car, Tao Yajun retorts. But he is facing the entire pursuit team. Under the car? Several people are taken aback. The way they look at Tao Yajun is akin to gazing at a monster. This isn't a compliment. They see him as an anomaly. I think you're just scared of Song Yang. No matter what, he can't possibly crawl under a car. The vehicles that are being checked can easily reach speeds of 40 miles per hour. At that speed, if anyone were underneath, they would be in mortal danger. Not only would they not allow it, but even the production team wouldn't agree. They would halt such actions. Bao Yun clearly understands the stakes and hits the nail on the head. What he says makes a lot of sense. The production team's big boss states, the person is back home, getting married. No time to deal with Song Xiaoyao. Of course, no matter what happens. As long as there is one person left in the Global Escape Program team, they will not allow anyone to take their own life, and this will be stopped. Song Yang is a criminal without limits. What can't he do? Can you guarantee that every car will not stop nearby out of curiosity after leaving the South Gate? There is a gambling element in this. But before entering the dormitory building, he doesn't know what escape routes are available. Isn't he also taking a gamble? Tao Yajun stated that based on the facts just mentioned, it proves that Song Yang is someone who does not play by the rules. This is reasonable and well supported, making it hard to refute. Suddenly, these two people had a disagreement again. It seems that Bao Yun has a characteristic of being in conflict with others. Previously, he didn't get along well with Chinya Shinichi, and now with Tao Yajun as the opponent, it remains the same. Gradually, the voices grew louder as they argued over who was right and whose thoughts to follow. Each side had their own reasoning. During the argument, the line of people waiting was gradually shortening. The second batch of evacuees was down to just a few people and a few vehicles. With the experienced members of the pursuit team, their speed was becoming increasingly swift. But at that moment, a scream came from the search checkpoint. A discovery was made. The few who had been silent suddenly trembled. They were not afraid, but excited. The escape team could no longer hold back and was about to take action. The night school self-study students had already evacuated to the third batch, meaning there were only 10 minutes left. They couldn't hold back any longer. Once they took action, there was a high chance of leaving clues, so they had to see. In any case, don't be easily misled by the escape team's feigned confusion. At this time, as long as they hold the south gate, they would definitely be unable to escape. Wu Qing, Go Wei, and Bao Yun shouted in succession. At the same time, their bodies moved towards the area of the discovery. Soon, they formed a circle, squatting on the ground. Their eyes blinked as they looked at the damp ground. Following the long line of water, their view was soon blocked by two large headlights shining with a white glow. Almost simultaneously, they shook their heads and looked towards the exit at the south gate. Upon closer inspection, is this a feigned confusion? Zhang Zhong looked at the surrounding big shots and asked. It should be considered that way. Wu Qing replied with a puzzled tone. No way. The program team wouldn't let the escape team act recklessly. If they were to joke with their lives, once something happened, the news of deaths in the Global Escape live broadcast would sweep the country in an instant. The few of them squatted in a circle, staring blankly at the puddle. Meanwhile, beside them, Ba and Jio whispered, that person. Seems to be a girl from the girls' dormitory? Why is she out? Wait, she's running. Chapter 122. To place one in death, and then revive, accompanied by the astonished exclamations of the two individuals, the pursuit team, crouched on the ground examining clues in hopes of finding traces of the fleeing group. All shifted their gaze towards the southern gate. There stood a tall figure, almost 8 meters in height, dressed in a black and white long dress, with a white scarf covering their head, making it impossible to discern their hairstyle or gender from behind. Just as they opened the car door and got in, it appeared that there were others inside the vehicle as well. However, it was late at night, and visibility was poor. They could only vaguely see from the moment the door opened and through the windshield that there was someone wearing a t-shirt in the passenger seat. As they suddenly stood up, a recording personnel at a nearby table exclaimed in surprise, "Is it her? Do you know her?" Tao Yajun and Gu Wei asked almost simultaneously. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the two pursuers, the recording personnel's heart sank. After a few seconds of silence, they finally managed to reply with some hesitation. "No, I don't know her. But I have a record that she is a student from a minority group and cannot remove her scarf due to the restrictions on minority students. I didn't notice anything unusual and let her go." "Let her go? Didn't I tell you to notify us immediately if you encountered a situation where a decision couldn't be made?" Bao Yun shouted hoarsely. If it was a detail he overlooked that allowed Song Yang to escape, it would reflect poorly on his abilities. But if he had improved any detail and still let Song Yang escape, he couldn't swallow that anger. At that moment, hearing the recording personnel's words, his face turned extremely pale and grim. Seeing this, Tao Yajun didn't have time to ponder the reasons. Time was of the essence. Taking control of the situation, she said, "It's useless to blame him now. What's done is done, and blaming won't help." Things were getting a bit dire. I initially thought the clues left behind to create doubt were meant to cause chaos, allowing the escapee to find an opportunity to flee. But unexpectedly, the misleading clues did not lead to anything. They had already become traces of escape. There was no time to question why the production team had failed to stop such dangerous behavior. They needed to pursue them with a large force immediately while continuing the investigation here without relaxing, being careful not to let the tiger leave the mountain. In the blink of an eye, while Bao Yun's face was filled with anger and instability, Gu Wei was deep in thought with a furrowed brow, and Wu Qing looked pale and stunned. It was Tao Yajun who stepped forward, gradually taking control of the situation with clarity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong, realizing the urgency, arranged for a large number of personnel to pursue by vehicle. Watching the police cars chase after them, Bao Yun's eyes were filled with indignation. Meanwhile, the recording personnel, who had just been shouted at, also looked embarrassed, their demeanor trembling, and their head hung low. Their voice was barely audible, coming out in a faint, stuttering manner. Whispering, I just happened to hear you all saying there was a discovery. My attention wasn't focused here. Thinking about the third batch of people who were being urged to go out because of other matters. Seeing that she didn't seem to have any major issues, I let her go. Though the voice was soft, the entrance was almost silent at that moment. The self-study students who were originally urging to leave the school held their breath, momentarily forgetting the many urgent matters at hand due to the tense atmosphere. "You." Bao Yun's eyes widened. However, Tao Yajun raised her hand to calm his chaotic emotions. Rarely did she point out his mistakes. Instead, she walked up to Wu Qing. Bao Yun's arrangements had no flaws, and although some negative effects had occurred now, he was not at fault. "But you." Suddenly, Tao Yajun moved closer to Wu Qing, their faces only a foot apart. Gu Wei noticed Tao Yajun's strange actions and expressions and realized something, letting out a slight sigh. Bao Yun looked on in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The remaining two star pursuers and Yu Zue exchanged glances, each seeing the words "not my concern" written on each other's foreheads. "It was my oversight. I'm sorry." Without waiting for Tao Yajun to speak, Wu Qing admitted his mistake first. "Although I controlled all the surveillance equipment in the entire school, cutting off their escape routes from the surrounding fences, I focused all my attention on those locations and neglected the entrance. I didn't discover it in advance while they were lining up. I never expected Song Yang to be so bold, leaving through such a heavily guarded entrance." Wu Qing apologized, but his posture remained tall and proud. He acknowledged his mistake, but would never be humble. After all, a genius was used to being above everyone else. Making a fatal mistake and embarrassing himself in front of peers of the same level was quite unfortunate. Although the entrance is the part Bao Yun guards most strictly, you should know the principle of darkness under the lamp. Tao Yajun continued. leaving no room for leniency. Now that she recognized Song Yang's capabilities, making small mistakes like before would mean they would never catch the fleeing team in their lifetime. Tao Yajun wanted to expose and overcome every issue that the entire pursuit team faced. This was also to alert the members of the pursuit team in real life that every detail deserves attention. If they learned this, catching criminals would actually be quite simple. Captain Tao, it's fine. I believe Wu is not negligent. 3 people have to observe so many surveillance devices. It indeed exceeds the workload. Gu Wei intervened to ease the tense atmosphere, smiling as she spoke. Exceeding the workload? Tao Yajun chuckled lightly, pointing at Zhang Zhong and the other pursuit members. She said to Gu Wei, if they encounter a case, they often go sleepless for almost entire nights. They may complain about being tired, but their actions continue. After speaking, Zhang Zhong and the remaining members of the pursuit team all looked stunned, pressing their lips together and lowering their heads. Chapter 123. Under the light, darkness prevails. The bustling self-study students fell silent, their chatter ceasing as they turned to look at the few remaining members of the pursuit team, casting them looks of deep respect. Wu Qing, Gu Wei, and Bao Yun, 3 elite pursuers, emanated an unsettling aura. Ye and Wu Sancher, accustomed to being the center of attention, felt a sense of shame in front of these seemingly ordinary individuals, whose few stars on their shoulders brought an undeniable sense of reassurance. More people, such as those in the live stream, also found themselves rendered speechless. The beautiful host of the live stream, Lin Danming, wiped her eyes and then looked at the dim-faced Li Xinghua. Her voice occasionally choked as she asked, Team Leader Li, I know that in your line of work, every time you respond to a call, you have to give far more than the average person, and I thank people like you for your silent dedication. Li Xinghua remained silent, lowering his head. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, his voice weak as he replied, In our line of work, there is always a risk to life. We face criminals who have disregarded the law. They will stop at nothing, having lost their moral compass. Just as the fleeing team has shown, they are madmen who disregard human life and will slaughter pursuers without hesitation. However, as he spoke, the dimness in his eyes rekindled a brilliant light. He shifted his tone and continued, At this moment, Tao Yajun truly lives up to the title of leader. He sees things more clearly than anyone else. The so-called eye of God cannot merely be a simulation of the situation, but a comprehensive perspective. He had previously hidden aspects beyond the pursuit game, but after witnessing Song Yang's true strength, he could not help but reveal the details and flaws of each member of the pursuit team. For people like them, the burden they carry is heavy. There is no such thing as light work. Serving the people and ensuring social safety is fundamental. Wu Qing is ultimately human, and humans are prone to oversight. Even Song Yang had previously acknowledged his own oversights regarding his suspicions about the undercover agent. The darkness under the light is not solely his fault. When attention is focused on one area, other seemingly secure places can be overlooked. Just like that recorder. Learning from this experience to prevent future mistakes is what truly matters. Nearly 40 to 50 million viewers in the live stream listened attentively to Li Xinghua's words. Even if just 1/10 of them took it seriously, that would be a significant impact. What a dangerous profession it is, facing criminals every day. Not long ago, there was a murderer who deliberately killed, harboring a hatred for society, taking 2 lives and causing widespread panic. In the end, the city organized a pursuit team that worked tirelessly for a week to bring the murderer to justice. Without them, who knows how many more innocent lives would have been lost. Maintaining social peace is fundamental. You protect our safety, and we also want to ensure your lives are secure. If possible, we still hope for world peace. This ambition for world peace is quite grand, realistically. We hope that every time you respond to a call, you return safely without any loss. Watching a program. Why do I always feel like there's sand in my eyes? Watching a show, it either takes my brain cells or my tears. I'm just a strong woman. At the south gate of Suang Institute of Technology, the order seems to have stabilized a lot. Those who were chattering and rushing to leave, after hearing Tao Yajun's words, were deeply moved. Even though they were anxious, they set aside their impatience and fully cooperated. Tao Yajun observed all this, yet felt little joy in her heart. Although the order at the scene was maintained, the person suspected to be Song Yang had already fled the scene. Given the composition of the pursuit team and the speed of the vehicle, it would take about 10 minutes to catch up. I'll go check the surveillance footage for any suspicious clues about that person. Wu Qing lowered his head, but his eyes concealed a fierce, unyielding light. He expressed to Tao Yajun his recognition of her leadership skills once again. After saying this, he got into the car without looking back and began to urgently search for the person in the black and white dress. Meanwhile, Bao Yun and Gu Wei were also busy. Each of them showcased their skills, starting to unravel the remaining clues. It's possible to hide a slightly thinner person under the chassis of an ordinary sedan, but for someone like Xiao Yeye and the other two girls, the chance of them being able to hold on under the car until it leaves is almost zero. Moreover, the water stains don't seem to come from multiple people. If it were Li Xiaoyao and Huang Baoqiang, their strength would indeed be enough to support themselves, and with Huang Baoqiang's abilities, he could safely stop the car after it had traveled a certain distance. In that case, the production team could conclude that there was no danger to life and wouldn't need to issue a warning. Bao Yun first conducted a concise analysis of the water volume, the space under the car, and the capabilities of the fugitives. Then Gu Wei continued, saying, "The incident occurred suddenly, and the combination of two events gave us very little time to think, making it difficult to make the most accurate judgment. Now that we are focused, we can start to think through some clues. Consider this, with Song Yang's cautious personality. Would he allow the fugitives to hide under the car and let the water stains on their bodies fall to the ground to be discovered?" Gu Wei pointed out. Isn't he trying to draw attention to these water stains on the ground, and then escape through another passage in the dark? Zhang Zhong scratched his head and interjected with a question. The question was indeed sharp and to the point. Everyone in the live broadcast room nodded in agreement, realizing that Zhang Zhong had hit the nail on the head. What I mean is, isn't he afraid that we will discover these water stains when the car passes by, and then catch the fugitives hiding under the car? Although we didn't find them earlier, that was our oversight. In this matter, we've all become oblivious to the truth. Tao Yajun later became the only pursuer without any mistakes in this regard. However, such a risky plan, if it fails, would result in at least one fugitive being captured. Gu Wei's expression was serious, her hands clasped in front of her chest, looking deep in thought. Chapter 124, One Shot. One child. Could someone as cautious as Song Yang really do something so bold? Gu Wei exerted all her efforts to fathom Song Yang's psychology. However, the more she thought, the more she felt trapped in a dead end. No, the information she had and the ability to gather news about him were far too limited. There was simply no way to deeply understand him from the scant information available. Gu Wei buried her hands deeply in her posture. Her lightly colored lips parted as she spoke. She was lost in her thoughts, completely unaware that the last group of evacuees nearby was looking at her with strange expressions. One of them muttered quietly, "Who is that woman? Isn't she being a bit too bold?" Her friend, with a mischievous smile, asked, "Where's the boldness? That will be taught tonight." The evacuation proceeded in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, 10 minutes quietly passed, until the last person left. Not a single member of the fleeing team was seen. The south gate was empty. A large light hung over the archway, obscuring the brilliance of the moonlight, casting nearly a dozen shadows on the ground, including a few members of the pursuit team. Their faces were not particularly good, but they weren't overly agitated either. Especially Tao Yajun, who had just joined the pursuit team a few hours ago, along with Gu Wei and two star pursuers, Yaya and Wu Sanshi. From the initial enthusiasm of participating in the program to their current silence, their state of mind had undergone a dramatic transformation. They still had not shown themselves. Had they given up on breaking through here, or had the previous gap allowed the fish to swim away? Tao Yajun stood alone in the center of the south gate, completely surrounded by emptiness, wandering back and forth. Occasionally, he glanced at the dark path leading to the central flower bed of Suang Institute of Technology. His hollow eyelashes shimmered with a hint of color under the light, like white bubbles that burst upon touch. Although the sound was soft, it was enough for many present to hear clearly. Zhang Zhong stepped forward, looking around inside and outside the institute with a strange expression, saying, "Now we wait to see if the 3 members sent out to pursue can successfully intercept that suspected fleeing team." Tao Yajun heard the words, but did not turn his head to respond. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him, granting him an incredibly clear understanding at that moment. It was as if he was in a trance, forgetting both himself and others, his long-lashed eyes slowly closing. Within the closed eyelids, fragments of memories began to assemble. From this moment on, Song Yang was me, and I was Song Yang. In the artificial lake, I realized that Tao Yajun was hidden, while 2 pursuers were in the open, and one of the escape routes at the south gate was gradually being eroded, selecting the south gate as the escape path. Next, everything would pave the way for this goal. In the dormitory building, the escape route must not forget to lay the final important trap. The black and white dress. Women's clothing. And this special institute, with a small percentage of students, has occupied a significant portion of dormitory space during the summer vacation. This seemingly ordinary group within the institute has become a crucial link. If I want to go out, under the strict watch of the guards, I will have no chance. The key to victory lies in chaos. The watermarks on the ground once again serve as misleading clues, but after the first use, the second would be easily detected. It's best to do the opposite this time, turning the clues into traces of escape. However, Tao Yajun suddenly opened his eyes, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. He turned his neck 90 degrees to look outside the dark institute. The crowd was startled by Tao Yajun's sudden movement, and they all asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Gu Wei was the first to ask. Baoyun, who had been mumbling on the ground, also jumped up upon hearing the commotion. His eyes sparkled like countless stars in a vast galaxy, deep and dazzling. "They have more than one exit," he exclaimed. Baoyun's exclamation led to Tao Yajun's final words. "If I make it out through the south gate, the first thing I should do is to run quietly, to avoid being chased by the pursuit team. But wouldn't it be better if I could divert the pursuit team's attention onto my suspected identity?" As they spoke, Tao Yajun and Baoyun's gazes gradually met. In each other's pupils, they saw a shocking expression. "This is bad." The synchronized exclamation from both left Zhang Zhong confused and at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. "What's bad?" Wu Sanshur asked with an awkward expression, forcing himself to inquire. "Hurry," Baoyun shouted almost in a roar. Unable to explain, asked the pursuit members at the artificial lake of the neighboring institute if there's any movement there. Oh. Seeing the expressions on Tao Yajun and Baoyun's faces as if they had seen a ghost, Zhang Zhong didn't dare to delay for even a second. In a hurry, he took out the communicator, but before he could dial, he heard someone calling in. Hearing that piercing voice, both Tao Yajun and Baoyun felt their hearts drop. It was as if their hearts had fallen into an abyss, their bodies feeling weightless and detached. "Team Zhang. Song Yang has appeared. The others have already driven off to chase. I request backup." The urgent voice of Mr. Shursan from the other side of the artificial lake made Zhang Zhong feel uneasy, requesting backup. His voice and tea even faded away. In the next second, bang, that sound, like a thunderclap from the heavens, broke not only the silence of the night, but also shattered the last flicker of hope within the hearts of the pursuit team. Their last hope of dawn was completely destroyed by that shocking gunshot. Tao Yajun's body froze at the sound of gunfire, a strand of hair falling over his forehead, stinging his eyes. Chapter 125 Great Gift. Death is not the end, but the beginning. Request for support. The voice of 13 mixed with the loud bang echoed through the air. The last remaining hope of dawn in the hearts of the pursuit team. At this moment, it was completely obliterated. Tao Yajun's body suddenly stiffened with the enormous sound. In Yu Zue's eyes, there was a deep sense of dread and fear. From 13's words, it was clear that the situation had occurred so suddenly that there was no time to react. It is said that the South Gate after evening classes is the most chaotic place, making it the most appropriate escape route for the fleeing team. However, it seemed that everyone instinctively overlooked another escape route. In comparison, there were only 5 guards at the direction of the artificial lake, which was a stark contrast to the heavily fortified South Gate. This gunfire is 13 is dead. No, it cannot happen. Zhang Zhong's pupils gradually widened, nearly bursting. His hands unconsciously reached back, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. The other members of the pursuit team saw their captain in such a state and rushed to support him. They saw Song Yang, but who were they pursuing? Realizing this too late, a wave of despair washed over him. Zhang Zhong's mood plummeted in an instant, as if a heavy stone had pressed down on him, rendering him unable to move. Just then, as Tao Yajun had guessed earlier, 10 minutes passed. The pursuit team that had gone out made a discovery. "Captain." They intercepted that vehicle. But, the driver was not Song Yang. It was a stranger who knew nothing when questioned. There were several adult dolls in the front passenger and back seats, all wearing clothes similar to those of the fleeing team members, still damp, as if they had just been changed out of. The communicator brought news, like a pair of scissors. It cut off all the tangled clues. Ultimately, it was discovered that there was actually a complete, independent clue laid out right before their eyes. This, Zhang Zhong stumbled, unable to steady himself. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After years in this profession, this was the first time he encountered such a cunning criminal. making him doubt whether his abilities were sufficient for the stars he bore on his shoulders. Gu Wei, seeing his psychological setback, stepped forward to take charge. Directing, the urgent task now is to recall those who have gone out to pursue, assign a few people to continue guarding the south gate, and send others to check the situation at the artificial lake of the neighboring school to trace their escape direction, minimizing losses as much as possible. At the very least, they cannot lose track of the fleeing team. Otherwise, re-establishing their location will not be as simple as before. Her words served as a reassurance, providing Zhang Zhong and the other pursuit members with the best remedy. Everyone regained their confidence. They had not lost yet. As long as the command structure remained intact, there was still hope. Shiba, Sergio, you stay with Wu Qing and the other two companions at the south gate, temporarily prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. The rest of you follow me. Zhang Zhong, with nearly 10 years of case-handling experience, is known for his decisive style. In the end, Tao Yajun and Bao Yun exchanged glances after seeing Zhang Zhong leave with a few people, shook their heads slightly, and sighed. However, their steps still led them in that direction. Gu Wei and the two star chasers didn't linger either, heading towards the artificial lake of the neighboring institution. Only Yu Zue remained quietly in place. He looked at Wu Qing, who was busy working, feeling deeply conflicted. Everyone else was free, but he was currently in custody, unable to leave at will. He should have been placed in a vehicle for detention. If he wanted to observe, he could, but there was no way to escape from the vehicle. Remember, you have no lines. Wu Qing noticed Yu Zue's restless movements, glanced over calmly, and said. Hearing this, Yu Zue felt a surge of joy. He hurriedly thanked Wu Qing. Thank you. I promise not to cause any trouble. After saying that, he dashed off, closely following the main group. Suang Institute of Technology. As a college adjacent to Suang University of Technology, its campus area is not less than that of the Key University. In the vast Suang Institute of Technology, the artificial lake is also a beautiful sight. The water from this lake smoothly flows into a winding river, eventually merging into the depths of the sea. However, it is clear that attempting to escape from this place openly is completely impossible. Just like the boundary between the two institutions, the Canal River is the only passage for the lake water of Suang Institute of Technology to flow into the river, and it is shallower and longer. At this moment, Shursan was slumped on the ground, with a sign hanging from him. It bore the two big characters, death. His expression was extremely grim. But when he saw Zhang Zhong and the others rushing over, he regained his composure as if nothing had happened. Shursan, how are you? A member of the pursuit team, unaware of the consequences, instinctively asked when seeing his companions sitting on the ground with a sign. Tao Yajun and Bao Yun, who rushed over, also instinctively wanted to avoid the topic but could not. Fortunately, Shursan had been informed in advance by the production team, so even though he felt a deep resentment, he could only swallow it down. Rolling his eyes, he fell to the ground, striking a pose resembling a dead body. Phew! Several top chasers let out a sigh of relief and rushed forward. Upon seeing the scene, they noticed the traces were quite singular. So much so that they felt they had seen this kind of trace many times before. Then they understood that this was not just a feeling. It was a fact. Another pile of water traces. Are these people ever going to stop? Zhang Zhong followed the water traces and discovered one side connected to the artificial lake, while the other led towards the entrance of Suang Institute of Technology. He cursed under his breath, complaining, I've never seen such a shameless criminal before, using the same trick 3 times. Can't you be a bit more professional? Look, there's a line of text here. Suddenly, he pointed to a spot on the ground, calling everyone over to take a look. He muttered, one life for another death is not the end, but the beginning. Chapter 126, a great gift for you, a life for a life. Death is not the end, but the beginning. The water-written characters are extremely vague, almost fading away. But this does not hinder Bao Yun from conducting a deep analysis of this mark. This mark definitely did not appear after we heard the gunshot. It should have been here for quite some time. He slowly extended a hand, his long fingers gradually approaching the slightly damp ground, and then rubbed his thumb and index finger together a couple of times. The water traces have almost dried up, nearly disappearing without a trace. The dust and gravel gathered by the water no longer have the initial wet stickiness. The texture feels very coarse. Not after we heard the gunshot. Earlier, Zhang Zhong crouched down beside Bao Yun, holding his breath and asking intently. His eyes have gradually become bloodshot, looking quite terrifying, with a complex emotion between his brows that is hard to ignore. It was before that, just a few minutes before I reached the south gate. right after I truly left the artificial lake. Tao Yajun, who had been squatting by the clear water traces of the artificial lake, paused her movements, gazing at the water surface that still held some ripples, answering with her back to everyone. The artificial lake, shrouded in darkness, became as deep and terrifying as the ocean, making one want to avoid it. The horror from the depths is enough to shock the soul, just like his current state of mind. He couldn't help but feel surprised and shaken. Tao Yajun slightly turned around and continued, before I knew that Song Yang had entered the dormitory building. I didn't chase after him. Instead, I wanted to threaten a few people in the artificial lake to force Song Yang to reveal his tracks. But, at that time, he did not show up, and there were no signs of other fleeing teams at the artificial lake of the university. I am not familiar with swimming, so I didn't go into the water, which might have allowed them to pass through the channel right under my nose. After saying this, Tao Yajun's gaze became distant, as if she was pondering over some inconsistency. Go Wei, who was standing with her arms crossed, continued Tao Yajun's words and said, from this almost faded water trace, it is clear that they came here a long time ago. This confirms your previous speculation. Therefore, the water trace at the artificial lake of the university is a diversion set up by Song Yang and his team, using the end of evening classes to make the pursuit team vigilant about the escape route at the south gate. As a result, a large number of personnel focused on the south gate, and your strength alone is limited. If a defector like Yu Zue also sets up a diversion. Go Wei's words were striking, and as she finished speaking, her eyes turned towards a figure slowly running towards them. Her sharp gaze resembled that of an owl in the night, with a ghostly light that sent chills down one's spine. The running figure appeared somewhat thin, swaying in the evening breeze, their footsteps echoing as they hurried over. They had been running at full speed to catch up. As soon as he arrived, still unsteady on his feet, he bent over with his hands on his knees and was momentarily taken aback. Yu Zue saw a bizarre scene unfolding. Tao Yajun, Go Wei, Zhang Zhong, Wu Sanshi, and Yi Ya, along with many other members of the pursuit team, either looked at him with suspicion, disbelief, or cold hostility. Yu Zue's mind immediately recalled a book he read in childhood called 100,000 Whys. Why are they all looking at me? Why do they have these expressions? Why isn't anyone chasing the escape team? Why does a mere undercover have such high visibility? So many questions flooded Yu Zue's mind, leaving him feeling chaotic. With a puzzled expression, he timidly approached. His voice was weak, lacking its previous confidence, and he cautiously asked, What is going on? Why are you looking at me like this? Wu Sanshi moved sideways like a crab to Yi Ya's side, and quietly asked, Sister Yi Ya, do you know why they are looking at brother you like that? Yi Ya's face looked confused, and she shrugged helplessly, whispering back, I don't know either. I'm just watching along. We can't look foolish, right? It's not wrong to follow these smart people. Sister Yi Ya is smart. I've learned something. Wu Sanshi quickly replied seriously. Although he felt invisible tonight, if he truly wanted to learn, this environment could offer the fastest training. Yi Ya softly reminded him, Yes. I will work hard. One life for another. He indeed saw your betrayal from the very beginning. Abandoning the car to protect the leader never meant giving up on the escape team, but rather on you, the betrayer. Tao Yajun stepped closer to Yu Zue, her expression growing colder. What do you mean by one life for another? What are you talking about? Yu Zue looked very innocent, but his legs involuntarily took 2 steps back. He felt threatened by Tao Yajun's icy demeanor, a natural resistance within him unwilling to engage in close conversation. Finally, Go Wei stepped forward to persuade, Tao Yajun, let it go. The priority now is to find other members of the escape team. We don't know where Song Yang found people to disguise and escape, and he recently led the pursuit team members away. To be honest, I'm not underestimating the pursuit members, but if we are to catch Song Yang while he is leading us by the nose, the probability is nearly 0. Tao Yajun remained silent, only responding helplessly, no need to chase. We want to catch up. Why? Go Wei was extremely puzzled, and this time it was her who couldn't see the situation clearly. Tao Yajun bitterly pointed to where she had just stood by the lake. The crowd looked blank, completely unable to understand. Even the many viewers in the live stream, after witnessing a crystal-clear plot development, fell back into a mystery. They had always suspected that after chasing here, the primary task was to pursue the escape team. Why weren't they chasing? As Tao Yajun, who had just gained the trust of the pursuit team for the second time, surprisingly abandoned the order to chase and instead squatted by the riverbank for a long time. How bizarre. How strange. Chapter 127. The final resolution of the game. The mastermind is just one person holding the same question, the other members of the pursuit team, except for Tao Yajun, looked at her face while moving toward the lakeside. In no time, several figures stood dazed by the lakeshore, their expressions bewildered as if they were witnessing an incomprehensible scene that left them perplexed. Bao Yun's gaze was sharp and around his line of sight. Almost all other images became blurred, leaving only the small area in front of him. In this game, he ultimately had the upper hand. Guowei shook her head, turned her head to glance at Tao Yajun's calm face as she looked up at the sky, and whispered softly. Yaya and Wu Sanshur approached and saw two pairs of seemingly innocent, clear eyes, filled with endless doubt amidst their purity. What is going on? What is it? Just show us the scene. Don't just give us the sound without the visuals. Why do you keep showing us the starry sky? In the live broadcast room, the continuously playing starry sky scene was causing impatience among many viewers. However, for Li Xinghua, a former participant, he did not share that sense of impatience. He understood the capabilities of the pursuit team's hunters, and from the words of the other party, it was clear that the situation was far from simple. What could it be? Li Xinghua was also quite curious. He stared intently at the large screen in the live broadcast room, noticing that the camera was slowly moving. Was it finally going to reveal the reason that made all members of the pursuit team give up the chase? What could it be? Holding on to such hopes and expectations, many people couldn't help but stand up. Some viewers lying in bed quietly pulled back their legs that had been outside the covers at that moment. The camera turned. In the midst of darkness, a bright full moon was reflected, the lake rippled, and even the round moon seemed to shiver from the cold. By the lakeside, where many gazes converged, were two fishing boats docked at the edge. One small boat was wet all over, completely capsized. The other boat was dry, like a leaf floating quietly by the lake. These two boats should be the feeding boats in the artificial lake. Bao Yun squatted by the lake, looking at the two boats. That one is capsized. Guowei immediately squatted beside him, pointing at the overturned boat 2 meters away. Capsized but still floating on the lake. Don't you think the internal vacuum space of the capsized boat might have a few straws breathing? Bao Yun pointed out, voicing his doubts. Like the artificial lake at Suheng Institute of Technology, Guowei turned to respond. But she shifted her tone and continued to mutter to herself. If you were given a chance to escape, would you take it? If I were a member of the escape team and had witnessed the capabilities of the pursuit group during this more than hour-long chase, I would never take the risk of not escaping. Otherwise, all the effort that Song Yang put in would have been completely in vain, Bao Yun said helplessly. However, considering the situation, it would be unwise to act recklessly again and repeat past mistakes. Look, Guowei agreed. Zhang Zhong then called a few people to check the water below. Tao Yajun and Bao Yun, along with others, kept an eye on the surface of the lake for any signs of movement. Half a minute later, it was confirmed that there was indeed no one under the overturned boat. He said, no need to search anymore. The person suspected to be Song Yang was wearing wet clothes belonging to other escapees from the team and was accompanied by a few children. If he changed into dry clothes on the boat and escaped, there would be no direction for his escape. That trail of watermarks is most likely a misleading clue, a false lead meant to confuse us. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. In this game, we are all just pawns. The so-called player is merely Song Yang. I have lost this pursuit. Tao Yajun gazed quietly at the two boats docked on the shore, speaking calmly. Though his words sounded disheartened, his spirit remained remarkably self-assured, showing no signs of defeat or loss of confidence. Fortunately, we did gain something from this. And perhaps we need to verify one point with the production team. He clapped his hands, then placed them behind his back, leaving behind a solitary figure as he turned and entered the back seat of the police car. He told the driver, back to the pursuit center building. What about the other pursuers? The driver asked. Tao Yajun rolled down the window, leaned out, and asked the group that seemed lost in thought, do you all want to continue searching here? Guowei's expression was calm as she kicked a small stone by her sneaker-clad feet. The stone fell into the lake, splashing tiny droplets of water. She let out a sigh of disappointment, slowly walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. Wu Sanshur and Yaya had no strong opinions at the moment, so they followed the path and left. Bao Yun, who had been crouching, also slowly stood up and glanced at Yuzue beside him. In a cold voice, he said, take him back to the pursuit center building. Yes. Several pursuers immediately took action. Yuzue, being restrained, had no chance to resist at all. At this moment, he understood that the vague words left by the escape team were meant for him. In dealing with traitors, the escape team had chosen to hand his fate completely over to the pursuit group. He was a pawn. Let's go. Two pursuers held Yuzue's shoulders and left the artificial lake. Thus, there was no trace of the pursuit group members left at the Suhang University of Technology. Meanwhile, at the south gate of Suhang Polytechnic University, after receiving the evacuation message, Wu Qing carefully reviewed all the surveillance footage again, confirming that there were indeed no signs of the escape team. He could only helplessly order everyone to leave together. The two institutions have once again returned to a state of calm. Under the full moon, dark clouds loom overhead once more. It seems as if the night is gradually engulfing the two campuses, rendering them silent and desolate. In the live broadcast room, the scenery appears as dark as ink. The sound of rushing water seems to transport the millions of viewers back to the vast ocean from the beginning of the program. Bubbles burst one after another. Chapter 128, Review of the Game. Attention from all over the internet in a split second at nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. The Global Escape live broadcast room unprecedentedly broke the record with over 50 million viewers watching in real time as the pursuit team returned to the central building. This escape chase temporarily came to an end. The brief confrontation ultimately resulted in mutual sacrifices from both sides. The live broadcast seemed to lack any perspective from either party, instead showing various detail snippets that had occurred since the program began. Many new viewers were still unaware of what had transpired in this global escape program. Due to a certain idea proposed by a participant, the show had deviated from its originally anticipated trajectory. Many details required repeated contemplation to comprehend, and numerous seemingly unreasonable aspects needed thorough observation to understand fully. Additionally, the official program team had more important updates to address. For example, the issue of increasing the bounty on each fugitive in the escape team, whether there was an error in the intelligence quotient value tested by the pursuit team leader, the need to enhance the strength of the pursuit team after a fugitive killed a member of the team, and whether the escape map would be restricted to a certain area. These questions were merely the sharp tip of the iceberg. Many more issues required extensive meetings and careful consideration before being communicated to the public. The interaction between the two sides in the show involved handling the core themes of safety, freedom, and crime, and it was crucial to identify any flaws or loopholes in this regard. This was the answer that the program team, as well as higher authorities, sought to provide. After witnessing a thrilling showdown, many viewers were left with a sense of unease. Although the events portrayed in the Global Escape program had no direct impact on them, just watching made them feel a chill down their spine. How to react if this were reality remained an everlasting question. At the headquarters of the Pursuit Center, the night was bright as day. From a distance, one could see countless lights, a testament to thousands of people working overtime to compile and organize information. Papers flew everywhere, and young men and women were running back and forth, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Water was consumed at a rapid pace, half an hour per bucket. The noise of phones was overwhelming, with everyone stuffing their ears with cotton balls. Hello? Is the editor-in-chief busy? Has the data from the Polytechnic University been transmitted? Oh, good. I'll have the editorial staff start compiling it now. Hello? Have the routes for the 6 members of the escape team been mapped out? What about the overall metrics for command and labor? We need those to determine the percentage increase in the bounty. Hello? Looking for the senior leader? He has gone home to get married. He'll return after the wedding night. What? As the leader of the pursuit team, you want to confirm the IQ test scores of the fugitive team member, Song Yang? Sorry. All the data displayed on the task cards for every member has been meticulously analyzed by the Global Escape Program team, approaching nearly 100% accuracy. In the bustling central building, busy staff members come and go, with air conditioning running 24 hours a day. The brightly lit building is filled with activity. In the center of the live broadcast studio, Lin Danming and Li Xinghua are unable to relax at all. Surrounding the stage is a wall displaying the live footage, showing not only the personal perspectives of each member on both sides of the chase, but also satellite images from a bird's-eye view. However, the two in the center of the stage cannot see any of this. Team Leader Li, didn't the program team just focus on the scene where bubbles are rising in the middle of the lake? Doesn't it feel particularly familiar? Lin Danming, dressed in an OL professional skirt, sits sideways on the sofa with her long legs, looking at Li Xinghua with suspicion. Li Xinghua also withdrew his gaze from the large screen replay and, after some reflection, replied, "It's familiar." Previously, Song Yang and Shi Yao emerged from the lake after Bao Yun and others were led to the south entrance. Could it be that this time it's also Song Yang and the others? Lin Donming's heart skipped a beat as she pressed for more information. Li Xinghua shook his head and responded. First, the bubbling lake belongs to the jurisdiction of a certain technical institute. Since Song Yang has already appeared and was chased by several pursuing members, he doesn't possess any trick like the Monkey King's cloning technique. So he can't be at the bottom of the lake. Second, since Song Yang took the risk to leave through the south entrance, it means he genuinely wants to escape the pursuit team's site with the fugitive team. According to the theory proposed by Tao Yajun and the others regarding the two fishing boats, given Song Yang's cautious nature, it would clearly be unreasonable to abandon the chance of escape. Additionally, until the very last moment of the program's footage, there was no news from the pursuing team chasing after Song Yang, indicating they have not lost track of him. It would be extremely unwise for a fugitive team without a clear leader to abandon their chance of escape and stay within the institute. Li Xinghua discussed the matter directly, providing his answer based on years of experience. As for the final scene of the footage, it can only be said that it was a habitual tactic by the program team to confuse the audience, a suspenseful memento to attract attention. I see. Lin Donming's lips parted slightly, her expression filled with bewilderment. The matters within the institute have reached a conclusion. This round of testing between the two sides of the chase seemed to show that Song Yang was in control, but he had received information at the cost of some sacrifices. It remains to be seen who will take action first. Compared to this already concluded game, I am more curious about the discrepancies in the events that took place in the night school. Are there still some inexplicable aspects? Lin Danming asked. There are. And more than one. Li Xinghua looked up at the replay on the large screen. Together with the 50 million viewers in the live broadcast rooms, we reminisce about everything that happened during that time. Just as the pursuit team stepped into the tracking center building, the external online media went into a frenzy, enthusiastically promoting the news platform. Global Escape Tracking Report. The new pursuit team faces another setback against the escape squad. Betrayal by a key figure. Trending search. Trending no. 1. The Global Escape's deadly chess game comes to an end. The only player is none other than one individual. Shock news. Shocking. A group of exceptionally intelligent individuals in the Global Escape surprisingly shows a preference for adult dolls. Netizens expressed their disbelief. They are going to be played to the extreme. Chapter 129. Nationwide missing persons notice in the dormitory of Jiangnan University. A series of knocks echoed through the hallway. Li Jing, an ordinary-looking girl wearing clear glasses, sat at her desk, deep in thought. Another roommate was beside her. Who could it be at this hour? The roommate, who hadn't washed her hair for 3 days, scratched her greasy head in confusion. Lily, open the door. I need to take some notes. Time is flying by, and I didn't understand some parts. I need to jot them down quickly, Li Jing said, focused on her computer screen, scribbling away. Lily chuckled helplessly at her roommate's determination and got up to answer the door. To her surprise, it was the dormitory supervisor, accompanied by a young man in a red outfit. Lily stood frozen in shock, staring at the supervisor as if she had seen a ghost. After confirming it was indeed her, she mumbled, "Is this really our dorm supervisor? Usually, she won't even let my boyfriend up 10 meters to the building. And now she is bringing a guy up herself. But that outfit looks strangely familiar." As Lily was lost in her thoughts, the dorm supervisor smiled and replied, "Is Li Jing here? This young man is from the Global Escape Show's production team, here to deliver a care package for her." A care package? Lily, who had gotten into Jiangnan University alongside Li Jing, was quick-witted, connecting the dots from just a few hours ago when they watched the live broadcast of the Global Escape Show together. She shouted into the dorm, "Jingjing, stop studying. The Global Escape Show team sent someone to give you a care package." Upon hearing this, Li Jing abruptly stopped writing, and with a clatter, she rushed to the door. Adjusting her glasses, she politely greeted the dorm supervisor first, and then turned to the young man in red. Recognizing him as someone who had encouraged her to get involved in the Global Escape Show just hours earlier. "You must be Miss Li Jing. I apologize for your involuntary participation in the live broadcast due to the show's authenticity, which led to some unnecessary disputes and troubles. On behalf of the Global Escape Show team, I bring you this care package as an apology. Though it is not valuable, it represents our sincere intentions. Please accept it." The young man stood upright, his demeanor humble and sincere. Li Jing paused for a moment, then quickly adjusted her glasses and took the delicate gift box he offered, saying, It's fine. I've seen your show. It's really well done. Many details hold up to scrutiny, and there were moments that felt so real. It was quite thrilling. Thank you for your support." I have other tasks to attend to, so I won't take up more of your time, the young man said, ready to move on, as there were many others like Li Jing who had been drawn into the global escape show. All right, you two get some rest, he added before leaving. The dormitory supervisor eventually mediated between the two female students and then led the man away. Once they left, Xiaoli curiously asked, "Let's hurry and see what it is." Upon entering, after a series of smooth actions, Xiaoli picked up a beautifully crafted commemorative album and flipped through it. She discovered that it contained carefully selected photos from the Global Escape live broadcast. At the end, there was a note, "With this commemorative album, you can participate in the Ultimate Escape Plan on the last day of the Global Escape program." The Ultimate Escape Plan? What could that be? Since it was a mystery, it would naturally be revealed on the last day. Rather than worrying about such distant matters, it was better to clarify the issues at hand. Li Jing was more open-minded. Her curiosity was present but not overwhelming. She tidied up her notebook and then opened the largest academic forum in her region. Under the identity of a student from the Chinese department at a university, she published an article about the global escape. The title was, "On the Global Escape Program, Hidden Easter Eggs." She deviated from the usual cliché titles and adopted the most eye-catching approach. Once published, the article immediately attracted the attention of many students surfing the forum. To her surprise, there were other students like her who enjoyed researching the various Easter eggs of the Global Escape Program. Easter eggs, the uniqueness of two fishing boats, the mystery of Song Yang's true IQ. Did the pursuit team realize that Shi Yao was not an undercover agent? The ending of exchanging one life for another has its implications. And what were the bubbles in the artificial lake? So cool. Watching the escape program alone in the dormitory at night. Do you know how it feels in the sweltering heat? Wanting to wrap yourself in a blanket? It turns out I was born just to add to the numbers in this world. Eyes, is it really that simple? Brain, after all, the IQ is high enough to be 250. Likes, comments, and shares are essential features of almost every highlighted post. Just like the article Li Jing published. It covered many aspects that people often overlooked. If not mentioned, they would be subconsciously forgotten. This article, after several shares, eventually caught the attention of a seasoned veteran in a popular online community. He was the creator of a mystery forum and was active in many thought-provoking spaces, leaving his mark everywhere. Now he faced a very tricky problem. After watching some recap segments, he found himself unable to understand the cause and effect. All his thoughts boiled down to one sentence. This question is too difficult. I can't solve it. Compared to the overwhelming 50 million viewers, this was almost a minor issue. Their influence exceeded their expectations. Ultimately, all questions pointed to one person, the mastermind behind this game. Song Yang. Where is he? A search for him was fervently underway across the internet. Chapter 131. An extra person at the intersection of Happiness Road and the Third Cross in Dongxing District. The street at 9 o'clock was not bustling with the traffic of a vibrant city, nor was it filled with the glimmer of nightlife. As an old urban area, it primarily featured residential communities with few entertainment spots available. Damn it. In a police car blaring its sirens, the driver slammed his hands on the steering wheel. Consumed by rage, his head thumped against the wheel as he angrily exclaimed, "He got away just like that. I can't accept it. If it weren't for that car at the traffic light, I could have avoided it in time, and he wouldn't have vanished in an instant." In the back seat sat two others, with one more in the passenger seat. The three of them understood the driver's frustration and spoke up to comfort him. "It's not your fault. After all, you just happened to pass through the intersection right as the traffic light changed. We set off the alarm, but that car was driving normally. You were just trying to avoid causing an accident by slowing down. As for how to deal with that car, our program won't really do anything to him." After the colleague in the passenger seat offered some words of encouragement, the two in the back leaned forward and patted the driver on the shoulder. They said, "Didn't team leader Tao mention that this was because Song Yang was too cunning? He led us in circles for so long, calculating the timing of the traffic lights at every intersection, and this particular one had various factors that allowed him to escape. You led us around in circles again without finding Song Yang, right? We should head back. The Central Pursuit team might have other ways to handle it. Song Yang is clever, but I think team leader Tao is no slouch either. It's just that our trust had a rift, which allowed Song Yang to exploit it. Didn't you notice how close his previous analyses were to the truth? The camaraderie among colleagues was simple and pure. As elite detectives, they possessed many outstanding qualities. Otherwise, they wouldn't deserve to be called elite, let alone bear the star insignia. It was truly frustrating to go back without any leads on Song Yang. The driver clenched his fists tightly and then relaxed them with a loud sigh. The colleague in the passenger seat replied earnestly, "Frustration won't help. Some criminals we've encountered were caught within hours, while others took weeks. It's only been half a day. There's no need to feel disheartened. I know the deceased was your best friend, and you're angry about his death, but we are all colleagues, and everyone feels the same frustration. We can't let our emotions take over." Sighing, the driver said, "Why don't you take the wheel? I feel like I'm losing control of my emotions." He responded gloomily, unbuckling his seatbelt and getting out to move to the passenger seat. Seeing this, the person in the passenger seat said nothing more, got out, and switched places. They started the car and drove away. The police sirens were not activated on the way back. Just as the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room began to question why the focus had shifted from the strategy discussions at the pursuit center to a few individuals being chased, the scene quietly moved, disappearing into the alleys. A pair of feet, lurking in the darkness of a corner, appeared before everyone. Even the members of the pursuit team, when united with determination, could be quite formidable. It took them half an hour to memorize the conditions at several intersections nearby and find a suitable place to escape. Otherwise, dragging this out would be very detrimental to me. The voice in the live broadcast was extremely magnetic, soothing like a warm jade, calming the restless hearts of the viewers. In fact, many people, upon hearing that voice, immediately recalled a familiar face in their minds. Song Yang. As if to confirm their thoughts, the holographic camera presented Song Yang's face to over 50 million viewers. It really was him. Song Yang had managed to shake off a few pursuers and dared to return to observe from the shadows. What audacity! The scene faded away in an instant, like half of the night sky, disrupting the viewer's vision. It wasn't until the light of the moon appeared that a few shadowy figures became vaguely visible. Zifeng, be careful. Don't bump into anything. Li Xiaoyao led the way, crouching down with his tall figure, occasionally reminding the youngest girl behind him in a low voice. Zhang Zifeng, drenched and shivering, curled up her arms and nodded. The group pressed closely against the wall, feeling their way into a dormitory room. Get in. Close the door. After a series of smooth operations, they leaned back against the door, letting out a sigh of relief. Sister Xiao, it's so dark. Why did Brother Song want us to come to this dormitory? Wouldn't it be better to just run away? Zhang Zifeng clutched Xiao's smooth and slightly damp arm. Wait, I'll turn on the screen light of the communicator. We can't turn on the lights. The balcony has no cover and will expose our location. As for other questions, we can ask him when he returns. Xiao took off her waterproof backpack and pulled out some equipment. The others followed suit. In no time, the small dormitory was filled with faint glows, like a few glow sticks. Although the visibility was still dark, they could distinguish each other's positions by the light source. Just then, Zhang Zifeng, tightly holding Xiao's arm, suddenly tensed up. Sister Xiao, have you noticed that there seem to be 6 sources of screen light in this dormitory? And it looks like the flashlight light from a phone is coming from the bathroom on the balcony. Do you see the light from the gap under the door on the floor? Is that right? The 5 members of the escape team froze at these words. Although they could not see each other's expressions, it was easy to imagine that they all looked like Xiao Yiya, faces filled with terror, hair standing on end, and hearts racing. There were indeed 6 people in the escape team, but Song Yang was not present at the moment. So, the 6th source of light in this dormitory was, Chapter 132, quotes from Song Xiaoga. Huang Baoqiang, feeling bold, cautiously made his way to the bathroom, pushed open the slightly ajar door, and, as expected, spotted a figure. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself. Although his low exclamation was jarring, he managed to suppress his urge to shout, ensuring he wouldn't disturb the students in the adjacent dormitory who were still resting. Even so, upon seeing the figure in the bathroom, he instinctively jumped back 2 steps, leaning against the sink on the balcony. His pupils widened in shock, and his lips trembled slightly. Baoqiang, what's wrong? Who's in there? Li Xiaoyao realized that things were not as expected. Seeing Huang Baoqiang's astonished expression, he almost concluded that the person in the bathroom was someone from the pursuit team. His mind raced with only one thought: run. Li Xiaoyao called out to the closest companion, Xiaoya, and turned to flee. But Huang Baoqiang stopped him. Wait. It's not someone from the pursuit team. No need to run. His face flushed with a strange color, but in the darkness, it was hard to tell. No one knew how complicated Huang Baoqiang's feelings were at that moment. The other fugitives, hearing this, paused and turned back, casting suspicious glances as they slowly approached the balcony. Just moments ago, They had been acting on instinct to escape, but now, reflecting on it, even if someone from the pursuit team were inside, would they really be afraid? With their numbers, their courage surged explosively. In the dim light, even the sound of a chair being accidentally moved in the dormitory was enough to make their hair stand on end. Finally, when Shi Yao and the others focused their gazes on the bathroom, they were collectively stunned. There were no ghosts as rumored, no unexpected pursuit team members, and certainly no hair-raising scenes. Instead, they were met with a scene that ignited male hormones. From below, a pair of bare feet was visible, leading up to flawless white calves. Further up, the view was somewhat spoiled, as a snow-white bathrobe tightly wrapped around the body above the calves. However, a faint S-shaped curve was discernible, incredibly graceful and alluring. A few drops of water trickled down the clearly defined collarbone, resembling melting snow from the peaks of a mountain returning to the serene valleys. The face illuminated by the phone flashlight was shaped like an oval, with perfectly crafted features. While not exactly breathtakingly beautiful, it was enough to evoke memories of first love. At that moment, the woman in the bathroom noticed several people staring at her, blinking her bright eyes, and pursing her lips without uttering a single word. Not even a syllable. Yet her restless expressions varied greatly. As the scene shifted, millions of viewers witnessed this reality. The comments exploded. A group claiming to be wolf youths began to emerge. Wow, my girlfriend of 3 years hasn't he shown me as much as this? Wow, bro just got cut. And seeing this I'm directly losing it. What S seen is not to be indulged in. What S heard is not to be indulged in. Li Xiaoyao was the first to react, quickly turning his back and panting heavily as he returned to the center of the dormitory. I'll go comfort Xiaoyao. Huang Baoqiang also felt awkward and came up with a rather clumsy excuse to leave. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's eyes, which were originally the size of green beans, had now evolved to the size of soybeans. Xiaoya, have you seen enough? Zhang Zifeng nudged Xiaoya with his elbow. What are you looking at? I am very devoted to my sister Tai Chui. Move aside quickly. I've been holding it in all day and can't hold it anymore when I see the bathroom. Xiaoya stomped her feet in annoyance, twisting her plump body as she spoke. Zhang Zifeng was speechless. Shi Yao, taking advantage of the situation, attempted to control the woman in front of her, pressing her hand forward, trying to cover her mouth before she had a chance to react. Don't be nervous. I'm already dead. You don't have to worry about me saying anything inappropriate. The woman in the bathrobe smiled softly. Dead? The fugitives felt a wave of panic upon hearing this. What is going on? Why did the woman in front of them die in the bathroom? What exactly happened? Too many mysteries clouded their judgment. Perhaps everything could only be resolved when Song Yang arrived. If she is dead, then let us move on and take care of urgent matters in life. Xiaoya urged carelessly. My walking doesn't affect my identity as a dead person. Just don't dirty the bathroom. The woman in the bathrobe walked out by herself, reminding them not to make a mess. Xiaoya was at a loss for words, not knowing how to retort. Dirty? What made my screen dirty too? This was the only thought in the minds of the many viewers in the live stream. The woman in the bathrobe entered the dormitory, leaning half of her body against the desk. She scrutinized the 4 fugitives in front of her. You don't seem surprised or frightened to see us. Shi Yao's expression was cold, her gaze fixed on the woman in the bathrobe. This was one of the many points that made her suspicious. Brother Song told me before that you might come to the dormitory at this time, so I was a bit mentally prepared not to be frightened. Of course, I won't be scared since I was prepared. The woman in the bathrobe replied with a charming smile. Brother Song, he has been to this dormitory before and said these things to you? Shi Yao was stunned, unable to wrap her head around it. I'm sorry, I can't answer that, after all. I'm currently in a dead person's identity. Then can you tell me your name? It's fine to tell you. My name is written on my desk. You can find it. My name is Qin Yinzhu. Don't you want to wear more clothes? Shi Yao asked. No need. I'm wearing something underneath. Brother Song said he likes to arrange everything properly after killing, so I can choose my clothes and stay in the bathroom. Again with the brother? Shi Yao pressed her lips together, continuing the conversation while keeping within certain bounds, avoiding crossing the production team as principals. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, there was a series of 3 short and 2 long knocks on the dormitory door. The captain has returned, and he gave the signal. Li Xiaoyao, who had been standing close to the door, was the first to react. Chapter 133. The mysterious brother. The sound of knocking gradually echoed through the room. However, it did not startle the few individuals inside. On the contrary, the rhythmic frequency made them feel at ease. The 5 fugitives, who had been tense for nearly half an hour, finally relaxed a bit, their nerves loosening. Li Xiaoyao glanced at the others in the room, took a deep breath, and exhaled. His long fingers tightly gripped the doorknob as he pulled back the latch. With a creak, the door opened. A tall man stood in the doorway, his face shrouded in the dim light of the moon, appearing hazy yet distinctly outlined and striking. He carried a few items in his hands as he stepped into the dormitory and closed the door, asking suspiciously, "Is there a power outage? Why isn't the light on?" With that, he flicked the switch, and suddenly, the room was as bright as day. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, as if they had emerged from a long time spent in a dark basement into sunlight for the first time. "Little brother," Xiao exclaimed, her flawless features slowly transforming into a look of surprise. "It's okay, this dormitory is occupied, and the outside world is still unaware that the people inside have perished. After all this commotion tonight, it's likely that few dormitories would be sleeping with the lights off. There's no need to deliberately erase these traces." Song Yang explained quickly, realizing the reason for not turning on the lights. "Oh, I see." Xiao's expression changed awkwardly upon hearing Song Yang's reasoning. She found it quite sensible. Her gaze shifted to the others, who were all looking at her meaningfully, causing her to lower her head and fall silent. Indeed, without Song Yang's guidance, even she could easily make mistakes in small details. "Brother Song, what are those things in your hands?" Zhang Zifeng asked, leaning out from behind Xiao, blinking curiously. As everyone's attention shifted to Song Yang's hands, he raised his arms. He tossed 2 bags to Xiao, Zhang Zifeng, and Li Xiaoyao. "I took a set of your clothes to distract the main group of pursuers, and now I'm bringing you a new set. I don't know the exact sizes, I just grabbed whatever." "Huh, what about that square box in your hand, Captain?" Huang Baoqiang's sharp voice pulled everyone's focus back. "It's today's birthday cake for Xiao," Song Yang replied casually, as if discussing something very ordinary. "Wow, Sister Xiao, Brother Song specially bought you a cake," Zhang Zifeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with envy. "Oh no, cake makes you gain weight. Just when I was planning to lose some." Xiao Ye licked her lips. Her features contorted. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on the square box, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter a few words. "Thank you, little brother." Though they were fugitives, they were also companions. Song Yang raised his hand to indicate no need for formality and smiled. "Go change your clothes first, and we'll talk later. Remember to turn off the cameras." Just as the millions of viewers were immersed in the surprise of the warm male character, they suddenly heard that final reminder, and in an instant, knives were drawn. "Brother Song, I advise you to be kind. Forget about guarding against the small-minded, but why must even we, the righteous ones, be on guard? What on earth? Is this a declaration of sovereignty? With cake and reminders all around. Who needs a couple when Brother Song belongs to everyone? If that's the case, then sneaking away with Brother Xiaoyao should raise no objections, right?" Although the live stream lacked the scene of 3 women going to the bathroom together, thanks to Song Yang's perspective, a few snippets of conversation could still be heard. "Sister Xiao, this doesn't seem to be my size. Brother Song is not reliable this time. It's too big. I think that should be mine. This piece should be yours. Sister Xiao, your figure is amazing. Why do I get a tank top? Am I not worthy of having a good figure?" The few embarrassing exchanges from the bathroom made Xiaoya and Huang Baoqiang look at Song Yang with suspicious eyes, as if saying, "You know what's going on." But Song Yang remained calm, boldly pulling up a chair to sit down. "I absolutely didn't pay extra attention to anything important." He casually picked up a mystery novel from the table, flipped to the first page, and found a name, Qin Jiju. "Captain, what are we planning for tonight?" Li Xiaoyao, putting aside his curiosity, leaned forward with a serious expression. Baoqiang had been exhausted after a long day. No matter how good his physical condition was, he was worn out. Xiaoya was even more so. If another tense and thrilling action occurred, he feared he wouldn't be able to handle it. "My stamina is also reaching its limit." Although Zifeng and Xiao didn't say anything, normally, girls' stamina is not as good as boys', so they might have already reached their limit and are just holding on. Song Yang carefully flipped through the book, taking in all the conversations. He glanced at Huang Baoqiang and Xiaoya, who were sitting nearby, hunched over and looking a bit downcast. Then he snapped the book shut and said, "Tonight, we'll make do here. After running all day, everyone gets tired." "Here?" Li Xiaoyao was astonished and very confused. In his understanding, having finally escaped from the pursuit team, they should take this opportunity to head to an unpopulated area to hide. This was a school, crowded and full of eyes. It was not suitable at all as a hiding spot. I've checked before. Only Qin Yinju is in this dormitory, and the others have all gone home. Plus, like most people, she has the habit of sleeping in during the holidays. Given what the members of the pursuit team said about the dormitory area, at least before the sun rises tomorrow, no students will come knocking to discover something has happened here. But what if the pursuit team comes back? Li Xiaoyao expressed his concern. They, if they're lucky, might come to their senses by tomorrow morning. If not. As he spoke, Song Yang turned his gaze toward the balcony, his expression remarkably calm. The entire building across seemed to live in darkness, with only a few lights in the corridors still shining, yet it was completely empty. What happens if they're not lucky? Li Xiaoyao felt a jolt in his brow and asked uncertainly. It's nothing. Song Yang smiled, but said nothing, not answering Li Xiaoyao's question. He then picked up the book, staring at the name on the first page, his brow furrowing. His thoughts gradually settled as he leaned back in the chair, tilted his head back, and slowly closed his eyes. Song Yang remembered the first time he barged into this dormitory just as the door was about to close. He had pulled out a paintball gun to threaten Qin Yinju, recalling what she had said to him. A fugitive? Don't worry, I know what to do. The first reaction of an ordinary person facing firearms should be to scream. But after being teased by my brother for years, I have developed a calm mindset. If a real gun were in front of me, my first reaction would definitely be to stabilize you, not to shout and scream. So, what do you want to do to me? A delicate face quietly surfaced in Song Yang's mind, though it didn't have the stunning impact of Shi Yao at first glance. It possessed a lingering charm. After that, there was nothing more, just going on with what needed to be done. He dragged her into the bathroom, casually grabbing a towel to stuff in Qin Yinju's mouth, gun pointed at her, despite her evident reluctance as she frowned. The story that followed, as Tao Yajun had guessed, turned out to be the recording from the communicator, which became a useful means for him to escape from Shiba and Shurjiao. Coming back to his senses, Song Yang realized something. The brother who could tease his sister into such a calm mindset must not be simple. Qin Yinju, Qin Jiju. Chapter 134. Existence is reasonable, but reasonable is not equivalent to legal. Just as Song Yang's thoughts began to drift, Shi Yao, Qin Yinju, and Zhang Zifeng finally emerged from the restroom together. The three were dressed neatly in clean clothes, even standing next to the adorable and charming Zhang Zifeng. Shi Yao's presence still overshadowed her. With her fair oval face and starry peach blossom eyes, her long, dark hair dampened by water, she appeared graceful and captivating. The two girls then reopened the holographic camera. Zhang Zifeng cheerfully brought out the cake and inserted 18 candles. Zifeng, did you forget to add a few? Qin Yinju asked, pouting slightly. Hey, beautiful girls are forever 18. Zhang Zifeng replied with a squinting smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. She lit the candles. We're still on the run. So let's keep the birthday simple. If there's a chance next year, we can celebrate more extravagantly. Song Yang interrupted as Zifeng was about to insert a plastic flower that played the birthday song. They could lower their voices while talking, but if that song played, it would immediately attract attention from the dorm next door. Zhang Zifeng reluctantly withdrew the plastic flower, patted her chest, and suddenly remembered the story about the little vest, glancing at Song Yang with a hint of longing in her eyes. Everyone didn't eat much tonight, so let's just dig in. If there's a chance next year, I'll invite everyone again. Shi Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled. She almost thought this birthday would pass unnoticed by anyone else. But Song Yang remembered and even brought a birthday cake, which was already quite satisfying. Moreover, they were still in a state of escape, so everything was viewed from that perspective. Then what are we waiting for? Let's cut the cake. Xiao Yi eagerly raised the plastic knife to slice it. Wait, we haven't made our wishes yet. And didn't you say you were on a diet? Huang Baoqiang grabbed the plump figure. You have to eat well to have the energy to lose weight. Xiao Yi said seriously but then chuckled, wiping her mouth and added, Shi Yao, you go first and make a wish. Okay, I wish. Shi Yao's voice rang out like wind chimes, melodious and captivating, but she did not continue. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and appeared to be in prayer. In her heart, she silently wished, I hope we can all survive the next 30 days. I hope that next year's birthday, everyone will still be here. I hope to be able to keep pace with someone and not let one person carry the entire team forward. I hope. So many hopes, so many prayers. A minute later, Shi Yao finally finished her prayer. Sister Shi Yao, your wish is so long. Zhang Zifeng pouted, her cheeks puffed as she held her breath. Isn't it good to be long? Who says you can only make one wish on your birthday? Shi Yao laughed heartily, then blew out the nearly melted candles, saying, Let us begin. It's over. The same voice came from the central meeting room of the pursuit team. Go-Wei walked into the room, placing a document on the table, and focused her attention on the few people sitting at the conference table. Have you extracted any information from the interrogation? Bao Yun was the first to grab the folder, opening it as he asked. Half an hour ago. They were still tangled in various leads that had returned to dead ends. Just recently, several of them had jointly confirmed a direction, and Go-Wei went to interrogate the suspected impersonator and use Zue for clues. Wu Qing continued to conduct a sweep of the map from where another team member had lost track of Song Yang. The others began to review the pursuit records, hoping to clarify the true movements of the fleeing team. After all, there had been many places where their guesses were reasonable, and the evidence made sense. But the details could not support them at all. Now, the other two teams had not yet produced any debatable information. Yet Go-Wei was the first to obtain valuable clues. It had barely been 5 minutes, and Go-Wei had already extracted information from that person. That was incredibly fast. Wu Qing and team leader Tao had not made significant progress yet. Wu Sanshi moved his chair closer to Yaya, covering his mouth with one hand, and whispered, "Who says women are inferior to men? Go-Wei's skills are impressive. She really is steady when she takes action." Yaya's eyes shone with admiration. Although she preferred a carefree and non-confrontational life, witnessing a woman defy expectations was enough to earn her respect. This suspect had confessed everything without holding back. He revealed how Song Yang found him, what he said, how much money he was given, where he drove from and to, and where he would be chased. It was all laid out clearly. Bao Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after reading it, seeing the confusion on the others' faces. Go-Wei directly explained, "This person is named Wang Zhenji, and he has no legitimate occupation. He often took odd jobs around schools. There are many like him near various schools. As long as the pay is good, he will do anything." Anything? Wu Sanshi interjected, "What about illegal activities? Doesn't he know that assisting criminals is also against the law? What if he hasn't seen the show and doesn't know that Song Yang is a wanted criminal? What if he has no idea about the bounty?" Go-Wei countered with 3 rhetorical questions, leaving Wu Sanshi speechless. There are always ways to find such people. If it were me, I have more than 10 methods to locate someone like this. Tao Yajun tapped her fingers on the table, the sound echoing with the rhythm of her heartbeat, making everyone feel anxious and tense. The main issue is still why there are so many people with such occupations around educational institutions. While some things exist for a reason, reasonable does not equate to legal. Reasonable does not equate to legal? Captain Zhang Zhong remarked, "Such occupations should actually be suppressed." Chapter 135. Want to sleep with me? Sure, but there's no need. By the way, Brother Song, how did you divert the members of the main force and shake them off to return to the artificial lake at the Shuang Institute of Technology? Zhang Zifeng held a cake in one hand and a fork in the other, a bit of white residue still lingering at the corner of her mouth. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently on Song Yang, and asked in a muffled voice. As Song Yang took the cake from Xiao, he replied casually, "Do you remember when I asked you to change out of your wet clothes and hand them to me?" Zhang Zifeng immediately fell into recollection, licking the remnants at the corner of her mouth. After some thought, she responded, "I remember. You also reminded us not to leave through the south gate no matter what happened, and to return the same way, preparing to follow your orders to act from the artificial lake of the neighboring school. At that time, I didn't understand why we didn't escape through the south gate during the chaos after the night class ended, but instead chose the artificial lake, where 5 pairs of eyes were focused on one spot." Seeing her confused expression, Song Yang, with a gentle breath, smiled slightly and said, "Actually, the plan came to me after I killed Qin Yinju. I originally just wanted to find something in her dorm that could help with disguise, but unexpectedly found a business card on the table with the contact information for a black car driver. Such drivers are not uncommon around the school. While they have regular licenses, they usually operate beyond their legal capacity and engage in illegal activities. Most local officials tend to turn a blind eye to them, as they can't enforce restrictions effectively. Plus, with market demand, it's impossible to prohibit them entirely. However, an undeniable fact is that they are indeed willing to engage in illegal operations to make money. During the summer, losing a significant market from the college could cut off at least 30% of their economic source. If there is someone unique who still offers money for them to do things at this point, Zhang Zifeng was only half comprehending. Although she understood the general idea, something felt off. She scratched her damp hair, utterly puzzled. But realistically speaking, with so many pursuers at the south gate, how did that person, being a black car driver, manage to ignore the group chasing him for nearly 10 minutes? Li Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and caught an illogical point. Song Yang's lips curved slightly. His calm gaze fixed on him. That expression made Li Xiaoyao's heart race. It left Qin Yingzhu utterly confused. Her head spinning as if her older brother was teasing her, feeling like she had fallen into an ice cellar, completely frozen. Unfathomable, Qin Yingzhu muttered. Another person who is hard to figure out, just like my older brother, always so mysterious. I'm almost going crazy. The others didn't hear her. But Xiao had a suddenly enlightened expression. Could it be? Was it the previous search of Captain Li and their identification? That person wouldn't he have mistaken you for an insider of the pursuit team, would he? Bingo. Song Yang nodded, affirming Xiao's statement. A bit of embellishment made him convinced. Upon receiving this response, the others were left in a daze. This is possible? But if he gets caught, he will surely spill everything, and the pursuit team might find our hiding place because of it. Xiao's eyebrows furrowed deeply, revealing her worry. I think, with Gu Wei's level of capability, even if he doesn't speak, he would be coerced into revealing everything within 10 minutes. So what he said is something the pursuit members could deduce. It's a lifeline left for him, depending on whether he chooses to tell the truth. After all, honesty brings leniency. Song Yang replied casually, recalling Yu Zue and the previous impersonator, who also chose honesty for leniency, but faced severe consequences. Both chose to confess. Yet their outcomes could be vastly different, and the only factor causing this difference was that one betrayed the escape team while the other helped it. How it plays out depends on how the production team handles the two, and that's already a settled matter, beyond Song Yang's power to change for now. Brother, you really? Xiao gazed deeply at Song Yang, suddenly at a loss for the right adjective to continue her sentence. The words stuck in her throat eventually turned into admiration. Really insane. Qin Yingzhu chimed in, unexpectedly throwing out a few words. However, there was no hint of insult in her tone, just admiration. If her older brother treated her like that, it would indeed be a proper definition of insane. In a family, sibling antics bring joy. Hee. Song Yang smiled without speaking, placing the finished cake plate into the trash bag, and said, I'll rest first. You all should sleep early. Before 9 a.m. tomorrow, regardless of whether the pursuit team has come or not, we must leave. The last sentence was delivered with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for jokes. There are only 6 beds here, but there are 7 of us. How do you plan to distribute? Qin Yingzhu asked Song Yang in a daze. She had long realized that with Song Yang and the escape team, he was the one calling the shots. The deceased should lie in the bathroom, Song Yang said calmly. You mean, I have to stay in the bathroom all night? How can you be so heartless? Qin Yingzhu exclaimed, frustrated. Not only was she stabbed, but now the only place left for peace was the bathroom. After a moment of frustration, her big eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled. Actually, you could just move my body to the bed, cover it with a blanket, and create a fake death scene to give the pursuit team a bit of a challenge. Wouldn't that be good? That is possible, but unnecessary. Song Yang remained unfazed, adjusting his shirt, and explained, once unnecessary actions are taken, they leave possible clues for the pursuit team to discover. Qin Yingzhu. What are you thinking? Xiao noticed Qin Yingzhu's expression was quite unnatural and immediately asked. No, I just think Song Yang is incredibly cool. Absolutely stunning. Perfectly amazing. Qin Yingzhu chuckled and blurted out all the compliments she had prepared for her brother. It just feels like you're not really praising me. Song Yang touched his nose, feeling a bit disgruntled. Hee. Qin Yingzhu waved her hand shyly, tiptoeing quietly towards the balcony. Chapter 136. A 24-hour countdown. The program team speaks out 10 o'clock at night quietly arrives. Most of the viewers who enjoy watching live broadcasts are night owls with irregular schedules, and thus, the Global Escape live stream has an audience of 50 million without a single absence. Judging by the intense discussions in the comments, the viewers' enthusiasm remains undiminished. The topic that sparked this situation originates from a previous remark made by a prominent figure. Some things exist, and thus are deemed reasonable. But reasonable does not equate to legal. Such an industry should face some regulation from above. The nonchalant manner and cold attitude with which this figure made the statement left many unable to adapt for a moment. Instantly, the entire online community split into 2 factions. One group believes that the figure is merely being alarmist, making a mountain out of a molehill, and is trying to shift attention away from the failure of a recent pursuit. They voice their opinions. What do you mean by reasonable and not legal? People are making money through their own hard work. If they weren't burdened by heavy responsibilities, who would take the risk of engaging in this line of work? Driving unlicensed vehicles? Some individuals lack skills, and if such actions are suppressed, it would not only inconvenience many students, but also disrupt the lives of several families. It is said that the law should consider human feelings. We hope society can show more compassion and not resort to extreme measures in every situation. I believe this figure's failure in the recent pursuit has left them feeling embarrassed, prompting them to vent their frustrations onto others. In this world, there will always be extreme individuals, but more people possess both rationality and emotion. Expressing one's viewpoint is not wrong, and the absence of insulting language is already a sign of high quality. On the other hand, another group believes that this figure, clearly someone of high status, views issues from a broader perspective and that there is merit in their deeper contemplation. If you were in a high position and saw a group of chaotic individuals surrounding the future pillars of the nation, what if there were those with ulterior motives among them? Life is not easy for anyone. Since we have hands and feet, why violate rules for a little extra money? Unlicensed vehicles are unlicensed vehicles. Why not engage in legitimate work? Is it not because they find earning money the hard way too tedious and seek shortcuts? If you choose to take shortcuts, you must bear the risks. This is indisputable. I believe this figure is not entirely wrong. With a higher status comes broader concerns. You see the difficulties faced by drivers trying to support their families. But the reality is that many unlicensed vehicles near schools are dangerously overcrowded with students, posing a threat to life safety. Which is more important, life safety or earning a living? If one pays a certain amount of money, they can turn a blind eye, and it's clear that this industry is filled with mixed motives. While we do not deny that there are genuinely struggling individuals in this field, it is wise to implement some regulations as a precaution. It is hoped that regulations acceptable to both parties can be established. In the information age of the new century, any sharp point can easily spread across the internet in a short time. Not to mention the current popularity of the global escape. Even a commonly used prop can become a trending topic, let alone such a highly controversial issue. Platforms like Weibo, Douyin, Tieba, and Moments have been completely flooded in just the past 10 minutes. According to official statistics from the Global Escape team, an article they published regarding how to handle reasonable but illegal matters received over 10 million likes, over 100,000 comments, and over 100,000 shares in a very short time. It topped the trending list, showcasing a fresh wave of new faces. Trending. Existence is reasonable. How should we view the reasonable yet illegal? This was a sharp question raised by Tao Yajun, creating a situation for the pursuit team. Most of the time, Song Yang exposes the fatal mistakes that pursuers and fugitives are prone to make. But this contradiction is a thunderbolt he threw at society. Song Yang stated that it's time to add a bit of stimulation to this numb world. After all the hard work, there should be achievements. And reality did not disappoint his efforts. Nearly half of the top 10 trending topics were related to this issue, indicating the fervent discussions and attention it sparked. Song Yang does not seek to have many people stop it. He only hopes that such issues do not remain untouched like rats hiding in dark, damp corners, allowing them to breed even bigger problems. The topic's popularity remains high. Just when everyone was in heated debate, the Global Escape Program team finally emerged after much anticipation. He is here. He is here. He has sorted through a pile of information and stepped forward. Global Escape Official. The night school pursuit of Swang Polytechnic University has come to a close, with both the pursuit team and the fugitive team performing excellently. However, some issues have been exposed that warrant societal attention. After an hour of overtime by thousands of staff from the Global Escape team, the program team has released the following announcements. Announcement 1. The bounty for the entire fugitive team has been increased. Song Yang, 3 million. Xiao, 2 million. Huang Baoqiang, 2 million. Li Xiaoyao, 6 million. Zhang Zifeng, 5 million. Xiao Yeya, 5 million. Announcement 2. Civilians accidentally involved in the program will receive a consolation gift from the Global Escape team within 1 working day. They can also participate in the Ultimate Escape game with both pursuing and fleeing parties on the last day of the Global Escape. Announcement 3. Justice will be served against the undercover Yu Zue and Wang Jinji. The degree of punishment will be announced online within 24 hours after being assessed by the official court. Fallen members of the pursuit team will be awarded the Pursuit Star Medal and can enjoy various benefits on major platforms cooperating with the Global Escape Official. Notice 4. Regarding the series of issues related to life safety, crime, and freedom exposed during the extradition process involving Suzhou and Hangzhou University. The program team will collaborate closely with the local government in Jiangnan province for optimization and improvement, with Suzhou and Hangzhou City as the first pilot city for rectification. Chapter 137, beginning with the chase, ending with escape. Season finale. The official statement from the Global Escape Program team caused a stir online, but it did not affect the members of the Chase Center meeting room. For them, finding the escape team was the top priority. The information I gathered felt too easy. The driver of the black car volunteered details without me even asking. Although Yuzue still had some thoughts about the escape team, the information he ultimately provided was just some superficial clues. It could help deduce some of Song Yang's previous misleading actions, but it was of no use in figuring out Song Yang's current location. Guowei sat in her chair, spinning a pen in one hand as she spoke. Others admired her ability to extract results in just 5 minutes. However, Guowei was not satisfied with this outcome. Her skills, which should have been most effective in this situation, felt like a punch landing on cotton. Although the result was pleasing to everyone, Guowei, who held herself to high standards, felt for the first time that her abilities were lacking. Wu Qing, how about you? The lead, Tao Yajun, turned to Wu Qing, who was typing away at the keyboard, without waiting for a response. I need to start the investigation from the traffic lights at the intersection of Xingfu Road, during which all roads lead to major areas in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Just this one intersection has over 10 surveillance devices, with one street branching out into 3, and I still need to calculate the specific timing. As Wu Qing rambled on, Tao Yajun interrupted before he finished, asking, "What is the estimated time needed?" Wu Qing pressed his lips together and replied, "The fastest would be 5 hours. 5 hours, that won't do. The escape team has been on the run for a day. They should be at their most exhausted now. If we give them time to rest, it would mean all our previous efforts would be in vain." Tao Yajun placed both hands on the table, thumbs spinning. "Perhaps we can try another approach." Just as he was piecing together a potentially viable route, a series of slow knocks interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. The members of the chase team at the conference table turned their heads toward the sound. At this time, could it be the program staff? Wu Sancher scratched his head and said. The others shook their heads, unable to confirm. Yu was about to get up to open the door, but in the next second, the door was pushed open. A figure appeared at the entrance, looking somewhat thin under the light. Their youthful face bore a calmness and maturity not typical for their age. After opening the door and facing the gathered gazes, they smiled, showing bright red lips and white teeth. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Qin Jiju. It's you." Tao Yajun's gaze sharpened, and he instantly stood up from his chair. The two locked eyes, like long-lost rivals, yet also like friends. In that instant, their gazes ignited like sparks. The young man smiled and replied, "I said we would have a chance to meet again." As the time approached midnight, the full moon hung high in the starry sky. It is said that the moon is bright and the stars are few, but tonight, there were no faint starlights beside the full moon. Even the stars had hidden away to sleep, let alone the weary escape team. Inside the girls' dormitory of Suang Polytechnic Institute, heavy breathing filled the air. On the upper bunk, Xiaoya had fallen asleep as soon as she hit the bed, her breaths coming out in a steady rhythm. Huang Baoqiang and Li Xiaoyao were on the adjacent beds, but they were not disturbed by the soft snoring. The tension and excitement of the day had kept them on edge, and now that they could relax, a wave of fatigue surged over them, making them unable to resist the urge to sleep. On the opposite bed, Song Yang lay fully clothed, staring at the white ceiling with his dark eyes wide open, as if ink had dripped into them over the years. If one were to ask who the most exhausted person today was, it would undoubtedly be him, without a doubt. Yet, in this state of fatigue, he still dared not let down his guard completely, being overly cautious to an alarming degree. At this moment, he was still analyzing the external situation through the attributes on his system panel. Host, Song Yang age, 25 IQ, 164, average adults 90 to 120 measurements, strength 65, agility 72. Constitution 65, adult peak 100, senses, vision 85, hearing 65, smell 72, taste 60, touch 66, mind sense 75, adult peak 100 skills, mastery of anti-surveillance tracking techniques. Wealth, 0 bounty, 3 million. Ding. Mission started. Lead the escape team members to safely survive for 24 hours. Reward, 1 beginner lottery draw. Mission countdown, 12 o'clock, 00. Each escapee has an initial fund of 1,000. However, due to various reasons, such as that black cab driver, The wealth value has already dropped to 0. The bounty has also changed. The 3 million bounty is now one step closer to unlocking the third basic function of the system. This shows that everything he did in night school is starting to pay off. However, this also means that the pursuit team will have to go all out, and perhaps new members will be added. Song Yang suddenly felt an immense pressure on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He turned over, and the bed creaked slightly. "Hey, still not asleep?" Xiao, who was resting her head against his, murmured softly upon hearing the movement. Song Yang raised an eyebrow but quickly regained his composure, replying, "I'm about to sleep." "Are we leaving Swang City tomorrow?" Xiao asked in a gentle, melodious voice. "Tomorrow." Song Yang's gaze sharpened, his lips moving slightly. "Tomorrow and surprises, you never know which will come first." "Sleep." Upon hearing this, Xiao slowly closed her long eyelashes, and her breathing gradually became even. Song Yang, gazing towards the bathroom, also slowly closed his eyes as he saw Qin Yingzhu's plump cheeks. Watching Song Yang fall into a deep sleep, Qin Yingzhu's expression returned to calmness. With her eyes lowered and her red lips murmuring, she said, "Tomorrow and the unexpected, which will come first, no one can figure it out." Global Escape Season 1. Complete. As mentioned, the global manhunt concludes here, starting with capture and ending with escape. Thank you to all the readers for your continuous support and interaction. Although the author is reluctant, they can no longer continue updating. For the last chapter, the author took an entire day to finally put pen to paper. They had hoped to pour so many thoughts and efforts into this book, accompanying readers through several seasons, but can only wrap it up hastily now. Tomorrow and the unexpected, which will come first, no one knows. Once again, thank you to the readers who love this book. The author has something to say. "After taking about a week off, I will start a new book, which may not be of the same genre. Regardless, thank you to all the readers for your continued support." The author bows to all the readers who enjoyed this book from behind the computer screen, and I look forward to our next story.